So here's the
So
thing, bro. Like,
that's the thing. I mean, that was my test, really.
I'm not disputing you. I'm
And then
saying I
I
would
thought to
love to
myself,
see
well, hang
it.
on, if this is all true, that gravity pulls everything back in, towards the center, and it causes water to curve, fine, that's the case. But over long distances, and I think that this is probably one of the more, even though it's just a short distance, it's still measurable.
Right.
And when I saw that, I actually saw it with my own eyes, and that really made me realize, well, hang on, if this is a 200-meter lap pool, would that be any different? Now, I personally don't believe that it would, even if it was a 300-meter long lap pool. If I had enough money, I'd just build a glass wall. I'd build a glass pool 300 meters long, 400 meters long. And if I was to build one 400 meters long with a glass frame, perfectly level all around the outside, I'm going to have 6 millimeters of water flowing off at each end.
Maybe. Tim,
Well,
I don't
that's the
know.
mathematics.
You make a very good point, and I appreciate it, and I'd love to investigate it. What I will say is I know what I've done my entire life, and
I think you're very, very, like,
yeah.
probably one of the best people I've spoken to or heard speak about, from the globe perspective. But I
And
think
I've done
maybe
this.
start to think about working backwards and asking yourself why. Why? What? Well, how does this work? So
Well,
within your LF
here's what
frequency.
I do know, Tim. Just to not to cut you off, but to cut you off. I know that if I do things that break the model that I use and try to test it, the things that I do for a living don't work. And it's easily reproducible every single time. I can go out there and say, you know what, shit should be flat. Let's go down and do flat inclination, 0 degrees, and let's just point the dishes at each other at 0 degrees, 90, 90, 90 up, 90 out, and I have no connection, not one fucking iota. It all breaks. Can I show you something, brother? Kel?
Uh,
Like,
I,
I
I
like
get
what
what
you want, but I'm saying that I can go out there right now, and with a
you're saying,
million
Kel.
dollars of No, dude, equipment, dude, I can
Kel,
test it, and it doesn't work. And
Kel,
there's
Kel,
nobody
totally,
out there. You're
totally
good, bro.
respect what you're saying.
Yeah,
Totally understand what you're saying. All I'd say is just look at it, like, open your mind a little bit more to.
Maybe water's just funny, and it's a bad way to look at it. Can I show you
Well,
something? Here, I'm gonna
you'd
show you
think
something.
so.
70% of Earth is water.
When you look at it over the oceans, it's a bit harder because you've got tides and you've got wind and everything else that affect it. But this is why I thought it was quite effective, because we're talking about a 100-meter long lap pool in someone's backyard with no wind,
No, Tim, I'm
everything
with you.
dead
I'm
still.
100% with you. What I'm saying is, man, I would love that to be a nice buttoned up answer, but I can break that so quickly with the things that I've been doing for 2 decades, and the Check
Yeah,
it shit out. just don't work.
Think of
If I
this
just
though.
point it at each other, it doesn't
I
work.
Those
understand it.
things can be reverse engineered.
Now, Kel,
There's got
have
to
you
be
ever heard
there's
of the
got to be
black
another
swan?
way.
Oh my God. Is this something you're posting? Oh, you're doing oh, yeah. Okay, that's great. Yeah, I've
Well, have you
seen
seen it?
this. Yeah, I've
Well,
seen
the
this.
black swan's probably not bad to look at, Kel,
No,
because
but I've seen this.
yeah, but how do you really explain it then? Like,
Yeah.
in all seriousness, if you're genuinely someone that's out there trying to find out what's really true here, or whether it's flat, whether it's round, well,
And I
the black
respect your
swan there,
level of
The
try.
elevation
career,
of
bro.
water is a modulation. It's not absolute. How do they measure the water's elevation?
I don't think with that black swan, it's got nothing really to do with measuring the elevation. It's just simply the calculation that's used to determine how far away the horizon is
So they
Right.
from
didn't
your
take
eye
into
level.
account the possible elevation of the
No, they
ship in the
did.
water.
No, they did. They did. If you look
So,
back in the
so the
video,
issue is,
yeah,
AJ, who's not on here right now, he knows the exact formula for this, but it's
I got it.
what is it?
So it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's feet in height. That's the distance to the horizon calculation.
Which in that black swan image should set the horizon at how far is it, Beasticles?
It should be
Right.
1.22 miles, right?
Right. So
Those.
why
And
can't
how
I
far
get my
away are
radio
these
waves
things?
to work beyond that?
What'd you
And
say?
see, the problem is with this image is that the horizon is beyond
Those oil rigs. You could see that.
the
Yeah.
oil rigs. It's further away. than the oil rigs. So that then therefore
It's like 10
causes a
miles.
real problem.
Yeah, 10 miles. So that means like the calculation for the circumference of the Earth, right? How big it is. That means it's off by 1,000%. Like the
Oh
horizon.
no.
The horizon's supposed to be like it's 1,000% off from where the physical geometric horizon where it's supposed to be, brother. That's all I'm saying. And look, you don't have to take our word for it. Like, you know what I mean? Like he said, when you see it with your own eyes, when you do your own test, it's you can't unsee it. And I'm not saying what you're doing, it's like I want you to use your expertise and like come at it from a different like point of view, bro. Like just think, right? Line of sight communication, all this shit, right? It doesn't require ball earth at all. It
All right,
really doesn't.
great. So let's use Dead Reckoning on every single site across the world right now. And we'll tune all those dishes to 90 degrees straight out for where they're pointing at, right? So if we did that today, what do you think would happen if we just snapped our fingers and did it right now?
Well, you know why it's not 90 degrees though, right? You know why. You get more.
Well, no, it's flat. It's 90 degrees.
No, I'm saying you get more signal propagation when you hit it at an angle, right? Like 45 degrees,
No.
something like that.
No,
Am I
that
right
was
or
the
wrong?
CB sky bounce thing I was talking about an hour ago. Like I'm saying microwave radio, if the
Uh-huh.
earth is flat, if I have two sites and they're disparately
Can you
far
get access
away,
to that
right?
actually?
I would point the dishes at 90 degrees on the earth and we'd be done. There would be no need for an azimuth adjustment at all. I wouldn't have to tilt that dish up or down no matter what on either side. We just 90 degrees, we slap them on the side of the tower. Bob's your auntie, we're done. There's no tuning.
Okay.
All right, so what would happen if we snapped our fingers and every single site went to that today?
I don't know.
Do you like having internet?
Well, my
Do you
internet
like
comes.
being on Discord? Do you like using your cell phone?
Yeah, but my internet comes through.
Do you enjoy like going to
Comes
your
through
bank
fiber
and
optic.
having access to things?
Yeah, but most of the communication, like high-speed communication, doesn't come from satellite. Doesn't come from satellite band.
I didn't say satellite. I'm talking about microwave dishes. Like a large portion of backhaul in America is satellites, but
I
a
just had to run
much
back
larger
in.
position is microwave dishes that carry a gigabit or better. And they're in space diversity or frequency diversity configuration where there are two dishes that
I
can
don't.
double the frame rate and
Well, what
increase
about
the
fiber
throughput.
optic, bro? Like, what
Who
about the
cares?
transatlantic like the transatlantic lines, though? Aren't those
That
lines?
is totally irrelevant, and I'm not sure why you brought it up.
Well, that's where like the backbone of most
Yes,
was it
between
intercontinental
countries, yeah.
between
Great.
countries, right?
All right, we're talking about local stuff. Do you know how hard it is to build a fiber optic network? I'm building one right now.
Yeah, I know, dude. It's very delicate. Trust me.
And millions and millions of dollars.
But it's only
And
hard
I'm the
because of all the
project
shit in the way.
manager for a new ISP turning up in South Texas. Like
Okay.
I'm building a fiber optic network. I've been working on it for 2 years. I know all about that. I'm talking about if we just turned off microwave and like made it all 90 degrees today, everything that you had access to right now that relied on that would turn the fuck off. It would not work anymore. And it's funny because you are so committed to this and I appreciate your commitment. But if I made the changes that you wanted, the world that you have today would break immediately.
Yeah, no changes. Okay, it's not like where you take your shitty ideas and try to pawn them off here. You know,
You know,
like
I think
it's the
I think
same.
Kel, you know how you were saying about the this project that you're doing here with the fiber optics, millions and millions of dollars and all that sort of stuff. I
Yeah,
mean,
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I live in
Experts.
Australia. I live in Australia, and there's a set of traffic lights on a side street with one pedestrian crossing, and there's a sign up there saying, the road's going to be shut for a few days. It's a $15 million project to put a set of traffic lights in. So, and this is on one small side street. So, I don't think millions and millions of dollars is really all that much when the government's concerned. I don't know exactly who you work for or what's going on, but
Must be it's ISP. He said, but Crit, welcome back.
I
Sorry,
don't
you
know
got
who ISP is.
No, I was listening for a little while to see where this would go, and somehow, like, he's telling you, like, the Earth is a globe because of short range microwave dishes, and that's how the
Yeah.
internet works. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, like, then he's thinking, like, somehow everything would have to change if it were flat. Like,
Yeah,
that's just
I don't know.
amazing. Yeah, it's breathtaking. I let go for a while because you were doing a really good job.
Thanks. I'm still a layman, but like, just line of sight, fucking communication is just like, how the fuck does that work over water? If water is the thing that, you know, unless it's ultra low frequency, you know, it should not be able to go through a hill of water. You know what I mean? That's just
So
Yeah.
only the ultra low will.
believe all
Only
low
the ultra
frequencies
low
only
will.
penetrate water a couple of
exactly.
meters.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
okay.
well, that's interesting. I've learned something myself tonight, actually.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking up recently, ultra low frequency, and according to Kel, they still use it. I thought they stopped using it, so yeah, they still use it, and that shit fucking travels like 2,200 miles, something like that, something crazy. But go ahead, Crit. Yeah, what are your thoughts, brother?
I saw another record recently. I can't remember what it was. It was something to do with a radio wave, I think it was, and it was 830 kilometers in where was it? I can't remember where it was, but I just briefly saw it the other day. Does anyone know about that?
No,
Wait.
hopefully Zeros will chime in. I guess he's upset by something.
I don't know.
Who's that? Kel?
He said this guy.
Dude, this guy Zero said flat earthers are mentally challenged.
Yeah, that's what exactly. This is where you
not
go
what
to
I
pawn
said.
off
Not
your
what I
Really?
said.
ideas.
Okay, let me go find that picture right now. I'll post it for you.
Who
Yeah,
said that
post it.
flat earthers are mentally challenged?
I said I would not want my children to believe in flat Earth
Why?
That's okay. You
because
can,
I don't want my children to be mentally challenged.
yeah.
Well, but how can you make a statement?
I want them to be.
How
See,
can you
this is
make a statement like that?
well, Tim, hold
How
on real quick. This is what exactly what I said. This is not the place for you to pawn off your shitty ideas. Here, this ain't a pawn shop where you bring all your bigoted, crappy ideas and apply them to other people.
And you sit there, Zeros, you sit there and you say, I pray to God that my children, I'd never, yeah. Well, can I ask you a question? Why are
Yeah.
you sitting in 24/7 flat earth?
I find it relaxing.
It calms you, does it?
Yeah, it really does.
Well, then maybe your kids can follow it too, so they can calm you as well.
Yeah, I think they'd be really entertained by it.
Well, I don't think you need to
There it
really
is.
worry
Simple
about it too
people are
much.
entertained by simple things.
If it's
So
all bullshit,
Most of
if it's
the
not flat,
entertainment I
you've got
consume is quite simple. Yes.
yeah, but and the simple person's entertained by it. Because
this
that's why you
movement.
can't get any entertainment from the globe, because the globe would take some sort of knowledge and understanding to be able to watch Star Lord and be able to be like, yeah, that's really cool. I see how their intergalactical flux capacitor works because it's based on this sort of scientific principle. But you can't watch shows like that because all you hear is like the Peanuts adults just talking and maybe a few explosions and some booms.
Crit, I will
Hey.
concede the point to you in
See,
this moment.
Zeros. There was another guy on here before, Kel Trainer.
Well,
he's
he's
just
here.
muted himself.
No,
He's muted himself at the moment. But
No,
he
No, I
was
muted them.
he was
basically
very
Hey,
very
Tim,
open-minded and
relax,
respectful
dude.
about everything. Like, you don't need
Yeah.
to come in and
Yeah, Tim. Okay, he's coming in here and saying that somehow we're advocating or flat earthers are advocating that everything be changed to fit some sort of his worldview. Nothing's got to change. The earth is flat. Just like you
it is
live your
what it
life
is.
that way. Yeah.
We
So
live
make
in the
it be
same
like,
Earth, right?
like somehow all this stuff, all these things would have to change suddenly. It works all based on the globe. None of that stuff works on the globe. It all works because the earth is flat.
I think the problem is that a lot of people's employment and education might be at stake if
Yeah.
if they were to realise that what everything that I've been taught, everything that I've learnt over all these years has been based on this, or this is what I thought. So it changed. It's a massive shake-up for your worldview. So I can understand why it would be abrasive, but fine. Look, the truth is what it is. Like, you can't really fight it at the end of the day.
Okay, are you hearing yourself? Like
But can
the
I
same could be said for you.
I'm hearing myself, man.
hold
Yeah.
on, Zeros.
Yeah.
Crit. Can I I would like you to talk to Kel a little bit, if that's okay.
Yeah, I would say the dude's bricked. I was sitting here for quite a while listening to it, and I'm like, I'm not sure
Okay.
what I should do. Like, should I just ban them or just mute them?
No. I just wanna know
He should
like
listen. He should at least
that's
know
my
what flat Earth is before he argues against it. Be like, hey, I understand flat Earth is a description of the surface of the Earth.
okay.
Be able to advocate or make an argument for or against or why you disagree.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
mean,
know how
that's
long
something
you were
that Zeros
listening,
can do.
so that's
At
up to
lea-
you then. Yeah.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
was just kind of like casually just. I mean, I thought you did a great job, like keeping them on the line there. I was just waiting for him to say something like, "Oh, so if your worldview is right, all this shit has to change. Everybody's wrong." I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a
You
disqualify.
weren't. That's
Well,
that's where I take my grievance with, and I don't want to grieve you.
No, go ahead, Zeros, let it out, dude. You got a place in my heart. Someone who triggered as hard as you do, and you're still here after the whole server is making fun of you.
Okay,
God,
okay.
there's no way
My
you've got ego attached to this because your ego would have been like shattered into 1,000 pieces. You really thought that you were speaking from the heart
okay. Yeah,
when you
yeah,
did
yeah.
these things.
Yeah, because you said you're waiting for him to mess up, but you weren't waiting. You chimed in. You said that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He just told you that he has the credentials.
Yeah,
he knows
this is
what-
how I know. Okay, hold on,
Go
BC.
ahead.
This is how I know
Sorry.
someone isn't an expert. They tell you they're an expert. Like an expert is when the expert's an expert, it's painfully obvious. You got to tell them, slow down, pump the brakes. You're losing me. Okay, I don't understand. Your expertise is so high that you kind of lost the ability to articulate to the layman. Unless they're like some sort of they're really good at their job. And sometimes experts can just, hey, what's your current working knowledge of this? Okay, sure, I can
I don't know.
explain it
I've been following
that way.
him too, and it sounds like he's been trying to make it as simple as possible.
If he can't figure out how to make anything work on the flat Earth, he doesn't. They're not an expert in anything. Even the local scale, like it's flat and stationary. Celestial navigation, flat and stationary for 69 miles. You're like all these short range radio dishes. Yeah, it's gonna be locally flat.
That's what I was confused.
Helicopter pilots, air traffic control, all these really elaborate things. All they quote unquote simplify the math to use a flat and stationary model. No one uses the curve or rotation of the Earth in anything they do.
Well, I don't know what expertise he has. It sounded like he might have been an engineer, and a lot of you flat earthers claim to be experts in whatever this is, but I have yet to meet a flat Earth engineer.
Okay, we'll write that down. Write that said, you have yet to meet a flat Earth engineer. Therefore, no flat Earth engineer exists. And you can take that to the bank,
Oh,
right?
look,
Right.
I'm just saying,
right
like,
that,
what is your expertise? Like, this guy clearly has expertise.
No, he clearly doesn't.
Demonstrable.
He clearly doesn't. I will. If you're an expert in something, do you ask about your expertise?
I guess we just disagree then.
So how about this? I know that you don't know anything about Bagak, and say I'm an expert in Bagak. Would I then defer all my knowledge about Bagak and start asking you to explain what Bagak is? And you don't know what it is.
Look, I'm not trying to say.
No, let's walk through it very slowly. Okay, step by step. Okay, you don't know anything about a topic X. I would claim that I'm an expert in topic X. Do I A, ask you about topic X, or do I explain topic X?
No, I disagree with your premise. I don't agree.
Okay,
with your
why?
This is not analogous.
Yeah, this. Okay, if I'm an expert, I got an expert level knowledge.
No, it's not.
Or more.
I don't think it's analogous, and I can tell you why I don't think so.
Okay, why would an expert ask anything about their expertise? You should call this mansplaining. Like when women would be an expert in something, and someone would
No, I'm saying
like,
he has expertise. I'm not saying to what
okay,
degree
yeah, he doesn't
he
have
is an
expertise, dude.
expert. I'm not
No,
saying
dude,
he's the
he doesn't.
expert. I'm just
He
saying
doesn't have expertise because he can't even figure out how to make satellite dishes or
that's
whatever
where I
work
feel
over
like
a
you're
flat plane.
misframing what I was saying, because I'm not saying he is the expert. I'm just saying he
Yeah,
has
he didn't
some
know
expertise.
anything about fiber optics or hard lines. And then when this is the best part, when Beastie says, "Hey, what about
Transatlantic,
yeah,
transatlantic
why
communications.
would you? Why if you could just easily do this
Okay.
with satellite dishes? Why did they lay wire across all the Atlantic oceans?" And the guy basically said they didn't. They didn't do that. And he's like,
No,
"Yeah,
he
they
said it
did.
didn't matter. He
Yeah,
said
it
it
did.
didn't matter
It wouldn't
because
matter
the
if they did or
backbone
not."
of
Like,
internet is through satellite. And I'm like, that's a lie. I knew
yeah,
that.
see, this guy is not an expert in anything. He doesn't even know the basic shit about what he claims to be an expert in.
Well,
You
I
can
think
simply Google what percentage of
shutting
the
him
internet.
down and talking over him and with this whatever this
Well,
is,
let's look it up.
just
I'll
let it.
Google it.
Why not keep
Zeros.
engaging with him? And you can press him on the things that
We were
you
going
think
for
that
a
he's not
while.
an
That's why
expert in.
zeros. That's why.
Yeah,
But
I think you weren't listening for very long.
transatlantic, or what's the backbone of internet? Let's just put it that way. Let's see.
I think you can continue to press him and keep engaging with him. He seems like
Well, make a channel. Make a
good
channel
faith-
and go talk about it.
a
Here,
good faith interlocutor.
Yeah,
Here.
zeros. Go make a channel and go talk about it.
Zeros. I'll clear up the air real quick. The internet backbone can simply be defined as the core of the internet. Here, the largest and fastest networks are linked together with fiber optic connections and high performance routers. There you go. Internet networks are primarily owned and operated by commercial, educational, government, or military entities. So, yeah, fiber optics. I thought it was right. I was like, there's no
Yeah,
fucking way.
there's no way, dude. And yeah, and
Yeah.
also too, it's kind of funny. Like they'll tell you, like the ISS live stream's always being interrupted. It's always disconnecting. They say, oh, because it's got really bad internet in space. And this guy say, the internet comes from space. You're like, okay, well, in your worldview, why does the ISS have such shitty internet then? I don't know. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Maybe they don't have enough cable.
You know how I know he was talking? He didn't know about fiber optics and shit. I used to sell Dish Network. Like I used to sell Dish Network, and I knew how shit it was. So, yeah, you're good. Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, this is like, well, you're all worried about some other person who's clearly not an expert. They're in here bullshitting. They're trying to pawn off some shitty ideas of flat Earth on the Beasties. Be like, hey, Beasties, if flat Earth is true, and he's got some version of flat Earth that Beasties isn't even representing, he just clearly told you what he thinks his ideas are. He's like, well, you're going to have to somehow change all the internets around the world. And you're like, well, no, I said everything was hardlined, just like
most internet's hardlined.
Yeah, just like the internet says.
I couldn't get in on the conversation. I was listening to a tiny bit of it.
What's up,
and
AJ?
I messaged. Not much, man. I couldn't get in on that conversation. I'm the only mod in the other 24/7 room. There's no one else there, and I'm stuck there. Otherwise, they're going to shut the room.
I can.
Yeah,
I can
I
move.
couldn't get in on that.
I'll move over there.
No, I got no power in either one, so sorry.
I was cooking as well. I was saying to Tim, the guy's just throwing claims out of his ass. He doesn't even know what he's speaking about. He's just making all these big claims, trying to make himself sound smart so that no one wants to get into the discussion with him. But in fact, he had no clue what he was talking about.
Yeah, Kel, you gotta stop revealing personal information. No one cares where you live or what you do.
I think he did raise up some. AJ, I think he did raise up some pretty decent points, though. This is Kel we're talking about, right?
Yeah, straw man it or steel man it. What point did he raise?
And he was. Well, look, I'm not saying that.
Point number one.
I'm not saying there was any points that would, that would go against the flat Earth. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that he had some good questions. I'm not that well, that well trained to be able to answer.
Well versed, right? It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not that well versed, particularly when it comes to the microwaves and then your ultra low frequencies and all that sort of stuff. I found that one a little bit tough. And he was talking about some stuff when he was a pilot. And he was flying around the place,
but see, that's where I was saying that he uses big words. He he likes to make it sound like he has a lot of knowledge, but if you really listen to the statements,
that's
listen to the
okay.
statements he's making, they're really irrelevant, and he's just building a straw man of us that he can destroy. Yeah.
Well, that's why I gave you a ring earlier. But Beasticles wasn't here earlier,
Right.
and it was, we were all sort of sitting there, and I'm sitting there going, holy shit, I'm not quite sure whether I can answer these ones. I mean, I probably could try, but I didn't feel confident enough to be able to actually jump in and say something. So
Tim,
I understand.
I popped in when he started talking about you could fly planes backwards. That's what I was like, what the fuck?
I remember that. And that was when I was
Oh,
walking
I
out. I was
missed
like,
that
I'm going to
part.
go and have a smoke.
Yeah, that's when
Yeah,
I was
see-
like, wait a second.
Here, look at
I've
this.
never
Where,
seen
But
that
again,
movie.
it seems, I don't know. I haven't been involved in these chats for long enough, and these people, we call them globers or whatever. That, you know, maybe they. I don't know how they think. I don't know what's going on here. Whether they're genuinely trying to find out, like I said, why is he here in a
Oh.
24/7 flat Earth? The Zeros guy who's
yeah,
sitting there saying,
anti-flat
well,
earthers. A
so
globalist would be able to
they're totally
advocate for the
anti.
globe. Yeah,
If you're so anti-flat Earther, what the fuck are you doing in a 24/7 flat Earth channel? You know what I mean? If you're
Again,
so convinced.
Again, to clear up the air, no commercial passenger plane can reverse in the air, and pilots can't intentionally deploy reverse thrust in flight in any modern passenger jet aircraft.
Look, I'm a complete layman when it comes to flight, but I don't think that I'd need to go to university to find out that that's true, what you're saying.
I mean, that's what fucked me up, and I was like, wait a second, I only caught the tail end of that. But anyway, I digress. What's up, everybody? Everyone's popping in.
Oh, I mean, I thought he was fairly respectful, you know. And I think everyone's, as long as we've got an open mind.
See, he's
No, it's not
respectful unless someone starts calling him out on his claims. That's the problem,
Yeah,
and no
it's
one
not-
was calling him out on his claims.
So here,
Well, I think
blatant dishon- Tim, listen, rules of the channel. Blatant
I'm listening.
dishonesty or observation or obfuscation will result in a mute or a ban. My take is you just be banned.
Have I done that? Have I
Oh,
done
he
that?
did. He said
Oh.
all the internet, that flat earthers should basically stop using the internet if they think the earth is flat.
He said, do I like my internet?
Was
Do I
that what
like my
Kel?
phone
Was
internet?
that what Kel said?
Yeah.
When did he say that?
Yeah, I guess you weren't listening. I didn't hear that
Oh,
part.
I was probably out at that
He
point.
said,
but
if your worldview is correct, change your satellite dish and watch what happens to your internet, and keep it there until you start
Well-
believing the Earth is a globe.
like I said earlier, all I could, he's come on here and he said he's a pilot and he's this and that and whatever. And I've got a mate who is genuinely a captain at Virgin, and I've spoken to him about this stuff. You know, do you correct for the Earth curvature, or, you know, in any plane? Like I said, he was. I think I sort of got cut off earlier, probably by him. And he used to fly those survey planes around Western Australia and Northern Territory and all that sort of stuff. He said, mate, we don't. Once we're up there, that's it. There's no real adjustments. But he's making it out like he was sort of saying something totally different, and he was saying that, well, he's got to push down all the time. He's constantly got to push down, otherwise he's going to fly off into the.
Wait, he said that? Oh man.
Well, that was before you were on, Beasticles, yeah. And there was no one really else in here, and I'm just sitting there going, "Oh shit, what am I supposed to? What am I supposed to do?"
Yeah,
back
just
and
get a
laugh.
timestamp. Just type in the timestamp, and then when you see a mod on, correct it.
Well,
See,
I
like,
don't
right here,
even know. How do I know who a mod is?
Oh,
I'm not, but
yeah.
I know AJ's
You
a
can-
mod, but I don't. So I'm messaging him on the side here. He's involved in something else. But it felt like there was actually no mod in here for a while.
Oh, he isn't.
yeah, well, it's sometimes. I mean, it's
And
right.
he actually said, Kel Trainer, he's probably still there. I don't know if he's still listening.
No,
No, there's always
in.
somebody listening or paying attention.
But he did say, he said, someone else jumped on and said, "Oh, can someone tell me why the Earth's flat?" And no one responded. And Kel said, "Mate, no one's going to say shit in here." He goes, "You know, no one's
I
arguing
heard
with you or
that,
anything."
and I was like, wait, give me a moment. I just got out of the gym. I got you. That's why I needed to step in.
Yeah, here, Tim, look at this one here. This is the Zero's guy who chimed in. He believes, if globe is true, that flat earthers are harassing him. And how? How did they harass him? Because he tried to sign a petition. He tried to make a petition to get this channel shut down because it's a
So-
terms of
so
almost
we're-
done. Wait, almost done. As a terms of service violation, and to show him how worthless it was, he said, "Hey, a lot of flat earthers said I will sign it. I will sign your petition just to show you how worthless this is." Even if you get 1,000 signatures to have the moderator, it's basically a fetch quest that the admin and the server are just having fun with them. They're taking the piss out of him. But instead of realizing who was mocking him, he decided that it was flat earthers' fault for something he did. And this is why a little bit of science will save people. Just being able to adjudicate cause and effect.
Are you guys talking about me?
Yeah.
Zero's in. He's back in.
Yeah, we are, dude.
I've zeroed in. Yeah, I've zeroed in.
Yeah, talk about you. So are flat earthers harassing
Yeah,
you?
we
I was
are.
just watching
Oh
a jet
shit!
fly back.
His petition has 8 signatures, guys. Fuck.
How
Yeah,
can
he's
flat
zeroed
earthers
in all right.
How can
He's
flat
zeroed in on
earthers be
nothing.
harassing? How can flat earthers be harassing anyone in a 24/7 flat Earth
Where they
Discord
joined?
chat?
Yeah, they joined here by free will, right? This is like the only channel on
You guys
Discord,
made a
right?
video about
No one
you guys
forced
made a
anyone to be here.
I'm here to mess with you.
Yeah, you made a video about me. You posted it.
Yeah, why do people make a video about you?
I'm making one
Yeah,
right now.
why am I being harassed? That's a good question.
Yeah, so you think making the video is harassing people?
Y'all.
Okay,
Sure.
walk through that.
When
Why
the
is that?
video is of you, the video is of you trying to have the channel removed with a stupid petition, man. That's why the video was made.
This is why everything's live streamed, because otherwise you guys come in here, say a bunch of things that flat earthers aren't advocating for, and then be like, oh, you said this on this and this date. Well, matter of fact, we can pull the live stream up and know exactly what was said by who, when, where, what, and why. This is why it's so important to record it, because you guys have this thing called globamnesia. I'll straight up tell you that flat is an adjective, and you'll leave and say, yeah, Crit's talking about shapes. No. No, I wasn't. I said I described the surface of this object as flat. And you said, oh, Crit was talking about satellite dishes. No, I wasn't. I was talking about the surface of this object right here, and I described it as flat. If you can't even understand that much, I call it a disqualify. Or at least a lack of effective communication. If we're that far apart that if I say this object is flat and you hear that humanity's never been to Mars or Moon, I go, okay, yeah, you're bricked at that point, because that's not anything I said. And if really you want to talk about the denial of manned spaceflight, you don't need flat earthers for that. The majority of people who think the federal government's faking that shit also think the Earth is a globe. Yeah, the Apollo program, like all the space programs, all that stuff, right? There's people who think the Earth is a globe in spades. Okay, in spades. You got people like Bart Sabel and a lot of other whistleblowers who are constantly out there talking about how even low orbit is being faked. So you don't even need to worry about flat earthers. That's why you always talk about, oh, look at the sky. Why? I'm talking. You join this channel to talk about flat Earth with flat earthers, and you want to talk about the sky. Okay, that is a disqualify in my book. So when I'm around and I'm a mod, I'm just gonna say, hey, you can put yourself on mute, and you can just listen for a while until you're able to at least understand 2 words. Okay, to qualify for the conversation, you have to be able to understand and remember just 2 words: flat and earth. If you can't understand even the first 2 words, I'm not going to add a single word more. I'm not going to add any more content, because if you in my epistemology, adding more words will just confuse you even more. So until you understand at least flat and earth, it's over, homie.
Apparently, some satellites are still picking up rocket fire in the Israel-Hamas conflict, which broke out. All right. Yeah, I don't think you guys are gonna get shut down. This channel's too popular. And
Yeah, do you see? Yeah, why would it get
yeah.
shut down anyway? Even if it wasn't popular, why would it get shut down? If it's only just a few flat earthers in here talking about how they think the earth is flat, why would you want to shut that down? Why do you care? Why would you care about something like that? Isn't there enough room on your globetard to care to have enough for people to disagree with you? All disagreement must be shut down and silenced.
Well, that's hypocritical to me to hear you say that, because you just shut
Oh,
down
really?
this guy, Kel Tainer.
Yeah, why? Why did I do that?
Like,
because he was what was he? Well, I deemed him as what? As qualified or no? Did I deem him as qualified or disqualified? Which one was
like,
it?
why does anyone have to have any qualifications to have a conversation?
No, for the conversation. Did he qualify himself to be part of the conversation, or did he disqualify himself to be part of the conversation?
Man, I don't know, man.
Okay, see, this is why I would call you are now disqualified. Okay, good. He left on his own accord. You get the fuck out of here. An expert is not going to come in here asking me or anyone else about their expertise. If they do so, and then try to also strawman Flat Earth and tell them to turn off their internet if they think the Earth is flat, that is a disqualify. It's time for you to go, okay? Or put yourself on mute and listen. If you can't do that, I will help you follow your own epistemology. I'm going to hold you to your worldview. It shouldn't be hard to understand. If you've got a weird understanding of what flat Earth is, to the point where you can't even adjudicate how level works or how the internet works, and at the same time you're an expert, you're an expert in these things, yeah, it's time for you to find something else to do than just to be bad at than some concerned troll on the internet. Okay, no one cares what you have to say. Even you don't care what you have to say.
Crit, you're on fire, bro.
I used to kind of have fun with it. Say, if you think the Earth is curved, stop using indoor plumbing. Really just to try to make the point, but it never really lands right because they're so brick that they actually think curved is level. They go, "Oh, what are you talking about? I can see the aqueducts made by the Romans, and that's all curved." It is it? It's all curved. When they built these aqueducts, they built them so it was curved. They thought the Earth was curved, did they? Huh.
Yep. Anyway.
Look at Zero's his parting squawk before he left, right? So someone said, "Hey, he's holier than thou." I think you might be right. Against all logic and reason, the globe has conspired together to spread the lie of the spheroid for 2,000 years. If you got 2,000 years of globe conspiracies or globe proof, present when ready. Why are you all worried about flat Earth at that point?
I'm still waiting for the measurement of the curvature. Where is it? Where's that drop over distance at? I can't seem to find it.
Curve, rotation, and the vacuum of space. Those are the three positive claims that are already baked into the globe model. And it's not even a straw man. It's not like you're saying, no one on the globe side says the Earth is flat or there's no curve. If you're saying the Earth is a globe, you are saying the Earth is curved. Okay, where is this curvature? You talk about the Earth as a ball in space and it's rotating. Okay, it's rotating on what? On an axis. Okay, can you prove this axial rotation? And then you say it's also in space. So let's see this. Let's see this heliocentric globe model has three positive claims baked into it: curve, rotation, vacuum of space. Let's go. Okay, you shouldn't need to worry about flat Earth at that point. you've got a huge burden of proof right there. That's a lot on your plate. But they know they can't prove it, so they try to strawman flat Earth into something like it's not, and then argue against that, and then think they won the internet for the day. When their real win would be to walk away with some understanding of what flat Earth is. That would be the win, an increase in understanding. What they got is a decrease in understanding with a claim on the table that they're an expert. They're an expert, and with their goal is a race to the bottom to become the most ignorant person on the internet.
So Crit, I gave Kel a chance to admit he was wrong. He said he's not wrong about aircraft flying backwards. So, yep, can't get off mute.
Yeah. I was
mean,
gonna say, yeah, if you want to talk to him, I'll take him off and see what he says. Yeah, at least it would be entertaining.
No, he had his chance. He said I was not wrong about aircraft based on my experience. So get the fuck out. That's a lie, actually. So sorry. And Tim, if you think he's being unfair, I gave him a chance in the chat. If you look at it, you know what I mean, to admit that he was wrong about those two things, and he didn't want to admit about aircraft not flying backwards. So no, you literally said that. I remember you saying aircraft can fly backwards by using reverse thrusters. I was there for that. That's when I popped in. See, he doesn't even want to admit he's wrong. So
Oh yeah, so yeah, I think it's a class act. He said the statement about the internet, was a dig, but he's not wrong about aircraft based on my experience.
that's up to you, Crit. All right, Kel. We've seen worse. Want to go for it? I'll have you and Crit, or Kel and Crit. I think should.
Well, how about Tim? Do you think aircraft can fly backwards?
All right, Kel. Hey, he said he's sorry. All right, for sure. Give him a chance.
You there, Tim?
Yeah. He might not be. But Kel, you gotta stick to one subject, brother. And we'll take one subject at a
Backwards
time.
flying aircraft, or forward flying aircraft.
Cool. Go ahead, Crit. You can unmute him, I guess.
Yeah, no one's really to pick that up though. Do you want to talk to him about backwards flying aircraft?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I just kind of wanted to hear you and him go, just because,
Yeah, dude, it's absurd. Like that someone would say that aircraft flies backwards. That's like not even worthy of,
He said
listening to.
he said he rescinded it. He rescinds it. Okay.
Okay.
There's someone in here named Views on the Bend. Views on the Bend? You hear me? Okay.
Yeah, generic individual. And then we got Carp Cat, I guess. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah, anybody new wants to
Tim looks like, oh, Tricky.
I hear Tricky coming in and out.
Yeah, Terry Tricks.
Terry Tricks.
It's like his mic is lighting up.
Smoke oregano. Don't recommend it. Anybody?
Yeah, Terry's hot micing. Hey, Terry, you there? Terry Tricks. Yeah, okay.
Oh.
All right, he left.
And then we have emojis.
Riding on the eggshells. Are you
nose
good?
beers? That's a great. Okay, I get it. Nose beers.
Ride the Eggshell is always good for conversation, but he might be on mute too. And then Resolve.
Who?
I don't think they talked though.
I see 2 emoji.
Oh, here.
people.
Yesterday, old Space Goat. You around?
Oh yeah, old Space Goat.
Yeah.
You were like, NASA's fake. I remember that. I guess people just like the sound of our voices. Fuck it, Crit. We'll talk.
Hey, I was watching some solipsist have a conversation with someone else, and like, oh, we can't prove anything. I don't know if anything's real. Oh, how do you know that? And then all of a sudden he says, "Oh, I gotta go." It's like, how do you know you gotta go? Like, just sit there. It's like, it's such a contradiction. No one lives that way. Like, oh, I don't know. And like, dude, you're full of shit. You don't live that way, dude. You live as if you know things.
That's so hilarious. I never thought of that one. Yeah, all of a sudden at some point they will know something at some point in their life.
Right.
Yeah, solipsism is a very interesting idea. Like I used to have a solipsist kind of mindset for a second, and I realized how useless it was.
It is. It's like, yeah, anything could be. Okay, great, but what is? Do you have access to what is? And the answer is yes, you do. So why?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, why waste your time thinking about what could be
Yeah.
when you haven't even figured out what is? Right. I'm with you. Crit, I got a question for you because I never asked you this. And since we're talking, when did you come into Flat Earth?
Yeah, 7 December 2018.
2018. Wow. So
Yeah.
it was like right before the purge and shit.
Yeah. I was basically started off. I used to not want to talk about this because it wasn't a very good showing on my part, and it made me kind of feel sort of, I don't know. But I came in originally as an anti-flat earther. I was waging war
That's
against the
okay.
flat earthers, arguing with them, like kind of making fun of them, like, and eventually, I kind of like started listening, like, because at this point I realized, hey, mocking them and ridiculing them doesn't seem to be working. Like, what should what should I do next? Like maybe try to prove the globe to them. So I'm like, okay, sure. So I started presenting proof, different things. Here's a proof of the globe and whatever, and get kickback on it and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, I never really considered that. Like that's interesting. Okay, sure. I kind of took that for granted. So then I was kind of like on the fence. I was sitting there on the fence, and I'm like, okay, how about this? There's the solar eclipse is going to happen in August. Okay, so it took me about 4 months to really process what happened. I know the date because I just woke up and just realized, holy shit, the Earth is flat, and then wrote a poem about it. It just hit me just like that. So
Wait. What happened?
Yeah, okay. So the solar eclipse happened in August that year, and I had said to the flat earthers, "How do you explain what you see?" And they just said, "Hey, I'm not going to explain anything. Okay, just when the solar eclipse happens and you watch it, just write down everything you see. Just write it all down, all your observations. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you smell? All of it, right? Like take in as much as make as many observations as you can." Because I was on board with them with the scientific method because I had used that in the past, and I had done some like some really like low level experiments and just kind of walked them through like some very simple stuff, like I don't know, I could go off on a few of them, but some really simple experiments, and a lot of the flat earthers got it, and a lot of the globalists didn't, and I would just kind of hand wave that. I'd be like, yeah, they're not thinking about science as terms of cause and effect or experimentation. They're thinking of science in terms of knowledge, scientia. what do you know and what you don't know, which was actually kind of interesting too, because a lot of globalists talk about this nihilistic point of view or this sort of sophic point of view that you can't know anything.
Right.
Well, if you can't know anything and you also know it because of science, that is a logically contradictory worldview. It's a contradiction. So how do you accept it? How do you accept the contradiction? And I never really got, still to this day, there's no real globalist who can explain how can you be 99% sure of something and know it because of science? Because when science gives you an affirmative, either this or that,
Right.
so it's their worldview is really contradictory, and that's kind of what got me looking at it the most. I was like, okay, I'm kind of stuck here. I see the globalist paradigm is contradictory. You know, I looked at the eclipse. I wrote down everything I saw. Nothing there would say the Earth is a globe. And I just kind of went on this thing where I started joining different Flat Earth and Globe Earth Facebook groups. And it turned out that all the globalist groups were just trap and troll. You know, one of them was like, this is the one that really blew my mind. I'm not on Facebook anymore, and last time I looked, the page was gone too. Because of course they're eventually going to melt down and start, you know, get their accounts deleted and stuff because they just keep harassing people. So I joined the group. It said something. I can't remember what it said again. The title of the group was like I can't. It's something like there's a debate about, you know, the shape of the Earth. Well, we can end. There's like let's end the debate or something like that. And it says in this group we've got the experts with the multiple interdisciplinary fields of study who can answer your questions about the globe. And I remember this part verbatim. Perfect, down to the last detail. After these conversations, there will be no doubt in your mind the Earth is a globe. I'm like, wow, that's pretty impressive, you know. So I was gonna kind of like bounce back and forth. I joined a few Flat Earth groups, had joined a few Globe groups. I'm like, I'm gonna pose their questions to me back and forth, and just see what kind of response I get. And yeah, the Globe group was basically just all they did was mock you, ridicule. You know, they tried to figure out who you were, where you lived. You know, what other groups you're in. You're like, oh, look at this guy's in 2 Flat Earth groups. You know, like somehow that meant something. And I'm like, well, dude, you're in 15 Flat Earth groups, okay? Like, you think me being in a couple of Flat Earth groups suddenly means I'm like, you know, in bad faith or something, you know? Like, you want Flat Earthers to join here, so you should correlate a high probability that Flat Earthers will join your group to talk to your experts. And even that was too much for them to comprehend. Their brain just couldn't wrap around that sort of correlative process. It's like, hey, Flat Earthers, join this group, but you can't be a Flat Earther and you can't be in Flat Earth groups. Otherwise, we won't answer your questions. And you're like, how? Like, how do you hold that? How do you juggle that level of contradiction?
Are you talking about Gem server?
No, this is like my process of becoming a Flat Earther.
Oh, okay. This Gem server is like that. You can't be a Flat Earther in there.
So, okay. So anyway, after making fun of me for a while, and eventually, you know, this admin triggered out and banned me, and another admin said, you know, it says this is he basically confessed. He sent a friend request and everything. He said, dude, you're kind of a class act. We normally don't get people like you in here asking legitimate questions. This is mostly a trap and troll group. And we get people who think the Earth is flat, and we make fun of them until they leave. And he said, but you took it on the chin, you know, like you seem that you're actually, you know, talking about this question and you're thinking about what Earth is and everything. And what's interesting too is like the guy Psyman Dan was one of the moderators on that page at the time. So then to see him later on, you know, down the line, this huge anti-flat earther, I'm like, hey, it makes sense. He's just stuck in the mud. He's spinning his wheels in the mud, and he can't figure out how to get unstuck. Because every day, he thinks he's debunked the flat Earth, and what does he do tomorrow, the next day? He's right back at it. He thinks he's been debunking the flat Earth for 7 years straight. I mean, you think after 7 years,
that is, but wow.
Yeah, you've put in 1,000 hours. Okay, like you should be an expert at this by now. So then, okay. So then I went to the flat Earth side and kind of asked them the same questions, like, how do seasons work? How is all this stuff? And even if I didn't agree with the answer, they still gave me an answer. There was still an answer on the table at least, and they didn't talk about me. And it was sort of, even though it might not be incorrect, it's still logically consistent.
And it
And
wasn't like, where do you live? What groups
oh
you're
yeah,
in? All that
yeah,
shit.
like how old are you? What's your education level? Like turn off your internet. Like if you think the Earth is flat, reposition your satellite dish.
Dude, I hate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite hilarious, and it's like, don't use GPS. I mean, still to this day, I'm a moderator on the Global Earth channel, and was talking to another Global Earth moderator, and he got so mad at me because he said I was calling him a liar. I go, how am I calling you a liar? Like, because I work on GPS, and every time you fire up your GPS, you're calling me a liar. I said, I don't use GPS. I haven't used GPS in 15 years. I never really liked it. It's got, sometimes I'll use it. It'll send me the wrong address. It'll tell me some, like take a turn. There's no road there or whatever.
Right.
I go, at some point, I just know where I'm going. I live in the same area. I know exactly where I'm going. If I need to drive into the city, I've got a road map, a city map. I generally know what streets and what major spots, and if I go into the city, I know what locations I'm going. Unless it's someone's house or whatever that. So okay, yeah. So then eventually, I 4 months to process it, and then December 7th, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. The Earth is flat.
That's what's up, bro. So 4 months of cognitive. Mine was 3 months.
About 4 months of cognitive dissonance, and then December 7th, I kind of snapped out of it.
It's awesome, bro. What's up, Professor Dude? Flat Earth Dude. Sorry.
Dude, I'm about to get in an airplane and go see the curvature.
Oh. Are you about to get in an airplane though?
Yeah, I am. In
That's
about
what's up.
40 minutes or something.
Ooh, ask the pilot. Be like, yo, is the Earth
Yeah,
flat?
I will. Yeah, I'll try to tape it.
It's awesome.
Oh shit, there's the plane. Damn, there's the plane. Okay.
Pilot's
Cool.
coming. Yo.
It's a big jet, man.
Yeah, like
check it out.
Last time I went to New Jersey about a year ago, a year and a half ago.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I know, right? And like I was I like dropped my like I didn't have my ID and shit, so like I had to bring like, my birth certificate and all this shit just to get on a plane. And like I was trying to figure out like where the fuck do I go, and I see this pilot and his young co-pilot, walk beside me, and I was just like, do you know where I have to go, like to this gate or like, whatever the fuck I asked him, and I was like, oh thanks, and then it hit me. I was just like, wait a second, let me ask him if the Earth's flat, right? So I fucking went up to him, both of them, and I was like, hey, you guys, I gotta ask you guys, since you guys are pilots, like you guys are pilots, right? And they're like, yeah, and I'm like, all right, I just gotta ask it straight up, like, is the Earth flat? And I swear to God, this is the reaction. The older guy, the pilot, chewing gum, older guy, didn't look at me, starts chewing gum, looks directly at his co-pilot, like for him to answer. And then the co-pilot fucking answers. He goes, it's a pretty interesting question, but like I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was just like, yeah, it's a very interesting question, but it's round or whatever the fuck he said. But the way the older pilot was like fucking looking at him, like scrutinizing him, like you better not fuck up. That shit stuck with me, dude.
You better not say the wrong thing here.
Like he didn't even look at me in the eye. The older, like as soon as I asked that, it's just crazy.
Dude, there was a guy in here earlier, like an hour and a half ago. He was saying that when he flies, he flew, he piloted an airplane, but he would always correct for the curvature.
Okay, you were here for that.
I was listening. I was getting ready to get out of the hotel room and get on a plane, but I was just listening. But I wanted to jump in, but I was a little busy. But
Yeah,
I don't know if is that guy still around anywhere.
he just left, but
Oh, he just left.
yeah, I heard the tail end of him saying that planes can fucking fly backwards with reverse thrust.
Well, oh, did he say that? No.
He said it.
No.
Yeah.
Now we know he's just trolling. Okay, I got it. He's
No,
just
no,
trolling.
no. He wasn't trolling. I think
He's fucking trolling, man.
it was what
He
Crit was
was
saying.
smiling a lot. I could hear him smiling when he was talking about correcting for the curvature constantly.
It was.
I could hear him smiling.
If I would have heard that part first, like I jumped in after, like a little. I
Yeah,
just got out of the gym.
You could probably roll it back about hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Shit, man.
I
Where are
don't
you
know.
going? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm in Butte, Montana,
What the fuck?
and then I know, right? It's a long story, but I'm going to tell you a quick story. Yesterday, I was driving into Butte, Montana. I'm driving my friend's van. I was taking him home. Anyway, I got pulled over, right?
Hmm.
And they thought I was smuggling drugs, dude. They X-rayed the entire van, dude.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh, it was so weird. The guy whipped out this machine and he went around and X-rayed like the tires and the door panels and underneath and the engine compartment. I'm like,
X-rayed it?
X-rayed it, bro. X-rayed it. Yeah, they got X-rays now, man.
Portable X-rays type shit? What the
Portable
fuck?
X-ray machine, man.
In
Some kind of
Montana, of all places?
In freaking Butte, Montana.
Wow.
Highway patrol. It was a highway patrol.
Oh, okay.
He said that's kind of his part of his job is to find the traffickers.
Mm.
Anyway,
Is Butte like north?
Yeah, no, it's southern Montana.
Okay. That's
Anyway, crazy experience, man. I was just laughing. I'm just laughing, man. I'm like, X-ray your ass off. Go for it, man. He gave me a warning. I was speeding, but he didn't give me a ticket.
That's
But he
wild.
X-rayed the entire freaking van. It was crazy.
That is
Roof,
hella wild.
everything. Took him like 40 minutes to do it too.
Jeez. But yeah, dude, when you
stupid.
talk to the pilot,
Anyway, I'll talk to him this morning, man. Maybe.
For sure.
I'll pop my head in there. Hey, can I ask the pilot a question?
There you go, brother.
Dude, I flat smacked this guy in the parking lot last night, Josh. Dude, I had his head spinning, bro. He's like, shit, I never thought of that. I'm like, dude, that street lamp is what, 20 feet away, right? See that star? That's about 90 minutes away. And then that star over there is 400 years away. And he's like, what? I go, dude, that's what they tell us. That's what they're telling us. He's like, no. I'm like, yeah, no lie. And he was blown, man. Yeah, I think he put his hand on his forehead, on his head. He's like, no, shit. Anyway, sometimes you only get a few minutes with people. You got to hit them with what you got around you sometimes.
Yeah, man. I usually like doing just like water's. What's the nature of water? Water always finds its level, right?
Right.
It's like,
that's a go-to for me too, man, for sure.
So, from what we know, Earth's known surface is covered in 72% water, something like that, right? We say
Right.
yeah. So, if water is always trying to find its level, then how the fuck does 72% of the Earth's surface being flat? How is that a sphere?
Right.
And then just leave them with that.
Yep. I go, the New Jersey shoreline and California shoreline are at the same level, right? I can think about that for a minute.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, man, they're same level. They call it sea level, right there.
Can
So
you
how
see
you doing, brother? Are you good?
I'm
You
great.
just got out of the gym?
Yeah, I've been doing late nights. No one's at the gym.
Awesome.
I like talking to the Aussies. So
yeah,
What's
man,
up?
come, man.
What up?
What's
Are
up?
you Australian, Old Space Scout?
I like to
Sure
say,
am.
what's
West
up?
Australia.
What's
There
upside
you
down?
go. So, Old Space
Seen
Scout,
plenty of those memes.
you're just coming into this topic, right? You just figured out NASA's fake.
Yeah.
So, what do you think
Awesome.
so far after listening?
A lot of it makes a lot of sense. Well, I've been digging for a while, since like 2020. So I've
Oh shit,
Oh,
that's when I
caught
started.
on
Yeah.
quite a lot of stuff. So if this thing turns out to be flat, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's crazy, man. Has your world turned upside down? I mean, right side up?
It's turning out to be.
yeah.
That's awesome, man. So, fuck, I don't know. I want to just shoot the shit with you, Flat Earth dude, but I don't want to go too
Yeah,
off
yeah.
topic.
No, I mean, you guys are pretty on point most of the time around here.
Yeah.
If you want to go to off topic, you go over to Earth Awakenings.
I
They're
keep
always
hearing
off
about
topic
that
over
shit,
there.
but it's supposed to be some type of fucking.
It's Geo, man. He's cool. That's his server.
I don't
know. I think you and Geo get along just fine, man.
Yeah, I know. I just I don't know.
Anyway,
I'm cool.
I mean,
Like
he
I'll go to
used to
their
have,
servers, but like
if you
I don't
want to
know,
go
man.
off topic, you know how we go when we get in the chill chat, we get all over the place, you know.
Yeah, that's like my
But
home though. I like chill chat.
I
We
love
need to
chill chat.
we need to do another
You got to do a
evening
couple
there.
more. Yeah, a couple more sessions. I like it when we screen share and everything. That's so cool.
Oh
It's
man.
awesome.
Yeah, dude, fucking I have been learning so much over here though.
Yeah, that's
So
it, right?
yeah, especially
well.
about geodesic surveying versus plane surveying and how they use spherical
Yeah.
excess, or they get spherical excess because they're trying to take their fucking 3 lines of sight measurements and try to apply it to their fucking sphere for no
Right.
reason.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
crazy, right?
Whisper Jack, I unmuted you. Just lay off the soundboard, right?
Oh, you have to whisper. Is that okay?
No, Whisper Jack.
No, I
The
know.
username.
I know.
Yeah, it was kind of funny, like air horning or,
Rich, quiet, bro.
You're not spinning. You're not spinning.
Hey,
Yeah.
Views on the Bend is back. Welcome back. I'm just curious about your name.
What's up, Ben? He's on the bend or mend? Ben?
Views on the Bend.
Wow.
I don't know.
I'm on. Oh man.
I don't know. But do you see below though?
TY. He keeps coming back. You there, TY? It's a little more chill right now. You can sound off if you want.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's super. I like this time of morning, man. This is cool.
Yeah, dude.
It got so wild in here the last couple of days, man. I'm just like listening. I'm like, it's really mayhem and QE and
Put him on mute.
freaking
Put him on mute.
AI. It would just been like, oh my god.
You've been charged with being a numpty dipshit.
It's not my style, but to each his own, you know. Knock yourself
Right.
out, man. But
Me too.
mine's,
It's one of those things like it's not my style, but I understand it.
yeah, I get it. I get the hostility. QE's still pissed, man. They lied to him for like 40 something years. He's pissed.
I'd be pissed too.
You know? It's like, are you kidding me?
Well, I get the tactic though. It's so like because right here, like looking at the Black Swan video, right underneath that flat Earth context little box.
Mm-hmm.
Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of or the Earth shape as a planar disk.
What I think is funny too, like you'll get some of these anti-flat earthers will make a video that there is no flat Earth model, even though flat earthers will tell you, yeah, I'm not working with a model. But then the funny part is Wikipedia will troll them and add a link to where it says the flat Earth model is blah blah blah.
That's awesome.
It is. I mean, even though I would say
Wow.
I disagree with the link, the Wikipedia article,
Of course,
but
of course.
the funny part is inside the globalist worldview, they're
Right.
citing models they claim don't exist.
Oh my goodness! Great catch. That's
Whoa,
fantastic.
wait a
catch,
second.
man.
So I clicked on it, and it says for the Flat Earth Wikipedia one, the one that's underneath YouTube shit. This
Right.
article is about the disproven cosmological model. For modern day beliefs that the Earth is flat, see modern flat Earth beliefs. What the fuck?
Go to modern flat Earth beliefs.
Okay.
They had to parse it out because otherwise they're denying the majority of human history. If they say, "Oh, flat Earth was never a thing," yeah, it
Right.
was all the way up to the 1400s or 1500s. It was a thing. Okay, it's still a thing today. Okay, never went away. It maybe
Right.
became a minority opinion or belief or whatever, or however you want to frame it.
Well,
But it's always been there. It was a majority, and then it wasn't a majority. Now it's a minority.
well, not according to Brian Cox. He said
Oh yeah,
nobody's ever believed that.
no one. Yeah, like he's
In all
interviewed
of
every
human history.
the very
In
first
all of
human,
human
Adam and Eve. He walked up to Adam and Eve and said, "Hey, is the Earth a globe?"
Dude, listen how unfair this is.
Go for it.
So, modern flat Earth beliefs. This article is about modern day beliefs that the Earth is flat. Beliefs that the Earth is flat, contrary to over 2 millennia of scientific consensus, that it is roughly spherical. Roughly spherical. That's hilarious. Are promoted by a number of organizations and individuals. Such beliefs are pseudoscience. The hypothesis and assertions are not based on scientific knowledge. Flat Earth advocates are classified by experts in philosophy and physics as science deniers. Flat Earth groups of the modern era, yeah, flat Earth groups of the modern era day from the middle of the 20th century. Some adherents are serious and some are not. What the fuck does that mean?
Some adherents. Yeah, what does that mean?
Those who are serious are often motivated by religion or conspiracy theories. Through the use of social media, flat Earth theories have been increasingly espoused and promoted by individuals unaffiliated with larger groups. Many believers make use of social media to spread their views. So that's literally the first fucking, like, before you can even tell, like, what is it? What are the modern day beliefs? Like, that didn't say shit.
Right. They didn't say anything.
Let's see.
Blame people.
Wow.
What the fuck is this? Contrary to the popular belief that, and then this is a hyperlink, the myth of the flat Earth. Another one.
A myth?
Earth. Yeah, it says it links you to. It says the Earth was generally believed to be flat until a few hundred years ago. Earth's sphericity has been widely accepted in the Western world and universally by scholars since at least the Hellenistic period, which is. It was not until the 19th century that the flat Earth concept had a resurgence, and then it goes into Samuel Rowbotham and the Bedford Level experiment. Later explained, blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. Yeah, it just goes into it. And it just keeps saying pseudoscience after each one of those.
Wow.
Okay. I wonder if they have... I thought this was supposed to be modern day.
Yeah, I thought it was too. What happened? They don't even mention Discord or YouTube or
Gab.
Nothing.
Yeah. Then they
It's
have
crazy.
the Flat Earth Society.
Oh no! Really?
Right off the bat.
Of course they do. Of course they do, right?
See, that's the best part. You ask somebody like, "Oh, the Flat Earth Society says this." I go, "Have you ever talking to anybody who's from the Flat Earth Society?"
Never. No.
The only thing I can get is Dell, right? Are you guys familiar with Dell?
Oh yeah, I know Dell.
Yeah, he's pretty close, but even he won't say he's Flat Earth Society.
No,
But he thinks of the whole
but
disc moving upwards, right? That's what his model is?
I think he switched over to that. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. But
Yeah.
I watched
So
like 10 minutes of one of his live streams, and yeah, that's where he was going. And I'm like, okay, have fun with that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But even he say he doesn't associate with the Flat Earth Society. So it's like people say like, your guys are the Flat Earth Society. I am. How? How do you know that? Because you just deemed me so? You just waved a magic wand and you said I'm part of something I'm not part of?
What
So
is this? Sorry, go ahead.
The only person I know that actually signed up for the Flat Earth Society was Mark Sargent back in 2014. And he goes, dude, that's all there was. There was nothing else. But so he did sign up to get some information, and soon found out that was a bunch of hooey. But anyway, that was from him in person. He told me that. And take it for what it is. But that's the only person I've ever known and checked it out.
I'm just gonna link this because you guys got to read this. This is so straw. This is like the straw man of straw
Well,
men.
keep reading. Keep reading.
No, I
Man.
can't. I can't.
You can't. You can't
Some
do
of
it.
the stuff in here.
I can't do it. It's
No, like
gonna kill me.
No, literally
It's
because of
gonna,
some
I'm
of the
gonna
stuff
die.
in here.
Well, just give us a highlight. Something, man. I can't look at the. I got my phone, man. I can't
Okay.
read shit on there, man. But
So it goes. Oh my god. So after it goes after the International Flat Earth Research Society, right? Then it says. Yeah, then it says per country for some reason. It says all the different countries that relaunched. And then Italy, it says in Italy there are no centralized societies on flat Earth. However, since the 2010s, small groups of conspiracy theorists who carry out meetings started to emerge and spread flat Earth theories. And then it says among these, I can't even pronounce it, but a bunch of Italians. And then it says among their claims, some include NASA is similar to Disney and that astronauts are actors. The April 2019 supermassive black hole photo at the core of the supergiant elliptical galaxy Messier 87 is fake. Like, how is that one of the fucking ones they choose? And then the other one, oof.
Go ahead.
The proof the proof Earth is flat lies in a filled bottle where, if placed horizontally, water never. What the fuck? And then it goes into, and then it says, in addition to these, it is their common belief that the United States has a plan to create in Europe a new America open to everyone, where the only value is consumerism, and that George Soros commands a satanic globalist conspiracy. They reject the past existence of dinosaurs, the Darwinian theory of evolution, and the authority of the scientific community, claiming scientists are Freemasons.
Wow, what a bunch of bullshit!
How crazy is this?
You know what's interesting too? Like that it's like the extra large industrial brush. What I think is funny too is like they don't. You'll notice they don't talk about reptilians in the government because if they put that, that was started by the Apollo astronaut Edgar Mitchell.
Yeah, no, yeah, but they do. They say they attribute it. Like, this is what they go into this conference. Daryl Marble, a speaker at the Flat Earth Conference, told his audience after watching hours of YouTube conspiracy videos on Sandy Hook, 9/11, false flags, the Bilderbergers, Rothschilds, Illuminati. Each thing was starting to make sense. I was already primed to receive the whole flat Earth idea because we had already come to the conclusion that we're being deceived by so many things. So of course they would lie to us about this. Then it goes like, this is so crazy. This is all under the category sociological explanations for counterfactual beliefs. That's the title of it. It's so wild. Then they go into the Boston Marathon bombing being fake, and then like literally every conspiracy theory you can think of is attributed. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, to flat Earth. That's the thing. They have to reframe it as some sort of conspiracy theory. It's George Carlin said it best, the conspiracy theorist. They always talk about the conspiracy theorist as a kook, someone who shouldn't be listened to, shouldn't be paid attention to. On Art Bell, he had talked about that. And this was what I think is interesting is that George Carlin was one of the most powerful atheist speakers in the 1960s and 70s. They were out there cutting edge, constantly punching up at society. And the government didn't like it. The government didn't like that there's a group of atheists who were constantly questioning what the federal government was doing. So they did a controlled demolition of atheism. And now you've got these third wave atheists who can't figure out how government would even lie to them to begin with. That's how bad it got destroyed. You got people like George Carlin and I can't remember the other lady's name. They were constantly calling out government conspiracies. That was basically their whole shtick, was to say your government is not in line with Christian values. They're faking it. They're lying about it. Now third wave atheists are like, oh yeah, the government's perfectly Christian. I believe everything they say. Well, you just tossed your atheism in the garbage then, homie. Like literally, like you can't say that the government can't lie to you, and then the government says trust God. Okay, which one is it? Is the government lying to you about God, or is the government not lying to you?
This shit is wild. This shit's so wild. Okay. So, this is what it says right here. Based on the speakers at the 2018 UK's Flat Earth UK convention, believers in a flat Earth vary widely in their views. While most agree upon a disc-shaped Earth, some are convinced the Earth is diamond-shaped. Who the fuck has said that?
They're Madeline Marie O'Hare. Jerry had it. I don't know why I can't remember her name.
Someone actually said that?
Yeah, that's who the.
Diamond-shaped?
Oh, no, everything on that site is completely fan fiction.
It's so
That's
crazy.
all Wikipedia is. That's what people like. If you go to college, you can't cite Wikipedia. It's complete fan fiction. Every article, there isn't anything useful. The only thing that Wikipedia could be useful is sometimes there's links, and you can go to those and then use whatever is listed on that. And sometimes it won't even match. You've got people who can sit there and change Wikipedia in real time. You've seen globalists do this. You see, like a flat earther will cite Wikipedia. Okay, this whatever. I'm trying to think of one that was vandalized at one time. This right here, like the Dunning-Kruger effect says, it's illusionary superiority where you miscalibrate yourself as rated to other people. And the flat earther will cite that. You're miscalibrating your expertise based on an illusionary superiority that you're better than flat earthers. And some globalists go in there and say, vandalize the Dunning, Kruger page and say Dunning-Kruger is about flat earthers who refuse to accept the, globalists or something. You're like, dude, you just changed it. Like, you could see you just changed the text. That's why it's irrelevant, because you don't even know what's going to be put on next. It's all fan fiction, all of it, the whole page, everything you go to, it's all fan fiction.
This shit's so crazy.
With a that's Jack.
What'd you say? You kind of cut
I
out.
was tabbed out. I heard someone say hello with something like a Australian accent.
Someone say hello? I didn't hear. Wow. That's
Maybe
so
not.
crazy.
All right, I got to get on a plane.
Oh, it's
All right.
Father.
Talk to
Catch
that
you guys
pilot.
later. Yep.
Later,
Yeah,
bro.
you're
All right. Cheers, guys.
thinking because
Wow.
he
Anyway.
disconnected.
No, yeah, I know. He's getting on a plane.
Yeah, man. Everyone here is a flat earther.
Oh, someone talking? How come I can't hear whoever you're talking to? Crit?
My fault. I had I had a random YouTube video playing in the background. But Flat Earth Dude was hot miking, right? At least I got that right, didn't I?
No, I don't think so. too much stimulation crit. So yeah, this is completely unfair. And the last thing they talk about is being behind the curve. Wild. There's nothing past that. Oh, and then the latest thing they talk about is Mike Hughes, who's the Daredevil stuntman, planned to use a home-built crude rocket to reach outer space, and then the one that killed him instantly or whatever.
To be fair, there's not a lot of credible source when it comes to flat Earth in the public domain.
It's so crazy. Yeah, I'm on Wikipedia, so I'm not surprised, but I just wanted to see. It's ridiculous. Who was that, by the way? Bankman Fried?
Present?
What's up, brother?
I'm chilling.
So where do you stand, man?
I believe the Earth is round.
Ah. Why is that?
Because there's a lot of empirical proof that I already posted in here, and I'm willing to listen to the flat Earth argument. The problem is so far that my standard of proof, which is also an empirical study, has not been delivered yet, and I think it's the biggest weakness for flat Earth, for the flat Earth community.
Your empirical proof for what?
That the Earth is round.
Wait, we're supposed to prove to you that the Earth is round?
No, I have empirical studies that proves the Earth is round. The one thing I'm lacking is a counter study on an empirical level that proves the Earth is flat.
So you're saying you have scientific evidence to prove the Earth is round?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you have scientific evidence for geometry? How do you prove shapes?
Well, I'm gonna make it easy on you.
Wait. Do you understand that scientific evidence, basically proving the Earth to be round, is not a cause and effect correlation, right? Like, it's not a scientific experiment. It's just a shape.
Well, we can go over the studies one by one, and we can talk
No.
about semantics, but
It's
that
just...
will not really help our cause in both ways.
No. There is no scientific evidence to prove shapes. They're just shapes. What are you talking about?
Well, there's empirical evidence for the spherical shape of the Earth.
The spherical shape of the Earth is a geometric question, right? Geometry question.
Please
Oh,
don't
it's
say
more than a
photos from
geometry question.
No, it's not.
It's much more.
No,
It's
not.
also a study of gravity. It's also a study of how our planet works in our universe. It's more than that. It's limiting to the shape alone is lack of understanding how our planet works. If we're limiting ourselves to only the shape of the planet, we don't do our due diligence.
Yeah, you're just telling a story.
What do you mean you don't do our due diligence? Bro, who came up with the shape of the Earth? Who said it was a globe? Who quote unquote made a quote unquote experiment to say that, oh, Earth is 24,901 miles.
Aristoteles, Foucault, Einstein,
Aristosthenes, right?
multiple space organizations, multiple science organizations. Yet the claim has been made by many very important figures in society. It's not a claim made by one person alone, limiting itself to the ancient Greeks, Aristoteles itself. That would be very limiting.
What are you talking about?
Well, we have multiple organizations. Yeah, because we have multiple people, multiple organizations who made that claim and proved it with empirical studies.
Are these people more
Speaking of
ancient
space
than
agencies,
the Babylonians?
mysticals.
Hold on
I didn't tell you
second.
how I come across this NASA fake.
Check it out, Bankman. All right. How big is the Earth's circumference?
I need to look that up. I don't know that on top of my head.
You don't even know that? Okay. Wow.
Do you know it on top of your head?
24,901 miles in circumference.
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay, with the radius ball, not 3,959 miles. Okay.
Yeah, I need to double check that, but I'll take you on your word.
Double check it.
I'll take you on your word. That's what I said.
Double check it. I'll wait.
Oh, thank you.
You should always double check people's work.
Very important, yes.
Am I right? That's the
Not
globe.
that fast.
That's the globe claim for the shape of the Earth, right?
Circumference of the Earth in kilometers. 40,075 kilometers.
Oh, I use
Or
miles.
24,901 miles.
Okay. So what's the radius of the Earth?
I don't know, half that.
Radius of the Earth in kilometers, sorry, matrix is 6,371 kilometers.
Or?
Well, in miles, 1 second. Hey, I lose the metric
If it's
system. Don't
half
blame me
the
for that
same
one.
thing, it's
4,000. Well, a little
Mm,
bit less, 4,000. 3,958 miles.
okay. 58 point what? Something rounded up 3.
Yeah, let's call it 4,000 just for the ease of conversation.
But I'm correct so far, right? I'm not bullshitting.
No, you're
right?
not bullshitting. No, that's
Okay.
why I said I
Now-
take you on your word.
No, it's okay. But that's the thing. It's not just about that. It's just about like that's where we got to begin. Fuck all the other shit. We got to go right into this geometric shape claim of the ball, because without
I disagree politely.
Hold up. Well, I'll tell you why it's important. Because if it was wrong, right, the R value in any of your equations for any other bullshit would be wrong as well. Correct? If the R value was wrong, then orbital mechanics and all the things that come with that would be wrong, right?
I'm not a mathematician, so I cannot confirm or disclaim that.
Okay. Well, work with me here. Let's just go through it, because this is the most important thing, and this is all we're doing. We're taking the math, right, that we were given, right, the radius of the Earth, 3959, going out into the field and testing it. I'm sure you've seen the black swan before, correct? Probably. Have you been in here before?
I've been here before, but I don't know what the black swan is. I would be lying if I said yes.
Okay, here, I'll post it for you. So,
Yeah,
but
I
before
haven't seen it either.
Before I post it, though, I just want to make sure we're on the same page, Bankman. So,
Sure.
With all that in mind, have you looked up the distance to the horizon formula, right? Earth curvature calculator.
No, I'm not a mathematician.
Okay, well, this is a mathematical question.
It is a mathematical question, and I did it when I went to Sears Tower.
I don't have an issue with saying things I don't know.
No, it's not about that. I just want you to get on the same page with me. So go ahead and type in distance to the horizon calculator. Because
I'll do it in a bit, yeah.
Yeah, because with the geometric shape claim, right, of the radius of being 3,959, there should be a mathematical attribute to where that horizon would be based on where you are on the ball. So like anywhere on the ball from your observer, you should see the horizon at a certain distance depending on your observer height. That's the thing, because it's a sphere, right? There should be drop over distance.
It's a scale question.
Well, think about it, right? You're on a ball. That's the claim.
Yeah.
Okay, so there should be a limit to what you can see based off of that curve, right? That physical obstruction, right? That's why people
I disagree. You're taking a few very important variables out of contention, so I don't agree with your analogy.
So you don't think ships disappear over the horizon bottom up, as we were told, because it's the curve, right? Based on the curve?
Well, we are limited by our eyesight. We are limiting by the scale of the curvature. So,
I mean, that's
you can see them go over the horizon at the coast.
Weren't we told this? Right? Oh,
yeah,
you
we were
see
told
ships-
this. Absolutely, we were told this.
So
I
right,
was told
okay.
this.
Right. So the boats go over the horizon. They disappear bottom up. That's why we can't see them because of the curvature of the Earth, right?
Well, I'm pulling up the mathematics.
Okay, yeah. Go to the distance to the horizon calculator, because it's going to be important for what I'm about to show you. So
you
you
didn't
can
see a ship disappear like that before? I had a photo. I had a photo for it. I had a photo for it.
So you got it ready?
So I've seen that with my eyes.
Check this out. That's the black swan. I put it in the chat.
Black swan. So that's the black swan. That.
Yep.
Okay.
But it's important.
Video.
And it's a video. So when people show you the black swan still of the photo, that photo comes from this video. So you could see that they're on the beach, right? And the reason why being on the beach is important is because you want to have no physical obstructions in the way of this measurement, right? Of this calculation. So essentially, a 1 foot observer height, boom. Now, if you're at 1 foot observer height, based on the distance to the distance to the horizon calculation, it'd be 1.22 times the square root of the observer feet in height.
I cannot confirm your mathematics since I'm not a mathematician. Plus, I've out of personal experience as a diver.
Okay.
I've been on the ocean multiple times. I've seen ships disappear over the horizon.
Bankman.
So I know that fact is real.
What did I tell you?
That's the black swan. Okay.
Bankman, what did I say? I said pull up the distance to the horizon calculator so we can be on the same page.
The problem is, it's not the video is not empirical proof at all. So not sure I can take it as a fact. It's not empirical proof.
Maybe
You're making
your
a statement that I cannot
listen.
make your statement is correct. I'm sorry. I cannot accept it as proof. You're giving a good example. Yeah, fine. Mathematician.
You're the one making the claim, though.
I'm making the claim the Earth is round. Yeah, it's a spherical shape. Yeah.
Prove your claim.
Well, I'm glad you ask.
Yeah.
Let's start.
It was a command.
Here's the thing, right? I didn't even get a chance to show what I was trying to talk about, but you don't even want to do it. You know what I mean?
Well, I would like if you have an empirical study that proves your claim, I would gladly read it.
There is no, you can't scientifically prove shapes, bro.
Well,
that's not
that's
science.
the thing about science.
Well, I don't think you understand how science works, then, my friend.
I don't think
as
you
said
understand
from the
how science
beginning,
works.
you're limiting yourself to only a shape study, good enough, but you have to take a lot of things into account. Limiting yourselves, it's basically you trying to find, you have an answer you have in your mind, and you're finding evidence to support your claim. That's not how science works.
How does science fucking work? How does science work?
Observations.
Wrong.
Experiments. Double check it. That's the simplest way I can say it. Of course, it's more complicated than that. Would you like me to explain how an empirical study works?
You're missing important parts.
You're missing a lot of important parts. And guess what, bro? Shapes, right? I don't need to scientifically prove what the fuck a triangle is or what a sphere is. They're shapes. You're making the globe claim of the shape of the Earth.
It's very simple. You need an observation, induction, deduction, testing, and then evaluation. And if you're good, you have to double it as well, which has been done.
You keep saying we're failing to prove a claim. What claim is it that we're trying to?
Hold on.
Well, that's the main issue. I don't know what the claim of you guys is because the claim really differs from server to server.
You didn't even let me finish.
I was answering the guy's question.
No, but you didn't
I would like to be fair, though. I would like to the other person who's talking. That's a letter tone. Do you know how science is actually conducted? Like it's supposed to be conducted.
Well, we can get there, Darticus. I promise. I just want him to see what it is we're doing here.
Okay, it's just
this is the most important thing, and like I was just about to get to it, and he was just like, "No, I don't want to see it. That's not fair." You know what I mean?
I didn't say that. I asked for an empirical study that proves your claim.
You can't prove shapes.
What claim?
How? That's if you
make
observe
the
to say
claim,
how a rock looks, you know how it looks, and then you can attribute the shape to it. It's not that hard.
Bro, you're claiming the shape of the Earth, okay?
I claimed it's spherical, yeah.
All right. That's a claim. That's a shape claim. That's a mathematical shape claim.
Well, it's not a claim. It's not a claim. It's actually been proven by empirical study. It's not a claim. It's evidence backed.
He's on loop. He doesn't understand. Listen.
Well, it's important to know in semantics that I'm not making a claim. A claim is something that's unproven. If it's evidence by empirical study,
geometric shape claim.
What study?
Evidence. It's evidence. Oh, there's multiple studies done by how the shape of our Earth is and how our Earth works.
I can't even get to the distance to the horizon calculation, which is very important for the shape claim. Like, am I allowed to get there, Bankman?
Well, get to the point. I'm listening. I hope you don't get any more interruptions, but get to it.
Okay. Well, Do you know about the distance to the horizon calculation?
No, I'm not a mathematician. I already told that.
Okay. Would you like to pull up a distance to the horizon calculator? It's very easy.
Sure.
Just to see if what I'm about to show you, pans out. So I'm not bullshitting you. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Here, I will post this one right here.
It took like if I'm on tower on 50 meters high, distance to the horizon is 25 kilometers.
Right. So there's a specific distance to the horizon calculation, and this comes from the fact that we're supposed to be on a globe, on a ball, right? A sphere. That's what I was talking about. There's supposed to be mathematical attributes to that sphere. So we go out into the field with the black swan, right? I'm going to post it again because it got lost in chat. At 1 foot observer.
Is this taking into account the limited of our eyes?
Bankman.
Important.
Bankman. At 1 foot observer height, right? 1 foot observer height. What should be the distance to the horizon?
I use a metric system, mate. I have no clue.
Well, you can use.
I use meters.
You can. Well, here I'll use meters.
You can use meters.
I'll do meters because I don't really know. So.
Meters. This is the horizon is 25 kilometers.
Fucking. All I know it's in feet. So
It's
1 foot
of that.
To be fair, most of this mathematics in this calculation, it says always a small starter. It's important to remind us. This calculation should be taken as a guide only as it assumes the Earth is a perfect ball, which is not.
Using a rough ballpark, I think it's
a margin of error.
kilometers
That's
away.
what you claim. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's what all the calculators say itself. I'm reading the mark here.
Okay.
A perfect ball.
Either way, 1 foot observer height.
I believe it's 3.7 kilometers away.
That sounds about right. So, let's see here. Have you seen the Black Swan video?
It's a video that doesn't really say a lot. I'm not sure it can be double checked. Because basically it's the argument that I can use that you guys use against us. The camera could be wrong as well. So if you can give me an empirical study that proves that claim, with pleasure we'll accept it as truth.
He's not being fair, Bankman. Whatever.
I'm fair. I think we should really talk on a good level and use the same amount of proof. And if I use empirical sources, I think it's important you would use empirical sources as well, because it doesn't have the same value.
Are you in a bunker?
I can't. I don't have the power to fucking.
That's fair. Well, I must say you're very friendly.
Listen, why are you here?
That's a troll.
Why are you here, Bankman?
I'm listening. I'm very curious who flat earthers are, what they think, what are their motivations. I'm more for the human part of it.
Why aren't you willing to see what we're talking about then?
Because I believe if you have an argument or a discussion about certain things, I think sources are very important. And if one person comes up with empirical studies and the other person has not, we are not discussing on the same level.
How do you scientifically prove fucking shapes?
And with empirical studies, which we have done.
Oh yeah, it's over.
You're a retard.
Yeah, then it's basically 1-0, and because you guys empirical studies.
Experts are all.
Bro, Bankman, I'm sorry.
How is it wrong? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're wrong, dude. You're just wrong.
Sorry.
How am I wrong? I bring science-backed information.
My empirical studies can beat up your.
I don't understand what science means anymore. I think that's
it seems to know either because I'm asking for empirical studies, and I think that's the best way to argue about certain things.
Listen, scientifically proving something, right? We're trying to prove cause and effect correlation claims. That's it. That's what science is. You're trying to find the cause,
and then we do an empirical study to confirm this through multiple experiments to prove the correlation.
What's the cause
so
for a fucking shape,
so
dude?
hard is it for you to give them an empirical study back? If that's your claim, yes, you can do it scientifically.
Someone mute this guy. I can't, dude. I can't even fucking can't. He doesn't.
No worries, I'll mute myself.
What amusing.
I'll mute myself. No worries. Have a good day.
I don't think a reasonable person. He just doesn't understand.
he didn't even want to get to the crux of the argument. He
Of
just like,
course,
no.
but we have to do it on a very good level with empirical studies.
You said you're gonna mute yourself.
Well, I'm still going to defend myself if she's talking BS about me. That's fair.
How do you scientifically prove a shape?
Oh, again, we're going to the beginning of the argument. You're limiting
Well,
yourself
she is
to
a
the shape argument. It's
Plato-ism.
we have to find our orders or places in the universe, the shape of our ball, what the correlation is with the moon, how it works
you
in our
teach us how?
environment and space. That's
he-
multiple things. So if you're going to
Can you
limit
teach
yourself
us
to
how?
only one question, you
Yeah,
have an
show us,
issue.
hold on. Show us how
Can
to
you teach us
scientifically
how?
prove a shape. Yeah, show us. Please.
Can you teach us how? Because
Well, it's pretty simple. What we have done already in the past, if you really want to simplify it, and no one use maths, we have certain
Please.
satellites
Oh, he's fucking
above
out of
us.
his mind.
Yeah.
Please
you
use
can do
layman
that.
terms for me.
We can do
Well,
that. Yeah.
You
It's
go,
possible.
you go to NASA.com. You can look up live footage from the ISS, for example.
Oh,
If
so you
continue your
wanna
stream,
Okay,
you wanna
do it.
see
Please
NASA,
show
but
me.
you don't want to see our videos. Yeah. How
Oh,
fair are you, bro?
yeah.
I just
Well,
want you to
I've
show me.
seen videos
There
is
are
a
ways
field
to
SpaceX with a
by the
mouse.
There are
government.
circles
It
and
has a
Python
record
to
of
that.
being
That's what
true
I'm
to
saying.
themselves. If you're going to take a source from a
Is
guy
there
that
any moderator in here that can mute this fucking guy, please? Jesus
I'm just
Christ.
asking you to help us.
well,
Really,
you have an explanation why the source is valid, and I'm giving you the explanation.
What?
It's pretty simple. You cannot believe NASA, that's fine. Look at the Russian space agency. Look at the ESA then.
This guy is just...
Bankman fried. Bankman
Look at
fried.
Russia?
I've
Yeah.
looked at a SpaceX video and I've seen a mouse hitchhike a ride to space on YouTube.
Hell, shit happens.
Yeah.
Well, what
And then a
convinced you?
mouse breathing out of space.
What convinced you? Can you use it to convince us?
That mouse
the
probably
SRS-19
in space.
He's making a shape claim, yet he doesn't know the math behind it.
No. I'm not making a shape claim. I'm not
Yeah,
making.
you are, bro. You just said you are.
I'm saying objectively the Earth is round. A claim would be if I not can back it up, but there's empirical evidence.
What is
Don't
it?
put
Show
words in my mouth. It's not a claim.
How do you
No more words can fit in your mouth.
Crypto, thank God you're here, bro. There's like
Bro,
no
even-
moderation right now.
All right, yeah, bro. Even if it's true, it's still a claim. You don't like. You don't just say, "Oh, it's not a claim if it's true." No, it's still a claim.
No. If there's an empirical study backing it up, it's evidence based.
So
A
loud.
claim,
Where?
you maybe have some
You need
indications
to start with the claim, though.
being true
You
or
always
not.
start with the claim.
Yeah, but it's not a claim anymore when it's evidence based. Then it's become the fact.
Still a claim.
I'm talking about a fact. Our Earth is factual spherical shape.
Bro, that's a claim.
Twist words. No,
That's
it's not a claim. It used to be a claim, but it's evidence backed at this point.
No, it
Show
stays a
me.
claim even when it has evidence. Like, do you not understand how this works?
It's very disappointing from your guys' side. I'm hoping one day you guys have an empirical evidence our Earth is flat.
Oh my
You don't have empirical. Yeah,
You
bro.
like to hear
Like
yourself
even
talk.
even if what you're saying is entirely true that you have empirical evidence, A, it's still a claim. B, you need to provide that empirical evidence instead of just,
Open up the Webster dictionary. What the difference is between
of
evidence
just
I
talking
don't have
over
one.
me.
Thank
Instead of
God,
just
dude.
asserting over and over that you've got empirical evidence, you should just go ahead and actually provide some of that. That's the point.
Well, here's the thing,
Just say,
Crypto.
it's empirical, therefore I don't have to provide the evidence. Well, no, that's what we're asking for.
Here's the thing, right? I said, can you scientifically prove the shape of the Earth? Right? He said yes. I'm like, okay, how the fuck do you prove shapes? Right? How do you scientifically prove a shape?
Well, you don't.
Exactly.
You don't.
That's the
Impossible
point.
to prove shape.
Not without empirical.
What's
evidence,
geometry?
You measure or you.
No, it's literally impossible to prove any shape. It's literally impossible to prove any shape based on Plato. It's literally impossible to prove any shape at all.
Right. Yeah. A triangle's a triangle. A square is a square. A sphere is a sphere.
Yes, and you can
It's
never
a
actually meet
spherical
that.
shape.
It came close to it, but
Spherical shape. Not exactly. That's the one that you're limiting yourself by definition.
You are already regretting unmuting him. Yeah. So yeah, you can measure a shape, but you can't science a shape.
Right. You didn't understand, bro.
Like, he doesn't even understand. He's got the wrong tool. It's
Yeah.
like he's trying to measure temperature with a barometer or something.
and I was trying to give him the calculations, right, about the fucking the
Sure,
distance to the
yes.
horizon. The calculator, do it along with us, so I could show him the black swan. I post the video, and he's like, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, constantly, yes.
Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, literally as we're about to get there. And then he says, well, you can go to nasa.gov and you can see video. Like, what?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How fair is that?
It's not fair because NASA's fucking bullshit.
Well, if
Well,
you
you have a claim to back up NASA's bullshit then, because that's a claim you make without any evidence to back it up.
Oh no, well it's
we have
empirical.
empirical evidence. We have
Yeah,
so
it's
much
empirical
empirical
evidence.
evidence.
So it's not
Backs
claiming
it.
it.
Oh, it's empirical evidence in the study. I will gladly read
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it's empirical, so we
It's
don't need to
super
provide any evidence,
empirical.
right?
Okay.
Already
I can
linked my
show
evidence,
you
so
dozens of
where's
times
yours?
where
from the-
NASA has made things up and they've done so to just back corporate bullshit.
So
And
you're
I
making
said
a
like
claim?
corporate
So
bullshit,
is
but
there any research that backs that up?
It's not a claim.
Yeah,
It's because if
straight
I
from
just
the
assert
Empire.
that it's empirically verified, then there's no
You
reason
have
to
the
provide
evidence.
evidence.
If you don't have the evidence, your claim is BS.
Oh yeah. Well, it's empirical, so it's fine. Don't have to.
Yeah, where is it? I'll gladly read it.
Oh well, you didn't need to, so I don't need to.
Oh
It's
yeah,
already
already
empirical.
posted mine. It's in the side chat. It's pretty simple. Where's yours?
But it's
Oh,
already
makes it
empirical, so
easier.
Yeah, but that's
Wikipedia.
Lovely.
open it, and you can find the sources under the Wikipedia website. I simplify it. You can also simplify it for me. It's pretty
You don't-
simple.
in there.
That's not
But
empirical
is it
evidence.
empirical,
Brian.
though?
That's
Oh
not
yeah,
empirical.
you need the sources in case you doubt it, and if you need it, you can probably look up the sources itself by in ResearchGate, or even on Statista.com. You can back it up. It's pretty
Wikipedia.
easy.
This guy
Fucking-
just
it's
loves
fucking
to hear
Wikipedia.
Is
himself
it
talk.
empirical though?
It is empirical.
It's
Yes.
Wikipedia.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Guys, he's not retarded. He's just Dutch. Don't worry.
Oh no, je
Literally
n'ai pas
Wikipedia.
parlé français. C'est pas correct, mais bon.
Maybe the standards for empirical evidence are different for the Dutch.
Maybe.
Oh, there's like cohesion in how we do studies. Would you like to give me a short explanation on how empirical studies work before I
If it's
explain
an
it to you?
empirical, can you give me an empirical study on empirical studies?
How about you actually link the studies below them? You know, it's
You
not
can't
that hard.
scientifically prove a shape. That's the problem. Crypto. So earlier, I said, do you know how big the Earth is supposedly claimed to be? He said no. So I graciously gave him that, walked him through, gave him the distance to calculation, about to show him the fucking black swan.
All right, here we go. We're gonna dump the
I
research.
don't want to see it.
And he
I
comes
don't want to
bursting
see
in
it.
with empirical
That's
studies.
one.
That he hasn't provided.
Oh, I already provided one, and now I'm gonna give them individual. That's perfectly
Shower
possible.
us with them. Shower
Wikipedia
us with the
is
studies,
not
please.
An empirical
a
model
study.
of the Earth's plasmasphere. Wow.
Oh, it's all linked. I know you need like a science degree sometimes to understand it, but normally if you go to the bottom and read the conclusion, you should be able to understand it.
That literally
Where
says
do I get to the
abstract.
empirical part?
No, I mean that means abstract in a different sense. Let's have a look.
You even have them from the
Takes time to read a
1890s if you
study.
want it.
Can't read a study in 5 minutes.
No, it's not true. You need your time to research it. I understand it completely.
No, I'm just saying generally to anybody. You know, it's hard to argue studies 2 minutes.
It's funny though. I just didn't even
Well, it
want to go
says
to the
here
shape.
that it has no theoretical
I don't think these are
basis.
empirical.
Well, I
think these
wouldn't.
are
I wouldn't worry
empirical.
because he hasn't read this either. So
No, well, it actually says that it has no theoretical basis.
Well,
That's
there's
not very
multiple studies. No
empirical.
worries. I'm keeping on posting them.
I do it.
Shower us with them.
let's have a look here.
Abstract, a graphical
talking about
method
the
of analyzing the
interpretation of
data
data.
obtained from shallow Earth. Depth tests is presented. The method is based upon empirical results and has no theoretical basis. The usual apparent. Yeah.
What does this prove?
I don't know, man. An abstract theory.
So PDF.
Apparently.
It's empirical. though, so,
Interpretation of Earth resistivity measurements.
Right. So here's what I
So
want
what
you to
does
do.
this, sorry, what does this have to do then? Because we're talking about tests into the Earth. Weren't you guys just talking about a
No.
something else?
He was just sort of talking.
I think he was. Weren't you talking about a plasma
Basically,
shield?
pretty simple.
He was talking
Slightly.
about a plasma shield, wasn't he?
He mentioned impressive
Well,
shit once.
I was just wondering if Bankman Fried can actually explain this, what's going on here in this PDF. The
Would you like to?
empirical method.
Would you like me to simplify all the bases? That's
Yes,
possible.
please. Yes, yes,
I
please.
would like you to tell
Okay.
me
In that
what's
case,
going
I'm
on.
going to a Wikipedia article that simplifies it everything for you.
No. I would
Thank
like you
you.
to tell me
Wikipedia
what.
article because
No,
it
no, no,
simplifies
no, no,
a
no,
lot
no.
of
No,
things
you
for
need
you
to
guys.
listen.
Thank you.
No, instead of talking
I
over me,
want
you
to
need to
listen to you, sir, and I'm not
Oh.
arguing with you. So please.
That's fine then. Yeah, if you don't want to listen, then you don't get to talk. It's really that simple.
I haven't read it either. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you don't get to just say, "Oh, I'm not listening." Like, this is a conversation. If you don't have the conversation, just fuck off. Like, we don't need to. We don't need
What
to be
is
listening
this,
to you just
Crypto?
talk over people.
Look at this.
Mhm.
Plato was
I did
right.
warn you.
Earth is made on average of cubes.
Well, I wanted him to, because he's linked this
I knew it.
so-called empirical study, right? I just wanted him to actually talk us through it.
Who
But,
did?
but then that would require that he's actually read it and understood it, which I don't think is true. So I doubt he's even read it and let alone understood it. So therefore, I don't
No,
really.
and his other links are grade 5 to 8 NASA stories for children, which he probably still doesn't understand.
Yeah, they just seem to like this is just like the link equivalent of gish galloping, right? So it's like
I was
here's
just
a
about
bunch of
to say that.
studies that I haven't read or understood, but I'm going to pretend that they're evidence, and now you have to debunk them. But
Oh, he's
then,
gone.
even if you,
Yeah, we're
no,
just
I know he's gone. He
constantly.
went ages ago. But even if he did debunk, even if he did, we did debunk them, he wouldn't accept it anyway. So
No, he
just
wouldn't.
wasted everyone's time.
Wow. Well, thanks for fucking popping in, bro. Because that guy was hard.
You were good, man.
And I know TS was driving. Sorry, bro. Not saying you didn't do anything. It's just, god damn, it's tough.
It's be hard to have a conversation with these people. You know, they just want to literally just shit all over the conversation, call you names, and if you don't accept everything they say, then they get butthurt and leave. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm almost at my limit. I've been up all night.
That's how
He
things
did-
work here.
Yeah,
He
but
did hit us up with that pro tip though when he gave us that link. What was that? That NASA link?
yeah, I don't think he had any substance at all. So it's all good.
Hey,
But,
that was actually a pretty good link.
Which one?
Yeah, I went to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, yeah. It's good way, like, just think about that like a pancake form, and like stretching some a bit, it makes sense.
Which link
Yeah.
are we talking about?
The NASA dot whatever.
The one, wait, maybe I'm talking about something else. Okay, I'm definitely talking about something else. Yes, I was
Might
here a
just
long time
repost
ago.
it. Oh, which one? Are you talking about the Black Swan? Antarcticus?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You've seen that?
I've seen that a couple times, yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what that was in the first place. Because no one ever gave me explanation for what that meant.
Sure.
But
I'd be
yeah.
happy to, because that guy didn't want to hear it.
Well, I heard it when you were trying to explain it to him. But yeah, I got it now.
So essentially, the globe claim is the shape claim, right? They're claiming about the certain shape of the Earth, right? They're claiming that it's 24,901 miles in circumference with a radius of 3,959. So with that in mind, right, there's mathematical attributes to that shape, right? Being a sphere, which means drop over distance. So you standing on this sphere, this ball, anywhere on the ball, there should be an actual max distance to the horizon based off your observer feet and height. So, so at 1 foot, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's feet and height, that gives you 1.22 miles to the distance to the horizon. So, to give you another example, if I was 6 feet, right, the observer height was 6 feet, that's about 3 miles to the horizon. So, the Black Swan, and the reason why they call it the Black Swan is because if someone claims all swans are white, and we find one black swan, then that means that all swans are not white.
Mostly, yes.
So that's why it's so powerful, because with this video, you can clearly see the horizon behind the oil rigs, and
Mhm.
one of them being 9.34, like 9.34 miles
Yeah,
away.
you're using the meme for your ventures. Makes sense.
And at 1 foot observer
Sorry.
height, the horizon should actually be 1.22 miles, right? So if you think about it logically, that's 1,000% off from the shape claim that they claim, like about where the horizon should be. Just think about that.
How far are they supposed to be?
If you look in the they're a known distance away. It's like off the coast of Miramar Beach, if I remember correctly. I think Santa Barbara, and there are 2 oil rigs, one Hill House and one Platform Habitat. Platform Habitat, I think, is the 9.34 miles. And then if you look in the video, right, where the still is, because that meme that you see, that's a still from this video. You could clearly see the horizon behind that, right?
Hmm.
I don't know if you can still see the video or not.
Yeah, I remember the video.
Yeah, but essentially, it's you know, it's over
It's
in a sense.
it's way past that. Yeah, it's probably double the distance.
Now, if that, so with that, right? If the Earth's
I wouldn't say
circumference is
double,
wrong,
maybe 3 or
no, I'm
4
just saying,
miles away. But yeah,
yeah, let's just say if the globe claim is then, you know, debunked, what comes along with that, right? What's the implications of that? Fucking everything else. Everything
yeah.
else that goes along with the R value.
Where do you think the the globe is? The globe theory came from? Where do you think that came from?
Heliocentrism?
You think that came from early
Um,
education, from like because we were in combat with a lot of people, and like
well,
it seems like that would make that an insurmountable obstacle for them to surmount.
I don't really understand your question.
Why they lie?
Well, like
It was
like in the Cold War, like if we're trying to make it a globe, then they're gonna make things that are gonna go over a globe, but it's you know part of the fake campaign.
Well, the first
We
person to
gotta be against
propose
them.
it was Pythagoras, yeah,
Right.
which was the globe. And Pythagoras, yeah, so Pythagoras was the first one, but the heliocentric
Like,
model was Copernicus, or a Jesuit priest.
well, no. Have you guys heard of Star Wars?
What to do with
No,
Star
what's
Wars?
that?
Star Wars was the idea that I think I think
Reagan?
oh god, yeah, it was Reagan. Yes, it was Reagan. It was Reagan's idea that we had fucking satellites up there that could shoot shit down from fucking everywhere, and it fucking scared the Soviets. You think this is part of that sort of thing?
Check it out, bro. Just hang tight for a second. So, how do I
Well, that
put
was a
this?
bit incoherent.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're talking Revelations.
No. I know what he's trying to say. So, basically, bro, aliens that come from outer space and fucking, satellite fucking lasers, wars, with Space Force and all this, dude, it's all bullshit.
Well, I know it's all bullshit. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. I think this
Okay,
is like obviously this must be the undercover for what the fuck they're trying to cover up.
What?
Yeah, I knew what you were getting at.
I don't know what he's saying. What are you saying?
I'm lost.
I'm lost too.
This is the cover
Speaky
up.
English.
No, I think it's his mic's cutting in and out a bit for me. I don't know if it's his side or mine, but I'm not hearing everything clearly.
This is the thing that you're trying to cover up.
You mean flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, flat Earth is probably the
All
most
tied
censored
in.
topic. Yeah.
It's the thing that they base everything on. Yeah, makes sense.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I think they base it all on defense.
I'm kind of confused where your mind's going, Darticus. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, if the fucking world is round and like our biggest enemies are on big fucking oceans that are fucking far away and it's impossible to reach, then it makes sense that we would make this conspiracy, this thing up to make the idea that we are untouchable because we are so far away from them.
Peasticles, did you know that the Earth is round? What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Thoughts?
It's not.
It's fucking weird.
It's been a while, Britnat. What's up?
Yeah, I'm just listening. You know.
I heard you've been trolling for flat Earth.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
It makes sense though, right? Like, make it sound like we're fucking far away from everything, so no one attacks us. That's my idea.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, Britnat, I was hoping you could assert that a little bit more forcefully and then just talk over everyone.
I don't want to talk over no one.
And maybe what you should do actually as well, Britnat, is just Google a bunch of links that you haven't read and then link them here.
Oh, that's pretty based.
I don't link anything.
Google search therefore ball.
I don't link anything.
No, he's talking to Britnat. Darticus, you're good.
Oh,
yeah, I'm taking the note.
Sorry.
Yeah. So how's that been going for you, Britnat? You said you've been having fun.
Yeah, it's funny. You know, it's funny because everyone. So I've come to the conclusion, right? I'm not really much of a science person, not a fan of science, I'm not a science head or anything. But I came to the conclusion pretty early on that I know what the game is, right? It's not like, a question of a knowledge claim, right? But you see people come in all the time and they're like, I know what the shape of the Earth is, right? And it's like, okay, all right, let's see. And it's always just comical. It's just comical.
You talk about globers?
Yeah, the globers, yeah.
It was funny because Britnat's actually a glober, right? But and me and Britnat have had some discussions before. He always lost them, of course. But regardless,
isn't Brendan a globalist?
Sorry?
Isn't Brendan technically part of the globalist?
Yeah, I'm a globe head, big fat globe head.
He's a filthy globe head. But I think Britnat's pretty based in other areas, and so I'm prepared to cut him some slack.
They are in some areas, yes.
So I mean, everyone's wrong in one way or another, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
But no, you're right. It's the knowledge claim thing. I think that it's the arrogance that gets me every time. Is that these people think they know something because, like, they were told it repeatedly, and now can't believe that we don't.
Like it's
believe
from
it.
God.
And it's like actually got nothing to do with the knowledge at all. It's to do with the fact that I think it's an ego thing. Like they can't believe that we aren't like going along with it. And I think what they think is that we think they're stupid. And so they get butthurt about the fact that they've decided that we think they're stupid because they believe something we don't, which isn't part of anyone's thinking in this part of the internet, Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
So, yeah, pretty interesting.
Yep.
So it's actually entirely psychology based, and it's got nothing to do with the subject matter whatsoever. Why they're so upset?
Yeah, and even if it was true, right? Like that the Earth was flat, right? Which personally I don't agree with, but let's say it is true. to it. I think is
Who you cut out there?
straight. Oh, okay. I said
What'd you
the
say?
emotion that pours into like whether or not the Earth is a globe. That when people come in trying to scream that the Earth is a globe, it's like, I mean, personally, I don't care. Like if the Earth was flat tomorrow, I just do what I did yesterday, and I wouldn't really care. But these people really are like
Zealous.
yeah, they really care.
They're really
Dude.
upset about it, aren't they?
Space
Well, it
religion,
doesn't-
bro.
Well, it doesn't make sense to be upset if you already like have the mainstream narrative on your side, right? Like, if you think that everyone's lying about it, then there's actually more reason to be annoyed because you'd be like, everyone's lying, blah blah. But like, everyone's telling the truth. I don't know. It doesn't make sense why you'd be annoyed about that.
Well, that's the thing. It's a belief, and I'm kind of glad you said that, Britnet. Like, even if the Earth was flat tomorrow, it wouldn't really, Yeah, that's the point. It's like we all live in the same place, dude. That
It's
you know how
true,
people.
it's screwed over by the same international banking institutions anyway. So
Yeah, and it's like, you know how Globers say, like, well, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't blah 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 blah. Like, no.
yeah, and they ask these retarded questions like, how does
Exactly.
X
All the
work?
globalist bullshit.
Like, how does X work on a flat Earth? It's like exactly the same.
Right.
Everything is the same.
Yeah, if it works in the first place, there you go.
And that's what I'm trying to test in my own small way, is see if this is actually true. Because the globalists have lied about so fucking much beforehand. So
You mean
But it's-
globalists in a political sense, not in a globe sense, right?
I think so, yeah.
And yeah, in like the
Alright.
WEF sense, WEF.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, and they have. They lie about absolutely
will
everything.
eat the
So it's
bugs.
like,
Yeah,
what really?
easy
Well,
bugs.
you get some
Live
of
in
these
the
guys.
pod. It's the pod. Live in the 15-minute cities we've made for ya. Yeah, no.
Well, people I find hilarious who are like, oh yeah, they lie about everything apart from the Earth.
Yeah.
You're like, what? That's the easiest thing to lie about.
It is the thing that they rely most upon. Think about it, like they rely on the fragility of the Earth so much for most of their WEF nonsense. What they really
The thing
do.
to lie about is the thing that no one can check. They can't check, right? So it's like, how many cookies would you steal from the jar if you knew that no one could check the jar? Well,
All of them.
Yeah, as many as you can, right?
You stash them somewhere under the under that cushion over there. It's fine. And they'll ask, "You like cookies?" It's like, yeah. Even though you didn't, because they're fucking lying, and they're fucking hidden, and that's what like. I think this is where like science is completely fucking wrong because they have no idea how to actually study specimens in the first fucking place. They have no idea. They've completely lost their way, in my opinion. Like on that idea of kids and cookies. Like, okay, their idea would be a sterile system. They'll put the kid in a white room with a cookie in the middle and leave the kid alone by itself. Right? And a kid would be like, what the hell's going on? Where's my dad at? Where's my mother at? What's going on? And they'll spend most of the time doing that.
Are you okay, Darticus? I really don't know what are you talking about, honestly.
About I
Kind of off
said
topic.
They don't know how to actually do scientific studies. Like this is how they do scientific studies, and it's fucking ridiculous. It's in a sterile environment, and this is why it's called weird. By the way, weird, and everyone knows this as weird. It's
right.
Western environment. I don't remember the reckon. They, but they're actually advocating for non-Western people to go into their studies, so it's not Western studies. They've been doing that for a while. I feel like I've derailed everything, so go ahead. I don't know who's going to pick up, but
I've no idea what you're talking about, bro. I'm a bit confused as to what your point is, Jimmy.
yeah, I don't know what my point was either. I've been drinking all night, so I don't know what my point was. Sorry.
Yeah, fair enough.
Gotcha. Are you doing dishes, Crypto?
Yeah, I'm washing up. Sorry if that was coming through.
No, you're good.
Someone has to do them.
You're in the UK, right?
I am
Joe?
indeed in the UK.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah.
Pretty base.
So,
Pretty base.
no, I'm seeing like right now I'm in Vegas, and it's like
I was just in Vegas. A very scary place.
Wait, who?
Is it?
Me, Britnet.
You were in Vegas?
Yeah, I was in Vegas 2 weeks ago.
Did any of them understand when you asked for a bottle of water?
Well, it's fun because whenever I walked around and said anything, the first thing someone said is, "Oh, you're from the UK," and it struck up conversation. It's pretty good. But Vegas itself, as a city, I was on the Strip. I was at Planet Hollywood, if you know what that is.
Oh yeah.
I was around that.
Yeah,
part.
yeah.
It was all right, but there was some. I mean, I got asked 20 times if I wanted to buy drugs.
Yeah.
Consecutively.
Yep.
And obviously, the problem was is that you said yes every time.
No? Come
I said
on.
no
to
every time.
Vegas,
I said no
guys.
every time. Don't worry, guys.
You said yes every time, and that's why do you want more drugs?
I did try. I did go to one of your dispensaries though. I did try weed there
Nice.
because it's illegal there.
If you said yes every time, he'd be dead.
It's
The
illegal.
taxi I caught in Las Vegas, the taxi driver said, "Oh, you're Australian. Do you want some cocaine?"
See, that would be a proper greeting.
Died.
I'm surprised that they realised you weren't English because they always get Brits and Australians confused in my experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but
we always
taxi
do.
driver was telling me that all the Aussies love the coke. So every taxi, just about we got in, we got offered coke, and then look, it was really weird for me because we went to Hawaii first, yeah, and we don't see this stuff in Australia. But when I was on Waikiki Beach, we were just walking down the beach, and there's like cops everywhere, sirens on, and there's just drug dealers on the corners. Hey man, you want some weed or coke? I'm like, right in front of the cops. And I'm like, wow, this is like in Australia, you just don't see this stuff. So I'm like, yeah, man, I want some weed. And...
What do you mean? That's
so Britnet, you only were on the Strip?
That's how Hawaii is. It's fucking
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, the Strip is like literally the place the locals avoid, except when you're going to work. So
yeah,
makes sense.
Oh, you could smoke indoors, which was pretty cool. I never saw that before. Like you don't get that anywhere else in the UK.
What?
That's so crazy.
You can smoke
Well,
indoors.
how old are you, Brit? Now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing, Brit, man, your kids can go into the
25.
casinos, into the gaming area.
Yep.
Let's try to bring that back. Smoking indoors.
They can't.
Actual smoking indoors.
Darticus,
Yeah,
hold
Brit,
on.
when I was 21, they banned that in this country, and I'm 39 now, so that's 18 years ago. So you would have been about 7 when they got banned.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's way better this way. Because I used to go to clubs. I'm not being funny. I would go to a club, and I would come back just stinking of cigarettes, like every single time. It's disgusting.
It's okay for you, but for us poor smokers, man, like it was so good in Vegas. I could just go down the lift, take all my change, sit at a pokey machine, and have a cigarette, and then go back up to my room. I didn't have to walk out in the car park, and It was great for us smokers, you know, and
You say
consider us
change?
poor old smokers, man.
You consider
Yeah,
just not smoking.
30% of the people that no one cares about.
So wait, AJ, you said
Majority
change?
rules, huh?
Hold on, dude. I'm
Yeah.
trying.
No, I'm sorry.
Like change, like bills, or like change, like holy shit. You know, it was that long ago where they had coin slots still.
No. We'd get all our coins and collect them, and then whatever coins we had, we'd exchange, and we'd go and do the pokies and stuff because we
Oh,
just
okay.
had so. Well, we don't use notes really in Australia either. Everyone just uses a card, man. You just tap your credit card, yeah. So when we were in the US and everyone wanted tips, all of a sudden I had like all this cash out, and then just all this change, just
Gotcha.
everything like jars of it by the time we left America of change.
Yeah. So basically, they switched to ticket machines, right? You get a ticket for you know, your winnings.
Yeah,
Shit like
I
that.
never won anything, so I don't know. I never won one.
Yeah, the
Oh, I
problem
just
was
have
that
like $5 or $2, so I just go and have a cigarette, drop that in, play the few games that I had while I had my cigarette, and then I could go back up to my room.
Yeah, the problem was that AJ was trying to collect up all his change so he could go to the taxi driver and get some coke.
Yeah, that's right.
The change in it, like, because I mean, you have $1 bills, right, and that's much more simpler, right, than having all the change that you have. Like, if I had change, I would just like, tip box or something because it's useless garbage. Who carries around cash, right?
Well, change is perfect for when you're walking the strip and you see
You're
people
such a
asking you for money.
zoomer.
You know.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you
you
just
got to
make
in the
It's a
US
good
because
getaway free
everyone
card,
wants
you
a
know.
tip.
yeah.
You got to have cash, man. Everyone wants a tip.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a
Well,
tip,
it's
get
a
a better job.
hospitality. Oh, sorry. Go
I just said, here's a tip, get a better job.
ahead. Hey,
No, I actually didn't
you make
mind that
money,
because
bro.
you actually got really good service in a lot of places because they were relying on their tips. So, like, the minute you'd sit down, you'd have a drink, you'd have people offering like samples of stuff, you know, like it was really good service. And then I'd tip well if we got really good service.
There you go. That's
Whereas in
the thing.
Australia, no one gives a fuck because they're all on wages and they're like, fuck, there's more customers. Do we really have to serve them? No one cares, man, because there's no tipping. There's no incentive, yeah?
Exactly, bro. But see, that's why Vegas is so fucking cool. It's a hospitality town, and like living here is so much better than if you're just visiting. You're going on the strip. I'm telling you, this is like the melting pot of the melting pot. That's what I call it. It's I love it, man. Like I moved twice. Like I went to Arizona, went to Alaska, and I fucking, you know, two opposites in a sense. And yeah, dude, nothing beats Vegas and the convenience. Everything's open, nothing closes.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like a grid. You know what I mean? So like you don't really need a car. Like each road really goes like throughout the whole city. And it's just
So it
like a
might
grid.
actually be the New York.
No, it's way too widespread. That's another thing. There's a lot of like
Well,
spread out.
New York's
Vegas,
dead.
too. What?
New York City's dead, so it could be the next actual primary attraction for America.
I don't know about that.
I think
Anyway,
so. Yeah,
it's
actually.
like
Yeah.
I've been up all night, gents. And I am gonna get out of here. But
Righto, beasticles. But when I come back to the US, either next year or the year after, and I come to Vegas, we're going to party.
we're gonna fucking rage, bro. I got you. I'll get you a hookup, man.
You're going to take me to all the fucking hot spots that I don't know about as a tourist.
Yes. Yeah, bro. Did you go downtown ever?
Yeah, I did downtown. Yeah. I walked downtown at night, man. I walked all of Vegas at like 2, 3 in the morning, man. I didn't feel any threatened anywhere in Vegas, man. I walked home from the weed shop all the way back up to fucking Circus through
There
all the
you
back
go. Oh,
streets.
circus area? Yeah, that's a little rough.
And no, I wasn't bothered at all. I never ever I never had any issues, man. I just walked where I wanted to go. We had people like, we come out of the weed shop, man, and this dude goes, "Oh, you waiting for an Uber?" This black dude, yeah. And we're like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh, I'm your Uber." We're like, "Nah, man, are you sure you're an Uber?" And he's like, "Nah, man, but that fucking Uber, he's going to cost you $20 to get back to where you're going. I'll do it for 10. And we're like, all right, man. So we give him $10 and jumped in his car, and he drove us back to our hotel.
Hmm.
No dramas,
There you
man.
go.
That's business for you.
I mean, you're in a town of gambling, so why not?
Yeah.
You took a gamble for sure with that, though.
I don't think it's that much of a gamble, but sure.
No, but that's cool. Anyway, y'all. Good luck,
I'm making it now.
and I'll see you later in the day. Peace.
Good night. Right, where the Globers at? Speak. I know some of you are Globers. I know
I'm a
you
Glober.
old space goat. I know you're a Glober.
Yeah, everyone knows I'm a Glober. Haven't quite been convinced yet.
Anyone got a measurement for drop over distance?
Listen, you flirts. If
Not
you
yet.
can't,
I'll do so.
Listen, you flirts. If you can't answer my extremely narrow gotcha, then the Earth's a globe.
Okay. what's the? Oh, what was the question earlier? Hmm.
Oh, you're a flat earther? Then explain every single thing in the universe right now. Oh, you can't? Checkmate. Fluff.
What? Who are you?
How does a chicken pot pie work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I think that what I find the one thing that I struggle with, right, with flat Earth, right, is that well, I said in text chat, like I prefer whatever the better explanation is, not the one that you could possibly make a knowledge claim about, but at least one you can induce better, right? And I know you guys don't agree on a particular sort of model that's consistent and analogous, right, to other things, right? So I think as
That's
far as
compass.
that's concerned, I don't think I could ever be a flat earther. Like I don't think it's like until one of you guys can like make a model or something. I don't know.
There's no globe model, bro.
Well, I mean there is, but there's explanations that are all pointing, at least point to the same thing, but they're not. What's the word? Well, I suppose just inconsistent would do. They're not inconsistent from each other, right? So they can they don't conflict with each other, I suppose, right? Whereas
they are.
I know
They
that some I know like there's an example where night and day usually with flat Earth is usually night and day is fine on its own. Like a flat earther can explain night and day. And flat Earth can explain a lot of things, right? It can explain night and day. It can explain seasons, but what the issue is whereas it can do both at the same time, right? I think that's a tricky thing to do, especially like that tends to come up. So a globe earther can bring up different evidences that they might say this points to a globe earth, but they're not contradicting each other when they bring them up. A flat earther can say, well, this can be explained with the flat earth this way, or that way, or that way, or that way, and going down the evidences. But their explanations, their alternative explanation, needs to be consistent and not defeat each other, right?
Yeah, but I mean that's an issue. The globe has that issue as well.
Can you give me an example?
In what way?
Yeah, eclipses.
You're on about the impossible eclipse. Like
no, I'm just talking about eclipses in general.
Right, what does that contradict with?
Well, because you need
accurate
to have...
in those.
I think Darticus, bro, if you're drunk, can you just like put yourself on mute?
No.
Okay. I'll just finish this conversation, then I'll unmute you. So yeah, the problem with eclipses is that you have to assume a different light geometry. So, with, for instance, with regards to Eratosthenes, right? So Eratosthenes assumes parallel light rays. Certain eclipses assume converging light rays, and then when you actually look at how light acts, especially coming from a ball, it's actually diverging. So you have to have light doing different things at different points within the globe conception.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I understand that. I don't know if like if that's just a poor explanation on Aristophanes' part, right? Given that we know how light works better now than we did before. Who's we, right? But I don't know. I think like if you muster up, for instance, night and day and seasons,
right,
and Coriolis or whatever the fuck you could bring up, right? I think generally that those are consistent. Now, light obviously is a question of like how you understand light and how it what the properties of light are or how it behaves. But usually globe earthers, and this is probably something that irritates flat earthers, globe earthers always have an ad hoc explanation for things, right? But the ad hoc usually fits, right? And if the shoe fits, then it's a better explanation, usually.
Because if it's ad hoc, then it's not. The shoe isn't fitting, is it? By definition.
Well, I mean, the shoe fits in the sense that like it's consistent and it can explain a phenomena, right? Even if so you could have a contradictory phenomena, invent an explanation that fits, that reconciles that phenomena, and then push forward with that. So they wouldn't be as problematic as they were before. Whereas, so like if a flat earther had a model, I mean like a model, not like in a strict sense. I mean just a series of explanations for different phenomena that weren't conflicting,
Like
and I'd be happy with it.
Like a meta conception that kind of meshes.
Yeah, just like but I think that's too much work for any individual to do. You'd have to have someone who dedicates their entire life to doing that because you have to explain every single phenomenon in the natural world.
I'll try and explain something. Like if they've hidden the Earth and it is flat, right, and we can't go below the 66th degree below Antarctica, so we can't actually travel ourselves and make a model. We can't verify it ourselves.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, so, yeah, but I mean, don't you find it at least okay on the subjects of like making a model, right? Which obviously I think that's kind of silly anyway because I don't think you have a model, but maybe we disagree on that. Doesn't matter. If we were to make a model, we would need to do things that we're literally blocked from doing, like through legislation.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm just trying to elaborate on that, right? So don't you, Britnat, find that a little bit suspicious that everything we would need to do in order to actually fully verify the flat model isn't allowed?
I mean, I don't know what you might be referring to. I mean, like I guess the Antarctic tree might be something you might invoke, but with respect to that, if it was the case that I believed, and this is just a case of trust, right, about whether or not we believe that the government are hiding something about this particular issue, then yeah, I would be suspicious of it. I'm skeptical that there is such a thing going on, right? That would be a part of that, I suppose.
Yeah, what I meant by that was like if they've hidden it and then they've stopped us from discovering and mapping all those models ourselves, and they have actually reverse engineered the flat map by design and then made the education for us. That's would be so easy.
I don't know if I'm breaking up right now. I just need to switch my phone so I can hear you better. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, all the
Again,
math
whatever
can
you
be
said.
superimposed. Basically, all the math can be superimposed and reverse engineered from a flat map
Can you start again? Because I had to
to a
switch my phone. So
spherical
give me-
map with a flat dome. Spherical dome, sorry.
I miss a lot
It's all
of that.
about a maths matrix.
No, Tios. I don't think flat. Okay, model is kind of like a loose term for just, I guess, another explanation, which is just to say that a series of explanations that are consistent and analogous, just like the typical virtues of science, right? That you could build that would explain every bit of phenomena that is already explained, but better, right? Then yeah, like I don't think flat Earth is off the table. How could it be, right? But that's a tall order to ask for anyone, so I don't expect you guys to be able to answer that. So it's not
Yeah, I mean,
about models. Models is just a shorthand for me just saying that, right? I'm not trying to say anything other than just that explanation, that series of explanations.
what's also interesting is that the Globe Earth has got like billions and billions and billions in funding in order to understand like the let's just say the Globe Earth model, for lack of a better term. And yet there's still tons of things that are not understood, or there's lots of different people who disagree on all sorts of things. Like even the model of the sun is under contention, right?
The sunrise and sunset are inaccurate 15 minutes.
I don't know. I mean, even within the heliocentric model, the idea that it's a burning gas ball, like some of them will,
But that's what I'm talking about. In the heliocentric model, it's inaccurate that much.
Oh, yeah, well, it's inaccurate for many, many reasons. That's just one of many. But what I'm saying is that heliocentrists, quote unquote, like academics, even disagree on what the sun is, whether the sun even has a surface, whether that should be calculated for or not. They disagree on all of this stuff, and that's with like billions in funding. And yet we're just a bunch of guys on the internet with no funding, and we're expected to have the same, like we're expected to be able
Then
to.
they always
do
change their mind.
Yeah, it's
exactly.
tall order to ask from anyone. I think like the remainder of my life, right? And this might just be a product of perhaps what you're referring to. I don't think such an explanation could be concocted, right? Even if there is a bad one out there, if it was true that the government pumping funding into all of like selling Globe Earth to us, right? How could I, right, take an alternative view? I think it would only be logical to and do the experiments myself. Which is concerning, right? I understand why that would be a concerning reality, but it's one we've been dealt, right? So
I ordered a P1000. Can't wait for that.
I think it's analogous to politics as well, because we only really pick our political positions based on what evidence is presented to us, and that's got loads of money in it, right? But we're trying to force us into thinking certain ways, right? And what all we do is as individuals is we try to make the best decision with what we've been dealt, right? And am I audible? Oh, is this over like spurging out?
No. I think everyone just stopped talking. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what I said about the political positions thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem I have is that I don't really take our political parties or the political system at all seriously. So you get a bunch of idiots go up and, oh yes, I promised this and I promised that. Well, I personally know that none of them have any control over anything they say they do anyway. So
Yeah, for real. It is over. It's always been over. But as individuals, we try to do the best with the information we have. Like, I assume you have some sort of political position. I assume you have some sort of economic position or whatever, right? Even if you think that nothing will change. And there's loads of money in that as well, right? We just do the best we can, right? That's and I guess Globe Earth, if it's true what you said, would follow the same sort of pattern, right?
yeah, well, I'm of the opinion that it's just easier to control people if they're atheistic, and the easiest way to get people atheistic is through a worldview of kind of hopelessness and nothing matters, you don't
Yep,
matter,
100%.
you came from nothing, blah blah blah, right? So, and then you naturally create nihilistic atheists who are very easy to control.
Possibly true. I've noticed that since the 2010s, or you'll remember, right? When the new atheist movement was like starting to like become popular. I think what followed from that was a lack of sort of grounding, like for people, and that's why in the early 20s, right? We're all a bit crazy now, right? We're all a bit mentally ill.
There are Christians getting beaten up by cops in America for reading the Bible in public.
Old scapegoat. Do you like Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No. Ever since I heard his spiel about the jab, nope.
Do you know who Brian Cox is? Professor Brian Cox, Uni of Manchester.
No.
Did you know that Brian Cox is actually a lesbian?
I'll
The
look him up now.
stars are billions and billions of light years away, and that is
I would
the
love
Earth is
to
a globe.
punch him in the face. Wouldn't you?
Oh
Wouldn't you
yeah, he rings a bell.
It's his
When you start
smile. It's his smile when he speaks. It's like the Earth is a globe, and we know this.
Yeah, he just comes across as such a cunt.
I see he's holding up a Knights of the Templar emblem badge.
Don't you think that like certain guys like Brian Cox, they create flat earthers because he's just such a smug bellend?
Maybe.
Neil deGrasse for sure.
It's interesting how this topic became interesting to you guys, right? I think, like, for me, like I said, like, I personally wouldn't, like, I would be more shocked that people lied. But, like, besides that, I would be like, okay, the Earth is flat. You know, the Earth hasn't changed since yesterday, right? Like, that's the general theme, right? So, and if you guys think there's nothing you can do because you're up against insurmountable odds, right? Then what's the goal here? You know, what's your motive? What's your aim?
Well, for me, it's just to defend my ideas. Really, it's that simple.
I see. So it's like an entertaining thing, I suppose.
I don't know if I would put it in such vacuous terms, but I suppose so. It is entertaining, but I yeah. Suppose I don't watch TV, so I've got to fill the time with something, right?
It's also rewarding to spread the truth.
Yeah, but I don't know, have you converted any flat earthers, or is it like, I mean, because I don't feel like that's an easy task to make someone go from globe Earth to flat Earth, right?
You can't convert people in. Well, conversion in itself is a. Yeah, when I don't like using the word conversion because I don't feel like we're talking about religions here, but
yeah,
regardless, it's
Releasing people.
People aren't convinced within a single argument anyway. You drop seeds and then people notice things over time and then they come back years later and go, oh yeah, shit, I thought about what you said. Yeah, things don't happen overnight with this kind of thing. It is what it is. Back in a bit, guys.
Is there anyone else who supports the globe? Anyone speak up? You know, I'm on your side, right, guys? So, like, you know.
Up. Oh yeah. I think that's working now. I'm a glober.
You're a glober.
You're upset with
That's
me.
good. Good. Why do you think the Earth is a globe? Do you know it's a globe, or do you think it's a globe?
I think it's a globe. Pretty confident it's a globe, if I'm honest.
That's the most appropriate position. I think people make the mistake by coming in saying they know it's a globe and they have the proof, right? Because that's a bit silly, right? You have to make a probabilistic claim at best, right? That you think it's a globe, probably based on evidence, right? Not based on faith, obviously. That would be a religious sort of thing.
Yeah, I think it's silly to claim to be able to know something like that, but certainly to me matches the available data pretty damn well.
Yeah, I agree. Are you what's your favorite argument for globe?
Quite like celestial navigation.
Yeah. There's a new one that people have been coming up with. They say that they've proven globe, and it's something to do with, I can't remember the name, but it's to do with theodolites, a specific kind of theodolite. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, people have been walking around recently telling me that they've proven globe with that.
A gyro theodolite.
I'm sure you guys have
Gyrotheodolite,
heard
I
of it.
heard that word for the first time the other day, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what I've not heard it being deployed in this room yet, but I don't know what the argument is.
Yeah, probably my guess would be something like, if it's using a gyro, some sort of thing where something like reciprocal zenith angles, essentially using a super precise tool to figure out what plumb is on two different places and going, look, these aren't
Yeah.
parallel, something like that.
Yeah. I think some arguments that flat earther makes, I think, are problematic. Like when they talk about horizons, right? About what when they talk about a flat horizontal line, those sorts of things. I think they're problematic because one, we're playing with the word horizon here. We're playing with the word flat here, right? So I think relatively, right? I think that's probably probably one of their weakest arguments because you can figure out that one pretty quickly, right? The gyro theodolite thing I've not heard being deployed properly, so I don't know like if any of you guys are gyro theodolite enthusiasts, but yeah. Is there any?
No, I like the idea of a gyro compass though. The gyro compass is pretty cool.
Riding, do you think the flat earthers have any Do you think the flat earthers have any convincing argument that you think, okay, that's pretty good, Riding, or do you think they're all garbage?
I was pretty gobsmacked when I first came across the Black Swan. I was like, oh, that actually is surprising. Not quite you got me, but like this is more compelling because I hadn't heard any of the arguments. I just came into 24/7. I was like, okay, hit me with it. When I heard it, I was like, that's pretty good.
I think that's one of their weakest, to be honest. I think the Black Swan thing is easily reconcilable, right? It's a question of apparent versus geometric horizon, right? Like what do you observe versus what is there, right? And unfortunately for both a flat earther and a globe earther, right, on both sides, you can't do much with it because for a globe earther, they can't say, right, that this is the horizon if they're just doing geometric. And then for a flat earther, they can't just say, well, the horizon is just merely optical, right? Because if they did, they'd be making a positive claim about there being no possible way, right? There's a geometric horizon that's just being hidden, right, or distorted, right?
I think so.
On both sides, it's like it's a nothing burger, really. The Black Swan thing.
Yes, like it's a funny one. Despite thinking the whole like boats going over the horizon is strong, and that is the reason I think that is happening. It is foiled if I'm also going, but my biggest counter to your argument relies on bendy light and things aren't always as they seem. It seems like I've got that logic in one moment and then abandon it in the next as it suits me.
Yeah, of course, right? Like you know, for the horizon is like I asked this question a bit earlier, like a couple of weeks ago, which is just to say that, and you ask a flat earther, right? Can it be the case that the geometric horizon and the optical horizon are almost always incongruent with each other? And it is possible. They'll have to say that, or they can't say otherwise. If they did, they'd be talking out their ass, right? So if that's the case, then how could that possibly be evidence for a flat Earth? It can't be, right? So our observation of just seeing flat Earth, right, isn't reliable. You know, it's not a trustworthy sort of thing to point to. I suppose it's the parallel lines, but that's because you can trick people, right? Parallel lines, you can't have parallel lines on a curved surface. Not a curved surface. No, yeah, like when they say that the water level is flat and horizontal, you can draw parallel lines, right? You can't have that on a curved surface. I think that's the general gist of the argument. I think that's much more effective, but it's only effective insofar as you can trick your interlocutor into disagreeing.
As well, I think it's a very interesting one. You can't have parallel lines, because that, if I'm honest, that blew my mind a little bit too. Somebody went, "What happens if you head east from anywhere on Earth, east or west from anywhere on Earth, except the equator?" I was like, "What?" They're like, "You'll end up crossing the equator." I was like, "What?" Just sort of spherical tree is a little bit strange. You're like, "No, I head east, and I just keep going sort of round a line of latitude." Like, well, no, you would be heading a little bit, you'd be turning south in the southern hemisphere and north in the northern hemisphere. You'd be taking a warped, not a straight path.
It's funny because I heard someone say that you could go from east to west, just like straight line all the way around, and a flat earther said in response, "Oh, you could just be turning, but so let's say like you're still going the same direction because you can see if you're going north or not, right? So you must be turning in the sense that your plane is like leaning one direction slightly or whatever, right? But then in a weird sort of way, it'd have to start going back on itself in a retarded sort of way, right? So I don't think turning is a good objection to just going in a straight line, like from east to west or north to south, right, and just going all the way around the Earth. But that's, I guess, the problem with a globe Earth with that argument is that you know, it's a very, how are you going to prove that, right? I mean, like, who's going to go on a plane with you and do that trip, right? Nobody, right?
Yes, how are you
Who
going to
can
tell what
afford
the
that,
straight
right?
was?
Yeah, it's true in theory if the Earth was a globe, it's true in theory, but like you can't test that without getting people on board on a fucking airplane, right? And spending all that money going all the way around the world, right? It's unlikely.
How would you test it?
I just take the phenomena, the inductive phenomena, right? So like, you observe certain phenomena, they seem to fit in a globe Earth. A flat Earth explains things, just to be clear. But the good thing about a globe Earth, which makes it a better explanation than perhaps a flat Earth, is that they're consistent and analogous explanations, right? They don't contradict each other, right? And as long as that's the case, then it's it's more likely that it's a globe than not, right? And that's just right because
I lost you.
I was going to say you can't make a deductive argument for it, but you can falsify a flat Earth possibly, right? You can also falsify a globular Earth, but neither of that's been done yet so far.
Yes, I mean, well, I think it is difficult to falsify the flat Earth because of not having a model. Like if they don't give you anything to test when you go, well, right, what about gyros? And a common one I've heard before is maybe the stars are somehow affecting the gyros with no claimed mechanism for that. It's unfalsifiable. It's like, well, maybe it is.
Well, yeah, you could. Well, I mean, you can't falsify flat Earth as in the Earth being flat on its own, really, that easily. It'd be very tricky. But what you possibly could do is, if they gave you an idea, right, for like a flat Earth that was a bit more like concrete, rather than just a series of random explanation that aren't even, consistent with each other, then you could falsify that. And that's why I guess a lot of flat earthers in this room don't posit a model or a series of explanations for how they.
I've lost you again.
Yeah, shape is hard to disprove. Sorry.
Yes, but I mean, with a flat Earth, it isn't even a shape. It's they will say flat is not a shape. So it's like, what exactly am I proving? This gets more difficult every.
Oh yeah, I guess curve or not curve, I suppose, is even more specific than that. I don't know. It's amazing that we got through that entire conversation without a single flat earther popping up. It's very interesting.
Oh no, it's fine. Well, you guys can have this is what it's supposed to be about, man. This is the conversations that are supposed to happen. You guys are supposed to be talking about this. We're supposed to be listening. And if you have any points, bring them up. Listen, and I say it this way: truth never fears the fullest of investigations. Now, someone quoted that. You guys can look it up, but I stole that quote. Anyways, if you have any information, to lead us to the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, nobody's going to fear that. We're going to be like, yeah, that's absolutely true. That's what the Earth is doing. Let's go home. It's not the case. So
yeah, where's the
have the conversation. I mean, you know what I mean? We don't mind.
Yeah, Brittany, I didn't want to cock block you because I thought you and Riding were like, enjoying stroking each other off. So I thought I'd leave you to it.
Look, he's got warm hands. All right.
To be fair, he's got a point.
Obviously, I'm joking.
Yeah, you're right.
Or am I?
Not really.
He's not really joking. Relax, guys. What's up, Crypto?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm in and out because I'm just doing chores. So lucky me.
Same. You gotta head out somewhere. I'll probably be on the road when I hit you guys up later on. But go ahead.
Chores on a Saturday. I feel like Sheldon. Oh.
Mayhem, either.
Yeah, I'm just traveling to the local market. But yeah, what's up?
Can you give me what's the deal with the gyrotheodolite? What about the gyrotheodolite, and what do you guys say in response? Because I've not heard it deployed yet.
Owlishness gave a wonderful PDF on it. I don't know if it's still. If you see her, ask her to just give you the PDF. Well, there's one right now. She brought up a surveyor's manual. There's a couple of other things, but it has to do more with the idea that she wasn't proving the Earth's curvature with that. She was trying to provide evidence that the gyrotheodolite is providing evidence that the Earth is in rotation. So has more to do with like Aries failure, that test. But look that up. That's what I just told you, Aries failure. So and it's got a mechanism that has to deal with the light going through it. It's 1972. I don't know how reliable. It's probably they're probably got a more advanced version of that instrument. But needless to say, it works with calibrating it to a horizontal plane, and it's what we would expect, on a flat and stationary Earth. But she's trying to say that it's not so much lending credence to the curvature, but it does do for a moving Earth, so rotating Earth. But that's her strong argument for a rotation of the Earth, and it's still a presupposition that she has for that. But they're not. It's a technical illustration, and in the images that are shown, but it's not it's not a physical one. I mean, they're not actually saying that the Earth is spinning because they're using this gyro theodolite out in the field. So
do you think? I mean, I don't know which one you care more about, but do you care more about the curve or whether or not it's a stationary?
Well, yeah, the issue we're having is because of the physics that work on a globe purported to be the size that they say they are, then it would have to conform to that Earth that they say that it is, right? So if it's a globe, then the physics work like they say, pulling everything to the center of mass. You know what I mean? Everything is connected to another thing. But when you start off with the premise, allegedly. So with the saying of like the Earth that's been pulled together with gravity, clumping mass together, then all the physics from there forward would be following because of the fact that everything's being pulled to the center. The rotation would be because the Earth is a globe and it's not like any other shape. So it would have to conform to that specific geometric shape, and then therefore you would have everything like the physics that work on it on a rotating Earth. But because it has this shape, it would then be doing the things that it's doing, where you don't feel the spin and all that other globe information. But that's why it's that when I start off with my 3 questions, I always start off with that one at the very beginning. When they concede that question, it's like they crumble the entire globe cosmology in one fell swoop. So the globe, and I always, dude, there's nothing by me telling you that I'm trying to get one on people. I'm like, if you fail to provide evidence for that very first one, the other 2 are just they're byproducts. So for me, it's easier just to get you on that one. I could just stay on that one if you're not proving curvature, and I could tell you how it ties into everything else. But if you don't see it and you concede the first question, then you're already done. But the rotational question, the second one, gas pressure without a container, those are just that's just cleanup. I don't have to really go to those. So really, yeah, the curvature of the Earth is the single most important piece of evidence for anyone. So once they can see that first question, the other 2 are just. Then I could add like about 20 more. Like, okay, tell me the distance to the sun. How do you figure that out? Tell me how do you know the core of the Earth exists? You know what I mean? Like, I can just add more points. I don't need to. So the other 2 were just kind of like there for posterity.
Here's a question you might. I don't know if you probably would even give an answer to. What do you think the biggest problem for a flat station?
Did it cut out for me?
Oh, what's the biggest issue for a flat earther? Like, what do you think the best globe argument is?
For the flat Earth, it's their inability to coherently display the understanding of what it is and what it is not. So if they are saying things like ice walls and they go into speculation like the dome, those are the Achilles heel of the flat Earth. Like, let's take it this way: if they start presenting the AE map, they're screwed. So people should not be in the flat Earth putting in arguments that they can't verify or falsify. Meaning, there's a lot of newbie flat earthers who want to put derivative topics on the top of the list. They'll want to argue pictures from space. They want to argue if rockets work in the vacuum of space. They want to argue the 3-body problem. They want to argue derivative topics, things that are secondary to the most primary understanding of flat Earth. So I'm telling you, like, if they don't have an understanding, you guys, it's easy pickings. You could stay arguing with somebody about pictures for about an hour and a half and never get anywhere. I mean, the conversation, because then one guy is going to say, okay, provide to me evidence that the Apollo 11 image that from the Earthrise image is exactly what you say it is. And then the guy from the flat Earth says, well, no, you can't do that because the camera that we're using is not able to be held in space or whatever. And then the guy from the Globe Earth can say, well, the Hasselblad camera that they were using was equipped to be in the vacuum of space, and back and forward. It's a debate, and it's fun for the audience because everybody's just like picking and choosing sides, and those are phony flat earthers like that are made from that kind of an argument. Because when you get right back down to it, that's not even in contention. Because first of all, the position from where we're coming from is like you can't even go to that location, right? So if you hear a flat earther in that mode, it's easy pickings. They want to talk about derivative. It's kind of like, I guess you could say there would be logically consistent points for us, but they're not ones that you would have in a debate with somebody who's actually trying to discern if the earth is flat or a globe. That would not be the place to go. You already, I mean, it's just a debate basically. And if the flat earther thinks that that is a point to argue, then they're probably gonna lose. Like in the sense of not being able to provide the knockdown evidence that how can they prove that that's true or not? You know what I mean? There's no evidence there, like on either side, because either side can have explanations, and we're going on based on information that the organization has given us, and we're debating that. It's not nobody's verifying anything. You know, none of us are gonna go, okay, let's go to the vacuum of space and check to see if the Hasselblad camera works like they say it does. You know what I mean? That's.
Don't you think that we can interrogate the logic of that by going like, okay, how? Like, just even though we're not going to be able to test it empirically, I would agree. I think we can test it using our intuition, where we can go, well, how did they do that? What are the differences that they had to make to that camera, and then kind of weigh that up. And go,
I know, but see, but here's the pitfall, right? For the both sides, because we start arguing things and details that are applicable here on Earth. So when you start saying, let's just look at what people are doing, right? Well, yeah, that's fine. You can do anything you want to. You can go to a lab, you can see how cameras are made, the optics, the lenses, and you can get into the minutia of the argument. That's okay. Nobody's saying that you can't do that. And so when you present that, you're actually arguing from a standpoint of being on Earth and how cameras work, and you're going more into that, right? So where you start to kind of like go back and forward is that the person is saying that the image is not real. It can't be real. You know, like, so you're arguing like, yes, it can, because we know about cameras. Like, what do you mean? We've been, you know, the technology behind them are already like, it's not too hard if you talk to somebody who's a photographer. So you're not arguing if it can work in that environment. You're more arguing that these things are already said to be working, and then the flat earthers just arguing like the cameras don't exist, or you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of it starts to become more of that argument where you feel like you're confident, and it's not. There's nothing wrong with that. You might know a lot about cameras, but the environment that it's said to be it's what's in contention, right? Like, so either you talk about the photo, the image, if it's able to be taken, you know, like the way they say that, because they start comparing different images, right? And then the Glober argument is like, so what? They have different cameras. Like, different cameras take different images. Like, what do you want? Like, that's just what's going to happen. You're going to get different images from different cameras, right? I could see the argument already formulating, and I'm not even debating it, because I've heard them. We've been doing this for years. There's so many different. I've been in thousands of discussions. Like, I've heard the other side, you know, make the argument or the case for it. So I know why it's not a point of an argumentation for flat Earth. It's like a fun one maybe, but you're never gonna get a victor on either side. They're both gonna be. You might get some people that side with you writing. Flat Earth might get some people that side with them, but nobody's gonna be like, oh, that's definitive. We'll go with that. It's just never gonna happen, man.
What is definitive is that you will get people on the globe side who will disagree. And that's kind of like the contradiction. Everyone on the flat earth side would be like, yeah, space travel is not possible, and here's the reasons why. On the globe side, you'll get people say space travel is possible now. They'll say it is possible, not possible now, but possible in the future or the past. Or you'll also get people say space travel is never possible. Here's why, but the Earth's still a globe. You'll get 10 experts give you 10 expert opinions. Every single opinion be completely different and completely contradictory. That's why it's a peripheral topic, because it doesn't help you adjudicate much of anything. Only if you get in some sort of fancy land about what's humanity's role in space. Which is why I posted news of today is NASA plans on building houses on the moon by 2024, while other Americans ponder their own housing crisis. This is like a let them eat cake event. Marie Antoinette was worried that the peasants didn't have enough bread. They're like, why would the peasants want to eat bread? They can just eat cake. So NASA is saying, why are you bitching about affordable housing? I'll build you a super Walmart in the super church on the moon. They're like, what the fuck, dude? It's like NASA employees, government employees have better dog houses. Their dogs have a better house than some people who are paying into the system. And they're going to use that money to build affordable housing on the moon? Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, Greg, it's funny that you said Super Walmart because I'm in one.
Yeah, it is interesting where I a lot of times with atheists will tell you Christianity is dying. I'm like, dude, a super Walmart and a mega church just moved into my small town, northern Minnesota. Okay.
And to tie it together, the Walmart symbol is heliocentric, a sun sign.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
amazing.
know.
It's like, yeah, how many like that you look at how many mega churches? It's a shocking number. Okay, just Google it. How many mega churches opened just during like the last couple of years? It'll blow your mind. You'll be like, how the fuck did they do that? And then
I
with
know
a
how
claim
they
on
do
the
that.
table, oh yeah, because God's on the move. I know how, but I'm saying I was more challenging the atheist point of view. The atheist is that everyone's getting more secular. Christianity's dying. It's like, dude, you maybe want to take a tour around America and look what's happening at ground level. It's all turning into mega churches and super Walmarts.
Yeah, but I mean, it's we never fear that people are going to hear, oh, he let out the good stuff, man. Now people are going to come in and try to refute the thing that they said, dude. I guarantee you, I actually me and Quantum and Jedi were doing something last night. We're like, dude, it doesn't matter how many times we say it, they're still going to get it wrong. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? And it's a category error, straight out the gate. But the Glober doesn't understand that. They're in here, and the group of them are listening to us say this over and over again. Yet every single time we went down the list and asking each individual, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? They would answer it. Well, I think there is. And like, oh, put them on mute. It was funny because nobody stopped and said, wait a minute. No, you guys had said it's already a category error. It is a category error. It has nothing to do with science. It has to deal with geometric shape. And nobody said that. They just walked right into it like they didn't even know. And they were listening. It's like that's how much people are paying attention these days. That's the reason why the people have gone the way of the globe, because they have no critical thinking skills. They don't have any listening skills. It's sad, you know. It is what it is, though. I mean,
It's a new
what
generation.
what can you do? You know what I mean?
What I thought was funny too was when Owlish or Ultra had said that, okay, everybody gets it now, you can move on. And you're like, oh, really? Everyone, right? We've been harping about this for like 6 hours, and everyone gets it. You go all in, right? The next person we will ask the next person on the list and see if they get it or not. And they're like, nope. Okay, change your name, right? A week.
Yeah,
Flatter's at
exactly.
school.
Yeah, and I did it right after I said that too.
The power of prediction.
Which was even more interesting. I was like, I bet you anything, anybody that's in here right now, they're not paying attention. So as soon as I ask them the question, you're gonna see that they don't like. They're gonna respond like they didn't even hear what I just said to you. And
It's
she
cool
took the
though.
bet.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, she took the bet on basis of, yeah, no, she's gonna prove me wrong. And immediately, like right after I told her, I asked somebody and they didn't even understand, so they answered the rebuttal. They're like, yeah, there's scientific. Oh, put them on mute. So,
It sounds a little bit like holding somebody to your stand, though. If you think that it's a category error, that's one thing. But
no,
I
it
do
is.
think
It is a category error.
What's good too is like normally a gambling debt is like a debt of honor, and
Mm-hmm.
Owlish followed through. She's like, "Yep, I lost a bet. I'm now flat Earth is cool for a week." A lot of times, globalists will try to parse it out. Oh, we didn't shake. What's the definition of a week? What do you mean by username? Any possible squeal they can do to avoid paying up. Because really, at the end of the day, they don't have honor. They're just trying to subjectively get around saying that. But hey, I'll still call you Owlish or Ultra. Just once in a while, I'll say Flat Earth. Hey, Flat Earth is cool.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Exo's cat is pretty cool too, though. That cat's legendary. There's some really good Flat Earth memes that cat has been part of.
Yeah, I like the cat. The guy is like questionable though. Bro was like legit spurging out last night in a different room.
Hey, Flat Earth is cool is in the house.
He's a moderator admin of another site or another page channel. I'm trying to think. It's something atheist. It's like deprogramming atheist or atheist something or another. And he's got his own. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's like help deprogram atheists or like I can't remember. It's something along those lines. I have to look through my list to find it. And yeah, he's got all the stuff posted about atheism, and it's almost interesting. A lot of the same stuff that people say about flat earthers, he kind of changes that and uses that and says it about atheists. Which reminds me, last night I was on another server and we were talking about the debate for Sunday. I said like, hey, so Crit, you're gonna be on the flat Earth side or the globe side. I'm like, yeah. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take random Louis Farrakhan quotes and just substitute anytime he says white people or Jews and just say flat earthers. And it was pretty funny. I was reading off these Louis Farrakhan quotes and they're actually agreeing with them. If it was the context was a flat earther. And people are like, holy shit, this is like not good. That a lot of their logic falls in line with hyperbolic dehumanization.
I was thinking, man, we could invite those gods of debate in here, man. See how they fare. The ones that I don't know if Apocryphon was wanting to get together with. I don't fancy a debate, but like I don't mind speaking to people that think that they know what they're talking about. It's not my cup of tea, but I've been in a few of debates. But the way that they are structured now, just they don't interest me. They're not a flow of fluid conversation. People can't get upset and say things and feel like that it's I don't know, it's weird. Maybe that's just me.
More about the entertainment value than an actual debate.
Yeah, because I mean, it doesn't matter on either side, right? Somebody can give you 10 points to answer, and you can't give your side about what it is, and then you're there at trying to answer their 10 points instead of like actually getting into a discussion back and forth about one single topic. So it just depends. People like that, I guess. I don't know. I don't see any value to it.
It's like the movie Crash, if you're familiar with it, from like the late '90s or maybe after that.
Mayhem take on a globe earther, to be honest. I don't know if he's busy or not, but
I'm in between stuff. If you want to just, I don't mind. I'm gonna cook some breakfast, but before I get to my
after your
before I get to my domicile, yeah. Well, Is he here now or?
Oh no, I've not got a particular person. I just want to see you do it.
Oh shit, dude! Seriously?
It's funny. It's entertaining.
Well, I mean that's fine, but just bring him in here. I mean, you could even. How about this? You could school him before he has a debate with me. Just tell him, look, these are the points. Stay away from this. Don't do that. And I'm serious. Like, help him out. If you don't mind, I'll tell him, like, look, dude, this is what you're supposed to say, and then I could have the. I'm telling you, Britt, Nat, when I have the debate with him, it's like he lost the plot, dude. It would be just like nobody ever said anything. It's weird. I don't know what you call that. Like, it's not. I can't akin it to like amnesia or something. It's more just
falling to absurdity.
maybe like it's a
Well,
fucking weird.
You could
It's a
LARP it
weird
out.
phenomenon, man.
Because Britt say, "Hey, let's do a practice debate, and you be the flat earther, and he'll be the globalist, and see where it goes."
Nah, but he knows. He's already worn both shoes already. He's put on the flat Earth T-shirt, but he just. I would say this: if you have a champion in mind, go talk to them. Say, look, like, don't fuck around. Just go in there and give them your best. Like,
That's what I was
bring
talking.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, that's what I was talking about. Britt Nat could give him like the tutorial mode. Like here, like Britt Nat play the flat earther, and his champion Glober play the Glober, and this is like tutorial mode. And you can do, like,
him do it?
Tutorial mode.
Really? No, because like, I mean, honestly, like, it's like this, man. If the Earth was a globe, if it truly is, and it's just the way things are, then the guy who knows all about it, he wouldn't struggle. He would be like, look, man, there's something we can all do. This is the method. I can tell you how it's done. It wouldn't be like the way it looks like when they're in here, like they're struggling. It's just optics, right? Why does it look like they're struggling? Because they are. You know, it's not. They're fumbling around trying to figure out where in the fuck. And these guys are holding doctorates, you know, PhD. I mean, these aren't just like your everyday run of the mill average Joes. You know, these guys are people that others look up to. You know, and so that's the reason why you want to talk to somebody like that, especially in a forum like this.
If you had Neil deGrasse Tyson agreeing to a debate with a flat Earth, who would you send as your champion on the flat Earth side?
Me. Me, because I want to ask him some questions. I do, but no, I'm serious. Like because I've heard him talk. Like I know the lingo. I know what he's all about. Like he's placating to an audience, man. He has to sound good. He has to sound good to people. So like if he's not saying, and think about it like this, he's walking a thin line because he's bought and paid for it. So he's gotta appease his masters.
There's a lot. He has to watch what he says.
Yes, you bet your fucking ass he does. He's not gonna say anything that's incriminating. It's like a lawyer. You get a lawyer up there, they say vague terms, you know, so that as to say what something but without saying it, you know, like, you know what I mean? And this is kind of like, it's almost like lawyer speak when you speak to these types, right? Because they're on a different level. They're not here in discords having disagreements. They're fucking talking to big platforms of millions of people. So they got companies behind them. So they're not interested in proving a point. They're interested in
Their
keeping the
ego is
party
like
going.
resolved. Like they don't even have a perspective. It's all through a lens, right?
Yeah, right. So they're interested in keeping the party going. They don't want to get to the end of the why. If it's so much more fun to like have people thinking about what could be and what if, you know. So if you've ever paid attention, he had a conversation about that we were living in a simulation at one time, and then he recanted like not too far long ago, saying that he was wrong in his theory about us because he went back to the infinite regression fallacy, and I mean he didn't say fallacy, but he was like, yeah, but you got to remember that if you keep going peeling back the layers of like okay, so what matrix is holding that matrix and what matrix is it, you know what I mean? It just keeps going deeper and deeper. Like, well, we could be inside another matrix, inside a matrix, inside a matrix, inside a matrix, inside a matrix. You know, and it's just like never ending. So at some point, he was just like, "There's
An
you know
insane
laws."
theory, isn't it?
Well, it's It's too convoluted, man. There's no way that you could follow something that has. There isn't any. I mean, I guess if you want to, there's worldviews, man, that people have that I've argued with, and once I found out where they stand, I'm like, I don't want to have a discussion with you. I don't. If you think that nobody can know anything, and fucking, if I'm looking at my cat across the street, you think that it's a cupcake, you're like, fuck that, dude. I don't want to talk to you. Like, I'm serious. If you think reality is
You're still
malleable,
upset about that conversation. Jeez, man.
if huh?
It's
No,
just
you
funny you're still
okay?
upset by that.
If you haven't, you probably, I don't know, maybe you've heard a few weird conversations, but I've fucking been partial to a lot of these like nutcases that are just saying shit. The guy tells me I could be schizophrenic. I shit you not. He tells me that, and then he's like, "But let's have a serious debate." I'm like, "Fuck you, dude! Like, you go and have one with someone else who enjoys you saying that first. I am not. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
that's
talk to
kind of
somebody.
crazy. How did he
Enjoys you
pass
saying that.
judgment before debating you?
Fuck that."
Yeah, it sounds a bit like you've got it. The person already has to have your worldview in order to debate you about their worldview.
Well, think about it like this. If you want to talk about a tree and the guy says, "Yeah, but that thing right there is a banana split." So let's have a debate. And you're like, okay. Do you want
I
to
get
have a
what you mean.
debate
It
about
does
that?
sound ridiculous, but I mean, it does sound ridiculous. It is a question of epistemology and philosophy, right? But I
Exactly.
think
Well,
it's their fault. It's their fault for going down that route, right? Because if you want to debate someone about, I don't know, flat Earth, for instance, and you pull it into epistemology about how can we know anything, right?
Yeah.
I think that
Well,
you're probably being a bit obtuse, right? And if the debate was
So what
about whether or
about
not we know
then?
anything, then that's fine, right? But I don't know if that would
So
be.
yeah, what about then if the conversation he's talking about was with me, like 2 nights ago, and it was in
oh,
fact one of the flat earthers who was like, "We've got to talk about epistemology and how can you know things." I think it's like my view on that is I think it's called fallibilism, isn't it? I feel like the British got it wrong
no, I
everywhere.
think it's solipsism. Well, it fucking
Is it
depends how you
similar to
define.
solipsism? It's very
It,
similar
it
to
depends.
solipsism,
It
right?
depends. Yeah, you know what? It's. I don't want to say synonymous, but it's interchangeable. How about that?
In the riding eggshells defense, right? If the flat earther wanted to talk about epistemology and eggshells gave him an answer he didn't like, which is perfectly sound and reasonable, right? Even if it sounds crazy, right? Then
Excuse me, brothers and
no one
sisters.
should have asked to talk about epistemology to begin with, right?
Excuse me,
Yeah.
brothers and
Just
sisters.
accept it. Like, I
Hello,
don't like
Crit.
it,
It
but
is
that's your
me,
epistemology. We can
Marsula,
debate it.
a friend of yours.
Yeah, don't
Yes,
interrupt,
sir.
dude.
Sir.
Marvin.
I understand you want to get a hold of somebody, but somebody was speaking. It's pretty perfectly rude to come in and interrupt that way.
Yeah, he's one
I
of
don't
our
know if
fans.
you see
Apologize for
rude.
my minor interruption. Please continue the conversation.
Yeah, dude, just send me more DMs. I'll respond to you when I'm ready.
I wanted to tell you that I love you.
All of that for that, sir. Really?
Yes, my master.
I mean, come on, sir.
I apologize, my
Jesus,
liege.
dude.
Yes, squire.
No, it's not that. It's just it's common decency, brother. Like, really.
Yes, my squire.
Yeah. You can be condescending. I don't care. It's just rude, bro.
Yes,
I know
my
we're in a
father.
Discord. I know we're in the Discord, and it's fucking like you don't have to use manners, but goddamn, dude.
I think it's
I
just
just want to have gay
patronizing.
sex with Crit.
It's just it's patronizing.
Anyway,
I'm
sir, what were you
flattered.
It
saying?
is a funny
Right?
one
Was
though.
it writing?
That one
Writing.
about
Go
that
ahead.
Let's get back on topic.
Yeah, that one about that epistemology I do find interesting because for some reason it really upsets people. Like just like at this, they'll bring it up days hence. Like, God, it was one guy. What was his name? Get Blue something? No, Carl. And same thing. Gregory brought it up to get upset because he knows that I'm like solipsist, fallibilist, whatever you'd call it. I think like absolute perfect 100% knowledge is impossible. I don't think it's attainable by ordinary mortals. So it's acceptable. No, it is adaptable or useful to be doubtful about the things you think. It is a good idea to be able to change your mind on things and go, oh, there might be stuff I don't know. But yeah, he flipped out about it too. He kept bringing it up months hence. Would like shut down a room to talk about it. And then yeah, Gregory did the same thing the other day because it bothers Gregory, and now it's bothering you. it's a very
Gregory's.
interesting one that
To be
bothers
fair,
people.
I don't like Gregory's arguments. I think they're sometimes a bit silly.
Yes, I mean, that's self-evident, I think. Poor chap. And I think that's the issue. It's like, but some of what also seems so strange about it is like, don't you want me to hold that worldview in order to consider that maybe you're right about the shape of the Earth? It's a bit weird to be like, well, you're wrong, and I was wrong about something as fundamental as the shape of the Earth, but I've changed my mind on it. But I want you to be like ardently certain about it, because to me, certainty is just maladaptive. It's not as much a question of epistemology as it is efficacy. And I think certainty is maladaptive. I think it makes people real cranky.
I think I said over a month ago that I think a philosopher of science might have a better chance against a flat earther than a regular scientist, right? I think a lot of the questions are philosophical questions, not scientific ones.
Yes, I think versed in like rhetoric and debate, I think far more than being across the science. Because I regularly see people for whom being across the science, I think, is disadvantageous to their ability to debate.
Some sort of religious leader would be good for debating a globalist.
A religious leader.
Yeah, because a lot of the globalists do a moral claim that flat Earth is some sort of moral degeneracy that is so bad you are no longer human if you think this way.
Yeah,
so
there are
getting
some
some
people
sort of
go so over the top, and they're like, well, they shouldn't be allowed to teach that to their kids. It's child abuse. I'm like, oh my god, you pearl clutching puss. Somebody thinks the Earth's the wrong shape. Calm down. But you're right, Chris. Like some people get so like, no, we must
Some
we
globe
must
earthers
circle
I've
the
noticed.
wagon.
There are some globe earthers I've noticed that like I said earlier that they get a bit too emotional over this topic, right? Because I think it's probably because it's like challenging something that they just take to be obviously true, and so anyone who denies it must be stupid, right? But I don't think these flat earthers are particularly stupid. I think that one guy, that bald guy that talks, that David guy, I think he's stupid. But these flat earthers aren't. They know their science. A lot of them know more science than the person they're talking to, right? But often that can be illusory, right? Sometimes if you know just a little bit more facts than your opponent, you're going to win no matter what, even if you are wrong, right?
Yeah.
Agreed. I don't think most of you guys are stupid.
Yeah, I don't think it's stupid.
Not stupid,
Interestingly,
but special.
one thing that it correlated with when I was reading about, because I got fascinated by all this stuff, is creativity. And knowing many of the people in the movement, I'm like, some of the tests you guys come up with and some of the songs and like, I think there is a lot of creativity. And yeah, they were saying like it doesn't conspiracy belief doesn't, as much as normies would like to say it does not track very well with intelligence, but it does with creativity. But it is not the relationship the normies want. It is high creativity equals more likely to believe conspiracies.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about fucking lizard people taking over the world and shit. You know what I mean?
Grizzly, by the way,
Or Bigfoot.
Grizzly is stupid. No disrespect to him. I know he's not here, but like, he is not someone you want to be representing flat Earth because he takes. Like I said, this is the basic thing with Grizzly. It's like if everyone believes one thing, he'll believe whatever the thing that people don't believe is, right? Like it's he doesn't. I don't think he thinks about what the rational position is, right? If everyone believed tomorrow the Earth was flat, he'd believe it was a globe, right?
I am of the opinion that some of the people are pseudo-intellectuals, and it's frustrating to talk to them because it's like...
Because you're so smart, right?
Me? No, I'm a fucking dumbass, but you can pretty easily point out pseudo-intellectualism.
Yeah, I would say like I think it is important to press upon like if you're debating a globe earther and they know a little less science than you, I don't think that's enough to be harsh on them because, like I said, like everyone thinks they're smart if you just know a few more facts than the other person. Like I don't know if you've debated Marxists before in your life, right? But they know more Marxism than you, and so when you try to criticize Marxism, they'll just have that extra fact in their back pocket, and that can give people the impression that they're more correct just because you know that those few more facts, right? It's and this is why I guess a philosopher might be better, is because it's not about the individual facts; it's about how you can glue those facts together to make a really robust argument, right?
Yeah, I actually, yeah, that's some of my fascination, why I got interested in flat Earth, because I think the same with Marxists, or I would say anybody with any ideology, so same at either end of the spectrum, like centrists less so, centrists will sort of pick and choose. Maybe that's just because I would call myself a centrist. But I think people at either end of the spectrum, one of the things that is telling of a belief that is all encompassing and I think like more ideological than logical is that everything is evidence of their position and nothing is evidence against. So, like, yeah, if you're debating with a Marxist and you go, but what about blah, 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 instead of ever being able to go, well, I concede that this might be an issue. I concede that in, previous communist countries, food production drops the moment you implement communal ownership of farms. They'll be like, no, that further proves how important communism is because blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, there'll be something. Or actually, Russia wasn't going through a out of season. They were always having droughts or whatever they had. They had famines, and they were like, actually, famines became less common under communism. Like, okay, they were all very common up until the start of the 20th century, and suddenly a bunch of countries stopped having famine, and Russia did. No, that's further proof of communism. Like, you're not thinking rationally if you can't accept that there are some weak parts or not everything supports your position.
Yeah.
Similar,
I guess
actually,
it's a psychological
feminism,
thing.
which is like once you got that patriarchy bug in your head, literally everything is the patriarchy.
Yeah, I think it goes for everyone. Like I think the flat earther and the globe earther, even if well, it's harder for a globe earther than it is a flat earther, I think. But like even if you are a globe earther and you think it's obviously true the Earth is globe, and you go into a conversation with a flat earther, you should think in the mindset of, okay, like you actually have to be willing to put your belief to one side, right, or what you think is the case to one side when you're trying to make the case for it, because you don't want to end up getting overly emotional about it, because that just makes you look like you're exactly what Crit thinks you probably are, right? Which is like a religious person.
Mm. Yeah, people become like, yes, you see many of the globers. I get this way too, where you're like, no, you must believe the science as it was told to me, but I didn't even fully understand it. Yeah, and that's what I mean about the how maladaptive. I was going to say the maladaptivity, but that's not quite right. How maladaptive certainty is.
I want them to bring their best evidence. That's all I care for. Bring it. Like, there's nothing any flat earther in here should fear. Like, oh, we can't talk about it. If it's something to do with the evidence that someone wants to bring in, but you have to first find out if it has to do with the topic or not. You can't just have them bring in like, well, I got a purple duck, see, and that's just not coherent. It has to be something pertaining to the topic, and then you can have the conversation about it. So,
well, Mayhem, I think here's like an idea, right? Like because I think you can't deduce either, really, right? I don't think you can prove either. But what you could do is you could get a selection of phenomena in the world, right? And if they indicate one or the other, you could write out a series of explanations. Like get a list, I don't know, a Word document of all the phenomena that people point to say Earth is flat or Earth is a globe. Put them side by side, write down what the globists say and what the flat earthers say, and then see how those arguments are, not just on individually, but how they map out together, right? And then come up with what the better explanation is from that. Like just do a probabilistic claim, right? Rather than because I think if you just tackle things one by one, you're in your mind you're not really thinking about what if it conflicts with a different explanation, right? You're just thinking about that one explanation, and that's what I think like it's better to have a series of evidences and induce from there, right? What it probably is, what's
But
probably the case.
this is exactly the issue that got Miggy so upset. Is a probabilistic argument is fallibilism, right? It's going, I might get this wrong, but here's my best reasoning for why I think this is the way I'm seeing it.
Somebody's listening.
Right?
Listening.
And the challenge or the way it's often presented for flat Earth, I want to sort of say this delicately, is that it should be absolute. There is much more of an idea of things should be absolute. So in essence, I don't need to disprove all of your claims and I don't stack them together because each one on its own is either absolutely correct or incorrect, and I can discern that for myself. So the problem then becomes, yeah, you have this game of whack-a-mole where it's like, well, what about this bit of it? Well, yeah, if we keep going through them, we go, we'll do the gyro theodolite, and we'll do the gyro compass, and we'll talk about gyroscopes in general, and ring laser gyro, and move on from gyros, talk about star trails. Each one you could go, is there a potential answer that could defeat it? And obviously, yes, which is what you're conceding with the point you're making, Britt. But then what you're saying is, we'll probabilistically stack them up and go, could all of these things appear to be this way but be wrong, particularly when, as you're also pointing out, the arguments to make them wrong conflict with one another. The arguments to support the flat Earth or to dispute the globe Earth evidence is inconsistent with itself.
Yeah, I mean, what is it's a question of what's a better explanation. Like it's not a question of what proves anything. And if your explanations are all random and here, there, and everywhere, and they don't align with each other, then they're not as good as an analogous and consistent one would be, right? Because Flat Earth can explain things. Nobody denies that, right? Nobody. Flat Earth explains things sometimes quite well, right? But it's not about whether it explains individual things. Well, it's about can you map this out and explain several things and not be a problem, right?
Yeah.
I'll give you an example.
The other one that's also a challenge is can you use this to make predictions, make accurate predictions?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys an example of what Britnat was talking about. Eclipses. That's a perfect example of what he's talking about. On the one hand, you have orbits and ball planets floating around in the vacuum of space, aligning themselves or being at certain places at certain times, and then there's this story that's attached to it, so it aligns with the story that people are looking at ball planets, right? When on the side of flat Earth, you're going to ask them what's the mechanic that drives these entities, the lights in the sky. We could say that it's a naturally occurring phenomenon. They're cyclical in nature, but as far as like what is the mechanic that drives them, we wouldn't be able to tell you because there isn't a position that we can take that those things have been understood to be some specific type of like entity, whether it's a floating gas giant or a plasma thing, whatever it is. You can't science things that you have no understanding of, like from a distance. You have to.
Yeah.
Science works with the physical and natural world, in which the researcher interacts with the variables, right? The independent variables. The researcher is going to manipulate to actually find out the cause of the effect. So you can't do that with something that's not been able to be tested in that manner. So that's why we don't think that would be a good way to say that is science, that we may take our observations and say, thus saith my mind to you that this thing is a nickel iron core, ice cap, rocky terrain planet. Like that. There's no way. You can't do
Sure.
that.
And I certainly think that the certainty, because like as I'm saying, my epistemology is certainty is maladaptive. The certainty with which globers say these things, like, well, we know spectrometry works. That's how we know the gaseous makeup of a distant planet. It's like, oh, fuck off, right? It's much more accurate, I think, to say because we see it, the spectrometry seems to work on Earth. We presume it works the same in space. We even presume it works better because it's going through near vacuum. And based upon, therefore, the wibbly lines we get a readout of, we think that star is probably emitting hydrogen. And that is, I think that's down to a science communication thing and the certainty being maladaptive thing, that people don't like that, so instead they prefer to go like, it's absolutely true. No, you're just a science denier. And the same on the other side. You don't know that. You can't know that. Therefore, it's false. Rather than
I think a good illustration would be if like, because obviously what I'm asking for, like, to demonstrate to me, well, at least not demonstrate because it would be demonstrable, but to persuade me, you'd have to do something along the lines of having that list and showing it to me and then comparing it to the global list and letting me make my judgment for myself about what I think suits what we observe in the world better. But there's also another way, obviously, and you could obviously try to deduce it, right? Try to falsify a globe Earth, and this is where predictions come in, because predictive powers are a virtue of science, right? So one of the virtues, and what globe people have in their pocket is whether or not they can make accurate predictions about the world, right? So if you take let's say a good example would be if Einsteinian relativity said that a planet was going to be in X position, right? And Newtonian physics said it was going to be in Y position, and it was in X position and not in Y position, and you could confidently say you falsified Newtonian physics, right? As an illustration, just on its own. So that's another route you could take. You could try to falsify a globular Earth, right? But that's, I've never seen anyone do it, right? So I don't know if any of you could do it. You'll always try if you want, but I don't know if you get away with it.
You don't need to falsify it. There's never been an experiment to prove that gravity is a force. There's never been an experiment to prove that space-time exists or it can be bent. So how can you even claim it's of reality?
Space-time? Well, we're not talking about that particularly. We're talking about the curvature of an Earth.
You just mentioned Einsteinian, right?
Yeah, but that was an illustration, right, about how you falsify something, right? With something with predictive power. So what you know is that, for instance, that if it's the case that some of these phenomena are pointing towards a globular Earth, they should have some sort of predictive power for like that kind of stuff, right? Some of these explanations should do anyway. And then you can use that to compare against a flat Earth predictions. If there are any, I don't even know if there are, but if there is, then you could use that as a deduction, right?
I get what you're saying though, Britnett. Like, I mean, I know what you mean from that position, but there's a lot of missing information and gaps of knowledge for the person who's actually speaking of these things, because they're coming at with the current rhetoric and they don't know like where the preceding information came from as to how they got to the place that they are with this information. So I think for the person,
I just saw someone in chat say, "Can you use the curve calculator to predict where the horizon will be?" And that's a good example, right?
Yeah, it's a good example.
So, for instance, you have a prediction, right, that the geometric horizon will be in X position, and if it is not an X position, then there's a problem there. But obviously, that's not going to falsify a globular Earth, because we know globular Earth people have a counter explanation to why that might be the case, and also it doesn't exactly prove flat Earth either, right? I don't want to get into that though. This is a whole other topic.
It does prove flat Earth. If the Earth measures as flat, what else are you going to claim it to be?
Well, let me do a bit of flat earthing to you, right? Like similar sort of arguments that a flat Earth might make, right? But the other way around for a globe earther. So if it's the case that we're talking about a horizon that's supposed to be in X position, but there's also the phenomena of an optical or an apparent horizon that could almost always be, or possibly always be, incongruent with one another. Then how reliable is that test going to be to falsify anything?
Because the idea of the Earth being a sphere is that it's a geometric shape which can be measured.
Yeah, but you agree. Let's just let's set this up right. So you agree it is possible that a apparent horizon might always be, or almost virtually always be, incongruent with a geometric horizon. Agreed? It's possible.
What
right?
does apparent horizon mean?
It's what
I don't
you
know
see.
what that means.
It's what you see, like in the distance, right? It's not. It doesn't have to align with whatever geometric horizon is.
Okay.
Yeah, that could always. It's possible. We agree that it's always incongruent, right?
What does the word congruent mean? I'm sorry.
Okay, not aligning with each other, right?
Okay.
So if
Anyways,
both
go
numbers
on.
aren't aligning with each other, right? Then there's a question mark over its reliability as a test, right? Now, it's only a really valid question mark if we can't replicate a phenomena that might show that it's possible that that they could be incongruent. So I've got a video. I don't know if you want to see it. I assume you'll just believe me, but if you don't, I'll just post it, right? Of a laser that can be distorted just with a variation of air condition, right? That could make it so that you could then see the laser without you actually playing with what is the apparent horizon, or the geometric horizon. Sorry. So in that sense, it's possible. Usually, a flat earther will say it's possible, and so in that sense, they might say that okay, it's possible that the apparent horizon is incongruent with the geometric horizon. So if the geometric horizon is there, but we can never properly see it, or we can't see it most of the time, or whatever, right? Then to just appeal to that alone as a falsification, well, that would be problematic, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, here, let me tap
no.
in real quick here.
Be-
So, Britt, do you know the story of why Native Americans from the Western Hemisphere, using the Google model here, why they're called Indians and not?
Because Columbus thought he was in India at the time.
Yeah, why did he think he was in India?
Well, because he went west and they found a continent.
Yeah, because he had used the observation of boats sinking below a geometric horizon. And he had timed them. He said, I'm going to time how long it takes for these boats to disappear. I generally know about how fast they're moving.
It was it was a debate with the King of Portugal, I think, or the King of Spain, about how big the world was, right?
Well, no,
and that might be along those lines.
Italy. He was Italian, so he wanted.
Well, he's
to
Italian,
fund,
but he was contracted by the King of Spain. Right?
Queen of Spain.
Yeah, Queen of Spain. But
because
there was a debate between Columbus and the monarchs about how big the world was.
Yeah, he couldn't get the king or the royalty of Italy at the time to fund his expedition because they thought his method was batshit. This is batshit crazy. You don't know what you're talking about here. There's too many variables. It changes day to day. How do you know for sure that's a geometric curve of the Earth? But he got the Queen of Spain to fall for his bullshit, and he ended up thinking that he could sail west to get east. So when he landed in America, he had thought he had landed in India. Even with the the word of mouth at the time, people have been traveling east for hundreds of years. They knew what languages were spoken. They knew what religions were spoken. He would have had a general working knowledge of what Indian people look like. He still fucked it up and thought he was in India.
Well, I agree with that. I mean,
okay,
that's
so this
kind
is
of like
why,
a question. That's
this
the kind
is
of
why
question
you
of
can't
like
use this sort of geometric curve of the Earth, your optics, to determine the shape of the Earth, because you're going to end up with some very cringe events like like what happened there, with Columbus.
Yeah, I agree. I think on both, but I think it goes for both sides. I think like yeah, I mean Columbus. I mean, I don't know if he was on the side of the Earth that was bigger than the Queen was. I can't remember which way around it was. But what is true is that when we talk about horizons, and the question of whether or not the geometric horizon is X position away and what we're seeing is Y position away, I think that That's more like if you were going to meet a globe earther for the first time, you might mention that, right? But I think, does it actually prove anything one way or another? Does it even cast doubt on one thing one way or another? It doesn't do either of those things. Jaslu, I don't think it does either of those things at all.
Well, what happens not measuring the horizons? What happens when you measure off of two separate shores and you find no drop over distance, i.e., curvature of the water that's apparently there?
Okay, but you know, I've just walked through that with you, right? Like I don't know if I should repeat it again because I don't want to ramble.
But I'm not talking about horizons right now. I'm talking about the actual water ball.
But what's a horizon?
A horizontal line.
Okay, but I mean, like a bit more thorough, right? Like it's effectively it's where, you know, as far as you can see, the sky meets the earth, right? Basically, right? And on one side, right, you have you can see perhaps you could say, well, this is how far we're supposed to be able to see, right? This is like where the curve happens, the drop over distance, X number. I can't recall the number, right? But let's say it's that. But then you see a place further away that should be further away than that number, right? Now, what's the issue there is that you shouldn't be able to see it, right? If all things are equal. But the question is, if it's possible that an apparent horizon, what you can see, is different from what you would be able to see, all things being equal, the geometric horizon, if there is one, right? And so the question is that if it could be always incongruent, then how reliable are we going to put? Oh, okay. How much weight are we going to put on that test, right? Not a lot, I'd say. I'd say it's, you know, you wouldn't use it at all, really, right?
We're talking about a laser, though, right?
Yeah, we're talking about drop over distance,
Okay, okay.
not where the land meets the sky.
And we
I'll
have
show you
two
a video.
people holding targets, right?
I'll show you a video.
They're on
in a
their
second.
cell phone talking to each other. One guy points a laser across. The other guy says, "Oh, look, it hit the target."
It didn't
Yeah,
hit
let me
the
show you
target.
something
Let's be
real
clear
quick.
about that test. If you're talking about the FE core test, they never have shown it hitting the target from the full distance. They have one photo of it hitting on a very short ranging shot with the wrong color light. On one night they're using green, on the other night, I think when they hit the target, they're using blue. You can clearly see it's the wrong light. The laser device they made a big deal about wasn't working. They weren't clear about that. And then they said, I can see some light on the horizon. The globe model predicts you should be able to see it glowing in the sky. What it doubts is whether refraction included, you can bend it over a lake to hit a target, which is what they tried to do and they couldn't. So they moved the goalposts and said, I can see the light, that's good enough. That's not science.
I did post just a test to show a laser emerging from the horizon, just based on a variation of air conditions, right? Which is possible. You can see it, right? The target thing, I don't know much about. I don't know whether or not I hit a target or whatever, right? I don't think it's that important. But the phenomena is there, and you can show it, right?
Yeah, that's the more important point.
I think it's a little bit, you have to be a little bit careful with the word horizon, though, because right in the definition it says the apparent point at which the earth meets the sky or water meets the sky. So it does state in the definition itself that it is apparent to the viewer, not necessarily.
Well, it has
any
to be,
sort
right?
of- Yeah.
Because if we're talking about where the sky meets the earth, right, we're only going to be able to know what that is from what we the observer are seeing, right? But that's not to say there isn't some other horizon, aka the geometric horizon, that's somewhere between you and that what you're seeing, right? Which is possible, right? And that's so yeah. That's an important comment, though. I think it's important to recognize that what we actually are talking about when we say horizon, and I know no one likes when people say we, right? But we as a group here right now, what do we actually?
No, it's okay. I think
right?
the we's not a problem. Okay, the problem with the we is when someone doesn't articulate what that means. They'll say like, "We've been to the moon," or "We know the Earth is not flat." It's them not being able to articulate what they're talking about. If you say, "Hey, all of us in the room are talking about this one topic, we're coming to a conclusion," that's different because you're able to articulate the we.
Right. Yeah. What I think is, yeah, I agree with you when you say you should be able to articulate it. What I think you sometimes do is go, you didn't say it in advance. And it's like, okay, well, I'm happy to say it behind. Like sometimes I'm talking about human race, sometimes I'm talking about globers, sometimes I'm talking about men, sometimes I'm like any group I fit in, if somebody else there or I'm referring to somebody else I consider fits into a grouping that I'm talking about, I think that you can just use your good sense and go, he's probably talking about motorcycle riders. When you say we sometimes stand up when we go off-road, are you talking about me? It's like, no, I'm clearly talking about motorcycle riders, right?
To be fair, I you can do it, but I do think that people, I actually cringe a bit when people say we as well, especially when it's like about science, because it is a bit cringe to say. I don't know, but either way,
but it's the same as like my football team won. This is one that crypto brings
yeah,
up,
we
and I
won.
think it's
We won
right.
the game,
But it's
kind of thing.
yeah, but you feel a part of a team, and I think it's okay to share in other people's successes, not to sort of be like I've done this and you haven't, which I think is cringe. But I don't think it's
Yeah, but from that point of view, it works because you'll ask the athletes, "Hey, what made it all possible?" And they always thank the fans. So there's like a back and forth, a tit for tat there. If someone were to be like, not part of the fan, and they go like, "Oh, hey, we won," and they go, "Well, what do you mean? You're not a fan of the Raiders or whatever?" They're like, "Oh yeah, but I'm going to identify with the winning team for some reason." Like,
yes.
why the
I
fuck
think
would you do that?
Well,
Well,
I
yeah,
like
I guess it depends
the
on the
we that goes to
motivation.
the moon. Obviously, you feel we didn't go to the moon. I like that
No,
some
yeah,
of the we went to the moon, and I get that you don't like that, but I do.
yeah. If you said we went to the moon, I'll just simply say, not me. I ain't going to the moon.
Okay.
I would not. Any we that Nixon would say, I would say no. I do not want to be in any we that he proclaims. So when Nixon says we, he was talking about him and some other people he groups up with. So that's not me. Okay, absolutely not. Okay, there's no degrees of Kevin Bacon between me and Nixon.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to check with Jansley. Are you on the same page, or do you disagree with anything I've said?
Yeah, I'm still not buying it.
What specifically? Because I'm not telling you to take a position. I'm just telling you to like doubt that the test is even a useful one.
I'm just saying we don't need to even talk about horizons. You can just go at distances and measure drop in distance over water. You don't
That
even
is the
need
horizon.
to go as far as the horizon.
But what you're talking about is the horizon. If you're talking about water, where the sky meets the water, we're talking about where the horizon is. And the case that Britt has made, I think, is pretty strong, which we could simplify down into questions that we'd all have to agree to. Like, do either of us think the physical Earth is changing shape? Neither of us do, correct? So
What do you mean by changing shape?
We don't think the physical Earth is breathing in and out when we sometimes, right? We don't think the Earth is changing shape.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So that's step one. Step two is to ask the question, would you agree that the horizon appears to move? So we agree that it's not moving, and do we agree that it appears to move, that sometimes there's a hump of water in front of those oil rigs, and sometimes it's way behind?
It does appear to move sometimes, yes.
Okay. So
But if the Earth is a ball, it should not geometrically move.
The case that Britt is making is that we are both in that same bucket. We both have this problem that saying boats go over the horizon and effects like that with the horizon is an iffy territory, because what we both accept within our worldview is that the Earth isn't moving and it appears to. So we cannot trust how it appears. Right, this is now the conclusion. If you agree with those two premises, you now must agree with the conclusion. That is, you cannot now use how the horizon looks as an argument, because you necessarily agree that the Earth isn't moving. Sorry, because you believe the Earth isn't moving, you necessarily believe that you cannot trust your eyes as to where the horizon is, or get useful information you can take to the bank from that, because you're accepting that it moves.
Okay.
Right. So, what flat Earth evidence do you have that doesn't rely on that assumption?
Yeah, but my logic tells me I can measure it. Your logic tells you that you can't measure it. Like I don't.
Laser tests over
you can measure
water.
it. I think you can measure it. Like it's
How do you measure it, then?
unpredictable. I think it's unpredictable in
How do you
predictable
measure
ways.
it?
Well, what are you measuring exactly?
You
If
know
you're just
standard
measuring
refraction.
the surface
The
of the Earth,
surface of the surface of our whatever.
So
Earth.
if you took a ruler, like a very long one, let's say, right?
Why
Or like
don't we take?
some
We're living in 2023,
like a
bro.
steel rod.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would even work.
We
out
got
because it's
lasers, bro. We don't need rulers.
Yeah, it'd be a laser. It'd be a laser. It'd be a laser, right?
Okay, but I have a
So you
point
took a
though.
laser. You
If
took
you
a
have a
laser,
laser,
right?
you can put
Now
something
the
in front
issue
of the
with
laser.
that,
But if you're a
the
rod,
issue,
you can't
the
put
issue,
something in front of the rod.
yeah, the issue with the laser, right, is just similar to what I said earlier, right? Which is just that there's a video I posted which demonstrates that it is possible that you could see a laser over an obstruction, right? Now, if you can see a laser over an obstruction, then it would probably be the case that you could repeat that if you just change air condition, right, on the Earth, right? Because all that they did in the video was spray something, right? They just changed the air condition of what you're observing, right? And Earth obviously has an atmosphere, as we all agree. We all agree that there's air, right? That can alter what we perceive, right? So the laser test isn't going to be perfectly reliable either, because again, sometimes you can't see it and sometimes you can, right? So what's that telling us? Little or all about the surface of the Earth, right?
I'm not saying to just look at it with your eyes. I'm saying one guy takes a laser off of a shore. There's a guy at the opposite end of the other shore, and you literally measure how far the drop is.
Yeah, optical.
You don't just look at it with your eyes.
Right, with lasers, which are both working on the same property, you see the laser with your eyes. Right, it is an optical device. And we are accepting, both of us, that is a bad way to do things because there's lots of wibbliness down by the surface when it comes to how light moves. We both accept that. So we say, some of us will back it and go, no, boats go over the horizon, and I still think that's a good argument, so you'll still hear me say it. But what Brit is suggesting is actually it's kind of a bit weak on both sides. Both sides, it is an inferential argument. You're just talking about the probability of it being true when both sides of us go, hey, seeing lasers and looking over lakes and doing stuff on water and boats going over the horizon, it's all a bit wibbly because I've also seen boats flying in the sky and I don't think they fucking do that. So let's just throw out some of the wibbly horizon shit and focus on other stuff.
Yeah, I tend to avoid those sort, like, I mean, the boat argument, it's like one, I mean, you could put it in your back pocket as one of your evidences for your overall inductive claim, right? And it might not be foolproof in the same way that saying that, I think there's a similar argument that people say that look, if you observe all the celestial objects, or if you don't believe they're celestial, all the objects in the sky are spheres, there's little reason to suspect that I'm standing on anything different. That's not a foolproof argument. It has flaws, right?
It's good
But
inductive,
if you
but
add
it's
them
not
all up,
deductive.
what's important is adding them all up, right? And seeing what the most likely case is, right?
But the main problem with Black's,
I'm on a ball orbiting a ball, and I can point at that already existing. I can point up to Jupiter and go, look at those moons passing in front of its surface that you can do with a backyard telescope yourself if you want. So that doesn't prove I'm on the same thing, but it looks pretty good for the argument that I keep seeing spheres do exactly what I think I'm doing.
It's just something you put in your wallet, like an extra dollar for your case, right? That's all it is, right? And you just add, and like at the end of it, you count how many dollars you've got, right? How many cases do you have that are somewhat better explained for a globular Earth than a flat Earth, right? And then once you've added up all your dollars, I just happen to think, right, that there's more dollars in the globular wallet than there is in the flat Earth wallet, right?
yeah, but then use wise mind and adjust for inflation.
That's pretty. It's pretty.
Well, the inflation of our universe that's apparently expanding faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, that stuff breaks my brain. That makes no sense when they say these things about, like, did you know that your body would turn into spaghetti? I'm like, oh, all right, boffin. That's what'll happen in these big magical black holes. All we know about them is mathematical.
What I've always thought interesting about Black Swan is that everyone has used it to make some case for their worldview, like the rumpus.
That's a good point.
Like the rumpus, and now I drawn a blank on his name.
Yeah, I think it's
crap,
fun
just
to
a second here.
use. I mean, if you're a
go
flat
ahead.
earther, right? I understand why a flat earther uses it, because a globe Earth
Ruhif.
fan.
There we go.
Yeah, it's the first thing
sorry to
they'll
interrupt
appeal
you.
to, right?
Let me get the last thing here. So the Rumpus originally had rolled out the Black Swan. He's the first one to use it, which is pretty hilarious. He said this proves a super looming, that you can see beyond the curvature of the Earth. All long distance photographs are now debunked because you can loom the horizon over the horizon. And people are like, "Are you serious? Are you serious about that?" And he's like, "Yeah." And they're like, "How far can you see then?" He basically said you can see the back of your head. And now Ruhif has picked that up, and now he's camped in an article because the Rumpus has kind of backed away from that since. And concave people have used it as, hey, you can see the Earth is ramping up. And the glory Most High, he's drawn these lines on there and used pixel counts and showed you exactly where it starts curving up. And so it's kind of interesting how every person's got their own interpretation and they all think they're right, but everyone thinks everyone else is wrong. So it's like that more it's more prejudicial than probative. You know, I would say you're gonna see as far as you see. You're gonna see as far as you see, regardless of it. Your eye is just an instrument, and everyone's eye is a little bit different. And that's kind of why people get paid. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Sorry,
No,
the
I think that's
Black
really
Swan
well
thing.
said, Crit. That was really, really well said.
The Black
Really
Swan
well
thing,
said.
I think, is a useful, I guess, tool, not to prove anything, but more to just cast doubt, right, into the globe earther's mind, right? And it's more of like a rhetorical trick than it is perhaps an actual substantial case, right? Because it isn't, right? It's not substantial for either side, right? It's like if you're a globe earther and all you think is globe, 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 and you think you know everything, right? And you hear Black Swan, you're off your pedestal a little bit, right? You don't know where to go from there, right? But eventually, like, you know, people come to the understanding, you know, that perhaps it's not proving much at all, right? Even if Flat Earth, I don't think thinks that the Black Swan proves much at all, right?
Yeah, they use it against use it to say the Earth is not a sphere of 3959. They don't use it to go any further than that. I mean, the argument, the Black Swan argument written by QE, is a little bit thought provoking. He did it on purpose. You know, he did it to be like, hey, bye ball, holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. It's all meant to, you know, provoke a conversation about it. Because really, what I use it for, can you show someone the picture and will they be able to identify where the horizon line is? If they can't do that because they're using some sort of really hardcore subjective worldview, like, then I just say they're kind of disqualified. The horizon is clearly behind the second oil rig. Now, why is it there? And that's where you go into a conversation. If someone says, no, I don't perceive the horizon to be beyond the second oil rig, what is it then? Well, I don't know. Well, how would you not know? And you also know that it's not there. Where draw a line? Where do you see the horizon at? And just getting people to like somehow think it through to a full logical conclusion is really kind of where I think that why that photo is so good, because it challenges everybody and confirms everybody at the same time.
Yeah, it does. And yeah, the fact that, like, there is absolute strengths to the argument, and the fact that Globers get scared of accepting them is just it's bizarre. It's also funny listening. Like, there was one guy, Glober, in here the other day, trying to draw this map of what you would see from the top of the oil rig, and people must have said to the fucking guy 30 or 40 times, it's not about the oil rig. You can imagine that at sea level. It's about where's the water in relation behind the oil rig. And it was fascinating.
Oh yeah, that was
just wouldn't get it.
yeah. You called him a thick cunt. I was like, holy shit! I don't think I've heard you swear like that before.
Oh,
You're like, holy crap, dude, you are thick. You know, like you are thick.
Yeah, he was
Yeah, I think
just
that was Neon, if I remember right. It was he didn't come around anymore. But yeah, he used to come in here and he just would everything. And he started in you, and you're like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, his argument made absolutely no sense. I was like, oh, you're on the wrong, like, I get really annoyed, far more annoyed with Globers than I do with flat earthers. Like, I've laid into so many Globers. Oh my god, I've called people similar things. I've gone off on paid NASA shill on what's his name? Cursed.
loads of people just unloaded me. You're an annoying cunt. Even though I know I can do it, but yeah, some globers are just absolute punishers.
When PNS gets mad at me, I said, dude, don't you remember you called me clever for passing WS's geometry quiz? He's always like, fuck, that's right, I did call you clever. So he's like, fine, you're clever about that. Okay, you got the geometry quiz. I couldn't figure it out. You did a good job, but right now you're being an idiot. I'm like, I accept it. Okay, Genzo approves.
So how would you measure it?
I would measure it with a physical device. I think all of the ones using gyros are where you get it. If you claim about all of these forces like Coriolis, they're always really too thin to test. But if you spin something faster, the laws of physics say that will be equivalent to, like, you can wait a long time, you can measure very precisely, or you can get something moving very fast. And
But
you'll
then there's
notice
like
perturbation.
magnetic fields, right, with gyros.
Gyro compasses, gyroscopes, ring laser gyros, gyro theodolite I've just heard about. I don't know anything about that. Yeah, gyro-based stuff. Because that tells you you're spinning, and that's like, if you're doing any of them, you're doing all of them, right? You're not a plate spinning. So if you're spinning, you're on a ball. And they seem to say we're spinning. So a physical test, if we all got to agree that the horizon gets thrown out, don't we just go, okay?
I don't even think, I don't know what, I mean, to be honest with you, besides this particular debate, I don't think there's any real use in knowing what the exact measurement of a curve is in the sense of measuring it, right? But I do think there's use in, and this is where I might go a bit into my stupid realm, but I do think there's a use in starting with an induction, right? Having a likelihood that it's possibly a curve, right? Not necessarily having to take out a ruler, but measuring the distance between you and the sun and triangulating that distance to come up with a possible radius, right, for what you think is the case, right? And then working from that, right, like that. This radius is, if it means anything, it's going to be useful for it's going to have predictive power, right? It's going to be useful for some things, right? And if it is, then so on and so forth, right? But then the issue with that is that I'm coming quite close to the sun with affirming the consequent, right? So I'm trying to avoid doing that.
But the sun measurements were done on, like, when we thought the Earth was flat, right?
I'm flying close to the sun with that one, but so you get the general point of what I'm saying. Because science isn't trying to prove that it's a globe. It doesn't need to, right? It just needs to. If you think it's a globe, then you can start from there, right?
But if you think it's flat, you could start from there too.
Yeah, sure. But then you then use that, right? To you could come up with like complete other measurements, right? What you suspect would be the case, right? If it was flat, you wouldn't need a radius, for instance, to do anything, right?
If it was,
and then yeah, go on. Sorry. Was someone going to say something, or did I cut out? Or what happened there?
Yeah, it looks like they opened their mic and then stopped talking.
I think someone in the room.
Yeah, they might have joined the wrong room or something.
But yeah, I am flying closer to some of the affirming the consequent. But the idea is just that it's not like you're saying this is the radius and I know that, right? You're not deducing a radius, so it can't really be affirming the consequent. You're just kind of coming up with a number, right? For what it would be if it was this, which we think it might be, right? No deduction has taken place, guys, so no affirming the consequent is actually there. But then what would you do with that radius, right? So you could then use that to say, well, if this radius means anything, if this number means anything that we've just calculated by our relative position to the sun and triangulating the distance and the rotation, right? Then it should be useful for some things, right? Like, for instance, shooting things into space or whatever, right? No one actually stood at the edge of the Earth and started to measure a curve, right? No one did that. But yeah, so that would be the step-by-step process in my head, I suppose. But
So, and I guess infrared lasers are kind of out of the question.
Well, I do think you could do something with infrared where you go, how much is the infrared image different to a normal image, and use that as a guide to go, this is how I can tell when there is an untrustworthy day. Because on a trustworthy day, the pictures should look more similar. And so you go, if I want to find it when it's untrustworthy, what I'll do is take both photos identically and then go, when the photos are more warped, those are the days I don't trust. And out of those days, when do boats appear to do normal things? Where does the horizon appear to be? And on the other days, is that where I see bendy cranes and horizons off in the distance?
But like with the laser targeting and those type of lasers, like when the target blows up, isn't that like confirmation?
The target didn't blow up. Well, if you're still talking about the FE core one, the photo you've seen, if you've seen a photo with a laser hitting it, I can find you the guy from there admitting, saying that
They talk
wasn't
about
a shot
weapons.
from our actual one. We
I'm
haven't
talking
released
about
it yet.
I'm talking
Weapon systems. Yeah, from my understanding, that the Sea Sparrow argument kind of doesn't work because it's never been actually deployed in combat. So it could just be one of those bluff type things. It's like, do you want your army, the opposing army, to believe you've got capabilities beyond theirs?
Yeah, which seems like a good strategy, right?
So one of the hard counters to these
what made
super
the
battleships.
Sorry, go on.
But yeah, one of the hard, like you saw, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but there was a destroyer that was almost sunk by small surface craft. But thanks to the damage control teams, they were able to keep it afloat. It was a USS Cole. This is like 94, maybe 93. And it was off the coast of somewhere in the Middle East. So these big battleships, they're great at fighting each other. They're great at providing ground support, from far away. What they're not good at is battling small maneuverable craft. So what they developed after the Cole was almost sunk by these very small maneuverable craft, they said, hey, we got a new weapon system that can target these craft with a laser guided missile.
Oof, wow.
Virtually,
small craft by a laser guided missile.
Yeah, virtually like the same way you would kind of shoot an airplane. These craft, in a
Yeah.
way, they kind of function as like a surface aircraft, going towards whatever. So it said we've got, and not only can we destroy you with this surface guided missile or this laser guided surface missile, we can hit you before you even see us because we're up higher than you and this laser target down. But since then, I mean, as far as my knowledge, it hasn't been deployed. So I that's what I'm saying. It's kind of hard to tell. It is the fluff piece just as good as the weapon system itself, because you'll get, like, through time, people have overplayed weapons and weapon systems and how good they are, like that sort of the Paris gun. Like the Germans during World War I said, this gun will be able to bombard Paris from Germany, and you'll be able to bomb them into surrender. They fired the Paris gun and they missed. They didn't even hit the. Yeah, they didn't even hit the
That's an
fort.
interesting topic. That's an interesting topic. So I have a question for you along these lines, right? Do you think that a state, wants to preserve itself above everything else? It wants to maintain control and secure itself, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It depends on what state you're
Your
talking.
intuition probably would tell you yes, right? I assume, right? Your intuition tells you the government doesn't want to collapse, right? And so you would expect that they would want the most accurate weapons possible, right? Especially with battleships, especially like in the world wars, for instance. Like your battleship, you'd want them to be, you'd want all of your calculations for where your opponents are to be, your predictions where they're going to be as accurate as
The
humanly
more
possible.
accurate you are, the more you win battles. You don't even get hit.
Yeah. So the question is, and this isn't really my area. I don't work for Raytheon or anything, but someone did come in a while ago and they said they in World War II on the battleships used calculations with a consideration for a curved Earth, and whilst you could still hit your target if you just ignored them, what they found is that it was more precise if you had the calculations for a curved Earth in your consideration for where you're hitting your target, right? Now, would you say that that's, at least a piece of evidence you put forward for, like, okay, maybe the Globies have a case there, if true?
Big if
The
true.
story Jedi uses one where it's an anti-aircraft weapon that they didn't put in place because they said German aircraft won't be able to target from here, and it turned out that they could because of some sort of intersecting radar communications, similar to a LORAN system. I don't remember exactly what the Germans called it. It's, it got some funky German name to it. But yeah, so that's the only time I've heard about people talking about like this or that. Like, is there a weapon system that
Yeah,
was
I mean,
able to
like, I think you
deploy
could
up
hit a
over?
target. Yeah, you could hit your target if you're assuming flat Earth, right, and curved Earth, right. But what's interesting isn't whether you can do it, but more about which one has more predictive power, right, for like actually hitting your target, or most of the time, right?
So your story though says that the Earth isn't a perfect ball, right? It's some sort of oblate spheroid or whatever.
Sure.
So like, how do you measure for that, right? Like when you say you measure for curve, like what part of the curve are you measuring for, kind of thing, right?
Well, it wouldn't be a perfect you'd still miss even if you took into consideration like a general curve, like what you expect it would be. Obviously, it is a oblate, right? So it's not going to be a perfect number, right? The idea is just to say that if you include that number, even if it isn't perfect,
So you're measuring a perfect sphere for the curve.
Yeah, you'd hypothesize that. You'd theorize. You would deposit that just to get your, just to hit more targets accurately, right?
That's the other thing too, with the pictures that we all see. Like, wouldn't we see a difference in the shape? Like, wouldn't the shape sort of represent what they're saying it is? Or we wouldn't see
I have
that?
no idea about that, but for me, the horizon question. Oh, you mean like the pictures of the Earth from the space? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, my only guess, this is just a guess, would just be that, from the magnitude of how far away you are, it probably would be that noticeable, right? I don't know how many kilometers wider the equator would be for it to actually be noticeable from that far away,
And then we get different descriptions too, right? Like some say it stretches out at the equator and it just looks like a squish ball. Others say it looks like a pear, right? Like,
yeah. Well, I think a
which
pear.
one
I
is
think a
it?
pear is maybe hyperbole, right? Probably. And if you'd
Well, a
agree
pear
with
is
that.
a distinct shape, though, right? Like it's narrower at the top, right?
Here, I got
it's
something
more,
for you.
More illustrative than perhaps what. It's not like literally a pear. It's more of an illustration, right?
I got something for you on this. Okay, so Ukraine and Russia are currently at war. You're tracking that, right?
Yeah.
So, and America is spending millions and millions of dollars, almost bankrupting the federal government. The federal government almost shut down because of how much spending is going into Ukraine. So, with that backbreaking budget, would you want to give the most effective or least effective weapons to Ukraine?
Well, my guess would be you'd want to give. Well, it depends. That's a very hard question to answer because on the one hand, you could say most effective if you want Ukraine to win, but least effective in the sense you want to keep the best weapons, right? So it
And
depends on which
also,
one they're weighing up.
it's not just going to be most and least effective. It's also going to be like, we've got ones that require you have 6 months drone operators license, like training on simulators before you touch one of the real drones. Then if you give that to Ukraine, it's just a waste, right? Because they can't
Yeah.
like give somebody a 6-month training course, and like, what are you doing sending over people? It just is too complex. So it's not just going to be the best weapon system. It will be like, what is the surplus we want to get rid of? What are the things we want to test? What are like, because if we clear out old stuff, then suddenly they go, we need new stuff, but we don't need javelins anymore. What's the next thing up after a javelin? And there's money for that. So
Yeah.
the military
Very
industrial
not a straightforward answer to the question there, unfortunately.
yeah, I think the more we knew about it, the more complex that would be, where it'd be like, oh my God, you sell them everything. You're sometimes selling them handguns, and other times you're like, oh, you better not. You'll go to prison if you sell to those guys. I just don't know how it works, but I'm sure it's more complex than I could give it credit for unless I knew more about it.
What's your point,
I
Grit?
just listen to people who know stuff.
Okay, so here's the point. I got some other articles on this too. So why is the U.S. downgrading its weapon systems that are being delivered to Ukraine? Howitzers without GPS, rocket launchers with restricted short range. The U.S. is sending the most critical weapons to Ukraine with severe mission capabilities.
Yeah, they don't want to win that war.
It's
It's purposely it's drawn it out. Like they want to do is like make it last as long as possible.
No, I
So
mean
this would go
They
like
just want
it's
to
a
send
claim
the
that
most money over, right?
yeah,
Launder
just
the most.
basically defective weapons over there. And then maybe that's a side hustle. The side hustle was Putin's like, sure, you can send all your crap to Ukraine, but I want to make sure it ain't going to hit nothing. And then Biden's like, certainly. And then the Republicans are like, dude, if you're at war in Ukraine, you want to spend millions and millions of dollars, let's get it over with. Let's send some troops over. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Get the job in, get out. Mission accomplished. And Biden's like, nah, let's keep sending them defective shit that doesn't work.
I mean,
no, let's shut the
there's
government down if you're going to do that.
I
like
think it
I'm
has to
saying,
do with
I think there's a
tracking.
lot that goes into those decisions. I got a
Yeah,
friend
like
that works in government in the UK. It's just an absolute shit fight. Mostly they're covering their ass. Sorry, somebody's trying to speak. Sorry, go.
no, I was just gonna say that it probably has to do with the fact that the Russians, as we know, are pretty technologically inclined. So they have to send lower technology to them because of the fact that they can hack and track things much more easily than you think. So it makes sense that they would use things that doesn't have GPS because they're emitting a signal that somebody can pick up. So it's all about stealth at this point. And
Yeah,
that's
I mean
it's
that's
all
the
about
case.
money at this
But
point.
the issue with this question is that like we could speculate because it is a very complex system, and what I guess Flat Earthers call again raise a really good point is that Russia is one of the cyber warfare leaders of the world, right? It's a very complex cyber warfare system in Russia, and they've been building that for the last decade, right? So I'm not gonna lie to you, Crit. I don't think you're gonna find a clear answer for that kind of question because it's multifaceted, lots of different variables going into it, right?
Just
Yeah, it's one
You
of
can only speculate
Globehead.
what you think the answer is, right?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons I brought this up is one of the new because I post like that daily news. It was one of the things I was originally going to post, but generally there's always something a little bit better. My take was going to be that they wanted to leave these long range targeting systems out because if people got a hold of them, it would show you that Earth is not a globe. You'd be able to dissect it, and they'd find out that these really long range targeting systems do not account for curve and rotation.
Well, I think it's the case, right? That like you said, like you can hit things if you don't have your globe calculator right in your tank or your battleship or whatever. I guess modern technology probably cares less about curves than perhaps technology 80 years ago. But it's not to say you can't hit things. You can probably hit things most of the time with just ignoring curve. But let's say that if you do take in curve, you have a 10% accuracy increase, right? In like how often you hit things. That's some solid predictive power. That's like game changing in war, right? Just 10% more accurate than your opponent, right? So those are the sorts of things that I think, this is what someone else posited. So, again, I don't know much about what the calculations are on a battleship, but if it was true, that person was telling the truth, and their little fan for like World War II battleships was well founded, then that's a case that the globe earthers have a case, predictive power, right?
Globe Earther is begging the question right now.
How
Well, it
far?
wouldn't be question begging.
That would be question begging. It's a circular argument.
Like
Well,
when
no,
a
because
guy
it's not
when a
deductive
guy puts
argument.
when a guy puts a
It doesn't have to
laser.
be deductive to be question begging. Induction question begging exists.
Who cares?
Oh well, I thought you were wait. What was it? Question begging or affirming the consequent? Which one?
So affirming the consequent is if you have an argument in the form of if
No,
P,
I know
then
what they
Q,
are, but
Q
which one did you
therefore
say?
P. I said begging the question. Do you know what that
Okay.
is?
Why is it question begging?
Do you know what question begging is?
Yeah, it's where you assume the conclusion of your premise.
No, you don't have to do that to be question begging. Here's an example, right? If I say something like, I know X, therefore X, that's not going to be an example of question begging by your definition, but it would be question begging by the standard definition.
Okay.
Do you want to try again?
Well, you just said it. Oh, so what are you adding on to it?
Telling you that examples of question begging can be something as simple as having a premise that entails the conclusion is true. Question begging is about a lack of dialectical force. Question begging doesn't have anything to do with the form.
Okay, that's fine. Now, can you tell me what I was question begging?
What you said is question begging because it lacks dialectical force.
Okay. Why does it?
Because the flat earther is going to deny the increase in chance.
Well, I'm not saying that it's true, right?
That was a good point. You did make a good point, though.
It wasn't a case that I said that, this is the case, that it will be 10% higher, right? A flat earther could quite easily say...
also been, this has been inductive arguments. Like, it's not...
Yeah, it's only inductive. The issue, though, is that it's like only expected on your hypothesis. There's a 0% chance of it being the case on our hypotheses, so we would just not expect it. So it's just begging the question.
Yeah,
Right?
okay.
Inductive arguments don't have to beg the question. Good
Well,
ones
they
don't.
don't. Yeah,
Right.
that's
So
fine.
the way you want to make sure the inductive argument doesn't beg the question is you want to see if it's the case that the evidence is in dispute. If the evidence is in dispute, then obviously raising the evidence in support of your hypothesis
like
is
an
not going to be an
argument.
argument in favor of your view.
Yeah, okay, well, this is autistic because it was...
It's
Oh,
not
it's
autistic,
you!
just understand.
Oh, it's you! Okay, like, first of all, Sim, right, I wasn't making an argument, right? I was saying... No,
Now
no,
he's
no,
mad.
You did, no, come on, accept that he made a good point and then respond to it.
So
But
the
I think you made a good
idea is that this is what someone said to me, right? And if it's true, right, they could disagree with me, right? Like, it's not, I'm not really putting the case on the floor because it's not my case that I even claimed to begin with, right? It was just a thought or experiment, really, that if it was true that this number that you just inserted into a calculation to hit a rocket over the sea, if you found it when you added curvature in and took it out, that there was a difference in its accuracy, but how often you hit an object.
So
then
this
it
brings
would
me
your
back
inductive
to
argument has evidence.
then there might be a case, but at no particular point am I making an inductive or deductive argument. I'm just
You said it was an
recanting
inductive
someone else's
argument. That's what you
so
said it was.
that led me down another path, though, right? So
Well,
led me
it would
to
be
the-
that argument would be inductive.
Let the other
right?
guy talk. Let the other guy
Okay,
talk.
go on.
It leads me into the shape, right?
Go for it.
It leads into what? Sorry.
Whoa, that's true.
It leads him into the shape.
That is true.
What is that? What do you
I'm
mean?
talking about the
Oh,
shape of the
okay.
Earth.
By the way, guys, these are the trans army. They're an issue.
For trans?
Yeah. I'm trans.
No.
That's real.
Do you think the Earth identifies as a sphere?
Well, are you flat earther?
Oh, that's
course.
a fun one.
And
That's
I'm
a
not
fun one.
trans.
It's trans Earth. It's an Earth that's
What's your case for the flat Earth, Synth? What's your case for this? What's your
Yeah, I
case
think
for the
the
flat Earth?
typical arguments against the flat Earth fail, and I think because of their failure, we have an inductive case, a Bayesian case to support the flat Earth.
Everyone knows this. That's fine, right? But you said you're a flat earther.
There is
your case for a flat Earth can't be that. Well, arguments against the flat Earth have to be inductive. That would be stupid, right?
Just take a second.
No, I didn't say that the arguments have to be inductive.
Hey,
You heard the word
take a-
inductive and you heard the word argument, and then you skipped all the middle words in between it. I'm saying that we have an inductive Bayesian case that the flat Earth is true because arguments against the flat Earth typically fail.
Okay.
That's not the way to do
What-
Bayesian.
what-
You gotta have a few more variables.
No, that
than
is absolutely how Bayesian reasoning works. It's just a normal conditional probability.
How did you choose whether they failed?
So if you want to know how to choose whether or not they fail, right, you're asking now, is the evidence the case? You're no longer saying it's not Bayesian evidence.
Okay, here
You're no longer saying I'm
at
failing to use Bayesian reasoning. You're now arguing, is the evidence true or not? Like
I'm
whether the
questioning whether you can.
proposition, whether or not E is,
Come on.
yeah, whether or not E is
Easy,
expected.
mate.
What you want to ask is like, if it's the case that E is or isn't
Are you just
expected on the
gonna, are you just
hypothesis,
going to filibuster?
is it the case
Is this
that
how
E
you're
or E
going to
isn't
win? You're
true?
just going to not
Well,
give
you
up.
pivoted. You pivoted.
No, you haven't heard
You
4
pivoted
words
from your
from
initial
me.
claim,
Okay,
which is that I
run,
wasn't
run,
using Bayesian
run.
reasoning.
So don't come in here, throw your weight around, and then refuse to have interlocutors.
I'm willing to
I'm the cleverest
interact with
person
any
in the room,
questions you
provided
want.
I
I just
ignore
don't want you to
something.
pivot first.
These people aren't good interlocutors. Just saying, like, you don't
Okay,
want
dude,
conversation.
stop with the meta shit. Okay.
Yeah, look, if there's a specific question you want answered, that's fine. I just didn't want. I wanted to make sure it was clear that you were pivoting, but we can pivot to whatever you want. What was your question?
Sure,
You
yeah.
feel like
Let's
it
go
didn't
back to the
answer?
conversation that we had before you turned up. How's that?
Seemed like you had an argument, but it seems like you're giving up now.
Yeah, it was a
Okay,
debate.
I accept your concession.
Wait,
Cool.
what would your
Alright.
Synth,
What-
what would
what
your
were we
case be
talking
for the
about, Chris?
globular Earth if you have one?
If I had a case for the globular Earth,
Yeah.
I would probably say something like, well, we have an argument in favor of the parallax that shows us the stars are a certain distance away. Because of the parallax that we have for star distances, we can understand where their locations are in space, and that ends up being like in mathematical contradiction with like a flat Earth model. That's what I'd say.
How
But I'm
about
not a
what
flat
do you
earthing piece.
What do you
I'm not
think
a
about that,
flat
flat
earther piece of
earthers?
shit.
Take that one up.
what would be your argument for flat Earth?
My argument for flat Earth is that we have a simple Bayesian case. These fucking brain-damaged globeheads are just running around, running their mouth about things like gravity, which are perfectly accounted for under the flat Earth model.
Nobody's saying otherwise.
There are people saying otherwise. Many people have
Well,
said
then
otherwise.
perhaps outside of this room there are, but
I agree. Yeah, what we want to talk about is the total amount of arguments made on both sides. Then we can make a cumulative case for either view, and we see the cumulative case wins out for the flat Earth view.
That was Brit. That was your framework about like
That
you
was
have a
exactly,
piggy bank.
Yeah, that was exactly the case you made. It was very good.
Yeah.
One.
Scythe
can
just
make
beat
one
you at
as
your own
well.
argument there.
Wait, what did he do?
He subjectively just put 2 different piggy banks and put different amounts of money in there instead of based on good arguments. He based his on bad arguments. Both sides start with $1, and each one who doesn't give a good argument or gives a bad argument, they lose a penny.
Oh yeah, he just did the reverse. He just did the reverse of what I said, right? Okay. I see.
Yeah. So he kind of got you there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a
Not
case
he's
to be
made the
made, but I
case.
don't think
He's
it's as
claiming
strong
he's got
as
a
my
Bayesian
case,
but he
right?
hasn't presented it.
It is a case to be made.
Yeah,
but I
Crit,
don't
you
think
actually
it's not
like I'm just trolling because I want to fuck with Brit now. Like you actually want to take into account how good are the arguments on either side. You don't want to just like throw out one of the fucking piggy banks because I say so. But it's a fun burden shift.
Yes. And it is funny to have to think, how do I defend my faith in this thing? Like, I'm so certain they're wrong, but when they go, how are you so certain about those things? They make a strong case. It's like, yeah, I am a little overly certain about shit I had nothing to do with.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it will always and does always come down to just your collection of arguments and how they are consistent and analogous, right? And predictive. Well, not predictive, but their predictive power. Adding that all up together comes up with a better explanation. I just happen to think there's a globular Earth just because I think they have a better one, right? But I don't think it's provable. It's far from it, right?
Well, Sith is really interesting because I've talked about this too, where identity. If somebody wants to identify as a flat Earth, it should work inside the globe worldview because it would be about all people, all interconnected, enough room for everybody. And also too, if you look at the globe worldview, as you got vegan on there too.
Oh,
yeah.
What?
So
that's true.
Like this idea of turning the Earth into factory farming. And this sort of like
that's true.
I don't like that. I don't like factory.
That is true.
Yeah, because you'll get this idea where globalists will talk about man-caused global warming as they're pounding a double quarter pounder with cheese.
True.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Double quarter pounders are delicious.
They're actually not. Come on, Bob, don't lie.
They're at least like a 6 out of 10.
It's how the zombie apocalypse is going to start. It's like through all this fast food and microplastics and preservatives.
That's true. What did you think about the test emergency alert they sent out a couple days ago?
That shit
What are your
scared
theories
the
on
fuck
that?
out of me.
Yeah, we're not allowed to talk about that.
Oh shit.
Bro, it was just an alert. Put your conspiracy theories away.
Come on,
They're-
it's not
It's
really
coming.
just.
They've
Elections
done
are
it.
coming.
No, that's not
Conspiracy
true.
theory.
Elections
Listen
are
and
coming.
believe. Listen and believe.
They did it before, and they gave a warning too. There's like a month out. They said that, hey, on this day we're going to do this.
Yeah, they've done it before. This is not the first time. I swear people have like amnesia for the past.
Well, it
They-
wasn't that long.
I have amnesia for the future. Really glad you caveated that.
They
Your laugh
okay,
is-
Bunk.
it goes
Bunk,
for
if you're gonna
years.
laugh, you can laugh
Oh my
off.
god.
Bunk, listen, okay? If you're gonna laugh, just laugh off mic, okay? No one needs to actually hear
Laugh
you cackle.
off.
I like
Mike.
it. I like it.
Yeah.
It's contagious. It's the
I mean,
AIDS
Sorry,
of
sir,
laughing
this
because
is-
it's contagious.
this-
No,
This
yeah,
is a serious-
laughter is the
this is a
medicine for the
serious
soul.
room.
But yeah, but like you don't. No one needs to hear you laughing. They can just visualize you laughing.
They can
Yeah.
visualize me laughing.
Yeah, just put an LOL in chat or something.
See
or-
the
Yeah, this
I'm
is
not
the
gonna
most cringe
open
shit I've
chat
ever
to
heard,
put
bro. I'm actually-
LOL instead of just laughing when I have an open mic. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna I'm not gonna reach to mute my microphone every single time I laugh.
Okay, I'll do it for you then.
No,
Basically,
come
what
on.
Crit is saying
Let
is
him
no
free his
happiness
speech.
allowed.
Exactly.
Bunk,
gotta
do
let
you have a
people
case
laugh.
of the globular Earth, or do you not have a case of the globular Earth? Bunk?
Okay, no, he did. He was able to. Okay, you were able to do the chat. So now, just if you may, right? There is being live streamed. There's an audience. No one wants to shut down the
It's
conversation to
being
get your
live
laugh up.
streamed. There's an audience, and
Yeah.
that's the reason I can't laugh.
No, because it's also disenfranchising a chance for other people to talk. Like if you
I'm
extend your comment
disenfranchising the chance for other people to talk by
by
laughing
extending
for 2
out,
seconds.
yeah, by extending out your
Oh, the
laughter.
horror. If I laugh 3 times in a conversation, it might take 6 whole seconds longer.
Yeah, that's racist.
Someone better stop me.
Okay, well let's actually get on to the meat, right? Let's get some meat out, right? Let's talk about the topic.
No, I'm
Any
a vegan.
globers in here? Any loser globers?
Yes, I'm a glober. I think that the world is round.
Did you say get
Oh,
your
why do you
meat
think
out?
Yeah, let's meat.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
a vegan double entendre there.
I think the
Let-
world
let-
is
let's
round
cut to
because
the-
there's pictures of it from space.
Therefore,
Nice.
okay, thanks. Pictures, therefore ball. All right,
Pictures of
thanks.
ball,
Next.
therefore ball.
Did I
Oh,
just beat
come
you up about
on.
this, man?
Is there any scientific
He's a glober,
evidence
too,
That
that
was
dude.
unironically.
globe
That's
is
like
a circle?
that's like actually it's like a crazy good induction. Like unironically, when we have like solid photographs or something, most of them we expect to be real. Like there are some fake ones. Yeah, I agree. It could be fake, but now the onus is on the other person to make the argument that it is fake.
Well, it is
No,
an
Bob.
induction that you can induce. I guess I suppose if you think that the pictures are verifiably.
Well, here, I've
But I
two
think
of them.
as
I've
a single,
seen
as a single
satellite.
case, as a single
Hey,
case, it's
Britnett.
not much. It's not. Yeah, what's up?
Brendan, dude, relax, okay? I've seen photographs from NASA that showed WMDs in Iraq. There were no WMDs in Iraq. Therefore, photographs from NASA are not trustworthy.
Oh,
I've
big-
also
there's
seen
also photos of
satellite
Bigfoot.
photos. I've also seen satellite photos that show large swaths of factory farming and showing the devastation it does to the land area. But yet people
Yeah,
tell
like-
that's overblown. It's like it's not real photos. Those
Yeah,
are
but those
color
people are wrong,
contrasted.
right?
There's lots
We
of
think those people
photos
are
of
wrong.
Bigfoot, right?
Yeah, I've seen photos of Bigfoot. I've seen if you go to NORAD's website on Christmas Eve, they'll show you photos of Santa Claus flying about the globe.
That's true. That's true. But Santa
Hey,
Claus is real,
yeah.
so isn't that evidence in favor of Britnett's case? I don't understand.
Shit.
Yeah, if Santa Claus, if you think Santa Claus is real because you've got a government photo showing him in space, then
So,
by all
Fred,
means.
I actually, unironically, I'm kind of curious about the first thing you mentioned, the Iraq War. You said there were photos from NASA showing
Yeah.
WMDs. Can you
Yeah,
link those? I'm not like I'm not trying to like call you on your bluff or something.
No, I
just have
got
no
you.
idea.
Just look up Colin Powell. Talks to the
Thank you.
the UN General Assembly. He presents 7 photos. That says these photos show nuclear missiles on the launch pad with a 45-minute launch window
Hmm.
to Israel and Europe, and he
Hmm.
also shows photos of a roving chemical weapon manufacturing plant.
Wait a second. But yeah, now it sounds like Colin Powell is who's not trustworthy. It doesn't sound like NASA's
Yeah,
not trustworthy.
well, though this is executive branch agencies for 100, Alex.
Well, I mean, I agree that they're both part of the executive branch. I'm not. That feels like a stretch to me, right? Like
Yeah, the
police
reason
lineage
why they
has
use
been
Colin
corrupted.
Powell, the reason why they use Colin Powell because he was the general during Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and the UN had said that the American government, the army especially during that war, showed exceptional restraint in causing civilian casualties. So when that's why they rolled him. The Bush administration wanted to roll him out to represent another war in Iraq to kind of cash in on that goodwill that was done in the late
Well,
'80s.
hold on. Let's get our thoughts in orders, though, right? Like, let's get our thoughts in order here. So, the idea was that NASA's not trustworthy because NASA rolled out fake Iraq photos. But it seems like the two examples we have are now both examples of of NASA in particular being trustworthy. They gave actual satellite images. They didn't fake satellite images, and Colin Powell lied about them. And in the other case, it seemed like there was like NASA had satellite images of factory farms, you said, and we both agreed the factory farms are pretty gruesome. So it seems like they're trustworthy on both accounts.
Yeah, but you'll get people who disagree with factory or think that factory farms are just fine and call those
But
photos
they're
fake.
wrong, though, aren't they?
So it's quite interesting that people will what they'll do is they'll take a photo and then warp it to the world view that they want it to be, and they'll disregard photos that are against their worldview. But
Well, I don't
if
care
they're
if the world is round or not. It's just that if I have a picture of the world and it's round, then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just
yeah,
nah,
but what
bro.
about a picture of the world that shows it's flat, like Sasha had posted?
Where's the
Yes.
picture of the flat world at?
Listen this logic. When we look at the picture from the space, they are real. You know, when you look them, they're almost immediately real. When you show the picture from the earth, from the ground, oh, there is refraction. Oh, how optics works. Oh, what is going on?
Yeah, right. Like
Good
I
point.
so if there's a picture of a flat Earth, I mean, I'm down to see it.
Yeah,
But
You want
Sasha.
to? I posted. It's a 4,000 miles squared in Bolivia. Elevation change 1 meter.
Yeah, right there.
Ah.
Sasha posted it.
Okay, can you tell me how that can be on 3,959 miles radius sphere? That Bolivia, that photo, that natural biggest mirror in the world. How that can occur?
You're really close to it.
Oh, so just my
I'm
question
really
would be,
close to it. Do you see the sky?
Yeah.
It's the same like a ground.
Yeah, you're really close to it.
You cannot get that effect if you have the curved mirror down.
Yeah, you could.
No, you cannot.
Nah, there's a term for this.
Yeah, it would
brother.
have to be the term for it you're thinking of is convex.
No, it's not. There's
Oh,
a
well,
term for
correct.
that
Actually, what's the
image.
term for it? What is the term for it? Okay. that was interesting. There's a term for it. Maybe one of us can figure it out.
I will give you a term for that. 4,000 miles squared, 1 meter. 1 meter changing elevation. What is that telling you?
Tells me there's really slight change in elevation.
Yeah, and how in 60 miles,
expect on a
because
bigger-
that is something like 60 miles per 60. A little bit more, but doesn't matter. That means that in 60 miles, elevation change 1 meter.
Earth is big.
Okay, can you find now? Can you look now how much elevation change should to be on this sphere with that big
Hey,
dimensions?
Sasha, let me tap in real quick. I was
non-visible
hoping
at great
Subdue
miles.
was gonna
I'm
answer.
looking for it right now, bro.
Yeah, it's called specular reflection. Reflection.
Okay. Can you tell me now
I can
how
DM.
much?
I'll DM you to you. Okay.
Personally, my actual position is that I'm neutral on this whole flat Earth, globe Earth thing. I'm kind of I'm a no Earth theorist, but
Okay.
yeah, if anybody wants to make a counter argument against that, I'd love to hear it. It'll all beg the
No,
question.
I accept your identity of a no earther. That works for
Thank
me.
you. Any possible arguments against it beg the question, so I think we can agree that it's probably the most likely theory. It's also more parsimonious.
There. Hey, Subdued. I DM'd you that source.
Thank you.
If you don't beg the question, you cannot prove the sphere.
I agree. Yeah, you have to beg the question against the no Earth theorist either way.
Do you need to beg the question to measure the surface flat?
Yeah, I don't know what you just said. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
You
dog.
need to beg the question to measure that the surface is flat.
That's an action. So
Yep.
No?
That's action. We did that. We did that action,
thing
and
you
we realized that we don't need to beg the question. We don't need to put. We only measure the reality, nothing else.
No, Terry, that begs the question. The fact that you say you measure the reality.
Yeah. Why is that begging
Because
the
I don't
question?
think that I don't like we haven't grounded out the reality exists. That's what
You think that we cannot measure distance to distance? That's impossible.
Look, if your premise one is that we're measuring things,
Is it
it's already
possible?
going to
Is
be
it
begging
is
the
it
question.
impossible to measure one distance to another distance? Let's say five to 10 miles. No, it is possible.
Yeah, that begs the question.
But begs the question: what? Measuring
That
the
is
surface
possible.
distance.
Look, don't
That
we agree that to measure reality, reality would have to exist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, look, if I think that there's no Earth and there's no reality, then obviously you're begging the question if you say you measured it.
Oh, here we go.
Are you in reality?
No, devolving to absurdity is bullshit. Can you stay on
That's the
topic?
point. That's the point. That's the point.
Are you here? Are you here now? Are you speaking with me now?
We're here. We're queer.
Are you 100? Are you
Get used to
100%?
it.
Are you 100%
We're here
sure?
on a sphere. Get used to it.
Are you 100% sure that you are speaking with me?
No.
Okay.
There is.
There it is.
So
can you
Sasha.
can you call me?
We have to believe
Because
that we're 100% certain.
that 1%, what you are not certain, it might reach my 1% not certain. That means 2% are not certain. They are in dreams, and now we are in dreams and we are speaking. And other people listening are our dreams.
Sasha, I'm posting another photo.
Do you frequently
Sorry?
dream of like? Do you frequently dream of like gay things?
I frequently doesn't dream about gay dreams. Why I should dream about that? I have my wife and daughter.
Everybody has their own demons.
Yeah, everybody has their own demons, and we're trying to see if your demon is like a massive
And
black
what that
baby with a big penis.
and what that has and what that has
That's a child, by the way. That's a child,
and
by the way. Shut
what
up,
that
child.
what that has
Right
to
now,
do
he's a
with
fucking
what
pedophile.
what that has to what has that to do with 4,000 miles? No, I want to.
Sasha, let's guys.
Only
stop.
South-
That's a
I
bad
know.
idea.
Sasha, shut
South-
up. Sasha. Okay, order of moderation. Holy shit.
Guys, let's keep it on topic, okay? Let's keep it. I know it tends to divert a little bit, but let's just keep it on topic. Okay?
Miles,
Okay,
dude.
so
Thank
I
you. Dude, you
posted
need to-
another photo from the Salt Flats since Sasha was talking about it. In the distance, you can see the tops of mountains. So I know it's lame evidence, but like he posted his picture, I posted mine.
So what's your point?
That there's curvature because you see the top of mountains. Like, you can see that. I said it was lame. I didn't say it was the best evidence on earth, but
So
if they use a picture, you can use a picture too.
yeah. So that was the only. That was the only thing. It was just a picture versus a picture. It's not like I'm sitting here like,
Yeah.
here it is. Here's the proof. I found it.
It's pretty
So-
equal validity.
That's my picture showing the specular reflection.
Yeah, but my picture is showing that.
Does
it's
your
saying-
picture showing specular reflection?
No, my picture is showing that you can see mountains in the distance. And you can only
Okay,
see the
my
tops of
picture
them.
is showing specular reflection. What could happen only if the surface is flat?
No.
Oh,
you
really?
know, you know the pictures don't have to be showing the same thing, right?
How you can get
yours,
specular reflection? How you can get
yours
specular
shows
reflection?
your
How you-
point, right, being correct, and
Spheres
hers
can have
shows
specular
her
reflection.
point being correct.
Oh, okay. You
Every
can see
metal ball
mountains.
is a sphere with extreme specular reflection. Specular is just as opposed to diffuse. Diffuse reflection is like what you see on a white ball, like a frosted ball. Specular reflection
Okay.
is like what you see on a metal ball.
In both pictures, where is the curvature?
Very, very slight curvature exists in both. You just can't see it
Very
very well
well-
'cause you're very close to a big
Okay,
sphere.
very slight. Mean how much distance? How much that slight leads on? Let's say. How
8
much?
miles is
how
the
much?
farthest you can see. From standing about 2 meters tall.
No,
That
that's
much
not true.
curvature.
So is it
No,
that's
slightly
how much,
true,
you
or
asked
is
me
it
a question. Why
slightly?
would you ask me a question if you know the answer?
You said 8 miles. You can see with the 2 meters height.
Yep.
That's not true.
Okay, what is it?
Anyway,
Don't
let's
ask me
not quiz
questions
one
if you
another.
already know the answer. Like,
Because that's not true, man. I'm not saying that.
I know,
I'm not
what is the
saying that
answer
you are wrong. I'm not saying that you are wrong. The books are
Yes.
saying that you are wrong.
What? No, they don't.
No. Okay, can you find now on internet
Yeah.
2 meter height how you can see on the sphere? Google it. Can you do it that?
I got you.
Okay.
Like, I understand that the salt flats are something like 4,335 miles of the flattest place on Earth, but that specific photo doesn't mean that is 4,000.
It's not about of course, Austin, that photo doesn't show the force. That photo showing where is that place and what that effect is doing, that spectral reflection. But that Salt Lake City. All Salt Lake, it's that 4,000. Yeah, of course. That photo doesn't show 4,000. You're correct.
So it brings me to another question, and owlishness, how you use, like when you say they add curvature into their measurements and into this and into that, they're using a constant number for curvature, right?
This is gonna be a gotcha question. You're gonna post that thing
No, but
where
I'm just
different
saying, like,
countries use different
no, I'm not.
estimations.
I'm just going to say to you that parts of the Earth are flat, right? And they're not all that consistent curve. So how could they use a constant measurement to measure the curve, right? Like when they're building something or when they're doing something. When
1
in
degree per
fact we
69
know it's
miles.
not curved,
Got it.
right?
But
Whoever
1 degree
corrected
per
me, I just did the
69
math.
miles
Is
tells me how
7.5
curved it is.
7.5 miles that you can see total. A
With the 2
7.5
meters
mile
height,
diameter circle.
with the
In any
2
case,
meter height, you are
Yeah.
still wrong. You're still
I'm
wrong.
not.
You
You're
can't
not.
claim to have
You can just do
falsified
the math
Oh,
again. You can do the math on your own.
radius
Can you?
and not
Because
claim
can
that it
you
exists.
put 6 foot observer height distance
6
and then
feet
you
is not the
tell
same
me?
as 2 meters. 2 meters is taller than 6 feet.
Yeah, put the 6 feet. Yeah. Did you put that in Google
I didn't say anything about 6 feet,
calculate?
so why would I do that? I said 2 meters.
Okay, can you
Come
tell
on,
me
just
how much you
do
can see?
6 feet in meters.
Yeah, the 6 feet. The diameter is gonna probably be like. Let me fucking check here. 6
You're like
feet, then your
13
distance to
centimeters away.
horizon is 3 miles.
Oh,
So
it's
6
3
miles
miles.
here. Are you
It's not
retarded?
7 miles. Are you
Yeah,
retarded?
6 mile. It's a 6 mile diameter circle if you have 6 feet. Yeah.
Okay, and how much we can see if it's 1 foot height?
Sasha, you understand I said 2 meters, right? You embarrassed yourself. It's okay. We can move on.
Yeah, but you said it is 7.5 miles, but we see 3.5 miles.
No, 3 miles in any one direction. You can see in both directions. Turn
Yeah.
around.
Yeah,
Look
3.5
left and
miles.
right. Dart your eyes back and forth.
Yeah, 3.5 miles, no more.
What?
Can you put that 2 meters in Google Earth calculator and you will get 3.5 miles, not 7.5.
I just said 7.5. You're getting 3 either like 3.5 in either direction, dog. So add them together. That's how you get the diameter of the circle that you can see. You can see a diameter circle.
Oh, diameter you will get.
Are you like listen like have you in your
Can we
entire
look-
life heard one word that I've said?
Okay,
Ever.
can you tell me without other direction, only in one direction, how much you can see?
Half the amount.
Okay, that's
you
a
want
3.5.
radius and a diameter, just divide it in half.
Yeah, that's 3.5. Is that true?
Dog, give up. You already embarrassed yourself. You can move on.
Okay, can I add something to that 3.5 miles?
Sure, what do you want to add?
We see 10 and 20
10 and 20 what?
miles
Huh?
with that height. Huh?
I don't know what you're saying.
We see with 1
I don't
foot
know.
height.
Are there any flat earthers that are like good at defending their view from the no earth theorists?
Can I tell you something? We see with
No,
1
right
foot
now, they're
height.
not online.
We see with. Can I tell you? We see with 1 foot height 10 miles.
Uh-huh. I disagree.
You disagree?
Sasha,
Yeah.
you can't win this one. This guy doesn't have any. He doesn't believe in logic.
Well,
But
hold on.
Bro,
Just to,
you
just
cannot
to,
be smug
just,
after how badly Sasha just did that.
just to back up,
does he-
Sasha, just to back up Sasha. Maybe, yeah. Hold on, Sasha. Just to back you up, maybe he's just not listening to you because he doesn't care to. But maybe if someone else told him, what Sasha's trying to say is that at a 1 foot observer height, they've recorded a 10-mile object. You know, they can see. They've captured an object 10 miles away. Okay. Then there's
can
other.
you source that?
Yeah, it's called the Black Swan, and there's other
It's called
sources.
the Black Swan. Yeah, the Black Swan means about a million different things. So you just source it.
Okay. So, well, I mean, maybe you should look into it. I don't know, But there's another source too.
Yeah,
that
you made that up.
there's
The
okay.
dog is this some flat earther nonsense.
All right,
just
so
trolling, man.
okay, so you just want to listen real quick, or can you shut the fuck up and let me talk and let me
The
finish?
black swan is a large
or
water
do you
bird. What
have to
source said,
talk?
dog? You're making shit up.
Okay, the
gotta
black
listen to him. You
swan.
gotta
Here,
hear what he's saying.
let me explain to you. Let me explain to you real quick, okay? Since obviously you don't know about it, I just and that's my fault. I said the black swan, assuming that you know the oil rigs off the coast in the Pacific, but I was wrong. Sorry, I apologize. So let's not talk about that though. Let's talk about another one. There's
Yeah, look, that's not
jet.
going to interact with if it's an oil
There's
rig.
a
It's not going to
jet.
interact with our
Okay,
argument.
so
Oil rigs
there's a
extend above the surface.
okay.
We're
So
talking about how
there's
far you can see, not how many fucking how far of a distance, like how
right,
far
right,
an
right,
object away you can see. You can see the stars; they're much farther away.
Right, right. So what? Thank you. So there's another source that 6 feet high. Okay. Um, I'm sorry. Yeah, 6 feet off the ground. Uh, someone's captured 27 miles away. You can see the reflection of that person holding up a mirror and shining it. So
Yeah, that's
it's
'cause it's
literally
nowhere.
it's nowhere. It's actually was. What do you mean it's nowhere?
No, I
What do
say
you
this
mean?
argument gets us nowhere. You're like not going anywhere. You're just rambling. Right? Point being, you have to have,
Well,
you
I
have to have
guess it
first
is.
argument addressed. No, wait for the first argument to get addressed before you ramble again. Look, so your argument is
You know,
that
you're a
you
piece
can
of
see
shit,
these.
by the way. You're just a piece of shit, and you don't want to listen.
He's
Sasha was trying
he's
to
a
tell
troll,
you.
bro.
Yeah, obviously you're obviously a troll. You know, go ahead, you fucking little lame. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead. You're still a bitch, but go ahead. I'll let you finish.
All you done.
Bullshit.
So I think I won that debate. I'm getting involved.
Yeah, that's probably the
Bro,
that
why
is
do
the
I hear
victory
so many
lap.
emotions, bro? Why are there no
Yeah,
words?
that's a victory lap. So hold on. The fact that what Sasha's trying to point out is that if you want to say you have a geometric horizon where you can see this far and mathematically you can calculate it, what Sasha's trying to say is that we see way further than that geometric horizon, which means now you believe in some asinine you can see behind an object, and that object here would be the physical Earth, which you believe is curved. And so that way, when you're seeing something that's 27 miles away, that somehow that's what's that 24 miles farther down. So from what you should be seeing or capable of seeing, and that's all Sasha was saying. But I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, but I still think the case that Britt's made is pretty good, which is both arguments accept the unreliability of our eyes for determining the shape of things, right? So we all have to accept if we say the Earth isn't changing, like it's not physically moving, and we agree that the horizon appears to move, the juncture of sky and sea appears to get closer and further away, then we both must accept that we can't trust where the horizon's at.
Well, eggshells. The notion that it's moving, it's not. Well, we both know it's not moving, but it is being obstructed. Which and there's environments. Whether it's the what's in the sky, or the temperature itself, but it's creating a visual obstruction from you seeing an X amount of miles away from where you stand. So if you want to say, well, this is the distance that we can see on a Monday when it's this temperature, and then the next day it's a different temperature, and now we can see further. Well, but in you saying that the Earth is a sphere with this many miles in radius or in circumference, then it shouldn't matter what that temperature is. When getting to the maximum, that you shouldn't be able to see, like 100%, you shouldn't be able to see farther than what is hidden behind an obstruction. Like no matter how hot it is, if you're standing in the backyard, I can't see you from the front yard if the house is between us because there's an obstruction between it. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, yeah. I
And
think I get the idea of the obstruction. It seems like it makes sense. Like there is something in the way, and I'm seeing around corners essentially.
correct.
Yeah, I understand the incredulity with that. Like it is mind bending. All of these things are. I always say that. I think it's always asking really good questions, questions to which most of my first guesses were wrong.
Right. Well, I mean, I do agree though that arguing things optically is not a good place to go anyways because of how like manipulated the things that we see and the way we see them are. Like it totally can change from one day to the next, from one part of the day to the next, from the morning to the evening. You can see things way different. But I think the logic of well, at least address that if you think you can see around corners of something that's obstructed, then that's a whole nother discussion, I think. That's just like brainwashed, indoctrinated. You just aren't able to come out of that because you literally, not you, but somebody literally believes that they can see behind an obstruction. And that's ridiculous. That's just, I don't know. But that's part of
Well,
the,
Do you
do you
not
go
think
ahead.
agree that
like
you
I mean I
sometimes need?
posted a video of exactly that phenomenon, right? So I could repost it if you want to look at it. I assume you're just going to believe me. If you don't, you can just ask me to post it, right? But
Is it the one, the propane tank or the cylinder with
no,
the
it's
clay? Okay, let me
or
see.
I don't know if it might be. I don't know what they sprayed between the laser and the obstruction, but the point is, all they did was spray something over the obstruction. You could suddenly see the laser on the other side, right? So
Okay.
it's the phenomena's there, right? The question
Mm-hmm.
the question about the black swan is just you know, it's
You
not
repost
exactly
it?
making it. I'll post it for you. Don't worry. One
Okay,
sec. Let me
sorry,
go get
sorry.
it.
And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just waiting to see it.
Okay, I've got it. Right, it's going in the chat.
Okay. And again, I think I know what you're posting, but I'll walk through it with you. I mean,
It's this.
okay. All right, got it.
So there's a laser in the background.
Mm-hmm.
First, there's an obstruction between you and what you can see the laser. You can't see the laser until he sprays something to change the air conditions, and then that creates an illusion where you can suddenly now see the laser, even though the
Right.
obstruction's still there, right?
Right.
Let's go
But
for it.
I'm not.
Yeah.
That's not meant to be a defeater of anything,
No,
right?
I no,
The point
I
is,
get what
it's
you're
just a
saying.
phenomena, right? That's been demonstrated that we can have that phenomena that
Well,
regardless, right?
yeah, well, the one thing that I want to point out, because this is similar to the cylinder tank. What I would suggest is looking up the temperature of that gas that they're spraying over it to create that vapor, to create that effect. And the reason why I bring that up is because I understand you can recreate it by drastically changing like our reality and adding temperatures that are negative 220 degrees. Like my argument would be like nowhere on the face of the earth are you at a beach and it's negative 220 degrees, and that is why you're seeing this crazy phenomenon, because that weather temperature is so extreme that, yeah, like these extreme differences can cause the most craziest things to where something behind an object can all of a sudden loom up. Now it's not it's still physically on the table behind it, but you are seeing like a mirroring of it as opposed to it physically being there. And I think that's the difference. So for instance, if you're in the Navy and you're shooting, a line of sight, weapon, and the target, when you're targeting the ship in the distance that's 150 miles away, well, in your explanation or your example here, that your video, that means the boat is like mirrored up, but the laser is going to fixate on the physical object. It's not going to hit the looming, like mirage image or this, projection of it because of the extreme conditions. It has to hit the target physically. That way the rocket could hit it. That way the missile could hit it. So I get what you're saying, but this example and the others that people like to use are, it's apples to oranges, and I can't accept that because that's not our reality. And I think you understand what I'm saying, and I don't think I have to speak more. I'm kind of talking too much.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I mean, it's what the other guy, I can't remember his name, Eggshells. He was just doing one of my greatest hits, which was just to say that Black Swan, unfortunately, it both sides have their own explanation for why X is observed, right? But I don't think there's not a case for the flat Earth. There's not a case for the globular Earth, right? Really, in either sense.
Well,
yeah, it's a very weak case.
Well, one main thing about that is that if you look at it mathematically, then you are literally like, if you're low to the ground, 1 foot off the ground, you shouldn't see farther than, I mean, the max. What is it? I think 3 miles max.
That's I guess. Well, we'll just pause there for a second because I think what you see, it's not to say you can't see further, right? It's just to say that this is the geometric horizon. This is where, if all else equal, that's what the horizon would be. But what we see obviously can be incongruent with what the horizon is, right? If it is there, right? Obviously, that's not exactly going to be a good point of reference, right? But so if you can see further, then, or you can see in front of it, the point is that if they're not congruent with each other, or perhaps not, maybe they're always not congruent with each other, then it's not a reliable test, right?
Well, it's not a reliable test to prove that.
Anything.
It's not proving. I think what the argument is, I think it's more about, well, hold on, let's take a step back and just think logically. Like, if you're seeing a horizon, quote unquote, like miles beyond the oil rig itself, then that should, anybody who's trying to really look into this should think, well, wait, because technically that horizon should be at only 3 miles. Like, that should be the horizon. That's it. Like, there's no
Well, that's
questions
not it.
asked.
I don't think that's
No
it, right?
debate.
Because we'd be equivocating on the word horizon here. Because in
Well,
my
okay.
view, there's two horizons, right? There's the geometric horizon, and then there's the apparent horizon. Now, what you can see.
Well, that's going back to what I said earlier. Like, there should be, the geometric horizon is the maximum, right? Like, for instance, okay,
No,
it should well, it should be, technically it should be, because again, there is
what are
a,
you saying?
so that, because again, there is a part to where now you're going behind the physical obstruction, like ducking behind a mountain hill. Okay, like let's say you're at the top of the hill, I can see you. Then you start walking further away. Now I can't see your kneecaps, but I can still see you, right? Because you're not all the way down that hill. So if I can still see you, right? And then it gets really, really hot, and all of a sudden I can see your feet again. As a matter of fact, not only can I see your feet, but now I can see the horizon behind your feet. That makes no sense because now I'm looking over a hill. That just maybe that's
this
one
is
of
why I
those
posted
things.
that video earlier, because I wanted to like illustrate that, without going too deep into it, just that the phenomena of seeing things that are hidden behind obstructions exists, right? We agree on it, right?
But again, that, but it's apples to oranges, because they are creating environment with those examples. They're literally putting a gas that's 220 degrees negative, right? So because of that extreme condition, it's allowing this crazy dense and optical phenomenon to happen, to where now that laser that's on the other side of the obstruction is, because of that temperature, it's making it come up. And but still, again, it's not physically raised up. It's just a like a
mirage.
mirror.
Yeah, it is a
It's a
mirage.
reflection of, yeah, it's a mirage. It's a reflection of it. It's not a physical thing.
Yeah,
So the oil
I
rigs
guess
are
the real
not a
dispute here is whether or not
reflection.
it's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the real dispute here is whether or not it's an extreme condition, right? I guess that's what we're
No,
stuck on
but
here.
well,
Not extreme. You
negative.
guys know that heat rises, right? So if there's a bunch of warm air up in the air, and obviously the air on the ground is comparably colder, then the mirage of the actual object is going to be higher than the actual object that's supposed to be, what I'm saying, because our eyes are just going to assume that light travels in the direct path. So that's the reason why you can see it.
No, but well, again, I'm talking in regards to the video he posted. That
Yeah,
and the light.
that's obviously quite that's man made, kind of like using spray and whatever. And maybe it's more extreme than what you might find on the of what you're observing of
In
the
reality,
sea.
yeah, you're
But it
never
doesn't.
gonna find those conditions in reality.
I don't. I
Yes,
don't
you
know
will.
if
Yes,
it
you will.
Yeah. Well,
Where is it negative 220 degrees Fahrenheit in the? Please,
Okay,
I'll Google
not
map. I'll
literally,
go
but if you're
search it right
talking
now.
about the
Not
temperature
literally.
gradient, which produces the refraction, the greater refraction index, when the light enters like a layer of cooler air, like this does happen in real life.
No,
Did you see the
I
photo?
think
Did you see the
I
photo
think
taken
you're.
in on the east coast of like Lake Michigan, where they were looking at the city of Chicago from a distance, like
Okay.
about 60 kilometers. So
Okay.
Chicago's skyline shouldn't be visible based on the curvature of the Earth there. But the exact mirage that we're describing is occurring. Let me show you something.
No, see, so I'll let you finish, and I'll go. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna post this picture here, because this
And
is
like, by the
actually
way,
that.
Apocryphon, this isn't a defeat of a flat Earth. This is just to get you on side with the idea that Black Swan doesn't prove anything, right?
No. What it does prove is that it's not a curve, because if it was a curve, you shouldn't see it. Bottom line, just like this, there's nothing more to it. Like, we can argue till we're blue in the face because one side will not accept the fact that we shouldn't be seeing it, but we are. So it's almost like you just have to. I don't know. It's really weird, to be honest. If I told you this is how far we should see mathematically, nothing, everything beyond that would be only because of extreme negative 220 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, no, we're just remember where we're at, right? At this in this story of this conversation, we agreed that it's possible that the apparent horizon may be incongruent, or perhaps always, with the geometric horizon, right? So we're on that level, but now we're just disagreeing on what the conditions are to create an effect where you could see something over the curvature of the Earth that I guess on the like what Bob Celeste was talking about, the gradient, the refractive gradient, to pull something like that above the horizon, right?
Like the backside of a mountain.
It's saying if a layer of warm air sits above your line of sight with a cool layer beneath it, you get what's called a superior mirage. So that light
Right.
bends downwards towards that denser air, but because our eyes assume the light's traveled in a straight line, the object appears higher than it actually is.
So you can see the backside of a mountain.
Yeah, but see, this is the wrong. See,
Well,
thank
you can
you.
see like a far off ship. You can see like a far off ship, even though it might have been dipped below the horizon.
No, but you don't understand though. In the Black Swan, you see how you're not only seeing the object of the oil rig, but you're also seeing the water, right? Which is it's just really interesting that light, when refracting, creates a flat, like a chessboard of water, and then it even has another distinctive horizon. That's why whoever said that, thank you, because that's a great point. It makes you see the backside of a mountain all of a sudden, the backside of a curved water ball all of a sudden. Like, it's like looking at a basketball and you can see the bottom of the G on Spalding, but when the refraction's right, all of a sudden you see the total G. Well, it doesn't. So it's bringing up the floor or the surface of the basketball to make you now see a G, which just so happens to be flat. Like, that's not reality.
We're talking about seeing the side of the object that is facing you, but more of it precisely because of this light refraction. We're not saying that if a ship is facing you and you see the SS Mary on the front, that you're going to see what's behind that, right? Like,
I
just
got a
because of this
question for
refraction.
Apocryphon there. When you said the G on Spalding, is that the top G or the bottom G?
Well,
he's memeing. Come on.
Well, Crit, it's always got to be, accordingly.
Trying to keep it lighthearted, when you feel get a little tense in there when you drop a little silly joke.
Wait, well, that's just one of those. That's an Australian joke, right? Because they might see the bottom, we'll see the top. So that's a whole nother world.
He said that you see more of the front of the curve that's in front of you. Who said that?
No,
bollocks?
the object that's in front of you, like, you're obviously going to be looking at the side that's facing you. You're not going to see like the other side of that object. Nobody's making that claim, but the claim is
Yes,
that
you
you
are.
should
No,
be
but
able
you
to
are
see.
though.
No,
You
I'm
are.
not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
let me
Yes, you
tell you
are.
how you are. Let me tell you how you are. Let me
Go
just
ahead.
give me like 30 seconds. Let me tell you how you are. Okay,
Mhm.
I want you to imagine like you take a little button and you put it on a basketball. Okay, and on the basketball there's a big S. Okay, like Superman. Okay, now we're not you're trying to say that we can see the button, and that's because of refraction. But in the Black Swan, not only are we seeing the button, but we're also seeing the writing on the ball, and the other side of that ball is where what would be blocking, and that's why you are now saying that we can see the other side of the mountain, because that S is represented by the water of which the oil rig is in. So
Sorry,
or the
I
platform.
think
Go
I think
ahead.
somebody else might have been arguing for this sort of black swan thing. All I'm talking about here is just going to be a superior mirage, and all that literally is that something is obstructing an object, right? That thing should be obstructing that object, but because of the temperature gradient, the light bends downwards and gives us more of the object than what should be visible due to the obstruction.
How
Okay,
far
so
away in sorry, Apocryphon, how
go ahead.
far
Go
away in
ahead.
the black swan image should the geometric horizon be?
I'm sorry?
How far away in the black swan image with the two oil rigs should the geometric horizon be?
Not familiar with this black swan example. But an example
Okay.
of this phenomenon occurring, it was
Okay.
about 60 kilometers away
Yeah, you're
from
talking
the
about
object in question, which is going to
Lake.
be the Chicago skyline.
Right. Have you seen the black swan image? Let's post it so you can see what we're talking about.
Already in chat.
42 minutes past the hour, you see the picture of the two oil rigs, right?
Bye-bye,
42
ball is
minutes
based.
past the hour, you see the with the two oil rigs, correct? Yes.
Jedi, has no one been able to debunk this photo yet?
I'm looking
No.
at it. Okay, I
No.
don't know why there's some logic in here. Every
Because it's
horizon
a modus
must be-
tollens. Which means why there's some logic in here. So this is what we're talking about seeing the backside of a hill.
Mhm.
So the geometric horizons for this 1 foot observer should be at 1.222 miles away. But the horizon is beyond the second oil rig on the left-hand side at a distance of about 10 miles away. So the backside of the hill starts at 1.2 miles away and then continues to 10 miles away. That's what we're seeing, the backside of the curve. When have you ever seen this in reality? Like, when have you ever seen the backside of a hill?
Well, I wouldn't be able to see the backside of a hill from like afar, no matter what like temperature
Yeah, no
or
matter
anything is
what.
doing.
Yeah, no matter what.
But I don't think that I don't know if that's what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing here is just that the amount of an object that you see is going to be based on, like, obviously the way that light is going to be able to travel, and because of the temperature gradient, I'm saying that the mirage is that you see more of an object than you should, given the curvature of the world.
So in this image where the geometric horizon should be at 1.2 miles away, we see the backside of the curve, which starts at 1.2 and extends to 10 miles away. You're saying that because of atmospheric conditions, we can see over the curve, and the curve flattens out and pushes the horizon back 10 miles.
Well, I would just surmise that maybe distance has something to do with this. Like, I don't think that we're going to be doing valid curvature, investigations over like mediocre distances. I think
Mediocre distances.
Yeah,
Also, you
like
got to think
observation.
the
Sorry,
oil
can I
rig.
talk?
It's 66 feet of curve there. There should be, dude, in 10 miles.
I just want to okay, I don't know if you can see the whiteboard, but I kind of drew what I envisioned, what I was trying to explain to you, in case you didn't understand what I was saying, and I drew it. So the top one, let's say, the bottom of that S is in front of that horizon, which you would think geometrically there. This is as far as we should see. Okay, for the oil rig, but because we can see beyond it, now you can see the total S. Because remember, the water behind the oil rig is now lifted up as well. So then this is representing of you are seeing the other side of a mountain, the backside, the floor of it, the surface of it. Because now you would have to, because that brings the water up flat. In your paradigm, it's bringing up the water flat like a chessboard. Okay, and then the oil platforms are strategically placed in their place, as they're even in your super mosh, however you want to look at it. But I'm trying to get you to logically think how fucking retarded it is to think that you can see water beyond the curve, the geometric curve. But hopefully that helps. I don't know, but
Could you draw it better?
oh
When
wow!
do you see?
I use my
backside
finger on
of a
this
hill?
stupid whiteboard. Like, it's not good. I'm sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
When do you see the backside of a hill? When do you see the backside of a hill projected flat?
Are you
I
asking
think
me?
everybody agrees with you. I think that
I'm
sounds
fucking
ridiculous. I
asking
don't think
anyone
that.
who thinks you can defend this.
But
I
yeah, you're
think
trying to
you can
invite
defend
somebody to
this.
defend a position. Nobody's attempting, like, you're shooting at
Yeah.
a hill, but nobody's standing on that hill. So well done for continually hitting that hill. But yeah, none of us think you can see the backside of a thing. So if you're looking for somebody to have that debate with, I think you've got to find
Also,
somebody who's having that debate.
But that's what you're
Awesome.
saying,
yeah,
isn't
there's
it?
also a
Guys, keep
difference.
quiet.
There's also a difference from a hill and the ocean, right? Because the ocean is a point of reference that we can all agree is flat, right? So when you look out into the distance, right, it gets smaller and smaller as you get closer to the horizon, right? But that's not an accurate depiction of how much distance you're actually seeing, right? So as you get further and further away.
What do you mean an accurate depiction of what
Right.
are you
So when you
even talking about?
let's
It's
say
never
you hold
told.
your phone out in front of you, right?
Yeah.
If you were to move it further away, it would look
Yeah.
smaller. But that doesn't actually mean that the phone has gotten smaller. So the distance is right. Yeah, that is obvious, right? So as you look further off into the horizon, right, the size of a meter looks smaller, so you can fit more distance in a smaller area that you perceive.
Okay.
Right. So if it's really
so
big
what's this got
and
to do
really
with the image
flat,
that I've posted?
this has got everything to do with the image, right? As you look further off into the distance, the reason why you can see what's behind the oil rig is because you're already technically above that water. You're above the water.
Yeah.
Right? So you're not looking at it from like, let's say you use the hill. You're not looking at it directly from ground level over the hill, right? You would technically be looking at it from slightly above the hill, because as the Earth curves down,
right,
the
you
water
have a curve in front of you, though.
Yes, you do still have a
curve in
curve,
front of you.
but the curve is perceived to be longer because of what we almost got through of the atmospheric light refraction. So that's why it looks even longer than what we would normally see.
So there is no geometric curve then?
Of course, there's a geometric curve, right?
Where is
but the curve that we perceive isn't an accurate. Is not an accurate. What's the word? It's not actually where the curve is, right?
But then,
so
wait, what? But that's
what he's trying to say is
so,
that where the curve might be incongruent with the apparent horizon, what you can see.
Yeah, and we almost got to an agreement with that, right? And so,
Okay.
but the thing is we're not saying that this happens every single time, because there are instances where it does happen, and instances where it doesn't happen.
What, there are instances where we do see the geometric curve?
Yes, like in the Black Swan.
Where do we see the geometric curve in the Black Swan?
Oh no, not in the Black Swan. Sorry, I didn't hear your last bit.
You said
but we see the phenomena of the refraction in the Black Swan. But
I don't
it's
think
like,
you.
I've
I
just
don't think-
told you why you can see the water, and
Yep.
I told you why it's not anything to do with the hill situation.
I think
Because
what it is
because there should be a hill in front of you starting at 1.2 miles away. Yes.
Bro, the water's flat. How can it be a hill?
Welcome to flat Earth.
There you
Oh
go.
my God.
Look at. I drew
No.
that picture.
Welcome
I
to
know.
flat Earth.
Yeah, I got told welcome to flat Earth.
Look,
There
I
is
drew,
a hill.
Look, I drew that picture, right? And I know it looks very like kindergarten-ish, right? But
Yeah, I'm looking at the image still.
I think the logic, though, it's for you to recognize that if the first one you're saying, well, that's the horizon where it's the parent, point where the sky is touching the surface, and then, by the way, that's still beyond what you should be seeing, okay? Because technically, the geometric horizon is only 3.77 miles away. Technically, okay? So the fact that you're in the first one, I think that would be only 6 miles, okay? So it's already twice as far, okay? That horizon is already twice as far as you should be seeing. And then the second one...
Apocalypse,
go
right?
ahead.
So I think the best way I can describe this to you is using your own drawings, right? So here, the top one, you've drawn where the horizon is at the bottom of the oil rigs, right? It sits in line with the oil rigs, yeah? The reason why, in the instance of the Black Swan, like Britnat was saying earlier, right? Similar to that with the refraction and whatever, you're still above the water that's behind this oil rig, right? It's still behind this, and it's also still below your position, right? The only reason why you're seeing it up here, this difference, is because of that atmospheric refraction.
That's what you believe. I'm not disagreeing with that. That is what you believe. But what we're trying to tell you is then you look at the second picture and then you see the S. Now remember, the top part of that S was written on the curve. So now you're seeing on the other side of a ball, and I don't think until you can
Yeah,
like
I am getting that.
logically okay. So with
I
that being
understand that.
said, okay,
Yeah, so like
So then
the S is
We
someone was
here.
understand
right
what you're
then.
saying too, dude.
So then
The
someone
S
was
is
right then. You
right. So
believe that
the
you
S
can
is
see
like
the
this.
backside of a mountain.
This is a really stupid drawing, but the S is like this, right? So the
Hold
reason
on,
why I don't think
are you on whiteboard?
You're
Okay.
saying
yeah, I'm
it's
on the whiteboard.
bending up, right?
Yes.
The
So you can
atmosphere is
you would
bending
be
it
able
up,
to
right?
see the S, right?
So then we're saying, why doesn't the backside of a mountain bend up when you're looking at it?
Right.
Because when you're
I
looking
can
at a
explain.
mountain, right? This is the difference between a mountain and the ocean, right? The ocean follows around the
hill.
curvature of the Earth because of gravity holds it down, right? Now
That's what you
might
believe.
dispute that, and you might not believe that, right? But for this instance to carry on and to work, right? We know by process of elimination that we don't get water mountains like this. We only
Well,
get water.
you should do. You
ocean.
should have a curved. You should have a curved hill of water.
There is a curved hill
Right.
of water. If the Earth is
Where?
round, so therefore, yes, there are water hills. But let me
What do you
chime in
mean by
this.
water hills? Like
Okay. So
Between point A, sorry, our listeners,
yeah,
between point A and point B over the distance of an arc, between point A and point B, there should be a sagatar, a hill of water.
yeah, a hill of water, right?
so this thing, right?
So wait, let
This
me
thing
chime
on the
in for a
whiteboard.
second. Yeah, I see it, but let me chime in for a second.
Go on.
The reason why you can't see the backside of a mountain, but you can see further than the geometric quote unquote horizon, is because land has different properties than water. I mean, water and air interact with each other differently than, say, the ground would interact with air, because the ocean can maintain its temperature better than the ground can, right? So you have that refraction. If you look at the Black Swan photo, you're arguing that you can see the horizon behind the Black Swan, but I mean, clearly there's atmospheric refraction happening there. And I'm going to post another photo in which you can see the same thing. Would you argue? Hold on. I'm sorry, what?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. So I
said no
posted
one's
another
denying
photo.
that.
Right, but I keep hearing the argument that you can see the horizon behind the Black Swan, which is not true at all. Look at this photo that I just posted. Would you argue
Whoa.
would you argue that photo is a horizon?
It's a different photo.
There's a horizon
I
in the
know.
photo.
Would you argue
Sorry, sorry, Alice, darling. I've got issues with what you said. So, are you trying to tell me in the Black Swan image you can't see the horizon beyond the two oil rigs? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. You're breaking up a little bit though. Sorry if I'm not responding appropriately.
He's
Oh,
saying
that's
in the
fine. If
black.
I'm
He
breaking
said.
up, no worries.
I'll repeat it just in case because you were breaking up, but I'm pretty sure it came through. But I'll say it again. He's saying that. Are you saying that in the Black Swan image that he posted that you can't distinctively see the horizon behind the second platform habitat?
You are not seeing a horizon behind the second habitat. That is not, or the second oil rig. That is not a horizon.
What would you call that?
It is optically quote unquote a horizon, but that is proof of refraction. And if you look at the second photo that I posted, sorry, what?
Sorry, my respect level was just dropped for you, mate. Crack on.
Am I just not
crazy.
hearing it?
Oh my god.
Jedi's greatest
She,
hits.
she doesn't agree. Oh no. My world is crumbling.
But hold on. We can clearly see a horizon beyond the Oryx, right?
You can see an
Clearly.
optical horizon.
Yeah,
Right.
Jedi.
All
We discussed
horizons are
this
optical.
refraction business,
Sorry.
right?
Shush,
We've already
shush,
discussed it.
Shush. All horizons are optical, obviously. They're not
Okay.
actually
Yeah.
physical
Oh,
unless
no.
you can provide one of a physical geometric horizon.
Bro, get off the McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Obviously.
If we're being technical, you could say that the geometric curve could be the horizon. It may also be incongruent with the horizon because the horizon is always optical, right? That might be the most agreeable way that both guys could probably agree on what a horizon
But
is.
one of the things that you guys are maybe like just overlooking is that in your paradigm, the geometric horizon doesn't change. It can't change because
why not?
Because it's a mathematic it's a measured
constant, you're
distance.
saying?
It's a measure. Okay, so for instance, if I put a little tiny, toy soldier on top of a basketball, and I said there's a measured geometric horizon from where that little soldier should be seeing on a huge ball, not a basketball. It'd be a huge ball, but there is a calculated distance, and then I could take a string and a marker, and I'll draw a circle right on that ball, and I'll say this is as far as the eyes at that angle. That's it, as far as that little soldier should be able to see. That's a geometric horizon. Anything beyond that, go ahead.
We kind of I feel like we might be going in circles a little bit, but it is the case that there is let me be clear with my words here. There might be a geometric horizon, right? There could be, right? The point is not whether or not or horizon. Just forget the word horizon. There's a geometric curve possibly, right? Now that might always be incongruent with what you see, right? And we know that could be the case because you could do that test in your own bedroom and see you could see over an obstruction, right?
That should be the case. In your paradigm, it should be the case. Go ahead.
No, not always, because no globe earther in this room is ever going to say that the geometric horizon has to be congruent with what you see.
No. I'm not saying that you have to say that. I'm saying that in your paradigm, if you're on a ball that is a 24,490 miles, whatever it is that you guys believe, whatever that circumference is, if you have an observer that's 6 feet high, there is a mathematical furthest distance. Let's say there's no refraction or whatever, a perfect day. That all of that doesn't matter when you're talking about how far you can physically see something to where before it's now behind the drop of that curved
the difference,
object that you're on.
Yeah, the difference is if you were a glober, right, a globe cuck, right, what you might say is just that because they can be incongruent, what would be the factor that might influence it, right? So what would be the thing that makes it so you can see something behind what is supposed to be the final obstruction, right? Because that's what globe earthers are saying, right? So
Right.
what would they posit for that? Well, they're going to posit the phenomena of refraction, usually, right?
Right, which is something I wanted to talk about way earlier because I wanted to address everybody that believes that for whatever reason. I think it's part of that indoctrination, and we're all there, by the way. All of us once were in grade school and we grew up believing the nonsense that we're trying to point out to you guys now to be nonsense. But once upon a time, we learned that this is what refraction is, folks. Refraction allows you to see beyond the curve of the earth because it's looming up or lifting up or miraging up, whatever awesome definition or word that they want to come up with. But they're making you to believe that light is bending over the curve and then somehow bringing it up to your view.
Apocryphon, we have gone over that already. We did post. I did post a demonstration of that phenomena, right? So we agree the phenomena exists, right? We're not disagreeing on that.
No. Don't put words in my mouth. I agreed that you can do an experiment with extreme like conditions, but that is not reality, and that which is why I didn't agree with it.
Well, it is reality because we're doing it in the real world. But I guess the difference here would be just
the reality I'm talking about is if you go to the ocean right now, you're never gonna find that the surface of that water is negative 220 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well,
You're
that's
never
not-
gonna find that.
Well, I didn't think
You
you
won't.
require that condition just to get that result, right? Like it doesn't have to be negative 200 degrees, right?
No, but it does.
It doesn't.
Well, it
Based
doesn't
on
know
what?
It
Do you know how
does.
refraction works?
Okay. Oh my god, dude. Here's another thing. Let me get back to refraction because here's the problem. Do I know how refraction works? That's what I'm trying to point out to you. They have convinced you that refraction helps you see farther, which is the opposite. Refraction reduces how far you can see. It's good because the refraction, the optical phenomenon that happens when there is refraction, it actually limits how far you can see. It doesn't extend it. That's a huge.
we saw that earlier at Apocryphon, right?
No, I know.
No, what are you
I know.
talking about?
Okay. Again. Hear me out again. We all have been taught by definition that refraction, like Superman's how you can see, and all of a sudden you can see behind the curvature of objects because it extends how far you can see. But it's the opposite. I know it's in the definitions, but they're teaching us this fake globe disgusting model.
Okay, like that's question.
And they're lying to us to say that refraction helps you see over curved water.
Yeah,
First
it's
of all,
fine.
water's not curved.
I'm not in the business of saying that the curve like doesn't matter. The black swan for me, Apocryphon. I'm not trying to appeal to you to say that the black swan proves the refraction proves globe or whatever. I just want you to be on board with the idea that the black swan doesn't prove anything, right? Once we get to
it
that
does
point,
though. It does though.
No, it doesn't. Apocryphon,
I'll
please.
tell you what I'll tell you what it proves.
If it was to prove something, it would be undeniable.
I'll tell you what it proves. No, it does prove, but it's one's opinion if it proved it to you, not to anybody else, but to you. I 100% want to. I 100% believe that it proved nothing to you, but that's because you will not let go of your baller.
But I've walked you through it like several times, Apocryphon.
I walked you through that. If you're 1 foot above water, you should geometrically only be able to see 3.77 miles away. In this photo, we are seeing 10 miles away. That doesn't, no red flags go off in your head. It makes sense.
Please, let me explain something to you. 1 second. Okay, let me explain something to you. So you realize that as soon as light passes through the atmosphere, you're already seeing refraction. That mathematical equation only applies to 0 atmospheric refraction. That is measured on a tangent, meaning there's absolutely in 0. Yeah, it's not taking it's not taking the atmosphere into account. It is measured on a tangent in a vacuum, essentially. That math is only it doesn't really apply.
You're missing the fact that he doesn't believe in the atmosphere and he doesn't
he
believe
in air, right? All he needs to do is believe in air. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
but
you also need to only believe that the air actually does something with the light. Otherwise,
Yeah, but he doesn't.
if it had no relationship with the light, then
so
there'd be no point.
so you're saying that I don't believe in air and atmosphere, okay, which is all asinine, but whatever.
No, we're not saying you do. We're asking
here's
you.
what I'm pointing out. Here's what I'm pointing out. Okay, you're saying that measurement is only based off of anything with no atmosphere. That is ridiculous.
That is absolutely true.
Okay. Let me ask you something. If to what point can you see the maximum distance, right? With even if you could even add the most extreme refractive index, what is the furthest somebody could see at 1 foot above water? For you guys, what do you believe?
It's going to change. I don't think you understand that the definition of horizon does not have a solid, like, you can only see this far. It is the apparent point at which the sky meets the earth.
We're equivocating on the word horizon here, right? I mean, if horizon just means when sky meets earth, right? That's always going to be a visual phenomenon, right? You can't be anything but, right?
Absolutely.
And all we're saying is in response is that between us and that visual horizon, right? There could be a curve, right? And you agree with me because how could you otherwise, right? Like if you agree that it could be hidden.
I don't agree that water curves
because
of
a phenomena which pulls. So if you agree that there's a phenomena that allows us to see objects over obstruction, right?
Okay.
Just by the change of light bending over air, right? Let's say, or atmosphere. I don't know which one you believe in, right? But over that phenomenon, we've seen.
I don't know
I
why you
showed you it,
believe.
right? You agree that
Okay.
it exists. That phenomenon exists, and so you must surely agree that it could be the case that there is some sort of curve between where we're standing, the observer, and what we're observing to be the apparent horizon, right?
No, it's not. It's not about even something that's curved here. You can have so just the way it works in general, the way you see something. Okay, you can go into the most flattest part of a state, whatever, whether it be Kansas or Florida, whatever. There's like 4 different ones that you can go and test this out yourself, and then just put your eyes to the ground. Okay, now on a clear day, on the different temperatures, whatever. Whatever the conditions are given, you are not going to be able to see a certain amount away from where your eyeball is on the floor. You just can't, no matter how great
Apocryphon,
the weather.
just to clarify, because
Go
I'm
ahead.
not, again, just to be clear, what my aim is, I'm not trying to get you to say there's a curve there. I just want you to think that there could be, right? It's possible, right? Is it possible at all? 1%,
No,
0.1?
it's
Okay.
not it's not a possibility because water doesn't curve. That's
Water isn't.
there's a whole nother world right there. There's a whole nother discussion because
Water
you
is
believe.
level.
Let's stay on
Well, the
topic.
water
Let's stay on
isn't
topic.
curving.
Water
It's
is
the
level,
earth
isn't it?
that it's on. It's the ball that the water is on, the surface that the ocean is on that's curving. It's not the water. So you're
Okay.
right, water isn't
You're going to
curving.
make
but
Jedi bring out his horizontal lines any second now.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you if you believe in the 1497 definition when they finally switched up what straight and horizontal meant or level, and they changed it that curved, is straight and straight is curved to the to be parallel with the Earth's surface that's curved. If you want to believe in that definition, that's fine because that's when they changed everything in the late 1400s, early 1500s. Everything started changing to represent the globe heliocentric model. It's all part of it. That's all part of the thing that went out, and here we are living in it. If you don't know about that, well, look into it. You'll learn that when they started pushing this, especially through the church, when it was accepted, they literally even changed the scriptures in the Bible. There is Bibles that were printed that everywhere it said circle, they put globe. Never was a word before in the
Do you have
scriptures.
any idea how many times the Bible was changed in that way? Do you have
Yeah,
any idea?
All right,
yes,
guys, let's not
yes,
move
we do,
off the
actually.
topic,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
This is
but
such a
the word,
non-point.
no, it's a very
Yes, it is.
accurate point. No, it's a very accurate point because somewhere down the road, because here's what happened. Somewhere down the road, the let me see here, the understanding or the belief, should I say better yet, the belief that
Yeah.
the world is a globe, okay, it's a ball now. All of a sudden, they changed by even the definition that, okay, so horizontal or flat or level is curved. So they changed level to mean curved only because there's a new concept, there's a new idea, and they had what? You disagree with that?
Please. Okay, first of all, what you're saying is completely incoherent. You've dropped like 15,000 different subjects in the last minute. First of all, the word globe is not in the Bible. Okay, let's start there.
I agree. But there is a translation that they did put it in there. But go ahead.
I don't care, but that's not the general consensus of the Bible at all.
How is this even relevant to what we're
I
talking
agree.
about?
It's not relevant. So why are you even bringing it up?
It's a point. It's a point
No,
to where
it's not. It's a
they
non-point.
no. It is okay. Hear me out. It's a point because things were changed not only in the textbooks or the teachings, but also in religious aspect as well. They were trying to push a narrative, a falsehood. Right? They
Okay.
pushed it, and they did a good job.
Let's pull back to like the actual topic because I think this is just heading in a useless direction, right?
Yeah.
No,
So
they have
what
never
was the
taught.
what's the case that you made, Apocryphon, that to have the sort of phenomena that you saw in that video I showed you, there has to be negative 200 degrees? What's your case for that?
Okay, I already said it. I said that when they're doing these experiments or observations with a little homemade setup, all they're doing is they're creating these extreme conditions that do not exist in
But you said
reality.
negative 200. You threw a number out there, right?
Yeah, because that butane, that gas that they pour in it, they will tell you themselves if they're doing a good job of sharing what the data
Okay,
what they're
I
using.
didn't show you. My video wasn't gas. My video was just hairspray, right?
I don't know what your video showed, but the gases that
Post
are
it for you.
the propane with the butane poured on it, it's negative 220 degrees Fahrenheit. That's
Yeah, I
the
posted the video. It's obviously not butane that's being
wait you
thrown
they
into
sprayed
the.
hairspray? Is that what you said? They sprayed hairspray?
Yeah, it's not being thrown into the. It's not butane
Yeah.
that's being thrown into the ether here, right? But it,
I don't think
what the
it's the
point
specific contaminants.
the point is that the negative 200 degrees thing. I mean, maybe that's a test you have seen, right? But I'm not really appealing to that right now. Yeah, okay, extreme conditions. Extreme is relative, right? Like, what do we mean when we say extreme, right? Is it sufficient? Are the conditions sufficient to produce that sort of result? Well, I'm not even going to appeal to what the gradient might say. I'm just going to appeal to your eyes, right? If you look at that picture on the black swan, you can see as doing something strange, right? You can see that. I
Yeah,
can see that.
distortion.
Everyone in this room can see that, right?
Distortion. It's distortion. Have you watched the video?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah,
Have you watched the video?
The video I posted.
No, the video of the black swan. The black swan
No, I've not
comes
seen
with
the
a video. You watched that video. So when the gentleman zooms in with his camera, you can clearly see atmospheric distortion.
Yeah, I'm not even
That
getting
would
to the
mean
point
the
where
oil rig on the left. That would mean the oil rig on the left-hand side. You see that crane? That
Yeah.
crane distorts its shape.
Yeah, no,
It's just
okay, that's
atmospheric
possible.
distortion. It just waves around in front of you. No one's denying atmospheric distortion.
Okay,
Would you
that's possible.
class refraction as a type of distortion in the atmosphere?
Absolutely, it causes distortion. Matter of fact, it causes things to disappear as well. Like if you ever been to, I've said this many times. If you ever go, to on your way to Las Vegas and you're driving on a known flat road that's miles long, and I mean flat meaning there's no change in elevation, and that doesn't mean level is curved. Back to that nonsense. But when you're looking at that car way down the road, and all of a sudden it starts to disappear. Well, guess what? On another day, it doesn't disappear. So if you were looking at it on one day where the weather conditions are making it disappear, as if it's going over a hill, but then all of a sudden the next day you can see it all the way until it just gets too smart, to resolute it or to be able to see it. Well then what is it? Is the Earth curved, or is it things are getting too small?
Have you ever heard of over the horizon fucking radar?
I want to kill myself. Anyway, but yeah, just
like,
I just need to be I just need to be right back for 2 seconds. But before I go, I just want to say to my fellow globe cooks, we're not trying to prove the globe with this claim because you can't, right? What you're trying to do is to
Oh,
make
no,
the
of
case that
course.
both positions.
both
Basically, you're trying to make the
rely
case
on
that the black
No,
swan
you're trying
doesn't
to
prove anything. Is what you're trying to make.
you're trying to
It proves
minimize
that you
the
don't
truth.
have geometric horizon.
It's
Don't
almost like
have
damage control.
geometric horizon.
I'm
You
just making
never
sure
heard
we're on
of
the right
over.
lines.
You never heard of over the horizon radar, right? You never heard of the Duga 3 fucking satellite array.
Oh
Fair
my
enough.
god, dude!
No
Oh
one
my
cares.
god!
Mate.
Once
Yeah,
again,
No one cares.
they're not real. They're government projects, right? So they're like there
the
to keep you
Over
dumb
the
and keep you
horizon radar.
uneducated. Yeah,
Well,
man.
everybody's
It's
We
not
can
real.
I'll tell you what, if
uneducated
you want
because
to
It's
come back,
Duga
fake.
3
you want to come
exists.
back
They're
in
Radar
half an hour.
totally
It's a
doesn't
government
bounce off
conspiracy.
our
Radar
Whoa,
isn't
atmosphere.
real.
Jedi's trying to speak. Be quiet for a second.
What? Oh my
If
god.
you want to come back, and discuss over horizon technology, yeah, we can do that in about half an hour. But we're talking about something else at
Let's
the
do
moment. So
it.
stick a pin in
Let's
it,
do it.
and we'll go back
Do
to
it
it
in the
later.
meantime.
Thanks. So the black swan image demonstrates that there is no physical geometric horizon. The claim
It
was and
doesn't really.
always has been. Listen, so I can get everybody on topic. The claim has and always has been. I can't see the bottom of that boat because of physical Earth curve obstruction. The black swan demonstrates that the horizon is an optical phenomena and will move around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use. That's
Yeah,
the
I
only
would
thing that
agree.
the black swan is pointing out.
Why? Could you answer
Yeah,
a simple
I think we all
question
agree
about
on that.
the platforms?
What about
Why
them?
can't I see the flotillas at the bottom, the ones that you dock boats at?
Do you see between the two oil rigs there's a platform? That platform's
Yeah.
6 foot in height.
Yes,
You
but
can
there's
see that
one that is
platform.
at water level. There's one that's at water level. I've seen the schematics for these. There's one that's at water level. Why can't I see that?
Do you know how much curve should be there?
That's not my question.
You shouldn't be able
Why
to see
can't
any of
you?
it, dude.
My question is, why can I not see the platforms at the very bottom?
There's probably a small little wave in front of it, a tiny little wave in front of it, because a tiny little wave in that distance could block out most of it. But here's the
I'm
thing,
sure
though.
if you watched
But
the video,
here's the thing, though. He just
How
told you.
tiny?
He just told you that doesn't matter because you shouldn't see any of it because it should be completely behind the curved water ball that
Wait,
you believe that is there.
the entire platform should be behind the curve?
66 feet of curve should be there, dude.
66 feet of curve.
At 10 miles, yeah.
No.
So, the one behind you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second platform.
Okay, so the one
No.
in front then. What about that?
Again,
At that height, Alistus, yes.
It's like 40 feet, right?
No.
It should be 40 feet below the horizon. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what the
The
map
one in
is. I
front?
haven't worked it out. I can work it out for you if you like.
Remember,
Me-
1 foot should only be 3.77 miles away. And I'll give you this. Let's say refraction index is high that day, right? In your guys' way of trying to explain what refraction is. I'm going to go along with you. I'm going to play with you. So even if the refraction index is high, let's say the most you can see is 5 miles away, 6 miles away, because it's a high calculated index, for refracted index. But you're missing the point. You're seeing beyond that point. Again, now you're seeing the backside. That's why he said you're seeing the backside of a mountain because the water on the other side of that curved hill is now up in your face, right? Which is you seeing the bottom
not-
of the second platform.
it's not up in their face. They have to zoom in
It is.
through the camera. They have to
No,
zoom
no
in.
shit.
Okay,
Yeah, so
but
how
you
is
get
it
what
up
I'm
in their
saying, though.
face if they have to
You
zoom
get what
in?
I'm saying.
No shit. Hold on, that's another point. You'll notice in the video of the Black Swan, you can take comparisons of before he zooms in and after he zooms in. What you will notice, the horizon moves backwards. In the
Right.
first observation, you can just about see the tiny pinpricks of the oil rigs, but the horizon is in front of them. And as he zooms in, the horizon extends backwards, starting to reveal the oil rigs, and the horizon is beyond the two oil rigs.
What does
Now,
that tell you?
Hold on, my friend. I hate to point this out to you, but we're being really kind to you when we say this horizon is only 10 miles away. It's actually a measurable distance of 30 miles away. Because in other images of the Black Swan, and I'll see if I can go and get it for you, there's an island in the bay, and that island from the observer is 29 miles away. The horizon is beyond that island, so 30 miles away. We're being really kind to you when we say 10 miles away. It's actually 30.
Could you
Now that is 30
find a
miles
picture with that
of
island?
curved. That is 30 miles of Earth curve projection up into your vision.
It's
When
funny
have
because
you ever
you're
seen
arguing about it,
that
right?
curve
But you both
projection?
agree on atmospheric distortion. It's just that one of you believes that there's a curve because of the distortion, and one of you doesn't, and you think that distortion does nothing. So
No,
it's like
No one says that distortion or atmospheric refraction doesn't exist. Both instances will happen on a
That's-
globe Earth or a flat Earth because you're looking through the water.
So,
But
Did you
this
just
is
hear
the
what I
problem
said,
with
Jedi?
shut up. This is the problem with arguing refraction. No one's actually
Jedi, did
talking
you hear what I
about the
said?
surface. No, I don't care. How can I hear what you're saying when I'm fucking talking? It's ridiculous, man.
You wasn't talking when I said what I was saying.
Just real quick, I want to talk to is that Al? I believe, but maybe she just has a different name today. One thing I want to point out, and I'm pretty sure Jetta and others that have been around here for a long time as well. I used to be under a different name long time ago, but whatever. Back before, I don't know if you were around there too, Al, but guess what? Before Black Swan came out, Globers would throw geometric horizon in our face all the time. All the time. That was the cusp of arguments. Like they would, we have the geometric horizon. We know this is what it is. Before. So just to let you know, like now a lot of new people are in this arena. I get it. They have the new arguments. The goalposts have been pushed. I get it. It's a whole lot of discussions. But this is why probably we get more frustrated with you guys because now we have this nail in the coffin, which destroys the original arguments. Because before this, refraction goes out, we don't know, and there's no geometric horizon. All of a sudden, we're like, oh wait, what happened? Because that's what you guys used to always bring
I
that
don't
up.
even I don't even get how without the black swan it's even a competition.
Okay,
There's
can I
so
ask
much
Apocryphon-
evidence to suggest that the Earth is a globe.
Apocryphon, may I
Yeah,
ask?
you have to understand, guys.
You
I'm
said
going to point this
you said
out.
that there
Going to
was.
point this out. Apocryphon is absolutely correct. 4 years before the Black Swan that came out on the 1st of January 2000. Sorry,
Yeah, pat yourselves
2020.
on your backs, dude.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And with historical
Yeah,
arguments, Greeks knew that the Earth was curved because when boats went over the sea, they started to disappear from the bottom up, suggesting that there was physical Earth curve in the way. And then we sat, and I can give you 4 or 5 videos with Carl Sagan, the science guy, Bill Nye, the science guy, all demonstrating on curved surfaces when they put a ball on a fucking fixed globe and rotate that ball, that the obstruction of the boat is caused by physical Earth curve. Then the Black Swan comes out, and then we demonstrate to you that there is no physical obstruction, and now you guys think that you haven't been around for the last 2,000 fucking years listening to you.
That's not what people are saying.
Okay,
That's not what people are
wait,
saying.
hold on. Am I getting this right? You guys are holding Black Swan up as the nail in the coffin, right? So you're
Yes, that's what they're
you're
doing.
saying this one instance, right? Okay, one of many. Okay, how many though?
It only takes one, bro.
It only takes one.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
So there's
that
one
proves
instance
that proves the entire reality.
where there is,
Imagine-
and we agree. There is a huge amount of distortion in the atmosphere, which could cause visual distortion on the scale that we are seeing. But and it has nothing to do with the actual surface of the Earth. It's just distortion.
That's why it's called the Black Swan, right? You
Yeah,
only need,
and
you
then
only need
also
one white
when you
swan,
have
right?
this one instance where there's massive distortion, you don't take into account the other instances where there is no distortion, which happens every single day and every single hour of every single minute, where you can demonstrate that it is not like the Black Swan.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word that has fucking come out of your mouth. No one's
When you're
denying
talking about
that.
the
Hold on,
Greeks
listen to me, my
demonstrating that
friend.
ships are disappearing from
Listen
the
to me.
bottom up, that's what I'm talking about.
That's the claim, and has been the claim for the last 2,000 years, up until 2020, the 1st of January. It has, because you don't have an
it's
observed
not.
physical.
Because
Why are you
it still
talking? I don't get it.
happens.
It still
Oh my
happens.
god, he doesn't get. He's not getting it.
He really doesn't understand. So the reason why this image is called the Black Swan is because if you have a theory that all swans are white, as in Earth curve, physical geometric horizon, then all we have to do is give you one black swan and demonstrate the horizon is an optical phenomena. You do
I
understand
that one guy on your forums was a little bit poetic, but that doesn't mean anything.
Look at. Let me say one more thing, just real quick, because I think I'm gonna have to mute myself for this because I'm getting too frustrated. Look at. Do you understand what the expression "nail in the coffin" means?
I think you're using it wrong.
Oh,
This
hold
is
on.
a non
Okay.
sequitur.
No, just hold on.
Yes,
Whether it's
very non sequitur.
whether it is or not, just roll with me, okay? Do you know what the expression means? What does it mean to you? I'll tell you what. Let me rephrase
What does
that.
it mean to me? Why does that matter? Let me ask you first.
Because-
Why does
because-
this question matter in the first?
Because it matters. Because look, here's what's going on. We're in a conversation, right? And I'm asking a question because I'm going to go somewhere with it. But if you don't want to walk with me, that's fine. Then I don't have to talk to you. But it's a question that I'm going to go somewhere with it because I'm making a point. But we got to get to the point. So, what does nail in the coffin mean to you?
Apocryphon, please just drop it.
Let him finish out.
Completely non-point.
Okay, so let's say my general understanding of that phrase is it's the final proof that determines whether or not something is true. In this instance, that's how you would use nail in the coffin in this kind of forum.
Okay. So let me give you an example. Like, here's what it means to me, right? A nail in the coffin means something's dead and the lid is shut because it's 100% dead. Like, there's no bringing it back to life. So you put the nail in the coffin so you can bury it, because that's the way they used to do back in the day, right? They used to nail the lid shut and then bury it because it's dead. But you didn't. I mean that you had to make sure 100% that person's dead before you put the nails in the coffin, because then they can't get out. So what I'm trying to get, the reason why I'm saying that is because the black swan photo, quote unquote black swan, is one of those. It kills, it destroys the globe model and theory that boats are going behind a curve or that there's a curve at all, because but here's the thing though, it's dead. That's it. Nail in the coffin. Bury
You
it.
can't even
It
demonstrate
destroys
why.
two things. It
You can't
destroys
even
two things,
demonstrate.
and I'll tell you, it destroys two things. One, it destroys the claim of physical obstruction, i.e., the Greeks. I can't see the bottom of that boat, which has been demonstrated by scientific communicators in the last few, like 20 years or so. It also removes a direct measurement by a guy called Al-Biruni, who used the physical, quote unquote, horizon to get the radius of the Earth. It
Right.
removes those two arguments because there is
Right.
no physical geometric horizon.
Yeah, good point, Jedi. And the thing is that
Game
in this
over.
in this arena, in the argument of it all, what it does come down to, whoever I'm talking to, I don't know the name, whatever, what it comes down to is you either continue believing and then you resurrect the dead curved ball like Weekend at Bernie's and you dance with it, or you realize logically that, oh yeah, that does make sense and it can't be that which they used to teach us. So, like he said, I remember as a kid, Bill Nye the Science Guy used to come on, and I remember seeing that Saturday morning with Bill Nye would come on, and he has that, that old video they show of Christopher Columbus sailing the ocean blue and going behind the curved ball. I remember seeing that when they showed that on TV as a child, because I'm that old. But the thing is that used to be the explanation. Oh, it's going behind, and that's why it disappears bottom up. And then nowadays, you see a boat go and disappear into the horizon, and now we learned, well, it's not disappearing because it's just getting too small for our eyes to, for us to see it.
You
Right.
can
So
still
before
find
you open
YouTube
another
videos with
topic, can
science
we just
communicators today. You can still find YouTube videos of people like Vsauce and other flat Earth debunks saying ships go over the curve of the Earth. Within the last few years, that's your fucking claim. When we
Yeah, so
demonstrate to you the horizon's an optical phenomena,
they
it
do.
removes that claim.
So no, it doesn't. So anyway,
Yes, it
can
does.
we stay on topic anyway? Apocryphon. You bring up this nail in the coffin thing, right? Earlier, you were referencing the Bible being changed, right?
Right.
Or the religious beliefs being changed in the
Yeah,
Christian
they did.
faith.
Yeah,
Yes.
not all books,
So
but
in
there was
other
one. Yeah, go ahead.
in other words, right? Your faith was also changed by this new proof, right?
My faith was changed. What? What do you mean?
So your faith in the globe Earth was changed based on new evidence that became available through the Black Swan incident, right?
No, it was before the Black Swan incident. But go
Okay,
ahead.
well, whatever. You say that is the nail in the coffin anyway. So right, that is your definitive proof.
There was
anyway,
there was
proof.
no
Whatever, dude.
there was proof before that. Which is why.
Okay, so why is
ahead.
it necessary to be pedantic about this? You said it was the nail in the coffin.
Well,
Is
the
that
difference
true?
one
is,
of
I think,
one of the
that
nails.
the Black
There's
Swan
multiple nails.
represents. I think the Black Swan represents for them a deductive falsification of the globular Earth, right?
Right.
That's what, because they present it as modus tollens, right?
So anyway,
I don't know about what happened before. They might have had inductive reasons for thinking that the Earth was a flat plane.
Right. But anyway, my point
yeah.
being, right, if there it becomes available in the future, more solid proof that the Earth is indeed round, is indeed
Of
a
course
globe,
we'll believe it.
would you then, hands down, believe it and be like,
I'll tell you,
okay,
globe,
so
right?
this proof is the nail in the coffin for the flat Earth? Would
nail
that be
in the
a
coffin.
possibility in your mind?
What you know what's funny is you guys had an opportunity. Last
you answer
year,
the question?
or this year, you guys had an opportunity. But what was that? Go ahead.
Could you answer my question, please, instead of changing the topic again?
What was the question?
The question was, is it possible in your mind to change your opinion on the flat Earth in the future if solid evidence becomes available that the Earth is indeed a globe? Would you accept it?
Like what?
I don't know, like someone literally proving it with an image like the Black Swan.
Well, see, the thing is, my friend, we've already demonstrated that the Earth is measurably flat in the first instance with laser tests on signal propagation. And
Okay.
second of all, with the practical use of the surface of the Earth with regards to engineering and navigation. So the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. I don't know what you would have to do to demonstrate otherwise.
And you can't change your mind with that, right? So we can reverse
I
it
see.
back to you, dude.
I see. I see.
Well,
So you
I
would
don't
only
think-
you
I
would
don't
only
think they would-
accept low scale proof. I see.
Well, how about
What do you mean low? Sorry, what do you mean low scale proof? I can give you a
What I just
demonstration of. I can give you a demonstration of the necessity of the Earth to be a horizontal plane with regards to navigating across it, and a direct measurement of 4,800 miles of a flat horizontal baseline between point A and point B. That's a 4,800 mile horizontal baseline. The Earth. I don't know what you would have to do to curve that or demonstrate to us that the Earth is indeed curved, being as it is measured and practically used as a flat horizontal plane.
Are you putting a scale on the Earth, like actual, like measured area of the Earth?
Yeah.
I see. That's interesting. That's different from some of your colleagues on this channel. They don't claim that there is a fixed distance or fixed area of the Earth. You do, though.
No, I'm not.
That's
I'm not
interesting.
talking about the. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about the Earth in its entirety. I'm just talking about of a direct measurement and
section
usage
of
of
it.
4,800 miles of flat water.
Okay. Oh, so there is.
It's
So the Earth is in.
necessary. It's necessary with regards to navigation for the Earth to be a horizontal plane. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to navigate across it.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what sextant is?
What's really the difference between traveling like that distance on a flat line and the distance on like a curved line? Like, what's the difference?
Because with
in terms of
regards to the
navigating?
tools that we use for celestial navigation, with regards to a sextant and almanacs and ground positions of stars. Do you know
Yeah,
what
this is another non
celestial nav-
sequitur. I don't understand why you're bringing
We're
this up.
talking
Yeah, I'm
about
still having
celestial navigation, my friend.
Yeah.
You said,
So
what would it?
about that,
What would
you
we
could
need
clearly
to prove that
use
the
that
Earth was
to
curved?
what?
You said, what would we need to prove the Earth was curved? And I'm pointing out to you that being as the Earth is already observed and measured and practically used as a flat horizontal baseline, then I don't know what you would be able to do. It's already
So
measured that way and used that way.
That practical like flat surface, right, can just as easily be
Yeah.
wrapped around a sphere and it will still work.
He's saying the
no,
quote
it
is
can't.
only in your mind.
Yes. Yes, it can.
It's
been
not
done.
only. Sorry.
And it can.
Sorry. Do you know what celestial? Do you know what celestial navigation is?
Yes, you measure distances by stars.
Yes. And what distances do you measure?
What
You measure
distances
the
do you-
distance between you and the ground position of a star, knowing the
Yeah,
elevation
as
angle of that
observed from
star.
the Earth. Yes.
Yeah. So you measure an elevation angle up to a star. Do you know what an
Yes.
elevation angle is?
Yeah, you measure from the observed horizon to the star.
You measure from the horizontal baseline to the star. The horizontal baseline is the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
You
the
then
observed
get that
horizon.
elevation.
Yes.
Listen, you then get the elevation angle up to a star, and with regards to Polaris at 20 degrees in the night sky, the ground position of that star is 4,800 miles away. Where the ground position of that star intersects with the Earth, a vertical line down from the star, and the horizontal line of the Earth is a 90-degree angle.
Okay.
That is a 4,800 mile horizontal baseline between you with your sextant to measure an elevation angle up to that star and the ground position of that star with an angle of 90 degrees. The problem is that you can't have 90 degrees on curved surfaces. You can't have 4,800 mile horizontal baseline on curved surfaces, and you can't measure elevation angles up from
Yes,
curved
you can.
surfaces.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
You can do all of those things. Yes, you can.
Of the surface of
You
the
can.
yeah. It's a
Yes.
tangent and secant.
No, hold on. You don't
The
use
90-degree
tangents when
angles
you
of
use
secant
celestial
are
navigation. You don't use tangents when you use
You
celestial
don't need
navigation. What are you
to.
talking
It
about?
doesn't matter. You can still measure
It
triangles out
does.
from
Why are you
navigation.
still talking?
Yes,
You
you
obviously don't know what you're
can.
talking about. No, you can't.
Yes, you can. You can measure a
Can you
fucking
have
triangle in a 90-degree angle. You can measure a triangle out from a 90-degree angle. Of course you can.
Sorry, You can measure a triangle if one of those lines is curved.
What? It's apparent that it is 90 degrees. Are you not listening to what I'm saying?
Can you have a triangle if one of those lines is curved?
Can you have an apparent flat surface even
Can
if
you
there
have
is
a
a
triangle
physical
if one
curve?
of those lines
Yes,
is
you
curved?
can.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Answer my
Can you
question.
measure angles
Answer
within
the
a
question,
triangle
dude.
if one of those lines is curved?
Not exactly, no.
No, of
But
course you
nothing's
can't. You
exact in
understand
that. You
the
can't measure
triangle
exact
anymore
circles
curved
either.
one of those lines. If you've got a curved horizontal baseline, you can no longer read 90 degrees and
Not
an elevation
necessarily.
angle.
All that means is that there's a margin of error, right? And depending on how big that margin of error is, the navigation will be more accurate or less accurate. I don't know what the margin of error is, but I'm guessing it's
Jedi,
probably really small because the
Do
curvature
you
of
know
the
what a
Earth is
GP of
really
a star
large.
is? Do you know what a
Jedi,
GP is?
do you know what the function of lighthouses was back in the day?
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand
What's
that sometimes measuring things through an astrolabe or anything like that, it
Not using an astrolabe. Use a
no,
sextant.
a sextant, whatever. It's close enough. An astrolabe is basically a larger fucking sextant, whatever. Anyway, when you're measuring your course through that, there is a margin of error. And to make sure that you actually got to your position that you wanted to go through that margin of error, you had to use lighthouses in order to guide you into a port. You can't just get there 100%. You understand that, right?
No shit.
Oh, okay. But we do have means to get to positions on the Earth within a margin of error of, like, say, 3 feet. We're not using
No
sextants
shit.
anymore.
Yeah, but the requirement for the surface of the Earth to be horizontal, to even come up with the concept of a sextant in the first instance, which is an angle measuring device, demonstrates that you can't do this on a curved surface.
No,
Not
it doesn't.
necessarily. It just depends on how much distance.
All it shows is that you need to have recorded the positions of stars over a long period of time in order to find out what the consistencies of those positions are.
What are GPs of stars? What are they?
What's that?
What does GP mean with regards to celestial navigation? What is it?
English is not my first language. You're gonna have to translate over to Danish.
Fucking hell. Well, fuck off then. If you don't understand a single word that's coming out of my mouth, then this is obviously going to be a very
You didn't
long
understand
conversation.
Well, you don't know if I've been taught this in Danish. It's not my fault. You're speaking in English only.
Say, can I?
We're
Can
talking
I jump in,
across
Jedi, or-
cultures here, Jedi. Be a little bit
You
more
can't have a
tolerant.
conversation, is what he's saying, dude.
Yeah, can I jump in, Jedi, or do you still want to take him around?
No, you do it.
All right. So who are we speaking to? Like 2 or 3 people? How many people think the Earth is a globe?
We're talking. I'm talking to Apache at the moment. I think his light is flashing up and down.
Okay.
I think it's him.
I need to ask you a question, and please just answer honestly. Is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe? Hello.
Wait, who you
Can you hear
asking?
me?
Yeah, we hear you,
Can
man.
he hear me, or? All right. Is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well, who are you asking?
Apache.
The Glober.
What? No, I wasn't talking.
Oh, wow.
I think it
One
was
more
Kenny.
time for the people. One more time for the people in the back seats. Is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, but I wasn't talking. I don't know if you are asking me.
Thousands
Oh,
of
no,
years.
Apache,
Oh
who's
my
the Dutch
God.
guy? Sorry,
Who's
everybody's
talking?
apologies.
Can I get somebody who's
the
talking,
Dutch?
please?
Yeah, who's the Dutch guy? Where's the Dutch guy
I
gone?
think it's Kenny.
He doesn't understand.
It was
There's a
Danish.
language barrier.
I think it was Kenny.
Well, let him say that. I want him to refute. If he can't understand what I just said, I want him to tell me.
The Danish guy was Kenny, not me.
All right. So everybody clammed up when I asked the question. Is that what's going on?
I'm not clamming up.
No,
Where's
you
the
asked.
energy? Where's the energy and where's the bravado? Where's the energy and the bravado now when I asked the question? You guys gone deaf? What the
Come get
fuck,
your
bro?
pearl. Come get your pearl, bro.
All right. Who's gonna take up the challenge? That's all I'm asking. Do I got a volunteer to take up the challenge? One at least.
Right here, man. Rob Noxious. I'll fucking take up the challenge.
Rob, have a seat. I'm not talking. I want to talk to the guy Jedi was talking to. Obviously, he was going on about how the Earth is a globe. I want to ask him a question. Is that something wrong?
He left. It was Kenny.
All right.
It's
Well,
gone, man.
let's reserve that question for the next person who thinks the Earth is a globe, and not Rob Noxious, by the way. All right. As you were, gentlemen.
Does anybody else want to ask us what it would take to demonstrate the Earth as a curved surface, being as it's already measured and practically used as a flat horizontal baseline? Anybody else?
The fact that it's used as a horizontal baseline doesn't really do anything, right? Like, we know that the Earth curves, but it doesn't curve that much to throw off any measurement you make.
Oh, that's music to my ears. Thank you. Well, who said that?
No,
I
it's
said
totally
it.
Teddy?
I said it. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Teddy, I need.
Yeah,
I need to ask,
yeah, whatever.
yeah, I need. Let me ask you a question. Is
Sure.
there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Sure. The day-night cycle.
All right, 1 second. Can I please continue?
Okay, the day-night cycle on a flat Earth. How can
No,
you
no, no.
explain?
Sorry, Teddy. No, I didn't mean you. I meant my colleague, Jedi.
Whatever.
Just hold tight.
Sorry. Do you know what scientific evidence is?
Yeah, of course I do.
Awesome.
Why
So you would
ask?
understand that, well, because you're talking about day-night cycles, that's not scientific evidence.
It is
Scientific evidence. No, it isn't. This is what I'm now going to tell you. Natural science, the formulation of a hypothesis, the scientific method, isn't going to start dealing with shapes now, is it?
Semantics.
Science only deals with cause and effect relationships, where you, the individual, will vary and manipulate the independent variables to see if it causes the effect.
This is sophistry.
Well, no, this is words, and words mean things.
Okay,
and within
I'm
science,
making a
words
deductive
most
argument here.
definitely mean things.
Say something that means
Here's my hypothesis.
Gentlemen, can we
Here's
let
my
the conversation? Can we let the conversation progress? Let the man finish saying, and if you have a retort, please, retort him right after he finishes saying it. It's pretty
Sure.
easy. All right, go ahead, Jedi.
Terence, science isn't a tool that we would use to answer this question, my friend. There couldn't be a scientific experiment that demonstrates the shape of an object. It's a category
Semantics.
error. It's a category error. Semantics, yeah, words mean things, and when communicating
That
with
doesn't
people,
mean
it's
it's not
important that
true,
people
though. Just because it's not exactly a scientific experiment doesn't mean that it's not
All
true.
right, so I feel like everybody just wants
The
to jump
answer
in and
isn't
not
right,
allow
though.
the conversation to progress. We're going to get some swiftly muted people if we do not allow the conversation to progress. We want to hear your retort in full, so long as you understand what he's saying, gentlemen. You have to allow him to finish his thing, and you can retort. There's nobody saying you can't do that, but allow him to finish.
people jumping in saying it's fucking semantics, you're going to get muted straight away, because obviously words mean things, and we're being very specific. We're asking for scientific evidence for a shape. If you knew what you were talking about, you would ask us to rephrase the question. Science doesn't deal with shapes. Science doesn't fucking deal with concrete nouns.
Huh?
Huh?
No, that's not necessarily true. I can make a hypothesis
Science,
about a
right.
shape and use
No,
what I
you
know
can't.
about
You
that
can
shape
make
to
it.
confirm
All
it.
right, I'll tell you what, let's do this then. What's the
Okay.
dependent variable of shape?
What's a dependent
What's the
variable?
dependent
What?
variable? Yeah.
The dependent variable?
What is it?
Yeah. The observed, the sun's apparent position in the sky. Let's say that.
The sun's apparent position in the sky. Okay, what's the
Or
cause of
angle
sun's
from the
apparent
horizon.
position in the sky?
Sorry?
What's the cause of sun's apparent position in the sky?
Where it actually is in relation to where you are on the planet.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to beg the question now as well. So we're going to have to start with the Earth being a sphere and then associate things to it without demonstrating that the Earth is a sphere in the first instance, and then beg the
you don't
question
have to do that.
associated with a sphere. This isn't science, you idiot.
No, you don't have to do that.
If I give you evidence that points to the Earth being round, right? Even though it doesn't
Scientific
necessarily
evidence.
prove it, right? It's the explanation with the most evidence there. Then that means it's a
Scientific evidence.
scientific hypothesis that works. It's a scientific theory that works.
Scientific
No, this
evidence.
isn't, guys. This isn't a cowboy. You don't cowboy up to tell them what the scientific method is. You have to actually know what it is and what it's about. So, going through it, if you're formulating a hypothesis test, you want to know what the dependent variable is, so that you can look at the independent variable and then see if you can vary and manipulate it to see if it's not the cause of the effect. Which means, if you said that the sun's apparent distance or size or anything, what it appears to be in the sky, right, as a dependent variable, how would then the researcher vary and manipulate the independent variable? Please think about this, gentlemen. This is important for your progress in understanding what science is and is not.
Okay. So we could choose the dependent variable of the degree to which the degree that the sun is from the horizon in the sky, right? The distance between the sun in the sky and the horizon. And then we can take our other variable being our latitude.
Variable? What's your independent variable? Without begging the question
Latitude.
that the Earth is a ball in the first instance.
Latitude.
So you're going to vary and manipulate latitude on a begging the question fallacy where the Earth is already a ball.
Do you not believe in do you not believe in latitude and longitude?
How did you get your latitude lines?
Math doesn't make the Earth a globe. The globe makes the Earth a globe.
Math.
How did you get your latitude lines? How were they derived?
They were derived by the angle to which the North Star was from the horizon.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth, because you can only measure angles off of horizontal baselines. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure
you draw a
elevation
tangent
angle
line.
onto a
You
star.
draw a tangent line.
Yeah, you draw
You
tangent
don't-
lines.
You don't draw a tangent line. What are you fucking talking about?
You
Do you-
can
Why is the moon a
you can
circle?
make a hypothetical horizontal
All right, let me
baseline.
deal
Why
with
is the
this.
moon a
Let me
sphere?
deal with
Why is the moon a sphere?
Because it's made of cheese.
All right, so 1 second, gentlemen.
Let me deal with this. What's the first thing that you do? What's the first
You can
thing?
approximate the horizontal baseline.
No,
It's not going to be
no,
horizontal
you
all the
don't
way through.
understand. Shut up.
Why is
You
the
don't
moon a
understand
circle?
what
Why
you
is the
do.
moon a globe? Why wouldn't the
I
Earth
just
be a
told you
globe?
because it's
Gentlemen,
cheese.
gentlemen, settle down. Settle down. You're not just rambunctious children. You can let the conversation progress, gentlemen.
I don't think that's helping at all.
All right. So what do you do after you've done your height of eye correction, also known as your dip correction, also known as your altitude correction? What is that correction for?
What are you saying?
Somebody said tangent line. I'm talking about declination angles to Polaris to get your latitudes in the first place. You seem to think that you know what you're talking about. So if you do, you'll answer this question. When you do your height of eye correction, also known as your dip correction, also known as your altitude correction, what do you do that correction for?
What do you mean? What do you do that correction for? You do it so that
Oh,
you're
my
taking.
goodness.
No.
My
Hey,
goodness.
let me answer the question. Don't interrupt me.
You've asked-
Let me answer the question. Don't interrupt me.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Terrence down the bottom. I wasn't talking to you.
Well, why can't
You
he
do
answer?
that. You
Why
do
can't he
that
answer?
so that you make
Do you want,
sure. Hey,
sorry. Do you want Terrence? Do you want a white knight to come in and save you from your point? That's fine.
I'm not completely all knowledgeable on navigation and stuff, so it seems like he has a lot more
Awesome
knowledge.
stuff.
That's fine. He could defer. He could defer to that other guy.
Yeah.
you do that so
So come on
that the
in.
line that you do that so that your tangent line is directly tangent to the circle and not offset from it.
Okay. So as I've asked again, after you've made this measurement, what's the measurement correction for?
To make sure that
What?
the measurement is accurate. What are you saying? You're not saying anything.
Yeah. So I've literally asked this question 3 times. I'll do it again.
What do you want the answer to be? What's the answer you're looking for?
The answer that I'm looking for is quite simply this. Whenever you do any mathematical correction, you do that correction to put the sextant on the surface of the Earth so you can measure a more accurate angle up to that star.
That's exactly what I said. You just used different words to say it.
Right. So do you do agree? One second. I'm just gonna interject here. You do agree that that takes place right at the harbor, right, before the ship takes off? Do you agree with that as well?
I mean, you can do it on the ship as well, but
Yeah, but I'm saying before you take off, you make this eye height correction prior to the ship leaving the harbor.
I am not a nautical navigation expert, so I would not be able to say for sure. But
well,
that sounds correct to me.
Yeah, that's fine. But I
I
mean, you
mean,
could.
why am I talking then?
No, listen, hang on. You could look this information up as well. I mean, it's not like we're telling you something that's not true. That's all I'm saying. You can look it
Yeah,
up.
I will accept that what you're saying is true here.
That's
like
fine.
to bring up a point.
That's fine. Jedi, if you want to move forward, I guess.
So awesome. That's fine. Then we can move on. But I will make this point. You get your latitude lines from angle declination to Polaris. Your mathematical calculations, your height of eye correction, also known as your altitude correction, also known as your dip correction that you may or may not get from a tangent line, will mathematically take you down to the surface of the Earth. The distance between you with the sextants and the ground position of, in the case, Polaris, can be in excess of, when the angle is 20 degrees, 4,800 miles. That is a 4,800 mile horizontal baseline between you and the ground position of the star. Where the star intersects with the Earth, the vertical line down on a horizontal baseline of the Earth is a 90-degree angle, demonstrating that the Earth is required to be a horizontal baseline for you even to get your latitudes in the first instance.
I have a
What?
question.
That's
I have a question.
ridiculous. That is
I would like to
ridiculous.
make a
That is a
point. I would like to
ridiculous
make a
statement to make. What
I
you're
would like to
saying
make
would
a
happen
point.
exactly if we were on a spherical surface as well.
I would
No,
like
it
to make a
wouldn't.
point, please.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't. Because let me address this. One, you can't measure angles off of curved lines.
That's why you draw the tangent line.
And what
You know how
happens
big the
after
Earth
you draw
is?
your tangent line? I've just been through this over the last 20 fucking
Let's not go in
seconds.
circles. How about we talk about another point? How about we
After you draw the tangent line, you correct your height.
Flat Earthers.
Yeah, and where does that height put you? Where's that
Puts
height
you
put you?
on the surface.
Awesome. So between you and the sextant, with the sextant and the ground position of the star is 4,800 miles. The ground position of the star intersects the Earth with an angle of 90 degrees, and a
Where are
horizontal
you getting
baseline
this
to you. You can
4,800
measure that
miles
while
number?
you're talking.
Where are you getting Where are you getting this number from?
Fucking celestial almanacs, you idiot. Oh, and your latitude lines, which is the point of the conversation.
Bro, why is bro so obsessed with like navigation and stuff?
Because
it provides.
Because he's stuck in the 14th century.
horizontal baseline. The Earth
All right, hold
has
on.
to be a horizontal baseline.
The Earth has. Yeah, but hang on. Like, so you guys are wondering why he's harping on this point, and why he's so adamant to provide this evidence is because we're everybody, right? Celestial navigation works off a baseline, a horizontal baseline. But somebody's saying no, but an actual demonstration of this in any mariners travels, they're going to use this as a method of travel. So they're going to be able to navigate using this method. So it's a well-established method that everyone uses. So this is the reason why it's been brought up.
Globe.
The horizontal baseline that they're using is a tangent line. It's not the actual surface.
You fucking idiot.
Yes, it
It
is.
isn't. Show me
So,
the
this is
tangent line.
dogmatic. You're just
Show me
saying
the tangent
things.
mirror in a fucking sextant. Show me the tangent mirror in a sextant.
We're saying that the horizontal baseline. We're saying that a horizontal baseline from the observer, right? The observer has a horizontal baseline, which is dependent on the tangent, or like.
No. Wait. But you don't get ahead of yourself. Here's what I would say. Just let me put this out there. If you have evidence to support your claim of a tangent line being the necessary way to navigate, you have to provide the evidence for it. You can't just say things. That's not how this. I know that, but you have to be able to.
The horizontal baseline. Right?
Listen.
You can suppose a horizontal baseline, right? Like, let's say I'm standing and I'm pointing forward and pointing backwards. Everything on that sort of plane is my horizontal baseline, right? Since we're on a curved surface, right? Since we're on a sphere, if I'm on a different point in the sphere, the baseline will be a little bit different from where I'm standing, right? It depends on where I'm standing for the baseline to change,
But
right?
but it's not horizontal any longer. Because
What
it's
do you
not
mean it's not
horizontal.
horizontal anymore?
Think about it. You're thinking of a curved line. You can't have the curved line.
No, I can
Being
pretend
yes.
for the sake of
We're drawing a
calculation, I
straight
can
line.
pretend that it's horizontal. I can pretend that it's horizontal. It would just mean I have a
A straight.
margin of
You're
error.
not drawing. Listen, you're not drawing. You're not drawing anything. You're using the Earth when they're navigating on the seas. They're using the Earth. The actual sea is the baseline,
Yes,
not
but
not
when you look
not an
one
imaginary
direction,
line.
when you look one direction and you look the other direction, that's your tangent line.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Right, my
Looking
friend.
straight
When we
forward,
do
looking
Do
celestial
you
backwards,
see in
navigation,
looking right.
curves?
sorry,
Do you see in a curve?
my friend.
Hang on.
Let me
Do
help
you
you.
see in a
Let me
curve?
help you.
Hang on,
Let
dude.
me help
Relax.
you. Let me help you. So within celestial navigation, we will use 3 stars. We will measure an elevation angle up to those stars so we can get an accurate ground position of those stars. We will then draw a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of the stars, and where those circles intersect, there is your position. My question is going to be this: how can you have a circle, 3 circles of equal altitude on a curved surface?
You can.
It's not
You
possible,
can't.
right?
Okay.
That's yeah.
You
That's
want to
it.
hear?
That's
You
it.
want to hear why you can still? You want to hear why it can still work? It can still
No,
work
you
What?
because
You want to
have
tell?
the
Sorry, are you
curvature of
going
the
to?
Earth
Sorry,
isn't
my
that
friend.
dramatic. It depends on how much distance you're trying to cover.
Yes,
all
That's
right.
where it depends on.
4,800 miles. I said this 2 minutes ago. With regards to latitude measurements for Polaris, 20 degrees in the sky, the distance between you and the sextant and the ground position of that star is 4,800 miles. You will then draw
4,800
a
miles.
circle of equal altitude around the ground position of that star, measure to 2 other stars, draw a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of that star, and where they intersect, that's your position.
That's your position. Yep.
Distance, 4,800 miles.
So right. That's a great. These are great points to actually look at, right, gentlemen? Let's get into our knowledge. Hang on a second. I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. I'm on the move. Hang on.
Yeah, get home and get on your good mic, man.
No, I'm at this. I had to take a detour on my road somewhere. 1 second.
All right, bro. You understand, gentlemen, that you can't have 3 circles of equal altitude on a curved surface. That's not possible. You understand that the distance between you and the ground position of that star has to be a flat horizontal baseline, because underneath the ground position of that star is a degree of 90 degrees. You then have to measure an elevation angle up to that star. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure elevation angles. You wouldn't be able to have ground position of 90 degrees, and you wouldn't be able to have circles of equal altitude.
You're not measuring the distance from the ground position, though. You're measuring the
Yes, you
distance
are.
from the
That's the
tangent
fucking
line.
thing that you're interested in. You want to know how far away the ground position of that star is. You get that by the elevation angle up to that star at a known time of year. You will then use your celestial almanac to figure out where the fuck you are after you draw your circles of equal altitude around the 3 stars in question.
Jedi, have you ever navigated the ocean using a sextant? Have you ever done celestial navigation or celestial trigonometry or anything like that? That's my question to you. Be honest. Have you ever? Celestial trigonometry is in the books that they tell you how to navigate the Earth using like
I know what it is.
a astronomical
It's a fucking
triangle.
sea cadet. I did
But
this at sea
have
cadet.
you ever done it though? Have you ever
I
done
did
it though?
this
Because you
at
can
sea
spew
cadets. How
words.
many times do I have to tell you? Sea
What'd you say?
cadets. Royal Navy Sea Cadets.
You were a cadet. So you didn't make it a career. You didn't go through life doing it. You learned it early on in your life when you were a kid.
All right,
and you
dude.
become
All
an
right,
expert.
let's stop with like trying to find a loophole like a lawyer would. Just understand that
No,
he
my
understands
point
what he's
is
talking
we're
about.
arguing a
Well,
topic
stop
that
being a
none of us are
lawyer, dude.
experts in. We're arguing a
It does.
topic
You
that
don't have
no
to
one's
be.
an expert in,
You don't
man.
have to. You don't have to be an expert. You just have to understand what it means. That's it. You really don't even have to be.
To understand something and what
It's
it means,
they're
and then put it
talking
into
about.
practice are
Yeah.
two different things. They're two
if
different
you,
things.
I understand that. It's qualified to talk about anything. How about that? Is that what you're talking about? No, that's not what it means. You can understand something without having it in practice, but in principle, you're able to talk about it, correct? Thank you.
1926.
So
1926. Dutton wrote a book called Astronomical Navigation, and it explains everything on how to navigate on a globe surface. And it says the globe is an oblate spheroid. So Jedi, go and get that book. Go
yeah,
read
we
it
don't
and
care
see if
about books.
you
All
understand
right,
it.
so hang on.
So
Yeah,
where do you get
okay.
your
All right,
information from?
Mr.
Where the fuck do you get your information from? We don't
Hang
care
on,
about
Jedi. Let me
books.
take this.
Where the fuck do you get the information from?
Let me
then?
take this guy, Jedi. Let me take this guy, dude. Let me take it. All right.
Go ahead.
We're gonna start afresh. Is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yes, there is.
You're using the same
Okay,
sophistry as you
Jedi.
were using before.
Hang on, dude. Have a seat, Jedi. You're up.
Why the hell would you say yes to scientific evidence for the shape of an object? Science doesn't deal with
Just say no
concrete
to
now.
it. They're
Science only deals
copying
with
you
cause and
in
effect.
sophistry.
Because you take like 10 quotes from physicists that you think you understand the context of Jedi, and you've determined at that point
Oh, here we
that
go.
science
All right,
doesn't
we're gonna
deal
have
with
to.
shapes.
Here we go.
We need to mute him.
That's what it is.
Let's mute him real quick. He can't control his mouth. Either control your mouth while you get an explanation, or you're going to be swiftly muted. You have to allow the exchange, otherwise you won't know. You're holding an ignorant point right now. Just hold on, Jedi. Go ahead.
Why the hell would you answer that question with the affirmative of yes? If you knew what science was, the demonstration of a cause and effect within an experiment, a hypothesis construction where you have a educated guess into cause and effect phenomena, why would you associate that with the shape of an object? Science doesn't deal with shapes. Now I don't think you know what you're fucking talking about, Sunshine.
Why doesn't
Hold
science
on.
deal with shapes? Hold on. Why doesn't science deal with shapes? Why doesn't it deal with shapes?
Because shapes are concrete nouns. Science deals with cause and effect. Do you know what natural science is? Do you know
It's
what
just
natural science is?
it's another description of science, of a type of science.
Another description of science. It is the scientific method.
Is making medication science? Is it like
We're not
is that
talking about
natural?
medication, sir. We're not talking about medication, and
Hold on
currently
a
we're
second.
talking about.
No.
We're
You
not
want to ask
talking
me?
about medication.
You want to ask
We're
me if
talking about
natural science? That's your
All
that's
right.
your cornerstone right there. That is your
Yeah.
cornerstone. Is natural
We're
science.
talking.
That's what you hang
Yeah,
on to.
I know we're talking about natural science. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Okay.
So it's not
Okay.
talking about. Currently, we're not talking about anything but that.
I think it's
My
the
main
case.
point
I think
is
this is the question is set up right. That Mayhem set up is there any scientific evidence that proves bull? Right now, the issue is, if you say yes, that the problem that happens is whether or not science is just the scientific method, right? That the distinction is going to be, which I don't think it is. When you
Yeah, but we're not going on. We're not going on anyone's definition. We're not going on anyone's feelings. We're going on the definition of scientific method. So that's what we're going on. So regardless of feelings and opinions and everything else, what it's established to be is what we're going with.
Yeah, I'm
so
clarifying
I'm
for the
sorry.
others so that
I'm
they
sorry.
know
I'm
that.
sorry, people. I'm sorry, people feel the way they do about it. But it's not up to feelings and opinions. It's only the method that we're talking about. That's it.
Yeah, I was just clarifying that because I think because the scientific method is a deductive operation, right? And obviously, any belaboring any under any misapprehension, you can't prove globular Earth with deductive.
Shit.
Method. But you can say you have scientific evidence if you think science expands beyond. If science it goes beyond just the scientific method, which I think it does, right?
What is the scientific
nice.
method?
Oh my god.
What is it? What is it? Look, gentlemen,
Am I still muted?
for hundreds of years, we've been told that science has proven the shape of the Earth. Science, the scientific method, hypothesis construction, and experiment has demonstrated the shape of an object. Now, that's a misnomer. That's not possible. You can't do science for shapes. Shapes, that's a geometric question. Math, observation, measurement, not science.
Do you think science
Okay.
is purely deductive, Jedi?
What scientific method?
Well, you know the scientific method is deductive, but do you think science is just deductive?
Well, being as we're just talking about the scientific method, then everything else will be determined as pseudoscience because science is described as a scientific method.
Science is not exclusively the scientific method.
Natural science.
We understand the confusion of the current scientific rhetoric. We do understand that's why we're addressing it in this way. So you understand when in concerns to natural science, then we have to understand that the method applicable to demonstration would only be that the researcher would have to vary and manipulate the independent variable to determine the cause of an effect. So when we start to talk in this way, science doesn't deal that way. When people are saying that how they discovered that the Earth is what it is, what is question with deals with more or less the understanding of the natural phenomena that's occurring and how it's caused. What it's like anything. Like if you see something in nature, if the researcher sees something in nature, you're going to try to determine why that thing in nature is happening the way it is. So you're going to try to vary and manipulate the independent variable to see if you can't change it to then understand the cause of an effect. That's why we're saying that it's not having anything to deal with the geometric what is question shape what is question of the Earth. That's important. A lot of us don't understand that.
If your question is does the scientific method prove globe, then as a globe earther cuck myself, loser cuck globe earther bowl person myself,
you're all right.
I'd agree that it's not possible. You can't deduce with the scientific method bowl, right? Nobody should say that otherwise, right?
Bingo. Just bingo.
All right, so listen, we're going to give you guys a reset. And if nobody has to be pressured into answering this, but if you do have the answer, please come forward. The next question I do want to ask is one that I usually ask everybody. Has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance or elevation change? I'll frame it this way. They're telling us because we live on an oblate spheroid, that anywhere away from my position, my location as an observer, that the Earth should be curving away from my position because I'm standing on the top of a ball, anywhere I'm at relative to my position. So if that is the case, what is the measurement that it should be for an oblate spheroid the size that they say that this Earth is? What would be the drop over the distance, elevation change, measurement from any, like we could use an arbitrary distance like 20 miles. What would that elevation
wouldn't change.
Okay, so then welcome to flat Earth.
No, elevation is distance from ground level. That still works on a sphere.
So when I'm in a position, let's say, I don't know, I stand somewhere like at the beach and I see a ship disappearing over the horizon. Is that ship disappearing over the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so at which said point that I see that ship, I would say then that it's disappearing over the curvature of the Earth, which means that elevation that the boat was from my location to where I see it, there's a change in the elevation from that boat disappearing, correct?
Okay, so now we're talking about relativistic measurements. Its elevation from you has changed, but its elevation from its own point of view has not changed.
Now let's not do the mental contortions. So
we're talking about relativity now.
From my position, right? Think about it like this: from my position to where I see a boat dropping away from me, because of the fact that it's going behind the curve, the obstruction is Earth curvature. That means that there is a sagittal in between me and the boat, obstructing my view. Would you say that is correct or incorrect?
Like a sagittal is.
Is that correct or incorrect?
I don't know what a sagittal is, so I cannot answer the question.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. The hump of Earth curve.
Yes.
Okay. So if that is true, that means that hump of Earth curve that's obstructing my view from seeing the bottom of the boat is due to the fact that it's going away from my position and also going around the globe. As long as we're good there, all right, then we understand that the change in elevation from my location to where the boat is would be dramatic because I see the bottom of it disappearing. Hopefully we're still on the same page.
It's not. I mean, dramatic is a relativistic term as well, right?
Well, people are
you could
saying
say
they
that it's
see that.
dramatic. You could say
Right,
that it's dramatic.
people are saying that they see the ships of the bottom of boats disappearing. That is pretty dramatic, is it not?
I mean, it doesn't go away quickly. It's not.
But it is or is not dramatic, my good sir.
Well, it's not. Like I said earlier, dramatic is relative. This is a.
I'm asking you a question, sir. You're waffling. I need to know if it's dramatic or not, sir.
It doesn't matter if it's dramatic or
Is
not. You
it
can say it's
dramatic
dramatic. You can
or
say
not?
it's not
I will
dramatic.
go on to the next. I will go on to the next person if you
This is
become
subjective.
disingenuous.
This is
So
subjective. It doesn't matter.
you do not
Yes,
want.
it's
You do
dramatic.
not.
Yes, it's
You do
dramatic.
not. You
It's
do not want.
dramatic.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. In which case, that if it is dramatic, we need to figure out why it is dramatic. So therefore, we would say that because of the Earth's curvature, we cannot see the bottom of that boat because there's dramatic curvature obstructing our view. 1 second.
Hold on a second.
All you have are ridiculous semantic arguments and subjective
These aren't
points so that you
semantic.
can
I'm gonna
gotcha
get you
your
in a
opponent.
little
This
bit.
is ridiculous.
No, it's not capturing my opponent. It's making you be honest. I'm holding you accountable to honesty, sir, which you are not. It's been clear to see in this, as it's been clear to see in this discussion, you did not want to even answer this dramatic question, and you went and waffled on a little bit just until I actually kind of pinned you
Subjective.
down.
You're asking me if it's blue or red when it's purple.
Listen, we don't talk about colors here, bro. We talk about the shape of our Earth that we stand upon, and it's a fact that it measures flat. There's no
So
measurable
true.
curvature.
So true.
It is
Inshallah,
true.
my brother. Inshallah.
Why? Have you seen proof of curvature?
Yes.
I want to see it. Can you post it?
There's a live
This
stream
is
from the
this
ISS.
isn't
Just
the
go
way.
to NASA.com. You can see
That's
it there.
not proof of measuring the Earth. That
You
doesn't
can.
prove the Earth is a globe.
I mean, you can see it. Like,
So if I make a video of a green screen of me in the sea walking around, am I walking around in the sea?
are you saying that the ISS is fake?
Should clouds stay the same for weeks? Should clouds stay the same for months or sometimes years? So try to get some life experience, bro. TV is not reality, but I'm glad that you have admitted that it's a TV religion. Thanks.
The clouds don't stay in the same
Is
place.
that
You just
is
lied.
Is
You
that
just lied.
Amrami?
This is the
Okay.
Amrami.
Hey, what's up, man? It's XO, what's good, man?
Baruch Hashem, who's this, man? I'm not looking at my
Hey,
screen.
Apocryphon, what's going on, man?
Apocryphon, hey, sir, what's going on? Yeah.
Hey.
Welcome to the end of the internet.
I didn't know you were on here. Good to see you, man.
Oh, they gave me a special pass. They redeemed me for all my crimes in the past, so they gave me a second chance on life. Isn't that nice of them?
Hey, that's good, man. That's good. Sorry to derail the comment. I just haven't heard your voice in a while.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, there ain't no conversation, bro. When you show them that the clouds stay the same for a week, we'll get a new excuse. Thanks.
Right.
I mean, clouds can stay in the same place for a week. Like, have you never lived on Earth before? Sometimes it's cloudy for a while.
As usual, the psychopath thinks clouds will stay the same forever. He now has an excuse to why they'll stay the same. I rest my case. It's that easy.
Weather doesn't
if you don't
change
live on Earth, apparently, if you think clouds don't stay the same, you don't live on Earth. Welcome to retard level 9,000, guys. I'll just go back to cleaning my cat's litter box. That's way more profitable than this.
Can you show me a picture of of clouds staying the same for weeks
No,
or months or years, as you were saying?
redundant. That's redundant. That's redundant. We're not going to talk about that.
Come on,
We were on a point.
no, give me evidence. Give me evidence. You're
No,
making
no,
a
no.
claim.
It's not
Yeah,
I
he
need
wants to
evidence.
run. Yep, he wants an escape.
No, I
We're not
don't
gonna
want an escape. I
He
need
wants an
evidence.
escape. Yep,
I
he
want
wants an
evidence.
escape.
I want evidence. I want evidence.
Yep, he wants
Give
an
me
escape.
evidence.
He already said,
Moderator,
if you don't believe
moderator,
clouds stay the same, you're not on Earth,
moderator,
apparently. Yeah, go ahead.
moderator. Let's get some mutes in here because I was like, I'm going to get back this on track again. We're not talking about clouds currently.
Well, you guys
Hey,
brought it up.
Killer, can you
I didn't
post
bring it up.
any proof of
Really
curvature?
simple.
There's
It's
different
really
people.
simple. It's really simple. Okay. The gentleman who was speaking to me just a while ago, are you still there?
Me?
I don't know. Was I speaking to you?
I mean, yeah, just a couple minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah, I know right now. All right. So hang on. Fuck.
Why is it so quiet?
Can somebody tell me how you explain the tides in a flat Earth model?
There's no
You
flat
can't.
Earth model.
You can't even.
Now give me a dem. Go on.
Now I
No,
was
you're
just gonna
fine.
say I got to a clearing. So, all right, to the gentleman I was speaking to before that didn't want to answer the question, and I got him to answer the question. It's not sophistry, sir. It's you getting to admit that you're not being honest in this conversation.
No,
That's what's
no.
happening.
It is sophistry. You're asking me to make objective claims on a subjective statement.
What's the model?
Do you know if the Earth is curving or not, sir?
Yes, I know that the Earth is curving.
No, don't say
that.
All right. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
they said.
Say that.
You were
I
asking me
want
to
you
say if the curve was dramatic or not. Dramatic is subjective. I can't say
Yeah, that's fine.
objectively
You
whether
know
or not
what?
the curve is dramatic.
That's fine. That's fine, sir. That's fine. Now, since you admitted that you know that you can see curvature, I'm happy that you said that. So now we're going to find out who has ever measured this curvature anytime in history, sir. So I need you to point me to the person as in a primary source. Go ahead and give me the citation, followed by the demonstration of how that person found out that there is curvature on this earth, sir.
What's his name? Fucking Aristophanes or whatever, the Greek guy.
Yes, Brett Nat, unfortunately. So you're saying that Eratosthenes figured out the curvature of the earth, right?
I think he got the number wrong, but he got it like roughly right, didn't he? I don't
So
remember
if
exactly.
he got it wrong, how is it right, sir?
I don't know. I don't know
I
what.
know
What number did he get? What number did he get? I'm not
don't
a
ask
historian.
me.
I don't
Don't
know.
ask
I
me,
don't know.
sir. The point of this
All right, I'll do
exercise,
it.
the point of this exercise is for you to understand that you don't know. It's not to dig into what I know. It's to only dig into what you know because you made a claim that you know that the earth is curving. So what we're doing right now, it's an exercise to figure out what you know. That's all it is. And we're asking questions how you know what you know. Currently, right now, you said maybe, maybe not, maybe not. I'm asking you, so that means that you don't know? You could easily say, yeah, sure, I don't know. I defer to the scientists. Do you
Okay,
defer
yeah,
to a
sure. I don't
scientist?
know. I defer to the scientists.
Correct. So let's go to the second question. Axial rotation of the Earth. Now, they're telling us that the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour, right? At the equator. So, who has ever measured this axial rotation anytime in history? I need a primary source, a citation, and also followed by a demonstration, sir. If you know, if not, you could defer to a scientist and say, I don't know.
I defer to a scientist.
Yes, sir. Now, the third question is, they're telling us that we live adjacent to the vacuum of space. The pressure air that we are breathing right now on the surface is around 14 psi. Now, don't take my word for it. You can look it up. But the pressure right at the surface level is around 14 psi. Now, according to mainstream rhetoric, they're telling us that the low pressure vacuum of the space that's right above the exosphere, right past the Kármán line, is said to be around 10 to the negative 6 torr. I don't usually use this number right here, but for this example, I'll use it. So it's a super low pressure, not at zero, but just really low. There's a vast pressure differential from the surface to the right above the exosphere. So my question would then be to you, sir, how is it possible that we can have matter and energy exchange out of the open system of the Earth being a globe without a container? How is it holding the gas that we're breathing, the air, when it could expand into the available space of the vacuum of space?
We do lose air. We lose a couple tons of gas every so often.
Yes, sir. That's a nice story. What I'm asking is,
No, it's true.
yeah, I know you think it is, sir, but here's the thing: in the instance of gas pressure next to a vacuum, we understand some very simple facts. There is no temperature change. There is no energy change. The only thing that changes is entropy. In the case of gas expanding into the vacuum, we can do this test anywhere on Earth with a vacuum.
Gas expands into a vacuum unless it's acted upon by an outside force. In this case, the force is gravity.
No, listen. Okay, that's fine. You could claim that. The only thing I'm telling you is that we don't see gravity doing jack shit to gases, and I'll tell you why. Yeah, I know you want to say that, but now I'm going to ask you for a demonstration of gravity holding gas anywhere on Earth, sir. What demonstration do you have?
Have you ever done any experiments with liquid nitrogen?
As in, sir, give me an example of what you're talking about.
Like, I don't know. We used it to
Yes.
make like smoke machines and shit with my my buddy's house for Halloween parties.
I know. Yeah, go ahead. Continue your example.
So it produces a gas, right, as it evaporates, and that gas it goes down because it's affected by gravity.
Okay, so it's all right. All right, so are we breathing this gas, sir?
What do you mean? Oh, which gas? The gas coming off of
the one that you're using in the example. Are we breathing it?
Yes, yeah.
We are breathing that gas that falls to the ground as you so described.
Yeah.
Where are we breathing this gas, sir?
Which gas? Well, are you
The
talking
one
about
that you're
nitrogen?
using. No, sir.
Gas
The
of
one that
nitrogen?
you're using. The one that you're using in the example.
Well, the one that I'm using in the example is evaporated liquid nitrogen, right? So it's
I
a
know,
very
but
very cold gas.
Are we breathing that gas, sir?
Are we breathing nitrogen? Yes, we're breathing nitrogen.
That
Are we
specific
breathing?
gas you use in the example, are we only breathing that gas,
We are
sir?
not only breathing that gas. We
Thank
are
you.
breathing nitrogen.
So I know, but what your example was not analogous to what I am talking about. The gas that we're breathing right now, that there may be a constituent part in the gas you're talking about in the air we breathe, but it's not made up of that same exact gas. We're not breathing that gas right now.
Are you familiar with fluid dynamics? How fluid
Yes,
dynamics
sir.
work at all?
Yes, I am. But like for the current example, we have to use something analogous to the air that we're breathing. So, using the air that we breathe, how is gravity acting upon that gas, the one that you and I are breathing currently, right? How is gravity enacting on that gas, and where can we see an example demonstrated that gravity is holding this gas down?
Yeah, sure. So if you take a chamber, right, that you can pull a vacuum on, and you put it on the scale, it will be heavier before you pull the vacuum than after you pull the vacuum.
Which way is the gas inside the container going?
The gas inside the container is going out of the container.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the point.
That's the point. Yeah.
No, when you're pulling a vacuum on it, it goes out of the container.
Right, let me do it like this. Sorry, Mayhem. When
This is
we've got a
ridiculous.
vacuum chamber, my friends,
You're pulling it out of the container, so there's no longer a force pulling it in. There's not gravity. There's not a gravitational force inside the container keeping it in.
What, on the
You're
Earth?
pulling it out.
On the Earth, we've got a vacuum chamber on the Earth where all the fucking gravity is, and we put sulfur hexafluoride or your liquid nitrogen into that container. Which way does the gas go?
That's not what we're talking about.
Yes, it is.
Well,
No,
yes,
no,
it
that's
is.
not what we were talking about. We were talking
Yes,
about
it is.
we were off of the liquid nitrogen point. That was just an
Awesome
example
stuff.
of visible gases being affected by gravity.
Awesome.
If you want a
That's
empirical, measurable example of gases being affected by gravity, we can show that a vacuum chamber weighs less after it has pulled a vacuum than before it has pulled a vacuum.
awesome. So, which direction in the container is the gas going?
While you're pulling the vacuum, the gas is going out of the container.
That's the point, dude.
What's the point?
The
Oh my
gas
God.
inside the container is moving in all directions. The only way that you've kept that gas in that physical space is because of the physical container around it. But the gas inside the container is moving in all directions.
Just
Your gravity is
because
just down.
in
So
this case
show
we're
me
using just
why you're
because in this
talking.
case we're using a physical container to contain something doesn't mean that you can only use a physical container to contain
Then
something.
give me a demonstration of gas pressure without a physical container.
That's what I
Silence
thought.
is deafening.
Bubbles.
That's what I
Bubbles are
thought.
a liquid
That's what I
container.
thought. No, that's what
Bubbles.
I thought.
Silence is deafening.
Bubbles. It's a fluid container. That's not a solid.
Bubbles,
Bubbles.
sir?
That's
Are
a
you
physical
serious?
barrier, you fucking idiot. That's a physical barrier. The water around the gas. Show me gas
It's
pressure without
it's
a
being
container.
contained. It's being contained by water, dude.
Show me gas
Bubbles,
pressure
sir.
without a container.
That was your example. Wow.
Mayhem is asking you the third question. He's literally asking for you to demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Yeah. If I take a fan, right?
That's not. No, that's not analogous. That's because what we're asking for is in this instance we already have gas pressure within this in the dynamic system, meaning that the system that you and I are breathing, this air, I outlined it to you like this. I told you that we have gas pressure on the surface at 14 psi. That's established. You can't then
This is a
therefore
ridiculous
say
argument. This is a
no,
ridiculous
sir.
argument. You're saying
I know
because
because
I
you
can't
think
find a specific example of something being contained without a physical container, that means
using
that it is
gravity,
impossible
using gravity as the container.
I mean, we
Yeah,
can view Saturn, we can view Jupiter, we
no,
can view.
no, we're not going to look at other, sir. We're not going to look at other things. We're looking at the Earth, where the argument begins. The argument begins right here, on Earth, where people are saying there is no container to contain the gas. That's why I'm demonstrating to you right now that you don't have an example of that. It's just a belief. It's only something you believe to be true. That's the only thing we're pointing out. I don't need you to listen. I don't need you to think,
You
whoa.
don't understand physics.
I
You just
do.
don't
That's why
understand
I'm
physics.
explaining. I'm outlining this to you, sir, that you don't have the knowledge of physics. Your current understanding of physics is shit because you're believing that gas giants can exist in a vacuum, sir. That's impossible.
Of course they can. Gas is affected by gravity. It goes down. Why else
Prove
is it?
it.
Why does it go down? Why does it go down
There's
without
less
gravity?
oxygen at higher altitudes.
Why
Less
is
oxygen at higher
why is
altitudes.
yeah?
That's
Why does the air density go down at higher altitudes?
down.
Why does the air density decrease at higher altitudes if we're inside a sealed container? Shouldn't it be equal at all spots? If we're in a sealed container,
Outer
wouldn't
space,
the
yeah, we ain't in outer space, that's for sure. If we were in outer space, just put a ball with water in a vacuum, even a small vacuum. Watch what happens. Yeah, that was easy.
no, we're in a ball with water and
There's
gas.
no claim. Yep, there's just no
Apologise to
claim.
interrupt. Do apologise.
Okay,
Can
so
you read
you're
what I posted
claiming
at
that we're in a
28?
sealed
My
container.
friend,
Hey, don't talk over me. Don't talk over me.
This
You're
guy's just
claiming that
off
we're in a
running
sealed
away for
container.
his life.
You're
Yeah, there's
claiming,
no claim here. There's no
you're
goalpost,
claiming
there's
that
no
we're in
claim.
the
He's
same.
just running
You're
away.
claiming that we're in a sealed container.
No,
Are you not?
no claim. No,
Right,
we
so-
experience air. Go ahead, Jedi. Yeah.
sorry, buddy. Can you read what I've posted at 28 minutes past the hour by Sir Arthur Eddington? Can you read that for me, and can you read that out to the class?
I don't know who Sir Arthur Eddington is.
Astronomer Royal, 1915, an associate of Albert Einstein. Read it out to the class.
If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for it but collapse and deepest humiliation, he wrote. Wow, that is a self-own on the highest level, and you don't even realize it.
You understand that your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, my friend?
It's not.
It is. Do you understand the second law of thermodynamics?
Explain it to me.
No, I'm asking you, is your claim in violation of it? You even understand what it is?
Yes, I understand what the second law of thermodynamics is.
Awesome stuff. So you will also understand that you are claiming an entropy decrease, where we all understand entropy
We are
increases,
not
correct?
in an isolated system.
We're not in an isolated system. According to you, we're in an open system.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. So an entropy increase would occur. You're in violation of the second law of thermodynamics and 7 known gas laws.
In an isolated system,
Let me put it like this for you. So
We're not
in
in
an
an
isolated
system.
system, entropy
We're
would
not in an
increase.
isolated system.
Trying to do this.
Yes.
You cannot, one, achieve gas pressure without a physical container around the gas. You cannot,
That's
two,
not true.
keep gas in a
You
defined
can't.
volume
You're
without a
claiming. You're
physical
claiming
barrier.
it there. You have nothing to back up your claim. You're claiming that
Pardon?
something cannot be done.
Well, demonstrate to me a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container. Demonstrate to me gas staying in a place without a physical barrier around it. Demonstrate to me entropy
I point to the
decrease.
planet. I point to the planet, and you say no. That's not enough for me. What do you want?
But that's because that's begging the question. This is the very thing that's in contention right now, because Jupiter, a giant ball of gas, is uncontained from the vacuum of space. Our atmosphere is an open system, uncontained from the vacuum of space. So we've got 2 problems.
Why does a
gas
physical?
pressure
Why does a physical container contain something?
Why does a physical? That's even stupid. You understand that to achieve gas
If
pressure,
you understand physics,
you
if you
obviously need to
understand physics,
talk,
this
I
is
will
an
teach
easy
you.
question. If you understand
I will
physics, this is
teach you.
an easy question. Why does a physical container contain something?
Stop acting like you know physics when you're talking bullshit about the second law of
What is the
thermodynamics. You
physical?
don't know physics, bro.
What is the physical
You're
barrier
lacking
doing
right
to the
now in
gas
knowledge.
that keeps
Stop
it in?
talking.
It is
Stop
applying a
talking.
force.
Stop
It is
talking. You don't know physics. Stop talking. We're trying to educate you, which you have no knowledge on at the current time. You sound like a buffoon saying over and over that we don't understand when you're sounding clearly misled in understanding of physics. Clearly. It's demonstrated right now. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. If you did, you wouldn't keep claiming isolated system. That's what we're in right now, because that's not the current scientific rhetoric of what they're claiming the gas is held onto by Earth. It's by gravity. That's what they're saying. So now we are asking you for a demonstration of gravity being a container. That's what we're asking you. And you're not providing, you're waffling, you keep going on and on. I want to see the demonstration of gravity being a container, sir. Anywhere on Earth. Where is this demonstration?
Albania.
Shut up. Oh. So are you going to be able to provide the demonstration of your claim?
I know that you can't back up living in a fucking feudal state run by moron zombies.
Well done, that man.
That's where you land at the
Well
end of the
done.
day with me.
Well
That's
done.
where you land at the end of the day with me, boy. I will slap you so hard your grandma will feel it. So don't play.
Have a seat. Have a
Awesome.
seat.
Internet hard men. Brilliant.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Better be on point.
What?
It better be on point.
Oh, absolutely, it is. Absolutely.
Awesome. What is it?
So, I'm just wondering how high pressure and low pressure systems aren't an example of gas pressure without a container, because they're different
High
pressure
pressure.
systems.
Yes, you can achieve. This is just a variation within the atmosphere, quite unquote. High pressure, low pressure always move around. For example, you also have to understand the temperature gradient, and so have to understand the chemical cycles and biological cycles, which primarily take place down here on the Earth. So being as the majority, if not all of the gas is produced down here at surface level, please don't be surprised there's more gas down here than there is up there. Whereas obviously a temperature gradient as well.
No,
Now
no,
you
no,
can
that's not what I'm talking
demonstrate this.
about.
You can demonstrate this within a contained environment if you're to vary and manipulate the energy that is within the system and make that system dynamic.
I think maybe you think I'm
Don't
referring to something
patronise me,
else.
Jake.
I'm specifically referring to like weather conditions, like weather high pressure and weather low pressure systems, which kind of demonstrates different types of pressure without a container.
No,
Yeah,
it's
that's
within
dynamic.
it's within the contained system, knowledgeness. It's
We're
already
in the container. We're
Okay.
already in the
yeah, we're inside of it.
Okay.
What you'd have to show is a open system with different pressure gradients.
I guess I'm just confused how you would show something like that when we have kind of like some demonstrations already on Earth. Because
we
I mean,
don't.
you're using Earth as the example, but you have different pressure systems that.
We don't have any demonstrations of that's what you're talking about. There's none.
This is talking about gas pressure, okay? Not change in gas pressure. Okay, how do you have gas pressure to begin with without containment?
Yeah, it's
So
the
if
same
you-
argument as. Sorry, Grit. I was just gonna say, change in pressure is the same argument as pressure gradient. That's the same argument. It's almost equivalent to that. It's a derivative of the actual pressure already taking place on the Earth.
Not really. But
Yes,
Yeah,
really.
fine.
Yes, really. Yes,
Okay.
really.
Yeah, really.
It's derivative. It's derivative because you already have gas pressure in the first instance. So you're not talking about how gas pressure is achieved. You're talking about how it's changing. And so, and the same goes for gas pressure gradients. As you raise in elevation, there's a different different pressures that you'd get as upwards in elevation versus on the ground level, which is where gas is produced, and that's why it would be different. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, we're not lying to you. We're not lying to you. I mean, this is in the books. It's in the science books. It's in the school books. You need a container for pressure. We've got pressure on Earth. We must be contained. You can keep fighting it as much as you like, but it's the fact of the matter.
It goes over everybody's heads every single time I bring up a vacuum chamber. The only thing that is separating two dynamic environments is the physical barrier between them. The vacuum inside the container can only be achieved because of the barrier separating the two. If up there in the sky was a vacuum and there was no barrier, you'd understand that gas would fill the space.
Okay. You misquoted me as saying that we live in a closed system. I specifically stated we are in an open system.
We did
the Earth is an
not
open system.
say that.
We didn't.
You said isolated system. That's what
I
you
did
said,
not
and
say
we
it was
said
an
no.
isolated system.
Jedi. I need another person to come in here and at least see what they said.
So I was right here and I addressed him. I told him that the Earth was an open system. Nobody said to you, sir, that you said the Earth was a closed system.
Yeah.
Stop making shit up.
No, Mayhem said that I said that our Earth was a closed system. That's a blatant misquoting of me.
Yeah,
I
Look
did
in the
not
chat.
say that.
Look in the chat.
I did
Other
not
people
say that.
also heard you say isolated.
I
It
did
was
not say it
isolated.
was an isolated.
Okay, well,
What?
it doesn't matter
Anyway.
what you said or what you think you said.
It's just-
Other people had heard something. You cleared it up. You said you didn't mean that. Then move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all it was. You said isolated. I corrected you. It's not isolated. It's open. But I don't know. I know I heard you say isolated, but
Yeah, you're not the only
and
one.
I didn't.
If
Yeah.
I said the word isolated, then maybe you misheard me. Maybe I misspoke. I am aware that the Earth is not an isolated system. I never made that claim. I would never make that claim.
Hello, that's all irrelevant.
Yeah,
It's all irrelevant.
what you're supposed to show right now, the reason why you're taking off mute is because you are going to demonstrate gravity being the container. Can you do that?
Good luck with it. Good luck with that one.
You can't. Okay.
What is gravity?
What do you mean? What is gravity?
No, give him one deck. Give him some space.
Masses
Okay.
being attracted to each other.
Yeah, show a force being the container.
A force being a container?
Yeah. It's not solid. It's a force container. It's not solid.
It'd be like an
So-
energy, like a force field, like an energy shield or something like that.
Like an invisible container that's not there. It's just in your imagination.
I mean, we don't have many forces like that. Gravity's sort of a inherent
Gravity.
force in the universe.
What's gravity?
What's gravity?
What's
Gravity
gravity?
is the force of gravity is the
Gravity's
force
not
of.
a force. Have you not been
Let him
listening to
Oh my
Smoke
gosh!
Tyson?
Can you let him
This
answer
is
my fucking
sophistry
question?
again. I've heard this argument before. This is sophistry.
It's not sophistry, because in a minute I'm going to ask
It's
you for a
sophistry.
scientific my friend, I'm going to ask you for a demonstration, a physical scientific experiment that proves your gravity in the first instance.
Oh,
I can
yeah,
either
that'll be-
give you gravity and you can point to somewhere where gravity is affecting gas. Obviously, it doesn't, because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, not just affected downwards. But if you're going to claim gravity, give me a scientific experiment that proves it.
That would be starting off with the observable phenomena.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you know what the laws of motion are, right? And how forces work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why is it the
Object
case
in
that if I
motion.
have a ball suspended in air, right, and I try to drop it or release it, that it falls to the ground and just not, or doesn't, and just doesn't stay there? Why is it the case that things fall?
Stop asking questions.
Hold
How do
tight.
you prove gravity?
Why do things fall?
Why is it when I uncontain gas, it goes everywhere? Why is it that every single time you guys say when I
That's
drop
because
something, it falls,
gas.
you forget about the gas?
That's
Gas
because the
exerts an
particles.
outward force on
Sorry.
itself.
Can I answer the question before you like? So gas, right? The reason that gas spreads
Down.
out
Yeah,
doesn't go
things
down.
fall down. So for thousands of years, everybody's known that things fall down. This is a new concept for you. They came up with the word gravity to explain why it doesn't look like we're flying around outer space. I'm not sure if you knew that. Thanks.
So just because things fall down, right? Just because things fall down in the medium of air, how does that prove a globe? Cuckoo.
You're making that argument for us. That's not what we said. We
That's
didn't
a
say
Doesn't have a
valid
gravity
claim.
is
He
argument.
just
therefore.
proved
We
he
didn't
just
say
hit exactly. He
gravity
doesn't have a
therefore
claim.
globe.
Exactly. He doesn't have a claim. It's that easy. He just ran from his own religion. It's that every time these guys don't even make a claim. If you ask them for a goalpost, they'll say we don't have one. Every time. They're just talking to talk.
Things
Yeah,
fall
we
down,
didn't say
therefore the
gravity
Earth is a
therefore
globe.
globe. We didn't say that. But
Things
the
At the
way
fall
that
down,
moment,
therefore a
sorry,
globe.
gentlemen, I do apologise. At the moment, we're looking for a demonstration of gravity stopping gas from dispersing into vacuums and violating the second law of thermodynamics and 7 gas laws. We're
Yeah.
watching
so
for that violation.
all right. So
Show
the
it.
thing about so the thing about particles, right, is that sure the force of gravity is acting upon them, but because the
Gravity.
masses,
Excuse me. What's
yes,
gravity?
okay,
What's gravity? What's gravity?
which pulls masses together.
You keep
That's not
begging the
true.
question of gravity. No. You're
Sorry.
trying to prove gravity. Stop begging the question of it. Tell us what
What?
it is.
What?
Where's it observed? Stop begging the
How am I?
question.
How am I begging the question? I'm just saying
Yeah,
gravity.
because you keep
I'm defining
because you keep
gravity.
saying gravity. We're asking you to prove gravity, but then you keep saying gravity does this. What is gravity? Tell us all about it. Where do you
Gravity
see
is
it?
just a name we give to a phenomenon in which
What's
masses
the
are pulled
phenomena?
together. We
What's
see
the
masses pulled
phenomena?
together, and we call it gravity.
What's
That's what.
the
All right,
phenomena? What's the
my
phenomena?
friend. Sorry. Are you saying that gravity pulls all things together, all things of
It
matter?
pulls masses together. Yes, it's a force
Awesome.
acting on
Sorry,
masses.
my friend, is gas mass? Awesome. Can you show me gas attracting gas, please?
Cuckoo.
I can.
You can't
Show
do
me
Well,
nothing,
gas.
can you?
the thing about gas though is that the mass of gas particles is like so small that the force of gravity acts so much less, and other forces take precedence over it. So you're
So
saying
much
more of the
so,
forces of
so much so that we don't have the observed phenomena in the first instance. We do not see it. The claim on the fucking table at the moment is that mass attracts gas and stops it violating the second law of thermodynamics and 7 gas laws, and not
But you're not
increasing
understanding why
intention.
though. You're not
And
understanding
why
why
you
we see gas not being attracted because I told you, right? the force of gravity acts differently on different masses, right? The mass increases the force of attraction, right? And the way that gas works is that other forces are at play, making it so that it disperses out, right? When gas is like released into like in a container or something like that, right? The forces we see more prevalently, more than gravity, are like the forces between the particles themselves, like
Show me,
electromagnetic forces
show
and
me,
weak forces.
show me,
What is
show me
gravity?
gravity
Explain
changing
gravity.
the
What is
path of gas.
what's
And then,
gravity?
wait,
Show me,
what was your question?
show me gravity changing the path or vector of gas.
I can show you technically, but it wouldn't be noticeable. Like it'd be
Okay,
difficult
so
to.
we don't have the observed phenomena then.
We
When you
Show
say
do,
me
we
technically.
do, we do.
Would,
Technically, we do.
where?
It's just that it's really
Where?
difficult to measure it. It's very
Where?
difficult to measure it, like I said, because the forces are so minute.
So
In other
so
words, you
minute.
don't. In other words, you don't have the example. In other words, you don't have the
Well,
example.
no, I told you that.
Okay,
Like
thank you,
we have the
sir.
example that mass is pulled to the Earth. We have that
Where?
example.
Where, sir? Where do we see
When you
that?
drop any object, that is an
That's
example
an
of
that's an
gravity.
effect. That's an effect. Now, what
That's
is
an
the cause? What is the cause of the effect, sir?
The cause of the effect, that's gravity.
Yes, I
It's
know that is
force.
your that is what you're saying is pulling the thing down. But I want you to tell me how you know it is what you say it is. And by the
Because
way,
there are no other forces which would explain that thing
that's
going
not the
down to the
point.
Earth.
That is not the point. We don't go by. Well, there can't be anything else but my explanation.
That is a
We
valid
go
form
by.
of logical.
No, it's not.
It's
No,
called
it's not.
abduction. It's called
No, it's
abduction. It's
not,
a
dude.
logical form of
I
logical
could tell
argument.
you. Well, then okay.
You cannot tell
So
me.
then, all right. By your standard, by your logical standard, I'm telling you that three-toed gnomes are pulling down the pen or anything you drop. I'm telling you that right now. Three-toed gnomes. How are you going to disprove what I just said? Because it's a valid explanation. Just like you said.
Define three-toed gnomes.
Well, they show that every time that you let go of something, it pulls it straight down to the ground.
Okay, you don't understand how forces work, though.
You
right?
don't either, because my three-toed gnome example is the same as your fuckwit fucking gravity example. There's nothing you can
No,
provide as evidence. There's
all you
nothing
did
you
was
can
give
provide.
gravity a different name. All you did
Yeah,
was
I
give
know
gravity
that.
a different
That's
name.
what you're doing. That's what you're doing. And
That's
then you
not.
say because I gave it a different name, it gives it validity. And we're like, no, it fucking don't.
Not necessarily.
Yes,
We
it
can call
is.
it three-toed gnomes all you want. It doesn't change the argument. I could say that three-toed
Yeah, it
gnomes is
does.
the reason why
Oh,
gas
well,
does not
mate,
leave the
mate,
atmosphere.
let me just ask
I
you
can
guys
say
a
that.
question. Let me just okay,
It doesn't matter.
let me just ask you a question, mate. Let me just ask you a question. So, is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yes.
Right. So what is causing mass attracting mass?
Well, Einstein explained it as a curvature of
No.
space-time.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yes.
What's causing that?
What's causing that? The curvature
Yeah.
of space-time, which is
Fucking
caused
hell.
when mass is like, yeah, that's just what happens.
What's the definition of mass in physics? What is it?
Mass?
Yes.
It's just like matter, generally speaking, like a collection, not even collection, just matter. And the force, yeah, it's really difficult to explain. Mass is just matter.
Awesome stuff. Can you go to the live? Sorry, can you go to the text room at 48 minutes past the hour? I've posted you the definitions of mass. Now, in physics, as you'll read on, and this is cited from a university, you'll understand that in physics, mass has no meaning. No meaning whatsoever. It's also
irrelevant.
defined as the amount of. It's also defined as the amount of stuff or substance in a space. Now, how the fuck are you going to count all the?
It's hard to
How
it's
the
hard to
fuck are you?
define.
How are you going to count all of the particles with any substance of mass? And it is also defined as the resistance to movement. So, using your definition of mass, if the resistance to movement, then the resistance to movement will attract the resistance to movement. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's
But
not
moreover, I would demonstrate to you that within physics, which I hope that this is what you're trying to explain, the word mass has no meaning. Please read the citations.
What's causing
Well,
mass?
we can talk about mass and it's in like how we can apply mass in certain like equations and stuff like that. Mass has some
In
meaning in that sort
equations,
of sense.
but we're talking about physics, science.
Well, it's hard
Observable,
to
mate.
define exactly what mass is. We just sort of understand it
Mathematics.
ostensibly.
Is mathematics an observable phenomenon in nature?
Is mathematics an observable phenomenon? No.
Bingo.
So what are you talking about it for? What are you on about then?
What do you mean? What am I on about?
Like, well, you
Which
brought
one?
up maths with mass attracting mass. What's mass attracting mass got to do with a mathematical number?
That's not what I'm saying.
You just gave
Yes, you did.
equations.
What's
You
a
give
I didn't say.
equations
I
for
didn't
mass
say. I
attracting
didn't
mass.
say it's all numbers. I said that
What's a number?
we can.
What's a number got
Okay.
to do with nature?
Do you agree that particles exist? Right? Can we at least
Yeah.
have that starting point, bro?
Yeah.
Because like this whole reductionist thing is very like bogging.
You don't
Like you're just bogging
have.
things down unnecessarily. I don't
You
need to
don't
define
have.
mass to explain.
Dude. You don't have the phenomena of gravity acting on gas. First instance, I'll give you gravity, but it's observably not affecting gas. Gravity doesn't change the path of gas particles, molecules, right? Doesn't do anything to them. The only thing that changes the
No, it
path of
depends on what
gas
scale you're talking about.
on the Earth. Where all the
Okay, so
fucking gravity is.
your claim that it doesn't affect gas's path, right? That's not proven. You can't prove that claim.
Just look at it, dude.
You can't demonstrate to me or give me an observed phenomena of gravity changing the path of gas. Gas is clearly defined within its movement as free and random in all directions. The only thing that changes the
Not
path of gas.
necessarily.
Listen,
Just on
why are
small
you listening? Why
scale.
are you not listening? I don't understand. The only
Okay.
thing that changes the path of gas is the physical interactions the gas has with itself, or physical interaction it has with a solid object, or the walls of its container. The definition of gas pressure is the physical interaction of the gas molecules within the walls of its container. Now, we are told that the Earth is an open system, devoid of containment. To suggest that there is an entropy decrease is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, as I
That's
cited
not what I'm
earlier.
suggesting. No, that's not what gravity suggests, right?
Yes, it
So
does. Yeah, it does.
I can explain
It
this
does.
to you, right? So when you have a
It
bunch of
does.
gas particles, which are like close to the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Gravity. Let's assume that gravity is affecting those, right? Let's just posit that,
Hang on a
right?
minute. Can I just say something? Because I've got to go in 1 minute, mate. Just let me say something. Let's assume that the gas particles are created at ground level. Why is gravity releasing them?
Whereas gravity releasing them, that's because the force. So the forces interacting between all those particles.
Why is gravity letting them go up? Why isn't
Because
gravity keeping
gravity
them?
because gravity isn't strong enough to compete with all the
gravity's your
forces
friend.
between those
Yeah,
particles.
yeah. So the gas particles in the Earth, yeah, are going up. Why isn't gravity keeping them down?
Okay, so here's the thing, though, right? As you go further up, there's are less particles, right?
No.
In the air.
Let's stay on the ground.
I'm explaining. I'm giving you an
No,
answer.
you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Don't interrupt me, please. Please,
I'm
I've
not
got to go in
missing.
two. I've got to go in 2 minutes. The gas particles are created within the Earth, yeah, and they're going to rise up through the Earth. Why isn't gravity keeping them in?
It is.
Well, why did
Generally,
they
it is.
expand? Why did they expand out into all directions into the atmo?
Well, it's being slowed down, right? As it goes up, it's being slowed down.
Why are they going up? Why isn't gravity keeping them down?
That's because. Do you know how forces work, right?
No,
Do you know the inverse square
why
law?
isn't gravity? Why isn't gravity keeping the gas particles in the Earth?
It is. It
No,
is.
it's not because it's not. No, because they expand out into the atmo.
It expands out, right? But forces mean deceleration, right? It doesn't mean that you're stopping a thing.
So that
It just
gas
means you're
particle.
decelerating it.
But listen,
You're decelerating.
that's,
Gravity
you know
decelerates it
where
going up.
gas particles are created, don't you, mate? They're created at ground level. So if they're at ground level, yeah, and gravity's pulling everything to the center of your globe, why
Yes.
is gravity now letting the gas particles release themselves into the atmo?
Because the density of the particles near the Earth is much more.
I have a question.
Right?
Now we're on
Here's
about
the thing.
density.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing,
Oh,
right?
density, yeah.
There's gravity.
Density.
Gravity is one force, right? Gravity is one force, and another force
No,
is
no, no.
the
If
intermolecular forces.
I'll
The
just stop
intermolecular.
you again. I'll just stop you again. If gravity was a force keeping everything pulled down to the centre of the Earth, the gas particles that was created for the atmo would never be released. Would never be
That's
released.
incorrect.
Sorry,
That is
gentlemen.
incorrect. That is
Sorry,
incorrect.
I
You do not
apologise.
understand how forces work.
Yeah, the
I do
schizo said his
apologise.
answer, Jedi. His
Simple.
answer was, "You don't understand how forces work." That's what his answer was. Go ahead.
But that's
Okay.
fine because gravity hasn't been thought of as a force since 1915. Gravity,
Okay.
the force, was
But
superseded by Einstein.
we can still
Not
think
a
of it
force.
as a force. We can still
No,
think of
we
it as a
can't.
force
It's
for
not a
all
force.
practical purposes.
It's not a force.
Doesn't
Hasn't
NASA
been
We
thought
can
of
we can
as a
we can
force.
conceptualize
a
it as a force
force.
for all intents and purposes. It still works,
Not a
right?
force. Not a force.
In a
Not
simple
Not a
sense,
force.
in a simple
It's not
sense,
a force.
we can
It's
comprehend
not
it
a
as a
force.
force to make things
It's
simple.
not a force. No, it's not.
To make things
It's not.
simple,
To make what simple? Gravity causing
right?
air pressure?
It's not a force.
Okay, but can you show gravity causing air pressure with an experiment?
What do you
Whatever
mean causing air pressure? Air pressure,
Well,
like,
the entire thing that Jedi was asking you about here.
okay, so we have an atmosphere, and the atmosphere is caused by gravity, right?
No, that's a claim, dude. That's a claim, dude. Where's the
Sure.
experiment to validate it?
The experiment. What do you mean?
Well,
What do you mean experiment?
Experimental validation for the claim you just made.
Every experiment we've done to show every experiment that we've done to show gravity exists.
Okay, every experiment. Now just name one that proves
Okay.
gravity
Give me one.
causes air pressure.
Okay, so we know that gravity can be thought of as a force because we know that gravity accelerates things
Sorry,
towards
not an
masses.
experiment.
Just to clarify what we're asking for you, we want a scientific experiment, so please start with the hypothesis, with the dependent and independent variable properly situated.
Wasn't there a study on
Not you.
microgravity though?
Not you. Not you. This guy who said gravity's been proven loads of times. Awesome. Give me the hypothesis with the dependent and independent variable properly situated. Hypothesis, please.
Okay. If gravity exists, we'll expect
Is
that
that
an
the
object
dependent? Or sorry, is that the dependent or independent variable? If gravity exists, is that the dependent variable or the
Brother.
independent variable? Which is
Brother, it's the hypothesis.
right? So a hypothesis is an if this then that statement. That if
Yes, and I was in the
independent
middle of
variable,
that.
then that is. No,
I
you're
was
not,
just in the
because
middle
you
of
said
that.
if gravity exists.
If.
I want
Yes.
dependent variable first, which is at the far end of the hypothesis. We'll get to the independent variable second. The
Does he know what
dependent
a
variable will.
hypothesis is?
No, he doesn't. But let's, elucidate that for him. Dependent
Okay.
variable first, please. The observed phenomena.
Okay, if there is an attraction between two masses, or
No,
any
what
two
did you
masses,
observe? What did you observe?
you're okay. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult to.
It's
like
difficult when you're fucking put in a corner and you're getting.
I'm gonna help you, dude. The thing that you'll have to have observed for this is air pressure. Your supposed cause is going to be gravity. Then you're going to tell us how you manipulated your supposed cause to show that it actually causes air pressure.
Well, you can't do an experiment on that large of a scale.
There you
It's
go.
just
So you don't have
impossible.
one then.
But
How
we
does
can
the
still
experiment
use
work?
we can still use the
How does the
concepts we know. We can still
No,
use
it's
the concepts we know to
conceptual.
extrapolate.
It's not reality. It's conceptual. It's imagination. You don't have an experiment to validate your claim that gravity, whatever you think that is, curvature of space time, whatever, actually causes air pressure. You're done.
Yeah.
That's
What is it?
that's not an
Right?
argument.
Do you know what a
That's-
hypothesis is, Boba?
I don't need an argument. You don't have an experiment to validate your claim. It's just a fairy tale.
No, we
What's
have scientific reasoning.
Hey, totally.
No, you don't. That would be an experiment. You don't
Not
have that.
Totally.
not every hypothesis needs an experiment to be proven. We can
Yes,
just
it
use the
does.
concepts we know.
Terrence.
We can
Yes,
use the
does.
concepts we know.
Yes, it
Terrence,
does.
just mention the microgravity experiment on the ISS. Just mention it.
Sorry, the ISS is in contention because we're still waiting for gravity to act on gas.
Okay,
We're still
awesome.
waiting.
The ISS experiment of that studied microparticles and it's
Where's
clumping.
the ISS? Where's the ISS?
I do not care. You
Can
asked.
you
You are moving
sit
the
down and
goalpost.
shut
You
up?
are
I
moving the
mute you.
goalpost. You are moving the
It's,
goalpost. I
no,
am
we're not. We're
specifically
asking.
mentioning the ISS's experiment, which you asked for an experiment. I'm giving you an experiment. The
Awesome.
ISS has studied microparticles and their
The
clumping and has
hypothesis.
proven gravity based on this. The hypothesis was if microparticles are put in together in a vacuum and they're allowed to freely rotate and move about, they will clump together. And they
Right.
did just that, thus
What was
proving
it?
gravity
Okay.
is a
Yeah,
force and is
great, mate.
acted on particles.
That's
That
brilliant.
proves gravity.
That's
Awesome.
brilliant.
You have
Yes.
a fucking
Awesome.
study here.
That's awesome, mate. What was your first observed phenomena?
What do you mean?
Look,
Restate.
look. It's quite simple, guys. He's in the International Space Station in space, which is the very point of contention at the moment. Please don't point to something that never fucking happened.
Oh, so do you just
Huh?
deny astronauts go to ISS?
Yes, that's the
Oh,
very
okay,
thing
awesome.
that's in contention at the moment, my friend. Or if you just woke up this morning and joined the party late, we're looking for a demonstration of gravity acting on gas. We're looking for an experiment that proves gravity in the first instance, and everybody else has failed to give us a hypothesis.
How would
You
you?
can't jump. Listen, my friend, you can't jump to your sky religion and prove it to be proof of your sky religion.
How would you study? How would you go ahead and
Stop
create an
asking us
isolated?
questions.
How
Stop
would you
asking us
create an
questions.
isolated system on the Earth if you
Ah,
are saying it's a closed system?
okay.
That then
How,
proves gravity. It seems like a catch-22. No.
so, how
Okay.
would you explain gravity in the first instance of the observable phenomena?
Observable phenomenon. I'm still trying to grasp what you mean by observable phenomenon. Do you mean like
Well, you've
us
obviously,
seeing
you
the
obviously,
actual gravitational
okay.
waves?
So, do you know what
My
observed
goodness
means?
me.
Sorry, it's Jedi. So, do you know what observed means?
I'm asking you, what do you want me to
No, I'm
observe?
asking you. You're getting confused. You just admitted that. Do you know what observed means?
Yes, you can
Yes.
see it.
So,
You
do you know what
witnessed
a
that it
phenomena
has
is? Do you know
happened.
what a phenomena is?
A phenomenon is something that cannot be explained. That is basically just there. We don't know why it's there. There's no
No,
explanation for it.
incorrect.
Yeah, it just
No,
happened.
am I
Incorrect.
incorrect? Okay.
Yes.
Can you define a phenomenon for me so we're on the
Yes.
same page?
Something happening.
Something happening.
Something happened.
Okay, anything. Okay, so anything is a phenomenon. The fact you're
So
alive is a
let
No,
me just get this
sorry,
straight. Let me just
sorry,
pause. Let me just pause.
sorry.
So you know what observed means? You've seen something, and it's a phenomena. So you've seen something happening. Now, now you're going to tell us you've seen gravity happening. When did you see that?
When did I see a phenomenon happening?
No. When did you see gravity as a phenomena happening?
Oh, I
When
mean, I saw the moon, no?
the
Oh
moon
my
isn't a.
fucking word.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
no, if you want me to see like an invisible force, I mean, I
No,
can
no,
see the
no, no,
results
no,
of that
no, no. You
force.
no, no, no. You're going off the tracks, mate. You've
The
told me what
moon.
you know what observe means. We know what a phenomena is. So when did you observe? That means you've seen the phenomena of gravity. When did you see it?
When did I see the phenomenon gravity?
When
Uh,
did you see it?
in line with our actual reasoning of gravity, yes?
No, no,
Like,
no,
just
no, no, no.
okay,
When?
awesome. I am asking you. I am going to answer your question. Don't get me wrong. I'm asking you. This is also in line with our understanding
No,
of
no, no.
gravity
You
as
don't
we know
answer
it.
a question. No, you don't
Okay,
answer a
awesome.
question
So
with a
I have
question. Hang on.
specifically
Excuse me.
seen
I'm going to have to
gravity
slow you down.
when an
Excuse me.
apple has
Excuse
fallen
me.
off of a tree.
Hello.
I have
Hello.
seen gravity
Hello.
when it has
Hello.
specifically appeared as a
Right.
moon above the
Okay.
sky and floating around the earth. I have seen
Okay,
gravity.
listen, those are all non sequitur to the point because the
I'm answering his
question
question
was, can
though.
you show gravity causing air pressure though? And now you're
Can I
talking
show
about all of these
gravity
other
causing air
things.
pressure?
So an experiment which would show gravity causing air pressure wouldn't involve you using the observed phenomenon of an apple falling off of a
From
tree.
from what I
So can you get
understood
back to the air
earlier,
pressure thing? And can you demonstrate scientifically that that can be caused by
I think
gravity
he's
occurring
trying
in
to
sure.
say
space time and
I
look at the
everything?
have.
moon.
I think I heard earlier that Dex said that gravity originates from the ground. Correct? Sorry,
No,
gas.
gas
Gas
pressure,
does.
gas pressure,
Gas
gas
pressure
particles,
originates from the ground.
gas particles. Yeah,
Gas particles originate from the ground. Awesome.
yeah.
Cool. So, sorry, I just had to cough a little bit.
It's okay.
Yeah, no
You keep
worries.
you keep stuttering. It's okay.
I have a speech impediment. I stutter.
So do I.
Awesome. Um, so in terms of the
gas particles releasing
originating
themselves
from the
from the Earth,
ground.
and gravity not pulling them back
Would
down.
you say that the sorry, I'm wrapping my mind around your concept and
I
trying
know.
to
Yeah.
because it's
So
just a different
gravity.
way of thinking about
I'll
this.
just relay it for you. I'll just relay it for you. Gravity is pulling everything down to the center of the Earth. Yeah. Every
Yes, I
bit
would say
of
that.
mass.
Yes.
Yeah. But but gas particles are released and they expand in all directions. What's
Where are they
going on
really?
there?
So you're saying they're just really? I would argue that the gas particles that are here are a result of just them having already been here. If we take
What's the
what you
nitrogen cycle? What's the carbon
this
cycle?
is like really
What?
difficult for me to kind of process your thing
It
because I
sounds like you're
can't.
having a
Well, hold
difficult
on,
time. Yeah.
I'm not done. Please let me get a whole train of thought. Because of the way that you go ahead and approach space, because you discount everything in space being real. So me going ahead and trying to draw a parallel between other systems in our solar system that we have observed is not like a valid point to you. So so I can't really
It's maybe the
rely on
question.
those. So in order for me to actually answer your question here, I will have to go ahead and just create a theoretical. In terms of gas originating from the ground and being in the atmosphere, et cetera, if you had a let's say if the Earth had a bunch of attraction to it, gas is attracting to it. It is staying. Oh, no. Almost like how a magnet. Everything wants to be together and clumped. Things would put pressure downwards. That would ultimately happen. Like if you went under a pool and you were pretty deep in, let's say like a foot deep,
I
your
know
ears
that.
would start to feel the pressure. Everyone's experienced that, I'm pretty sure. That's the same sense of what's happening here. The particles above are pushing down and down and down. And we can see that with different, going up in the atmosphere with a balloon. The balloon will be smaller in the lower
That's an observed
atmosphere.
phenomenon.
Hold on,
That's an
hold on,
observed
hold on.
phenomenon. What you're
Yeah,
trying to establish
I'm
is the
explaining.
cause.
I'm explaining my
Yeah, you're
point.
telling a story, but what you're
Please,
trying to
no,
establish is the
no.
cause.
You are interrupting me. I am explaining a full
I'm
thought.
going to interrupt you again
Now,
Okay.
if you don't get
so when we
the cause.
go
I know,
ahead
but
and move up in the atmosphere, this balloon will expand. It's
there's
not
no
because
atmosphere, mate.
of
Excuse
the
me, mate. Excuse
atmosphere
me.
is.
I just have to
Okay,
interrupt
I'm
you.
done with it
Sorry,
now. Look, I told
sorry.
you.
You've
Hold
had a
on a
good
second.
story.
One
You've
deck.
had a
Hold on a
good
second.
story.
One deck. I
Excuse
told
me.
you that that was
Sorry,
the.
mate.
Hold on a second, dude. I told you that that was the observed phenomenon, the gradient, whatever. Right? We're trying to establish gravity as the cause. Can you please provide a hypothesis that'll help us do that?
Yeah.
Awesome. I was finishing my hypothesis. Thank you.
No, you
I
weren't. A
was tell.
hypothesis.
Sorry.
A
That was like
hypothesis
a,
isn't that long, dude.
that
Just
was like
give
a
us the
book, mate.
observed
That was
phenomenon.
like
Give
a
your
book.
IV and DV. Well, that the DV will be the observed phenomenon. So then give us the IV.
Go
Can
on.
you please let me finish a thought? Damn.
You're just
We just
taking way
want
No.
a
too long for this.
hypothesis,
It's a
mate.
simple thing. A
What's the
hypothesis,
observed
the two main
phenomena?
components. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. My specific components was the force of the weight of the Earth. Is pushing inwards and coming together. Awesome. And I am proving this right now with air density.
So
Please
let me just
let
stop
me
you there, mate. The
finish.
force of the Earth pushing
Awesome,
inwards. What?
great.
So, sorry. Stop saying awesome. Stop saying awesome. We're not talking about the
So
force of the Earth pushing in. What we're talking about, mate, is why are the gas particles not being
The
kept
microphone.
inside the Earth by the force of gravity?
are you guys going to let me finish a thought? Like,
No.
are you? Please let me
No.
finish.
No,
Okay,
because
No.
you
you're
guys have a.
waffling on.
I'm
It's a
done
You're
then.
off
simple
You guys have.
subject.
question, and you're literally not. You're literally not answering it at all.
You've gone off
So why
subject.
would we?
You're off subject. You're off subject, mate. You're off subject. You know, keep to the point. Why are the gas
Open
particles?
seeth.
Sorry, mate. Why are the gas particles,
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
which gravity should be keeping in the Earth, why is gravity releasing them into the atmo?
Okay, I can explain this using forces. Okay, so
Oh my
let's.
God! Now he's gonna explain it again. This guy just a minute ago could not formulate a hypothesis for
I
gravity
did. You
causing air
rejected
pressure.
it. I
Yeah,
Now
he
he's
did,
going
did.
to
man. You guys are
I
so
respond.
did.
dumb,
You did
bro.
okay. What was your
Okay,
hypothesis?
here's a problem.
I
Okay,
my
you need to have a
hypothesis
full,
was that
complete thought
gravity exists.
before you open your mic. Okay.
Not a hypothesis.
Before you open your mic, you would already have a full, complete thought already on the hopper. That way, you can open your mic and fully articulate your thought without rambling on and not giving the hypothesis.
Can I
But
answer?
I think I've pinpointed another issue here, which is what is this gay Earth? I don't think they know what a hypothesis is.
Okay.
Can you define it?
He doesn't know what
A hypo-
objects are either.
A hypothesis is an if-then statement that if you have a thing that, if proved, proves your point.
No,
What?
incorrect.
No.
Eh.
Oh, my apologies. What is a hypothesis?
Let me do this. Sorry, gentlemen. A hypothesis is
Yeah, go for it.
supposition into a cause and effect relationship. A hypothesis is if this presumed cause, then
That's
that
exactly what he
effect.
said. That's exactly what he
No,
said.
it isn't.
It
That's why I
is.
jumped in, you fucking
I
idiot.
have
No,
no
I'm going to
objection to what he
mute you.
said.
It's not
I'll
what he
tell you what.
said. Go ahead.
Hold on. You restate what he said.
Okay, I'm going to take him off mute. Sorry, one sec.
You restate what he said.
Yes, I know what he said, and what you said does not clash with what he said at all. Like you're
So
saying the exact same
restate
thing.
what he said.
Okay, he said that a hypothesis is like a thing, right? When if you have this thing happening, then you expect this thing happening. It's like a statement where you have
No, Mike.
you expect
That is what
something.
I
Not what he
said.
said.
That is what I said. He's just restating it a little
It's not
differently. But
what
that is
you
what I
said
said.
either. You're both liars.
Yeah, I said
Not
it's an
what you
if-then
said.
statement that if you can prove this thing's happening, then you know that it's happening. That is what I
Yes.
said. Now, awesome. We know what a hypothesis is, and yes, Jedi, it is a
Hey,
correlative
what did
effect.
Jedi say? What did Jedi say?
A hypothesis is a correlative effect that is proving a cause and effect. That's what Jedi said, and I said the exact same thing. Awesome.
No, you
We're
didn't.
on
You
this.
did
Yes,
not
I
use the
did.
word
Then why
cause
That's
haven't
what
you
an
and
said
effect
if-then
one word for
statement
the last 10
is.
minutes?
You are
That's
just
what an
lying.
if-then
You didn't
statement
use the
is,
words
bro. It's
cause and
cause
effect.
and effect. If-then statement is entailed in like cause and effect. Or I mean, cause and effect is entailed in if-then statements.
Exactly.
So what's the dependent variable? What's the
Awesome. The
dependent variable?
dependent variable was the density of the atmosphere. That was the dependent variable. My independent variable, the thing that is the control, would that be the balloon? Awesome. The balloon would not change.
No. No,
Awesome. And
listen,
then my
you fucked that up.
hypothesis was that
No,
if you
no, no,
get
no.
closer to the
No,
edge of the
no, you're already
atmosphere,
messed up,
that
dude. We have to stop you.
okay,
We have
awesome.
to
I messed
stop
up.
you
Great.
because your independent variable doesn't make any sense.
How
Trying to
does it
help
not?
you here. The observed phenomenon was the air density, you said. The independent variable, if you're supposing gravity is the cause of that gradient, it's going to be gravity, not an air balloon. Get with it, man.
Oh, okay. So my main thing here was I am relying on density. That is what I'm talking about. Density only relies if gravity is true, because gravity is pulling everything down on itself. That things will be smaller the closer to the core you get, and
That's
the
just the claim again. We're asking you for the experiment. You're just restating the claim. I don't know how many more times I can listen to this.
awesome. My experiment was that as the balloon
That was
gets
actually
higher,
that's what
that
happens when you put the hypothesis like when we propose hypotheses, it doesn't have logical fallacies. When they do, it's affirming the consequent because he's saying it must be this because this.
yes, that is a hypothesis.
No, it's not.
Awesome.
It's an
Yes, you
affirming the
have an
consequent
independent.
formal. Sorry,
You
it's an
have an
affirming the
independent
consequent
variable
formal
to
logical
confirm
fallacy.
that what you're saying is true. The independent variable is your control. The actual
No, it's
dependent
not.
variable.
No, it's
How is
not.
an independent variable not your control?
Because your
Why do you keep
control
saying
variable
that?
is your control. Within an experiment, you have three variables: the dependent, the independent, and the control variable.
Okay, awesome.
The control variable is everything that you keep the same. The dependent variable is the observed phenomena. The independent variable is the thing that you manipulate to see if it causes the phenomena. The control variable is not the independent variable. You fucking idiot.
Okay, awesome. So within the
Stop saying
system
awesome.
is that we have this balloon. That I'm going to keep talking about density. We have this balloon. This balloon, as it gets higher, this is what I am talking about. As it gets higher, the actual density of the balloon starts to expand because there's no longer pressure forcing down upon it. So the actual air inside the balloon expands and goes ahead and tries to like space out within the actual lower density of the upper atmosphere. There's not as much pressure on it, forcing those particles together. And so in that way, we can see the balloon is a result of gravity, the actual circumference of the balloon, the radius.
You're just describing entropy, dude.
I am not describing it. Yes, entropy here is not applicable. I'm not talking about entropy. I am specifically talking about density. They are two different things. The actual
You're
amount
actually
of
talking about
volume in
pressure.
a space. Yes, pressure is a result of density. Thank you. So I'm talking about the actual space within an object or region, wherever the fuck. The actual amount of particles. Gravity proves that this density. This density
Still have
proves
to
that
prove it.
gravity exists. That is
How?
specifically what I'm talking about. I just told you. As the Earth pushes down, as the
And
atmosphere
affirming the
pushes
consequence.
down, I am not affirming the
Please.
consequence.
down.
You are.
I am proving that gravity
God.
exists with
No,
density.
you're not.
If
Listen,
gravity,
you're
then
just
gravity.
looking at the observed phenomenon over and over again, which is a pressure gradient. You just keep pointing to that and then declaring this proves gravity. You haven't figured out what an experiment is. You haven't figured out what an independent variable is. You keep calling it a control. It's the variable that you're going to manipulate to test whether or not it's the cause of the effect. dV, the dependent variable. You keep saying the air pressure gradient is the dependent variable. So how did you manipulate gravity to prove that it's actually the cause of that?
The
Try
thing
to
you guys
answer
need
that.
to understand, the thing you guys need to understand that is like gravity is a theory, right? Which means that it relies on
It's not a
circumstantial
scientific theory.
evidence. Yes,
It's not a
so
scientific theory.
Theory, you don't even have a hypothesis for it. Remember? Which one of you is going to answer that question? Because I
I
wasn't talking to
just
you.
answered your hypothesis like 10 minutes ago. If
What was the
if the
dependent
balloon
variable?
goes up, then the gravity exists because the air
Brilliant.
density,
Sorry, my friends, I've got to do this now.
Affirming
I've
the
got to do this.
consequent fallacy. They told you already.
Yeah, and affirming the consequent fallacy. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If P, I've eaten 10 hamburgers, then Q, I am full. If Q, I am full, then P, I am only and could have only eaten 10 hamburgers. I could have obviously eaten something else to make myself full. It is an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, my friend.
Awesome. Okay.
Did you understand the words that came out my mouth?
My
He didn't hear a
experiment,
word.
my experiment is
guy's a
not
retard.
relying on if A then B because A B. My experiment is
That's what he said.
It's affirming the consequence. You are literally just affirming the consequence because it is affirmed. That's it. That's the fallacy. This
Your
isn't the
experiment.
fallacy here, though. The experience.
Didn't even
You're
get the
saying
form of the fallacy right. You're just like lost in the sauce, man.
if gravity, then gravity, right?
I would like to
Okay.
stop being muted. I'm trying to make
I don't
complete
care.
thoughts.
I would like, yeah, but you can't, and you're wasting our time. And I would like you to do that too, but it's not happening. So I'm just muting it.
Okay, awesome. I've been trying to go ahead and create holistic ideas so that way we can have a true to God honest
Just wanted a fucking
conversation.
hypothesis.
But you will.
Just talking
do that
bullshit.
off.
Dude. We don't want the holistic ideas. We don't need the whole spiel. We just need a hypothesis, an IV, a DV. Really simple. You don't have to get holistic for this. DV, it's your observed phenomenon. You can tell us in a word or two. IV, your supposed cause of the observed phenomenon. Another thing you can tell us in a word or two. Don't have to get holistic. Now go ahead.
I already gave you that.
No, you didn't. You
Yes,
said
I
the
did.
fucking
I
independent
gave you
variable was
that.
the control variable.
I have given you this. If you don't want to accept it, that's fine. I'm still
Okay, how
down to
about this?
listen to other conversations here, but
Try
if you
write it
guys will
out.
not want to
Right?
listen to this,
Okay.
then that's fine.
Stylix, try to write it out. Maybe I think that might be the catch here. If you write it out, I think you'll find your error then. By talking it out and not ever getting to a full complete thought, you haven't really done it. You're all concerned about the process, but you haven't got to the result yet. So take a second, put yourself on mute, write it out.
Okay. What you really need to understand, though, right, is that gravity is a scientific theory, and you can't expect a proof in that sort of form for a scientific
No,
theory.
it's not. don't have a hypothesis for it. Theories are based on experiment, which are based on hypotheses. They don't have part
They're
one.
also
It's
based on
definition.
circumstantial evidence. They're also based on circumstantial evidence.
It's an
Right?
opinion, dude.
The reason why we believe in gravity as opposed to like not believing in gravity is because that it's there's evidence to support it, which would so if we assume that gravity exists, that we'd have certain
No,
inferences
they're
that we
not.
can make. We'd have certain
No, they're not.
inferences that we can make.
No,
Can
they're
I
not.
can I complete my thought? Can I complete my thought, please? Or are
Same
you just
thought
gonna
that the
interrupt me?
last dummies tried to complete.
Okay. So what he did was he made an inference, right? If gravity exists, right, we'd expect that the atmospheric pressure would be reliant on air density, right? Because density, mass,
It's the
because
same
density,
affirmative consequent fallacy
the
the
correlation
last guy
between
just
density
made
and
like
air
3
pressure is due to gravity, right? That's what
There
he's.
you formalising it for me correctly. So if gravity, then air pressure, therefore gravity. An affirmative consequent formological fallacy. Formal because it has form, and you've demonstrated for us the fucking form.
Okay, so what else would explain air pressure then? What's your theory?
The force that a gas exerts upon the walls of a container, that is the
Why is there a
definition of gas
gradient?
pressure.
Why is there a gradient?
That's a fucking hell because we have energy in the system.
That doesn't explain it. I'm trying to
Yes,
get
it
you to
does.
explain why the great no. I'm trying to get you to explain why the pressure gets less as you go higher up in the air. What on
Because
your
we
side
have
would explain
energy
that?
in the system. Because we have energy in the system, it's a dynamic system. We also have chemical and biological cycles which take place down here on the earth. So don't be surprised there's more gas down here where the gas is fucking produced. But we live within a dynamic system. You can demonstrate a gas pressure gradient within a container. But first of all, you're going to need a container because the
Hold on a
definition of
second.
gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls
Hold
of
on
that
a second
container.
now. Hold
Without
on a
the
second.
container, you don't have a fixed volume.
Okay, I would like to rewind to what you just said, right? You said that since gas is created on the Earth, right, we'd expect more gas near the Earth, right? But since gas, as you said, moves in equally in all directions, why doesn't gas just escape and like leave into outer space, right? If it moves equally in all
Because
directions.
that's your problem for you because you've got an open system, and that's our question to
No,
you. How
gravity
do you have
actually
gas
affirms this.
pressure?
Gravity actually
No,
affirms the
how,
reason why we see less gas in the.
that doesn't.
Yes, it
Because
does.
you have pressure.
Gravity
You
doesn't
have
do anything,
pressure.
dude. Gravity doesn't exist.
Listen. You have pressure in the first instance. How do you create gas pressure without a container? Can you demonstrate that to me in a
Gravity
physical
is the
experiment?
container in a sense. Gravity is the container.
So demonstrate that to me in an experiment. Being as we
Okay.
don't observe
Hold on.
gravity acting on gas.
So let me
Gravity
explain this
doesn't change
concept.
the
All right,
part.
sure,
Why are
sure.
you talking? Why are you
Okay, you want me
talking?
to
Don't
explain
get
it
it.
to
I'm
you, right?
literally trying to explain. I'm literally trying to explain to you so you understand the whole argument. But you feel the need to talk through me whilst I'm explaining this shit to you.
You also
Why
talked
are you
over the
doing
other
that?
guy, bro. I don't care. All right, you
Well,
get the
go
same
away
amount of
then.
respect you give to other people. I don't care.
Well, then go away then. If you're not here to
That's a
listen and learn, and
disqualify.
you're not here to,
I'm.
yeah.
Go home.
I posted my thing in the side chat, by the way. There you go.
Awesome. So what's the independent and dependent variable?
Independent variable, the gas pressure. The dependent variable is the circumference of the balloon.
So the dependent variable, the phenomena, is the circumference of the balloon.
Yes, it's
And the
specifically the
independent.
expanding of the balloon because of the gas pressure inside of it is not keeping.
Awesome.
Sorry, the
That's
gas
fine.
pressure outside of it is
That's
not
fine.
keeping the air inside of it condensed.
That's fine. That's
Awesome.
fine. All you've demonstrated is the necessary antecedent consequent relationship. To have gas pressure, you need the balloon. Well done. Thank you.
Okay. So
Here,
the
let me
reason
help.
here
Hey,
is
Stylix, I know about this. It's called Boyle's Law. Okay, what you're going to do here is you're going to increase your elevation, that way decreasing your external pressure.
Yes.
And the balloon will expand. And then
Yes.
you'll dive underwater, and that will increase your external pressure, and the balloon will shrink.
Exactly.
There's pressure. You've
Yep.
just demonstrated
Yes,
pressure.
and
The
the
only
reason-
thing, my friend, listen.
Yeah, I'll get it in a
The
minute.
only thing that you've varied and manipulated is the outside pressure. So pressure is the cause.
The reason behind the experiment is that
Oh.
without gravity, there
There we
would
go.
be an even
What's
there would be an
gravity?
there would be an
What's
even
gravity?
Hey,
there
one
would
deck,
be
take a knee,
an
okay?
even if there would be an even density throughout the atmosphere because there would be
Why?
because it would be in a container. There would be a thorough mixing of particles. They
No,
would
they wouldn't.
not go ahead and cause a shrinkage the further you go. So
No, they
there
wouldn't.
has to
What are you
be a
talking
force
about?
acting downwards on the
Yeah,
Earth in order for
Not
density
downward.
to exist.
yeah, once the
Not
Sorry,
gas
two
downward.
different
It's
things.
particles
inward.
have never been released from the Earth, where's gravity now? Gravity doesn't exist.
Fucking
If
hell.
gravity did exist, the fucking gas particles
Seriously,
would
man.
never leave the Earth, you fucking muppets.
What I'm
Okay,
trying.
okay, hold on. One deck, dude. Like, take a breath, okay? You've been talking a lot. Look at someone else in the mic.
All you've demonstrated, mate, is the cause is gas pressure. You
Sorry,
then
guys.
jump to saying, well, we can only have a gas pressure gradient because of gravity. You
Yes.
haven't demonstrated this. It's
I mean,
affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
I have graven you a. How is this affirming the consequence, my man? If do you want I'm explicitly showing that gravity is a force acting downwards, and thus
Gravity.
there
No,
is air
no.
pressure.
How are you showing
My
that?
goodness, man.
How
With
are
the
you?
balloon,
He's not showing it.
as the balloon goes up, the circumference expands. That is proving that. Because the actual pressure downwards is
What?
forcing the particles to be in a more
Dude.
condensed space the further closer to the Earth you get, and even under the water of the Earth.
Dude.
No, but there's no downward pressure.
Can you demonstrate to us gas pressure without a container?
Without a container, you cannot demonstrate the different gas pressures without a container. You cannot show a gradient without with a container. Sorry.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. The
Yes, you
specific
can.
reason why is if you had a true container, you yourself said that the air would spread to every possible crevice and equalize. There would
I
be
didn't
no
say it would
differences in
equalise.
pressure.
I said if all things were the same, but obviously this is a gas pressure gradient.
Awesome.
You can
There is a
demonstrate.
gas pressure
Dude,
gradient. So
why?
there is
Why?
no
Why?
container. There is no container. And so if there is no container, then what is keeping the air in? Why are we not all suffocating to death? The reason why is because the pressure exerted downwards because of gravity is
downwards.
causing the air to exist because
It's
gravity is a
not
fundamental force
downwards.
that pulls particles together. That is the
not
reasoning
downwards.
I have explained and have
It's not
shown
downwards.
through the balloon.
It's not downwards. You said
You
this
are right.
earlier
It
and I
is.
needed to jump in.
You're right. Gravity is not pulling downwards; it is pulling things together. What we perceive as down is just a result of our gravitational orientation to the planet. You are correct in that. Now, in
Awesome
terms,
stuff.
awesome.
Listen. Do you know what a
Yeah.
vacuum chamber is?
Yes, a vacuum chamber. Yes, is the absence of any particles.
Good. So when I put gas particles into that vacuum chamber, what is the direction of the gas particles?
The direction of gas particles is going into the container.
Yes. So which
Yes.
direction? Describe it to me.
In which direction? Do you mean
Yeah.
into the container? It's going into the
Yeah.
container. It is filling the
Awesome.
container out. Awesome. But awesome. But this isn't a got you, Jedi. The reason this is not going to disprove the absence of a container unless there is air constantly being released from the Earth. There is not going diffusing outwards, in which you would fundamentally have to prove that there is a constant generation of particles and they just appear out of the Earth with no mass. That is what you have to prove. There is no study that proves that. But
Oh my
there is
God.
a study.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. This
Do
is
you know
a
what
proper
the
globe
oxygen cycle is? Do you know what the nitrogen cycle is? Do you know what chemical and biological cycles here are? Do you know what the
Yes, I
evaporation
know
cycle is?
what the fucking Krebs cycle is. An example
Stop
of a
swearing.
biological cycle.
No swearing.
I'm sorry, I won't
No
swear.
swearing. Stay calm. We
So,
know you're a globe. We know you're a globe zealot.
You understand what the evaporation cycle is, right?
The evaporation cycle where water is released. We're talking about water, where water is released from evaporation from leaves, from the sun, it energizing the water, and it becomes a more energized form and it evaporates into the atmosphere. Yes, I know what the evaporation cycle is, and then it comes down
We
as
don't
rain.
have an atmosphere, mate. We don't have sphere-shaped air, mate. We
Not
do
like I
not
was
have
going anywhere one
sphere-shaped
day.
air.
Fuck's sake, man.
The evaporation cycle. Oh, bye, Jedi. Okay, awesome. Great. I have fundamentally proved gravity exists. You guys have a very good day now.
You did
Bye.
not prove
I
gravity
mean, Jedi
exists.
just
What are you
left.
talking about?
Jedi just left. He gave up.
Sorry, mate. I've just come in. What was the hypothesis for your gravity? Sorry, I missed it.
Oh, okay. I posted in the side chat. If gravity exists, then air will be pulled downward
God.
because air particles are attracted to larger
No.
masses.
What was the hypothesis? What was
That
the
is my
hypothesis?
hypothesis. That was my
No, no.
hypothesis. If gravity exists,
No.
then air will be pulled downward because air is a
Yeah.
particle attracted to a larger mass.
Hypothesis never starts with an if.
Wow. Yes,
Hypothesis
that was my
never.
hypothesis.
It never starts with an if.
Yes, it does. It's an
No, it
if-then
doesn't.
statement. It is a correlative thing.
No. Hypothesis never starts with an if.
Yes,
What
it
are you
does.
talking about? It does. A hypothesis definition is an if-then statement.
A hypothesis is an if-then statement.
Okay. What was the observation?
The observation was the circumference of the balloon expanding the further up it goes.
Was that a natural phenomena observed in nature?
Yes, that's a natural phenomenon.
So where do you see that in nature every day?
You see that all the time with balloons. They go
Yeah,
up, their circumference expands.
So
That's a
was the
naturally
balloon-
occurring
So
thing.
when was balloons invented?
Oh, are you saying because something's invented is not a naturally occurring thing?
Well, when was gravity
No.
invented?
No. Are you
Yes,
saying
yes, yes,
because
yes.
are you saying because something is invented is not a naturally occurring thing?
Well, you're
Like we
giving
cannot see the natural consequences
I'm
of something
trying
being
to
in
answer your
existence.
question. I'm trying to answer your question. You give a balloon as the hypothesis for gravity.
Yeah.
When was gravity invented?
When was gravity invented? It was not
Yeah.
invented. Thank you.
It was discovered.
When was it discovered?
Oh God. I believe we had like a vague sense of gravity for a very long time. Let me find out.
Okay. So was the balloon a natural phenomena?
The balloon circumference expanding due to density was the natural phenomenon.
When was balloons created?
Why does this matter?
Wait a second, expanding due to density, so that wasn't an experiment that had anything to do with gravity. Just
Yes,
so we
it
know.
did.
So don't
I
bring that one up
specifically
again. No, it
said that.
didn't. No.
I specifically said that the air
I
pushing
don't care
downward.
what you said. You said expanding due to density. So density was the cause of the observed phenomenon there. Strike that one off your list. Don't bring it to us again. It's a waste of time. So try again.
Okay.
Okay,
And do you know that
awesome.
density is
I proved that air pressure was a result of gravity. Jedi left because he got tongue-tied and twisted, and because I proved myself.
Okay, yeah, that's great. You proved it to Jedi. I didn't hear that. So what was the hypothesis that you used to prove that?
You keep on
Okay,
asking.
awesome. So my hypothesis was that if gravity exists, then air will be pulled down because gravity is the attraction of particles together. The air will be pulled down, and so that will cause a larger density closer to the middle of the Earth you get. And so that was the.
Yeah, and so you're still not really getting what a hypothesis is. So let's break it down. DV, observed phenomenon. What was that?
My observed phenomenon was the circumference of the balloon.
Circumference of the balloon. Supposed
Yes,
cause. Supposed cause of circumference of the balloon. Go.
Sorry, can you repeat? I didn't quite catch that.
Supposed, yeah. When you're just verbal diarrhea through everything I say, you won't hear it. So supposed cause of circumference.
Don't do that.
Balloon. What was that?
The post cause of the circumference of the balloon was because of air pressure. Because the higher up you get, gravity.
Air pressure. Okay. All right. So air pressure, not gravity. Next.
Okay, awesome. When you let me finish a sentence.
No, I'm not going to, because the next part is just your inference and your interpretation
Can
of why.
Can I ask a question?
What I'm trying to do is validate your cause claim as to why there's a pressure gradient. The only thing that you're doing is reasserting it by saying, oh, well, that gradient's there because of gravity. That's just the claim being restated over and over and over again, as if
Okay,
proof by repetition.
How about we put it this way? If there was no gravity, there would be no gradient.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I fucking said. And Jedi proved me right.
Exact same claim.
I think we can all agree the Earth is not flat. Not flat. That's what we all can agree with, yes?
Yes.
No.
Thank you.
Stupid. Water rests flat. So whatever your name is, gay Earth person.
Yes. Okay. Awesome.
Want to try again?
I can prove the
moving on to
container.
someone else?
Do you want me to prove the container? Because that's what you're asking me. Are we in a container? Well, if we were in a container, then there'd be an evenly dispersed pressure across the entire atmosphere and up through the atmosphere because we're in a container.
Why is that?
There would be. Why would he?
Yeah. Listen, you're scattergunning off to another thing. That's just stupid anyway. It's a dynamic system, so it's not going to have an even dispersion of gas pressure everywhere. Like, I mean, the sun is just heating one part of the surface at a time, blah, blah, blah. It moves around. The whole thing is in flux. Like, it's just a dumb assertion. But the point is that you're here to tell us how you know that gravity causes air pressure gradients or any of those things, and you still haven't done it. If you want to try again, try now.
Okay, awesome. Gravity is a phenomenon that we cannot recreate. We all know that.
Gravity is a phenomenon, so it's not a cause?
Gravity is the cause, but is also a
Oh, okay.
What?
Well, you're supposed to
Brilliant.
be testing the cause of the observed phenomenon. So which one is it? It can't be both.
We are testing if gravity exists. That's the phenomenon we're testing for. We can test this by the balloon going upwards in the atmosphere.
No, we
can
can't.
affirm the
We
consequence.
did that. It was just affirming the consequent, like Jedi told you over and over again. It was exactly the same thing you've done every single time. When it got down to it, you had to tell us, well, the cause was density, but the cause of density is gravity. So you're just reasserting the very thing in question over and over and over again. That is your cause claim. That's what you need to validate, not something derivative of that.
I think you're mad, man. I think you're just mad because I have an actual workable logical theory, and then
You don't. Definitely don't. You don't have a theory because theories are based on experiment, which you don't have. Experiments are based on hypotheses, which you don't have. So you don't have a theory, let alone a working one. But yeah, tell yourself that I'm the one who's mad.
You have a
I mean,
formal
Crit said
logical
earlier that this
fallacy.
was based on a specific experiment already done with the density going further.
You got a specific experiment and you haven't gave it to us yet? Okay, give it to us.
Crit, I believe you said it was earlier. Are you still here, Crit?
Either way, you just keep reaffirming affirming the consequent over and over and
This
over
isn't
again,
affirming the
and you're not
consequence, though.
you're not comprehending that that's what you keep doing. So maybe you
This
need to
isn't.
figure out what an affirming the consequent is before you continue to babble on and keep affirming the consequent over and over and over again and claim that you have some sort of theory when
I
all you
mean,
have is a formal logical
Napalm.
fallacy.
The change here
No.
is that we can see a logical change in the thing we have done. That is how we prove an experiment, right?
Okay,
So
what did
if
you
we
manipulate? No, don't. I'm not going to let you verbal diarrhea all over this chat. Like these are really simple questions that take like one or two sentence answers, and you think that you're just going to steamroll and somehow that's going to get you out of it. So you see a simple change. What did you manipulate to cause that change?
the height compared to the how high the balloon is off the ground.
Okay, height
So
of the
heights are
balloon.
caused.
Yeah, height of the balloon. That's not gravity. Next.
What do you mean?
Is height
I'm
gravity?
showing that is my dependent variable.
Sorry, my friend. Dude, the only thing that has changed is pressure.
Exactly.
So the cause is pressure.
Exactly.
Not gravity. Not gravity.
Jedi, me and you had a conversation a little earlier about the actual container theory, and we both agreed that if air was thoroughly, if air thoroughly expands in a container, we are saying that the air is not a container. No.
Josh, all you've demonstrated is when you rise your balloon in altitude, that the cause of the expansion of the balloon is pressure.
Jedi,
So
can I ask you what causes air pressure?
Listen, independent variable, pressure, phenomena, balloon expands. The
And the
reason
pressure
why
is
the balloon
gravity.
expands at
Terry.
altitude is because of pressure.
Jedi, what causes air pressure?
What that would be the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container.
Okay, so it's the force of what exerts on the container. Okay, awesome. So inside this container, wouldn't all of the pressure be equalized?
No.
No.
Because we live, this is the 5th time. We live within a dynamic system that is constantly in flux, where energy is being imparted into the system, and we have gas production cycles.
Why is the system constantly in flux if we are a closed system? Shouldn't everything equalize?
Because energy is being constantly put into the system.
Okay, so
Day
we're
and
not a
night
closed
cycles.
system.
Oh,
We are
my
not a
God,
closed
why are
system.
you still talking?
Because
Why are
you
you
said
still talking?
earlier, the last time we had this discussion, you said we are a closed system. I explicitly heard that. Now, you are saying we are an open system. You are specifically saying that energy.
Didn't say that, you dweeb. Oh my God.
Yes, he did. He specifically said that.
difficult.
Now he is saying we are an open system.
No,
Yes.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah, by
Then
saying
energy shouldn't come from the.
You're
By
not
saying that energy
listening.
can be
He's
added.
describing your globe, open system. Not that reality is that, but that's what your globe is. If you stop having verbal diarrhea through everything everybody says, you might catch it one of these times. Fuck's sake.
But yet I've been perfectly listening to you and conversating with you
No,
and
you
only asked you
haven't.
every once in a while when other people talk over me. Awesome. So, Jedi, when you said earlier that the Earth is a closed system, that the sun should not go ahead and do certain things with us, that we ourselves, there is no outside pressure or influences on the Earth. We exist. We are a closed system. You have now just said that there is a constant influx of energy. I assuming from the sun is what you mean. That would make us an open system.
Dude. Can energy transfer in and out of a closed system? Yes or no?
No,
No, it cannot.
no. Sorry.
Wrong. Wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Yes, it is wrong. Go Google closed system while Jedi's going to speak his next bit. Go ahead.
So the difference between an open and a closed system does not allow free matter transfer, but thermodynamic heat can escape and come into the system. An open system, energy, thermodynamic heat can enter and exit the system, but free matter transfer also. How dumb are you?
Yeah, he is
Okay,
right.
awesome. So we agree that there is some energy transfer here, yes?
Okay,
Oh
awesome.
my goodness.
No.
Half an hour
I
later,
have
yes,
to ask. I have
obviously.
to ask.
Sorry, do you understand that we have circular systems within the Earth, dynamic pressure environments? Do you understand that we have energy constantly put into the system by the sun and the radiant heat from the surface of the Earth? Do you understand that the Earth is a dynamic system?
Yes, I do know it's a dynamic system.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Awesome.
So don't be surprised that we can have a gas pressure gradient within a dynamic system.
So inside this dynamic system, shouldn't everything exert against the container? If it is true that we are constantly building and building energy, shouldn't the energy be released in some way, shape, or form? In your hypothesis, you specifically said that it's pushing against the container.
Heating
So
and
how is
cooling.
heat released in the Earth?
Heating and cooling. Why don't you fucking get this?
No, Jedi.
Are you trying to say that if the Earth was a closed system, we would bubble up and explode?
I'm asking you inside your closed system. Yeah, would we?
No, obviously
Okay.
not. Because you can demonstrate gas pressure gradients within inside the container. Any container. If you vary and manipulate the energy that is within the system, obviously. This is why, shut up. This is why I brought up cycles earlier. The nitrogen cycle, the oxygen cycle, chemical and biological cycles, the evaporation cycle. Cycles.
But wouldn't the pressure exerted be on the outside of the container? Shouldn't the most pressure exerted be on the outside? No?
Outside
You still don't realize.
inside the container. What are you talking about now?
So is the pressure exerted in this system exerted outwardly, or is it fundamentally dispersed between all particles in the system, and they're just energy and they're excited particles, and they're just constantly in flux, and the pressure inside is constantly building and building and building and evenly dispersed still?
Retarded. Energy can transfer in and out of a closed system.
That's not what I'm asking him.
That's not what he's asking.
I am
right. Think about any other closed system you have. Right. Think about like a container with gas. If you heat it up, the particles inside will be excited and they'll hit the outside of the container.
Yes.
Right.
And then
the
it
same thing
cools.
happen with
What
the Earth?
happens when it cools? What happens when it cools?
Yes, exactly. But this is why I'm asking you, Jedi.
What
Is the
happens
pressure,
when it
the
cools?
energy,
What
the
happens when it cools?
That particles slow down. Awesome.
Thank
So,
you.
yes, Jedi. What I'm asking you is, the particles inside are evenly distributed. No, still, they are evenly distributed.
No, they're not. What are you talking about?
Oh, so
Obviously, with
there's
the pressure gradient.
There is convection. I will give you that. There is convection constantly moving within the closed system that goes ahead and creates an even distribution of heat. But what I'm asking you is,
No. You're doing this thing again where you try to say that if it's in a container, it's going to be an even distribution. No, you can show gradients in containers. So just stop.
To answer the question, what happens when it cools, right? There's still going to be pressure exerted on the outside. Right? It's just going to be lesser. right?
Yeah,
So
well, no,
if you
she
want to
doesn't know what
explain
pressure is.
the thing I
Inside,
want you to explain,
inside,
the one thing I want to explain,
inside.
right, is that why is the gradient associated with altitude? Why is it the case that the pressure gets less
That's
as you
your
go higher
claim.
up in
Don't
the
flip
air?
it around. That's
No,
your
no,
claim.
that is specifically what I'm getting to. That is what I'm getting to. I am specifically asking you, why does the particles, if there is not a container, why don't they just float away?
But they're
Well,
hold on though. But they're in a container, which is what's this is why they're not floating away because
Okay,
they're
so
in a
they're
Yeah,
in
that's
a
our whole
container.
question.
So then
Yeah,
why is there
exactly.
not convection associated with density? Because on Earth, the convection happens circularly across, well, not circularly, whatever the fuck you think it happens into your worldview, but it moves across the air. It causes one part of the Earth to heat up and the other part of the Earth to heat up and across it, but not vertically. There is no vertical transference of convection. So what I'm asking you specifically, why is that not true?
I'm not sure who
what
you're
are you
asking.
talking about?
In order
Yeah, no,
for
they're all
in
lost now.
order for the
What did he say?
actual energy to be
I'm not
released,
sure who
if we
you
are
asked that
in a
to. Sorry.
container, if we are truly in a container, why is the convection not happening against the sides of the container?
Ooh. Wait, hold on. Who's saying that it's not mixing or not mixing? Because you think it's
That's
just
not what
all.
I'm at, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it does mix. I'm saying is why is the convection not happening against the side of the container?
How do we can't we're not able to who's to say that it isn't or is because we can't get
Yes,
to
we can. We
where
have
there would be the
literal.
ten-
We have a century of weather data tracking the movement of air with little tiny tracking chips. We can see the actual movement of air. We know it. Why is the convection not happening against the sides of the container?
Ooh.
Sides
I'm
of
not
the
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. So you're saying that we should be able to go to the edge of where the air is bouncing off the container. That's what you're
Yeah,
saying, right?
we should see a convection current going against the side of the container. Not that we should see but we should be able to put these tracking chips in the circle of air
Okay,
rotating.
well,
Should
show
be
us whoever put. This is stupid,
Show
dude.
it.
Show us whoever put the tracking chips and who did that. We'll
yeah,
take a look.
sure. I can go ahead. I can give you weather models of fucking hurricanes, tracking chips, whatever the
Models,
fuck.
Yeah,
We
but
can
models,
see the Gulf
models aren't
Stream.
direct
Actually,
data.
I
Models
can
aren't
show you the
data.
Gulf
Don't.
Stream.
Awesome.
wait,
So
but there's
so also show me the container that it's not or is not hitting. What are you talking about? You're not going to have a model for the flat Earth to even have a comparison for this, you idiot.
That's my point. There is no comparable analysis with real world. Your hypothesis fundamentally breaks down with convection. What I'm
hypothesis? What hypothesis did we use? Tell me.
that if the air is excited, that the convection will happen and it creates uneven distribution of air.
That's
Thus
not a
causes
Convection. Do you
hypothesis.
know?
density differences.
He doesn't know
Oh,
what convection is. Do you know
Yeah, you
what convection
convection.
is?
It's really cringe. You don't know
Define
what
it.
you're talking.
Awesome. I think that I just proved you guys wrong, and you
Define
guys are
no,
mad
convection.
about it now.
I think you're in the right mind of thinking, but you're comparing it to the wrong thing. I think that's what
Okay.
you're doing.
Okay, that's fine. Either way, if we were in a container, then the convection would be happening against the actual surfaces of the
Yeah,
container,
you
and
were
not
Okay,
to the
so where's the
invoking
container? Hold
lateral
on. Where's the
convection
container? Where's the container? And
minutes
like,
ago.
yeah. So where is the container then? Obviously, you've seen it if you're making this claim.
Is the container not where the edge of space, what space is, and the surface of the Earth
I don't know.
begins?
You're the one now making a claim about where it must be because you're saying that we don't see the air colliding with it. So what are you talking about?
You
I
guys are
think
saying there's a container. I'm just
I
working
think
with the
there
Hey,
is.
There's a
Yeah.
problem.
Hold on, Gippy. Do
can
you know
I
what
ask
air?
you? Yeah.
Do you know what air pressure is, Gay Earth?
Yeah, I just said what air pressure was. It is
What
the
is
pressure exerted downwards. It's the pressure exerted downwards on a particle that causes the density to be
stop saying
first, and the
downwards.
actual weight.
Like,
Nah,
not
you
downwards.
put downward
Wrong.
Uh,
thing in there.
Not.
It's the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container. You're trying to tell us that you can have that without a container?
yes, you can. The only
Okay, so to clarify one more time, you can have the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container without the container.
That's
I
not
am
what
saying
pressure is,
that
though.
gravity can cause air pressure to be exerted downwards. I'm specific.
Okay, yeah, but you failed to provide any hypothesis or experiment that validates that. That's just a chant, and I don't really care to hear it again unless you did find the hypothesis.
Please prove to me how the convection is not happening against the size of the container.
Okay, so you don't have the hypothesis because now it's becoming a burden reversal at the sides of the container that none of us have gone to and can't speak of again. So that's also
You
retarded.
can't speak of
I
it because
have
your model
fundamentally
sucks. You
proven
don't have a
every
model.
single point.
We can't yet prove anything. You don't even have a hypothesis. Now
Wait,
you're
hold on.
This
coping.
guy thinks he proved gravity.
Wait, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
jump. Let me jump in real quick because I
I'm
think
not letting you jump in real quick. I'm trying to talk to this person. Hold on.
I know, but I was talking, then you
You
jumped
have
in,
Derailment
given
and then
my
we're
me
both talking. I don't know. I
the
guess we're all
burden of
taking
proof.
turns.
At every
We're
point,
all taking
I
turns
have
winging
had the
that guy.
burden of proof. At every point, I have showed my logical
You
thought
stop.
processes,
Let
and you
TV
have,
finish.
after time after time after time, have given me a goalpost move and a goalpost move and a goalpost move. I have proved.
No, we haven't. The goalposts are right where they've always been, and you just can't score a goal. The goalposts are provide a hypothesis for gravity causing air pressure. You can't get a goal, so now you're whining about the goalposts.
But
Knock it
I
off.
did. I literally wrote it.
Oh, you did. Okay, you did. You did give us a hypothesis. So let's do it again. What is the hypothesis for gravity causing air pressure? I know you have a hard time with hypotheses, so just start with the observed phenomenon. Give us that.
To observe gravity, a balloon rises through the atmosphere, and as the air pressure is not exerted downward on on gravity, causing the density of the balloon to shrink, the balloon will grow in circumference, thus proving that gravity exists. I have given that
Oh thus proving gravity exists. The balloon grows in circumference. Is that going to be your observed phenomenon, or the air pressure gradient? Is that your observed phenomenon? What's the observed phenomenon?
the air pressure gradient due to gravity being forced.
Air pressure gradient due to gravity. Okay, so gravity is going to be your independent variable then. How'd you manipulate gravity?
I'm not manipulating gravity. I'm observing gravity.
Oh, okay. This isn't an experiment. Why do you need to? What do you mean? It's not the phenomenon. The phenomenon is the air pressure gradient. You're trying to establish it as the cause. It's not the thing you're observing. It's the thing you're supposed to manipulate that affects the thing you observe. What's the matter with you?
Awesome. So the thing I am observing, the phenomenon of gravity, is being observed through air pressure. I'm
That's the phenomenon.
The phenomenon. It's supposed to be a cause. What's the matter with you? The phenomenon is the air pressure gradient. I just told you that. Your supposed cause is gravity. What is wrong with
awesome.
you?
The reason why gravity is being studied through air pressure is because we can see logically through our thought processes that if gravity is true, then air pressure must get denser the closer to the center.
That's an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. You've done this like 16 times. They've called you out for it every single time. We're looking for an experiment. You're going to vary and manipulate your supposed cause, which in this case is supposed to be gravity, to show that it actually causes air pressure gradients. Can you try again?
So when we actually have seen gravity in action, let's say on the ISS that I brought up earlier.
No, we haven't seen anything on the ISS. Do something that's actually practical that pertains to reality.
Okay, awesome. So on the ISS, we have seen that gravity will cause.
No, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen fuck all in the ISS. Now you're deferring to cartoons and story tells. Not good
No,
enough.
this is
Try.
a cited thing.
Awesome,
This
awesome.
experiment can be
So
cited.
I'm going to continue to stop
None
moving
of
the
you.
goalposts. I'm giving you a reasonable, articulate experiment.
No, you're not. Nobody can do that. You just have to take somebody's word for it.
Okay, so
Awesome.
if you want
So
an
the
experiment that
That's not
articulate
very.
happens on Earth,
experiment done
Not
is that
verifiable.
when particles are close to each other in a micro G or zero G environment, that they will spontaneously attract to one another. That is gravity. That spontaneous phenomenal attraction to one another. Now, in this, now if
Okay, phenomenal attraction. That's your observed phenomenon. You're talking about air particles. You said.
awesome. So it when in relation to the Earth, if we take that understanding and put it to the Earth, the actual gravity of the Earth is pulling air down on
There's
itself,
that
awesome.
and
again.
that causes the
Gravity pulling air down. There's that assertion yet again. How did you vary and manipulate gravity to show that it pulls air down?
that is what we are observing. We are not
No, we're not. No, we're not. We don't observe air going down or being pulled down or any of that garbage. What are you
We
talking
see
about?
a
That is your
gradient.
interpretation.
We see a
There
gradient
being an
of air
air
pressure.
pressure gradient. Yeah, it's your interpretation of the gradient. That is your cause supposition for the gradient. That's what you're going to be testing to
Nothing else
determine
explains
whether
the
or not that
gradient.
actually is the
Nothing
cause of
else
the gradient.
explains the gradient. Cut and
Okay,
simple.
awesome. So the gradient that we see is a result of is in line with the experiment that we saw on the ISS. That thus
We didn't see anything on the ISS. That was a movie. Throw it out. You can't verify anything that they did in there. There's no independent
awesome.
verification of it.
So I'm not going. So awesome. So this specific
Go ahead,
thing
Derek.
that we saw was the result of gravity. This gravity has shown us that this exists. This
Somebody
isn't
keep referring
affirming the
to gravity.
consequence.
You have not
This
proven gravity.
I did
guys.
though. I
You,
just did.
you've
My
never
friend,
proven gravity.
My friend, somebody keeps jumping in and saying that the only explanation for a gas pressure gradient is because of gravity. But we can demonstrate quite clearly that you can have a gas pressure gradient with inside a container if you
Where's the
vary
convection against the sides of the container?
Fuck me, Sunstrike. You are now starting to piss me off.
Where I keep getting
I'm not
muted over and
asking.
over
I'm not
again.
answering
I
that
am
question.
fighting.
I'm not answering that question.
You're not answering this question. Okay, awesome. So you lost.
I'm
He
Awesome.
can't answer
answering
the
this
question.
I've explained
Your
every question
cheerleader
that
that
I
keeps
have been
jumping in.
asked.
Dude, I'm answering this question because of a cheerleader that keeps jumping in saying it is the only explanation for a
Appreciate
gas
you
pressure
guys.
gradient.
We'll have this
Shut up.
conversation next time. I
Shut
think
up.
we're all a little bit too heated. You guys have a wonderful day. Jedi, thank you for not being able to answer the question for me. Wonderful
I
thing.
was
Okay,
answering
have a
your
good day.
question. I
Bye.
was answering somebody else's question, you fucking idiot.
You know,
Okay,
I
we can move
was a
on to the
flat
fight.
earther, but after that, I don't know.
Hey guys,
Why?
how's it going?
Well, we're. Yeah, but 1 second. Who just said that?
Me?
Oh, flat Earth is cool. Okay, so what was the what did it for you? What sort of compelling argument do you think that they made?
That kind of sucked. I'm sorry. That was awful.
No shit.
Yeah.
They're not sitting their best.
But flat Earth is cool is now a glober again. So obviously that other person won them back. So
No.
what did they say that back?
Flat Earth is cool is owlishness, mate.
Yeah.
My bad. There was another. Okay, there was a dude who said.
Yeah, someone else. Who are you?
Whoever. Yeah. So what did he say that won you back? I want to know.
Well, he just sounded smarter than you guys, and he just won on the optics game. And I just go wherever the optics go.
Oh, okay. That's just. You don't even know what we were talking about. All right.
So, is manipulation of gravity proof of it? Is that what we're going with?
Yeah. Do you think that he provided that?
No, but I will.
Ooh. Hold on. The other guy who was impressed by the other guy or confused by it, did you not hear the outer space enthusiast chanting container? That was the first.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Did you hear that guy? The guy who was, well, I used to be a flat earther until I heard that. Did you hear the outer space? That was the outer space enthusiast chanting container.
Wait,
try to wrap your
person...
mind around that.
This other
Yeah, wrap
person
your mind
has
around
part
that one, buddy.
2? You guys are getting dunked optically.
How so?
No, did you hear it? Did you hear the outer space enthusiast chant container? You didn't hear it?
You got Globers chanting for a container, and you think that we're getting dunked on optically. Ugh. You're gonna have to work on your optics, man.
No, he was saying one thing that you guys just didn't have a response to.
Which was
a red herring.
Which was?
It was about convection and the size of the container.
Yeah, he was chanting for container. That's a first for an outer space enthusiast.
No, he was saying that wouldn't the air like build up near the sides of the container if there was no gravity?
I'd say convection.
Wow.
You gotta be fucking kidding
You're
me,
as
man.
equally as confused as he was.
If you guys actually believe that guy had anything to say, I swear, man, you guys are fucking screwed.
And he
If that was the
sounded
only
like
thing
he
if
knew
that
way
was the only
more what
thing
he was
optically,
talking
guys,
about.
listen, if that was the only thing optically that you guys had, that's fucking trash, dude. I'm just saying.
Can I agree with you because that was fucking awful to listen to? I mean, no, no,
at least
no
we agree
offense
on
to the
one
guy.
thing.
Yeah, I mean, no offense to the guy, but why the fuck did you let that go on for so long? It was like listening to reruns. It was the same conversation for an hour. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
So you guys still
You
think
were
there's
right.
no experiment that confirms gravity? You guys
Correct.
still think that?
There is no experiment.
Exactamundo. All right, but if you
Okay.
have scientific evidence that gravity exists, please provide the evidence that it does. Go ahead.
Have you heard of the Cavendish experiment?
Oh no.
It's not an first,
Not
number
experiment.
one, it's not an experiment. What is an experiment, sir? Outline to us here in this panel what an experiment is. Go ahead. Outline it.
Okay, an experiment is sort of something you do in order to
Sort
confirm a
of,
hypothesis.
no, sir. Incorrect. It's not sort of, it is what you are saying, or it is not. It's not sort of, this is not a
Can you
guesstimation. This is an exact scientific method. Outline it for us, please.
not criticize my speech mannerisms and just actually criticize my
It
argument?
is something very specific, sir. Unless you're able to
Feelings
provide
don't
it,
count, dude.
then please have a seat.
Okay, an experiment is something you do to confirm a hypothesis, broadly speaking.
Incorrect.
Okay, can you correct
Jedi,
me?
can you please come in
Right.
here
What's the
and let them know?
hypothesis? What's the,
Okay, an hypothesis is an
yes? What's the
if-then
hypothesis?
statement. Yeah, it's something.
Awesome. So
It's a statement.
what's the dependent variable for Cavendish? What's the dependent variable for Cavendish?
Um, the dependent variable is the torque of the
Oh,
ball
problem.
of the.
Problem. So the dependent variable will be something that we observe in the physical and natural world first. We make the
Okay,
observation first. We don't listen.
so the
We don't make
orientation.
the listen. We don't make the experiment and observe the observation of a phenomena within the experiment first. We observe the phenomena in nature first. So where's the observed phenomena in nature?
The attraction of the small ball to the larger one. That's the
No,
phenomenon we're trying to
sorry.
watch.
It's like you didn't listen to a word that came out of my mouth. You don't observe the natural phenomena inside the experiment first. You observe the natural phenomena in nature first. So where's the observation of the natural phenomena in nature?
But this also counts as nature because we're saying that
No, you
gravity is in
don't
nature.
make an experiment and then point to a phenomena in the experiment first. You observe the phenomena in nature first. It's like I have to speak slow to you. I do apologize for being condescending. But within the physical and natural world, what is the observation? What phenomena do we observe in the physical and natural world?
Okay, we see things drop towards Earth.
Awesome. So things drop towards the Earth. What's the independent variable of things dropping towards the Earth?
The object that we're watching, that's not Earth, or I guess not
No,
Earth.
I'm asking you what. My God. So every time people bring up Cavendish, they don't know what a hypothesis is, and I have to walk them fucking through it. I've given you your independent variable. What's the independent variable?
Dependent.
The presumed cause of the phenomena.
Gravity.
Awesome. So let's
Good.
now have gravity as the independent variable and things falling. Now, the experiment. Where are things falling in the experiment, and where's the varying and manipulation of gravity?
Things are falling towards Earth, and we don't manipulate gravity. It's a phenomenon in itself. So we.
Oh, okay, so not an experiment then. So this is why Cavendish falls apart. Sorry.
But gravity.
This is why the Cavendish experiment falls apart on all primary steps of the scientific method. You're not going to listen, are
Correct.
you? That's fine.
No,
It
not,
falls
And
apart on all
I
four
still
steps
disagree
of the
with your point,
scientific
though.
method.
I disagree with your point that you have to observe it in nature first and then do the experiment. The experiment
So we
is
do
a
not
Oh,
the
observe
experiment
gravity
is a
in
nature.
nature. Are you
The
saying that
experiment is
gravity is not
nature.
observed, sir? Are you saying that gravity is not observed in nature?
Well, the experiment
It
is
is or is not observed in nature, sir.
it is observed in nature.
Okay, then it's an experiment. Where do we observe gravity in nature?
Just because you observe something doesn't mean it's
Where do
experiment.
we observe gravity in nature?
Hello. Well, presumably everywhere in nature.
Okay.
Birds
Where?
and leaves
In what
falling.
instance? What instance? Give me an instance where we see it.
Leaves falling off a tree.
Okay.
Is that the gentleman? Because I want him to answer, not you, cheerleader.
An instance where we see gravity happening.
Yes.
Yeah, anytime things fall.
All
And
right.
there's no
What
other
thing,
fish
sir?
to flip it.
What thing, sir? What thing?
Any object or any mass that's
Give an example, sir.
let's say you have a bowling ball and you drop it off a cliff or something.
That's
Or you
not
let
in
it fall.
nature. Bowling balls are not nature, sir. Give me something in nature, please.
What are you talking about? The phenomenon
Give me
itself.
something that we observe in nature
Phenomenon
where
itself isn't
we say gravity exists. What thing do we see in nature?
This guy doesn't know what nature is.
Just
fundamentally
say
you don't
leaves, bro.
understand at all.
Just say leaves falling off a tree, bro. Come on.
Right? The phenomenon itself is what we're talking about, not the bowling ball.
I know
I'm going
that,
to give
but
you
we're
something.
asking you what things do we see in nature?
What things we see in nature. This is not a
Yes.
biological
A rock
experiment.
falls.
This is a physical experiment. So we're talking about physical
This is a
phenomenon.
natural world experiment.
Physical,
If we're gonna see
physical
some natural
experiment.
phenomena,
Physical
sir,
experiment.
sir, say again. Say again. What did you say?
It is a physical experiment. We're testing physical phenomena, right?
Right. But what are we seeing in nature that shows us gravity, sir? What are we
Okay.
looking at?
Fall.
The acceleration of an object towards Earth.
I
Right?
understand that. You've already said that about 5 times. Now I need to know where in nature are you witnessing something specific, like what?
Anytime an object drops, and a
Like
bowling ball
what,
counts as an
sir?
object.
Like what?
And
Give
a
me an
bowling ball.
example.
A bowling ball.
Huh?
A
A
bowling ball.
bowling ball? My God, sir. A bowling ball is not nature. Where in nature do we see
Where are you
bowling balls,
getting this
sir?
from? Where are you getting the
Where
idea?
in nature do we
Getting the
see
idea?
bowling balls?
Where are you
Where?
getting the idea that a
Where do
bowling
we
ball?
see in nature bowling balls, sir? It's a naturally occurring phenomena. If gravity is something that's a naturally occurring phenomena, then you could point to something in nature where you see gravity enacting upon whatever you think gravity is enacting upon. Now, give me an example where gravity is enacting upon something, sir, in nature. Not bowling balls. That's not nature.
Okay, a blade of grass. Like I don't get
Uh,
what the object has to do with it. It doesn't have to do
Because it's
anything.
important. It's a naturally occurring phenomena. If gravity is something that the
Yeah, we're
Earth,
not
you know,
testing the bowling ball.
the
We're not
Earth,
testing the
the
bowling
Earth,
ball.
the Earth, not anything else that like bowling balls or radios or a car that's man-made. We're talking about nature, sir.
Yeah, and mass
You
occurs in
understand what
nature.
nature is.
Mass occurs in nature. Any mass occurs in
Okay,
nature.
then what are you pointing to as an example? Go ahead.
Any mass. Any mass.
Then give me an example. Like
A
what?
bowling ball counts as a mass, and mass
Oh, are
occurs
you
in
serious?
nature.
Are you
Yes.
seriously using a?
Yes, I
This
am
is the
serious
third
right now.
fucking time you're using a bowling ball, dude. Somebody sit this
It does
clown
not
down. He
matter
doesn't
how the
understand
mass.
what
It does
fucking
not
nature
matter.
is.
It does
He
not
does not
matter.
understand. You know what? That's
Terrence,
because your
anyone here?
cheerleaders,
Anyone
your
here?
Terrence,
cheerleaders were helping you out. They were helping you out. They were
Terrence.
saying leaves, rocks, everything, but you still say
Just say
fucking
some
bowling
dumb
balls,
shit
dude.
like rock, because
Sit
he's
the
dumb.
fuck
He doesn't
down.
understand that rocks and bowling balls are basically the same.
He's a
You
sophist, bro.
too? Sit
It
that
doesn't
fucking
matter
clown
what the
down.
object is.
All of you guys are. If you think a rock is the same as a fucking
Why
bowling
does it
ball,
matter what
sit
the
your
object
fucking
is?
ass down
Why does
because
it
you don't
matter what the
understand
object
what
is?
nature is in the first instance.
Because
You guys
you
are
have no clue
fucking
what you're
weeds,
talking
dude.
about. Yeah.
Internet fucking bobblehead. Sit down. We want somebody that wants to tell us what the physical and natural world can tell us about gravity. Anybody else other than these two knuckleheads?
You don't understand
Anyone?
what theory gravity is?
Absolutely anyone else but these two
Don't
guys.
have you
Hey,
don't have
what's
a
up?
theory of gravity.
When we
No,
say gravity
yes.
occurs in nature, right, we're saying that it acts on every object, every mass. That's what we're talking
Like
about.
what,
That's what
dumbass?
we're
Sorry,
You said
testing.
You
bowling balls.
can't
Okay,
this
to
is
prove
confirm
his
this,
Example.
right?
Why don't
To
you
acting.
give me an
confirm
example?
to
fucking
confirm this, we have to look at
seconds.
and to
My
confirm this,
friend,
all we have to do is
my
look at a
friend,
mass.
my friend, my friend. In the text room, I've posted your definitions of what mass is. out of those three definitions, please tell me which one you're going to pick. And if we are doing physics, I want you to circle that one and read it out for the fucking class.
Jedi, that link leads nowhere.
Definition. Shush. The
It's a dead
definition
link.
in physics. Shush. The definition of mass in physics is this: it has no meaning. Now, do you want to know the mass is the amount of substance?
You want us to read something in the text chat that isn't there. It's not there, Jedi. The link doesn't work.
Okay, mass is a body of matter. Are we clear that matter exists in nature, or do I have to prove that? Do I have to prove that matter exists in nature?
A naturally occurring phenomena, once again, for the idiots in the room, a naturally occurring phenomena has nothing to do with something man-made. That is fucking man-made. A bowling ball is not a
We're not
fucking
making
rock.
the force.
It is
No,
not.
no.
Did
This is
nature
where you
make
get
a
it wrong,
bowling
though.
ball? Did nature make a bowling ball? Did
We're not
nature make
making.
a fucking bowling ball? No, it did not.
Hey,
It did
hold
not
on a
make a
second.
bowling ball.
Can I
It
speak
made a blade of
uninterrupted,
grass.
please?
Nature made a blade of grass.
No,
Nature made a leaf.
you can't
Nature
speak.
made all these things
This
but
isn't
a
a place
bowling
where
ball.
people test their ideas.
What a dumbass, dude.
It's a circle jerk.
I'm being talked
It's
over
not a
every
circle
single
jerk. Your
turn.
idea of what nature is a circle jerk, dumbass.
Okay, so
Nature
this is
is
where you get
everything
wrong,
out in the
though.
physical and natural world that is
Buddy.
only occurring by what? Nature, not man-made.
Buddy. Okay, so what we're saying is, when we bring up the bowling ball, we're not saying that gravity. Okay, we're not making gravity by bringing up. How do I explain this to you, man? I'm not making
You
the
don't
phenomenon that
explain it
makes.
because it's a non
I'm not making
sequitur,
the
dumbass.
phenomenon. I'm not making the phenomenon that makes bowling balls drop or any mass drop. I'm testing it with an object that we made, right? We can test it with other objects too, but that's the point though. Gravity applies to all
That's not
masses,
the
and
fucking
masses occur
point,
in
dumbass.
nature.
Okay, idiot, hang on 1 second.
Why are you
You're
so hung
forgetting
up
one
on
thing.
that?
Because you need to see it in nature before you say, wait a minute, I want to test whatever that naturally occurring phenomena is in an experiment. I'm going to be the researcher who varies and manipulates the independent variable to check to see if I can find the cause of the effect. And in order to do that, I have to see what in nature is happening. Therefore, I can test to see and vary and manipulate the independent variable to check for the cause of the effect. You don't do that by fucking dropping bowling balls that were man-made, numbnuts. You check to see where in nature shit is happening, that stuff is falling, and then you say, aha, I see a leaf falling. I'm going to give you an
Yeah, you're
example. Let
making
me
up
help
these
you because
rules.
little fucking
You're making
babies
up
don't
these
understand
rules.
this shit.
You're making up
No,
these rules.
idiot, that's
Not
the
these are
way it
not
works.
scientific. They're not scientific principles you're using.
That's
You're
the
just
fucking
making up
way
these
it works. That's
rules.
what science is. That's what
You
science
know,
is.
no science. No, cite me.
No.
No,
Now, then cite your shit.
cite me something
Cite it.
then. Cite me
Oh my
something then
God.
that says that you have to use something made in nature or something like that. Cite me something that agrees with what you're saying.
Listen, science is specific. It's not like
All right.
Easter mass
All right, for
religion.
the babies in the room, what do you think
No, you're just
fucking
dictating it,
Newton?
bro.
Hang
No,
on,
I'm not gonna
dude.
agree with your
What do you?
dictation of what
Yeah,
science
I don't care about your nah. What do you think fucking Sir Isaac Newton saw when he preponderated his fucking theory of gravity? What was it that fell? Let's see. What was it in nature he saw? What he saw? What was
An
it?
apple.
But
A
that's not a
bowling ball.
requirement, though.
Thank
That's not a
you. Is
requirement.
an apple a rock? Is it a fucking bowling ball? Is it something nature made?
You're
I
making this
wonder.
requirement. You're making up this
No, I'm
requirement.
not.
It could have been
This is
any
the
object.
fucking standard, you
It literally could have been
dumb
any
fuck.
object. You're making up this requirement.
It's,
I don't know. I don't know
listen,
why you're
oh
so
my
hung up
god,
on this
dude,
point.
you are lost. There is no
Let's
helping
try.
you. You just
Let's try
trailblazing
then.
your own idea of what you think science is, and you're fucked, dude, because you can't
Give me your
explain
source, then. Give me
gravity.
your
You
source.
can't
Give me
explain
your
gravity.
source.
You cannot
Give me
explain
your source.
gravity.
Hold
No,
on,
you
Toby
cannot explain
Tense.
gravity, dude. You can't.
Chill out, bro.
Give me your
Chill
source
out.
of what makes a valid hypothesis. Go. Give me your
I
source.
don't
You
have to.
have to
It's
link
not
it to
my.
me.
It's not.
Link it
It's
to
not my.
me.
Listen,
Why should I agree with
dumbass.
you?
It's not my clown. It's not my clown fuckery. It's yours. You gotta explain it to
Yeah.
me. I'm just
And
simply
remember,
telling you. I'm
No,
simply
you're
telling you right
dictating to
now.
me.
He's just
You're
rejecting
dictating to
everything.
me. You're dictating to me
I'm
that I
not
have to use
dictating
an
to you.
object.
It's the
hey,
scientific method,
totally
plain and
parents,
simple.
remember that you're still going to have to pick up that bowling ball.
It's
We
not the fucking.
didn't
Listen, it's
claim
So
not
why
the.
not
gravity
just go
Damn,
to
exists.
it's
why
not the
not take
bowling
the
ball.
apple fall from the tree? I know. Why I know, but it's crazy that even beyond the fact that bowling balls aren't in nature,
It doesn't matter.
he's
Yes, it
forgetting
does.
that he's forgetting that
We're
he's
not
going to have to
testing
pick
the
the
bowling
damn thing
ball.
up.
We're not
I
testing
did.
the bowling ball. We're testing the phenomenon that occurs when
What's
mass
the
is
original
The
attracted to it.
question
phenomena
again?
in nature has to be seen in nature, dummy.
Mass is in nature. Mass is in nature.
You
Mass
can laugh,
is
you
in
fucking
nature.
dumbass, but that's the way it works.
Mass
It
is
works
in
that way. You have to look at
You're
nature,
right.
and if
matter
nature.
is in nature.
Listen. For all the people in the room right now, stop talking about fucking bowling balls, okay? We're looking at nature, and we're seeing and identifying what nature is doing. And then if we're saying, hey, wait a minute, I think this is because of gravity. An apple falls from a tree. So you're seeing nature do something, and then you said, okay, let's test the hypothesis.
Okay,
Now,
I'm seeing
starting from
nature
this
drop
point,
the bowling
starting
ball.
from this,
What's the
would you let me finish
difference?
telling you, dude? Because it's nature, it's not man
I am
fucking
seeing
made.
nature drop matter. It doesn't matter what the
Correct,
matter is.
Miggy. He made the positive claim that gravity is the cause for the falling object, so he has to
I know we haven't even
demonstrate that.
gotten we haven't I know we
Yeah.
haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten
Because
there
he's
yet.
dumb and he
Let's
wants to
not
hang up
jump
at this point.
let's not jump the gun. Let's not jump the gun. Let's
Okay.
take it step by step because the people that are in the room right now, there's a misconception of what they think the the fucking scientific method is.
Yeah.
So in order to put this to a scientific experiment, then the researcher has to be able to make an observation of something in nature. And thus, when an observation is made in nature, the researcher will say, I wonder what made that do what it did. Let me find out. Let me then find out what the independent variable or the dependent variable is in this method so that I can then test my hypothesis and see if I can vary and manipulate the independent variable to find out if I can find the cause of the effect. So, back to nature once again, and not clown fuckery about something man-made. We're going to identify things in nature and see if we can find out the cause of an apple fucking falling if we think it's gravity. Now we're on the same page because we're identifying what in nature is falling, and if our hypothesis has to
Any
be that it
object
is
in nature.
gravity.
Any object in nature.
Right. That is the point. It's not a
If you
fucking
make something, it becomes in nature. Because it's
no,
matter.
dumbass. You're a fucktard, dude. You don't make something and it then becomes nature. Nature makes
It
things
depends
in
on what
nature.
context you're talking about. In a biological context, I'd
A
agree with you.
man-made
In
object,
other
a
contexts, I'd
man-made.
agree with you. But in
Fuck,
a
dude.
physical context, we're
Dude, you
talking
really
about
don't
matter.
understand, do you? A
No.
man-made object is not fucking nature, dude. It's not. It's man fucking made. That's the whole point of it being man-made.
Yes, but we're not making the phenomenon in which it drops. That's the thing we're testing for, right?
Oh,
That's what matters.
finally.
In other contexts,
Finally.
right? In
There
other
you go.
contexts, I agree
Jedi.
with you. In other
There you go,
contexts
Jedi.
where in other
Finally.
contexts, I'd agree with you. If we're making something, right, and then we're trying to test it, and like the phenomenon is what we're made.
So this is the point. All we're doing is asking for the phenomena. It has to be natural, so we'll give you leaves dropping or an apple falling. The vector downwards will give you that phenomena. Now, that's your dependent variable. We're constructing a hypothesis. What's the independent variable? What's your presumed cause of apple falling?
A force bringing it, pulling on it downward towards another mass.
Force of
So your
attraction.
presupposition. I'm going to point this out as well. The independent variable must be physical. We must be able to vary and manipulate it. We've got to be able to push it. We've got to be able to put energy into it for somehow, right? It has to be varied and manipulated. So being as we've got the phenomena of an apple falling, do you want to restate your independent variable? Because we're going to go to Cavendish in a second.
Okay, no, how about I make a different experiment where we test different masses? That could be my manipulated variable. We can test different
No, we're
masses.
not changing the example. We're not changing the example. Stick to the
No, because you're
example,
making the
please.
example for me, right? And I don't
This
agree
is
with the example.
Newton's fucking example, dumbass.
No, you're making
It's
up the
not
example for
yours.
me and you're not letting me explain what I want to explain.
I'm sorry, but
Right? I'm
listen,
not
this
gonna
is
go
the
through
way
your
it works.
script.
It works this way. You're not changing the example, then it becomes your example and not the one that's stated as far as we understand it to be. So it's not your example. It's not our example. It's the example.
I'm not gonna follow your scripts, okay?
You
Can
said
You're a fucking dumbass, dude. You know that? It's not even our script, you fucking clown. It's
said
the
telling me
script.
what experiment. You're telling me what experiment I want to make to verify gravity. Why can I make my
No,
own
dude,
experiment?
you brought up Cavendish, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Awesome stuff. So what we're trying to do for you is elucidate that it doesn't follow the scientific method. We haven't got there yet. If you want to change the goalposts and put Cavendish down, that's absolutely fine. No problem if you want to go away from Cavendish. But I will remind you, it falls apart on all 4 primary steps of the scientific method. Do you remember the point where you said, well, inside the contraption, there's a variance of the torsion bar? We're asking you for the observed phenomena first. Don't make an experiment or construct a gizmo and point to something within
Gravity
the
is
gizmo.
a phenomenon, though.
Dude, why are you not listening? Why are you not listening? I'm trying to help you because
Why do
every
you say
time
I'm
you
not listening? Why do you say I'm not listening? I listened to every word you said.
awesome stuff. So you observe phenomena as the apple falling, yes? Or
If you
things
say
go
so.
down. Awesome. And your independent variable, the cause is what?
Force. A force that
Force.
is pulling that down.
A force that's pulling that down. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go to Cavendish. Is there anything falling down in Cavendish?
No.
Okay, so there we go. We don't have an observed phenomena within the Cavendish experiment.
Bingo, bingo, bango, bongo. Game over, Glover.
Okay, here's a different experiment. Okay, let's gather 2 different
No, we're
objects from
not
nature.
going to talk about your clown fuckery experiment. It's not an experiment. We just demonstrated that it's not in nature. Dumbass. It's
Yeah, you
not an
guys are impossible to
experiment.
argue with, man.
You
Like, I'm really
cannot put it
No,
through the
your
scientific method
problem.
if it's not physical and natural world,
Stop the name
bro.
calling.
Correct.
Okay, how about we get 2 different objects from nature, okay? And let's say I want
You are
to
scientifically illiterate. You
let's say
cannot
I
take.
suppose
You better stop talking about objects in nature because you don't know what they are.
or anyone
It
else want to talk?
it's the best.
Anyone else want to argue
It's
with
the
these people?
best position that you can take. Observer and learner. You have missed
Anyone else want to
these
argue with these
positions
people, or
in
do you
your
want
life.
just let them like just jack each other
Yes,
off
sure.
right now?
Yeah, sure. Just use the word mass. I've already cited to you what
Yeah.
mass means in physics. In physics, mass has no meaning. It's also got 2 other descriptions. One, the amount of the amount of substance within matter. Good luck counting the amount of substance within matter, by the way. And also the resistance to movement. So if you're going to ever say if mass, then mass attracts mass, I'll formulate it for you. No problem. If the resistance to movement and the resistance movement will attract the resistance from movement, you have a fucking problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I speak for like 30 seconds
Do you
uninterrupted?
understand
To see
the
if you want.
problem that you have now?
Okay. Can I
You
devise a
were
quick
asked a
experiment?
question. You were asked a
Can you
question.
let
Give us
me
an
can you let
answer.
me devise a
Why
simple
are you not? Why are you not being honest person and conduct a discussion? Yeah, diplomatically. When you are asked a
I'm trying.
question, you have to provide an answer. Then, when you ask us a question, we will also give you answers.
Okay. Can I
You
in
were
the spirit
no,
in
you
the spirit
can't.
of
You were
discussion?
asked a question. Jedi asked you a question. You didn't even understood the question. You can't comprehend it.
Look, dude, we'll walk down this road for you if you want, but if you're going
Yeah.
to ever say that mass attracts mass, we're going to have to point out for you that that was busted in 1915 when Einstein came along with the theory of general relativity. It supersedes that idea. Newton himself didn't offer an hypothesis. He didn't want to be associated with the magic at a distance. The Cavendish experiment is not an experiment. So gravity is not a
Right.
force and hasn't been thought of as a force since 1915. If you want to argue from the current scientific rhetoric, that would be Einstein and the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay. So why do you think objects fall then? I want to see if it's not gravity, if gravity doesn't exist to you, then what causes objects to fall towards Earth?
Well,
No,
why can
no
I
one's.
use electromagnetism to levitate any substance?
Okay, so you use electromagnetism. That's what.
Yes.
So you think there's a magnetic force pulling all objects towards Earth? Is that what you're saying?
The world does have an electric field, electrostatic, and magnetic field.
Yeah, but I'm
This
trying
is
to
where
understand
we
how you
exist.
understand it. How do you understand it to be?
These are forces that govern nature, and we make use of them every day
Okay.
by
So
manipulating them.
so why do objects fall towards Earth then?
Electricity is a force.
Okay, I
Because
understand that. Can you tell me why
when
objects
you
fall
pass
towards
a
the Earth?
current through a metal wire, it will generate a magnetic
Is it just
field,
me, or are you
and
guys
this
impossible to
can
talk to?
put magnets into motion.
Is it
Yeah,
just me, guys? Like he's rambling on, right? He didn't answer my
I'm
Yeah,
not
question.
rambling.
He gives me a
He's
whole
over
tirade
talking
about,
you.
oh, you got to answer a question when you're being asked a question. But I asked him a question 3 times, and he just rambles on.
I'll answer it for
What's
you.
that about?
I'll answer it. I'll answer it. I'll answer it. No one is going to be able to tell you why we have an up and down to our reality. No one can very manipulate that presumed cause. It could be easily stated as a law of nature, and you understand laws of nature are outside of science because it is the way that it is. But no one is here going to be able to give you the cause of why things go down or why things go up. The best we can do is demonstrate the direction, and always something will either go down or it will go up depending on the object and the medium. You drop a rock through the atmosphere, it will go down. You release a helium balloon, it goes up. You've got a container of water, and you drop an egg to the bottom, it goes down. I vary and manipulate
You
the
put
water,
salt.
change its density
Yeah.
by putting salt into it, and the egg will rise. We will only ever be able to demonstrate up and down. But the cause of
Yes.
why we have it up and down to our reality, we don't know.
Okay, but the one thing I don't understand though is gravity does have a lot of explanatory power. Like you can say that okay, it's just a phenomenon that happens and we can't really explain it. But
Did
if
you
you
say
adopt gravity, right,
explanatory? Sir, hold on.
you can
Did you
predict
say
how things will move in
explanatory?
accordance to like you can just predict things.
No, gravity
You said
is a
explanatory.
pseudoscience taught to slaves that do
Yeah.
not
Sorry,
need
let me
to be
hold that. Let me hold
scientifically
that.
correct.
Yes, you can predict things. Sorry, guys.
You can't predict things with gravity. When I drop a magnet through a copper pipe, you cannot predict with gravity how long it will take for that magnet
Yes,
to
gravity is
reach
useful.
the ground. No, you cannot. Using gravity, you cannot calculate how fast the magnet will fall to the ground, falling through a copper pipe.
Gravity
Yep.
plays a
Because
part
the
in that.
magnet will not fall
Yes,
with
you can.
9.81 meters per second square.
Well, that's because
No, it doesn't.
well, that's
No, it
because
doesn't. When a magnet moves inside the metal copper pipe, yeah,
can
it
I answer?
generates a current. It inducts a current into the metal, which
I'm aware of Lenz's law, bro.
generates an opposite
I'm aware
magnetic
of Lenz's
field,
law.
which decelerates the magnet.
Okay, I'm aware of Lenz's law, right? But you still realize like gravity has a part in that, and the reason why it falls through it.
You can't predict with gravity how fast
Yes, you can.
that magnet will fall.
Yes, you can. If
No,
you do a force
from
equation,
1 meter, when you
no,
drop a magnet from 1 meter height, yeah,
sure.
with an acceleration of 9.81 meters per second square, how
No,
long
no,
will
that's
it
not what
take
gravity is,
to
though.
that
Gravity is a
magnet?
force.
Listen, how long will it take for that magnet to reach the ground when you drop a magnet from 1 meter height?
Um, Assuming the starting velocity is 0, you can calculate that.
The moment you drop it, yeah, I told you, you drop it from 1 meter height. When you drop it, it starts accelerating with 9.81 meters per second square. So how
Yeah,
long does it take to the magnet to reach the ground?
you can calculate that. And I
Yeah,
don't see why you
do
don't
it.
can.
I ask you to do the math, like
Why are you
from your
asking for
head.
the
Why do you want me to do
Are
math
you
right
so
now?
slow? You can't do math in your head?
Like, what's your
no?
point? Like, if I give you an answer, what will you take it to be? Like, I don't want to take math right
If
now.
the
I want to just
acceleration downwards is 9.81 meters per second square, yeah? So when you drop the magnet from 1 meter height, how much time does it need to reach the ground?
Get. I'm
What's so
sorry, but
complicated?
you're making literally 0 point right now. So why don't you ask a
I
question
am
that has to
making
do with the
point. I'm
topic?
showing that he doesn't know to make even mathematical calculus in his head.
Okay, this is not the point. We're not talking about who can calculate things in their head or not. Get back to the point. Thank you.
Yeah, like I don't.
Yeah,
Right.
the point is, with gravity, I told you, you cannot calculate with gravity when a magnet is falling through a metal coil.
Hang on, guys.
And it is
Yeah.
it is 0.45 seconds, I think, according to
Yeah, one
the
second.
kinetic
Let me
equation.
come in here. Let me clear
Yeah.
up the air here real quick. There is a
1
cause, and
second.
then there's hello. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Yes.
There's a
Hear
cause.
you.
All right. So please, everybody, have a seat for just a moment. There's a cause, and then there's an effect. The effect everybody can see. We can also determine an average rate of fall. It's used in math equations, and it's useful, right? It's as far as we know right now. This can be something that is predictable. We can use it as an average. It's not used as a constant. It's used as an average, and it helps to for a lot of applications. It has its use case. There's not there's one thing that we can say that we don't deny, because this effect is able to be measured in a way that it's used as an average. Okay, that being said, we're talking about the effect and not the causation. There's two things, right? The effect and the cause. Everybody is talking. It's almost like we hear two conversations happening at once, and it's not. The thing that people are mincing words on is, what is gravity? So that's what we're asking right now. It's not the effect that everybody notices, and we colloquially call gravity. We're using little g, not big G. Little g is something nobody should dispute. It's something that's an average, and the rate of things falling through the medium of air. All right, so everybody should be able to agree on certain factors here. The thing that we are disagreeing on, or saying that you don't have information to support the claim, is big G, which is the gravitational theory, the current scientific rhetoric for that being Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time. Are we good on that? Guys in the room, gals in the room, we're talking about that, not the effect, because we seem to be crossing beams here. Are we good? Are we where are we at with this, guys?
Okay.
Hello?
I agree with you. The
All
thing
right.
about
I mean,
gravity though is that the effect and the cause are kind of mixed together. When we say we
I
observe
know that.
gravity, like we're just saying that we see things coming together, like masses come together.
No,
But
that's incorrect even. But what I'm
Okay.
saying is the calculated average of the rate of fall. That's what I'm saying. There shouldn't be too much disputes on that. That's not what anybody, like, you're going to be talking about rate of fall, and what applications it's used for. That's not what's in dispute. What's in dispute right now is what you just said, plus added to that the idea that there's a bending and warping of the fabric of space-time. Now that is in contention, and also what you just said, that shit's sticking to each other. Because as far as the kinetic molecular theory goes, their elastic collisions don't have balls sticking to each other. As a matter of fact, they don't stick to each other. Please look that up. It's too long to get into, but I need you guys to keep your eyeballs on things, such as if that was happening in nature, then at the very minute level, that would also be happening with the particles, like air. So
okay, so I guess what I could say is that they don't stick together, but they are attracted to each other. Like
negative.
there's
They're not attracted to each other either.
why
Because
not?
why not? Because just look at I'm just saying, certain right now, before we get ahead of ourselves and make a total ass of ourselves, let's do some research on this. If you don't know, I would advise you to please look into it, or otherwise you're gonna have egg on your face when you enter into this debate in this room. Other people are talking about non-points, but when you get somebody like myself or someone else who knows what they're talking about, you're gonna get wrecked. Don't use that argument in here like that. Please do some research.
I think you're alluding to charges, right? Like charges over
No,
fall. And,
sir.
then
My
what are you
God.
talking about then?
Listen,
Did
I
he
don't
just,
have
does
to.
this guy doesn't understand what elastic and inelastic collisions are.
Can you look it up, because you're talking out your fucking ass right now, and you're gonna get your ass handed to you.
What do you want me to look up?
Elastic and inelastic collisions. Very
What do those
basic
have to do with
physics.
gravity, though? What do those have to do with gravity?
He just made the point.
Gravity
He just
gravity
made the
is
point that they
enacting
don't
upon
stick
every.
together. Yeah,
Yeah,
he just made the point that
gravity is supposed, allegedly, it's enacting itself onto every molecule and everything that's matter, right? Is that not the case? Yes or no?
Yes, that's the case. That's what I'm.
Okay, then it would fly in the face of that theory as well.
It depends, though. Nothing is truly elastic.
It does not depend. How do you know that? What you just said.
Because, like I said,
Yes.
like there's a force
Support
acting.
it. I don't care. Honestly, sir, not to say anything condescending to you, but I don't care what you say. I need it supported with a citation and then followed up by a demonstration.
What, like a citation on how gravity works?
Everything has a force. Gravity has been thought of as a force for over 100 years. I want a demonstration of you saying and demonstrating that all things have a force of attraction towards each other. Mayhem has just pointed out they don't.
Well, no, he didn't. What's the citation? What's his citation? Matter of fact.
I know. I was asking for yours, and I could provide mine. But where's yours at while I find mine? As a matter of fact, you haven't provided any evidence thus far, except for your hemming and hawing in this Discord. Go ahead, support yours with evidence because we need to see it followed up by a demonstration.
Intermolecular theory.
Yeah. If you can, I'm on the move right now. Kinetic molecular theory.
Okay, so I found a source saying that it's really hard for me to switch back to screens because I can push to talk. I can only push to talk here, but I found a source that says perfectly elastic collisions can only happen on subatomic particles, particles without mass.
That's an interesting point you bring up, being exactly how gas is defined. Gas, for example, has elastic and kinetic collisions, doesn't lose energy after it collides with something else.
That's exactly what I wanted to point out.
We say that, like, in terms of practical use, like we assume that, but it's not exactly the case. Like we presume it, but it's not exactly the case.
No, it's not. It's not impeded by anything. In such case that we have entropy taking hold of the gas laws, we understand that when a vacuum is adjacent to a gas, and you remove the division between the gas and the vacuum, what happens is we see an expansion of gas into the vacuum. We don't see anything to impede it. There's no energy change. There's no temperature change. The only thing that changes is entropy. And so we see no impedance to the gas expanding into the vacuum, which means that there is nothing to impede the gas, not even fuck with gravity, nothing stopping it from expanding into the available space.
Okay, but on a larger scale,
Yeah.
right, with the atmosphere,
Well, I'm
something
talking
is
about,
impeding it.
No, there isn't any impedance, sir. This is where you're incorrect. If there was, then we would see fucking gas sticking to the ground. We don't see that. It goes into any and all directions. It's not impeded by anything.
But no,
Except for a
We're not
container
talking
that
about the
doesn't
air.
allow it.
Can I explain? Can I explain just for like 2 seconds uninterrupted? Okay, so the concept here that you need to understand is that, like, if you have a force on one side that is stronger than a force on another side, then the force on the first side will overrule that first force, right? So what you need to understand though is that
Citation.
when particles are close
Citation.
together, they're
Citation.
intermolecular forces, right? Like the
You're talking out of your ass. Citation.
What are you talking about?
You just said something that you're talking out of your ass. Citation for what you just said.
Citation on what? Citation on
What
what?
you just said, the bullshit you're just saying right now. You're talking out of your
The
ass, bro.
idea, no, the idea that particles have forces in between each other that aren't gravity. Like
Cite your shit, dude. Cite it.
Okay, so you want me to cite electromagnetic
Listen.
forces? You want me to cite the fact that particles collide with each other? Is that what you want me to cite?
Young man, those particles that you talk about, you have no proof that they are actually there. Yes, I know we can predict, make calculations that a particle will be in a certain position, but when we try to observe that, it will be not.
Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that.
Yeah,
So
you can ignore it, but this is
you
a
want me to
fact of
cite?
quantum
You want me to
mechanics.
cite? Okay, I'm good. I'm probably just gonna lower this guy. So you want me to cite particles? You want me to cite particles having forces between each other? I can cite that, right? Particles have forces that repel and attract each other. I can cite that all day.
gonna need to demonstrate this shit, man.
You're way over your head.
Yeah, he's just an internet cowboy thinking he's gonna be able to thwart the efforts of truth. He's not doing anything. I don't know. It's these feeble attempts that just
Okay, so
seriously dishearten
intermolecular
me.
forces. Here's a source. Intermolecular forces are forces that happen between molecules, right? And I can go